Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our live stream. We hope you find us here as we get things booted up. Bear with us a second. Absolutely. We're waiting for a few folks to pop back in. Right now we got one viewing, so we're going to get all caught back up with everybody here, and hopefully we'll be back to square one. But yeah, I got your microphone on if you want to talk.
So, we've talked about donations, and there's lots of ways that you can give, not just financially, but that's what I'm going to talk about right now is financially. Like you might have heard if you've been tuning in before, we take no government funding. The closest, we have big trucks going by. The closest we've ever gotten was when COVID struck and the government offered a help with payroll so that people didn't go out of work. We heard that they were going to authorize money to different organizations with the intent that it should become a grant so that it wouldn't have to be paid back. And there was no strings attached to it. And many times there is with government funding where we can't share Jesus or talk about our faith or anything like that. So that's why we stay away from that. We are a Christian organization, and we have been since the inception of this organization, and we maintain that we will maintain that as long as there's breath in one of us. So we have a number of ways that you can give. You can give financially online at our website, gfrm.org. You can mail a check to P.O. Box 129, Great Falls 59403. You can bring a check down. You can give monthly. We call it Light Keepers, where you decide how much you can afford to give on a monthly basis. We send you a reminder and a receipt, and you can have it set up in your bank account or a credit card or something along those lines where you can tell us how much you want to give monthly, and we automatically take it out. And we have a number of different things that you can help us with. If you're my age or older, you might be thinking of when the time comes that you're no more on this earth. So we have legal people that can help you with estate planning. We know a number of them in town. We don't have any that we deal with on we deal with everybody on a situational basis. It's mainly up to you who you work with. We have an endowment fund that you're able to allocate some of your savings or estate to the endowment fund, and the reason that is important is because the endowment fund we gave ourselves a goal of $5 million. We've modified that because we're not spending as much time on it as we thought, but you can put a certain amount of money in there and it will stay there for eternity for the rescue mission. What we do is when it accrues interest, we can utilize that interest to help us pay the bills in lean times of the year. I can explain to you that because we don't take any government funding, we get a few grants from organizations that like what we do. But we have cycles in our year. Our year started the 1st of October for 2025-26, our fiscal year. And it'll end on September 30th. So this time of year through Christmas season, a lot of people are in the giving mood, and it's one of our better times for donations. After Christmas, when people are getting their bills, it tends to fall off a little bit, which is understandable. I've lived that life myself. Then in the spring, we have another good couple months, and then summertime is our worst time of the year. And it's not because people forget about us, it's because people get busy. We have such a long winter that, when spring and summer hits, or late spring and most of the summer, we're out having fun. This is why we live in Montana. We want to go fishing, we want to go camping, we want to travel a little bit, we want to go to the national parks that we're blessed with and the state parks that we're blessed with. And, a donation to the mission might be further down the list than it is other times of the year. So our summertime is the worst time of the year. And having an endowment fund gives us income that we can offset those times of the year when it's not as lucrative for us. So that's why we have an endowment fund. But you can leave an estate to us. We try and use that for building improvements and that type of thing, so that it's not just something that we use to pay the bills with, although that has happened as times get tough. But overall, we are blessed that we have so many people that donate. The Lightkeepers Fund, we probably had 150 people when I started 15 years ago, and now I sign every letter thanking them for their donation, and it seems like I'm going through twice as many as I used to. And that's a blessing. And it can be anywhere from $5 or $3 to $1,000 a month. It's up to you. We don't put any limits on it. We don't put any expectations on it. We are blessed that you have put your faith in what we do, and that's why we have the Lightkeepers Fund. So if that's something you want to look into, go to our website, gfrm.org, and click on Lightkeepers. It'll tell you more. If you can't get the information you need, or if you're like me, a little bit older and don't want to deal with computers as much as other people, call me. 406-761-2653 is the main office line, and they'll get you in touch with me, and I will give you a call back if I'm not available right at that time, and we can set up a tour. We can set up a time to just sit and talk and see where your heart's at and what you want to do. So that is a blessing. If you've got the time to do it, come on down. I'd love to give you a tour and show you what exactly goes on at the rescue missions. It is 3 different missions here on 2nd Avenue South. 317 is our women's shelter, 326 is our men's shelter, and 408 2nd Avenue South is the Cameron Family Center, which is where our administrative offices are. So give me a call. I would love to chat with you further and go from there. I do have a young man in the wings that is ready to go live.
Sweet.
If you're ready.
Really quickly, let me just say this, because I wanted to share this. So our last live stream that we just stopped, 54 likes, 100 comments. Thank you so much for those. 24 shares, 1,300 views.
All right, that's awesome.
We need you to do it again. at going on almost 9 o'clock here in 15, 20 minutes. In saying that, hit the like button on the new live stream, share it out just like you did. Continue your mission that you're doing with us. Believe it or not, you hitting the share button is a mission.
Amen.
And we deeply appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And because we just had to reboot the Facebook,
no one's watching.
We're starting over.
Starting from scratch.
Yeah. So join us.
Yes.
And I hate to say it, but I have a young man here that has been working with us for a while.
Where's our other microphone at? Here it is.
Yep.
Here you go.
And I will bring him on right now.
Bring it.
You get to hook this thing up. That goes inside your shirt, and that goes on the outside.
All right, folks, as they're getting set up, make sure that you go to the one, the only, give.gfrm and make a donation to the cause. Hit that like button. Hit that share button. You know what to do. And thank you so much. Can I tell you that you guys hanging out with us is such an encouragement to keep us going? This takes a lot of effort, and it's going to get worse as the night gets younger. So, by all means, thank you for being here with us. All right, gentlemen, you are piped up.
All right. So, I asked this young man that works with us if he would want to go live about 45 minutes ago, and he said he was going to go get a Coke.
It took me a second to find it. You know?
A second. And then I go in, and he's actually doing the dishes in the Cameron Center kitchen.
Gave me away.
Yeah. And so thank you for that.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That way I don't have to do them when I'm, exhausted at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon when I'm done. I do the dishes around here once in a great while. So just so that people know that I don't expect anything more of them that I would give myself. So
Right.
I'll let you introduce yourself, and then I'll start asking you all the hard questions that I have for you.
Oh, perfect. Well, my name's Jared Smith. I work here at the Cameron Family Center as one of the supervisors. And right now, I have the pleasure of working the night shift
Okay.
for a couple of days a week. I was doing it all 5 days of my shift, but now I've kind of switched over to doing it on 2 of the days and then doing a different shift 3 of the days.
Okay.
But I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things we got to do on the night shift, just to kind of give everyone another perspective
Okay.
about things, if that's
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, do it.
Because I mean, a lot of people just leave and that's it. You know,
I go
may not,
home and forget about
they may
the
not
place.
know,
Yeah,
right?
you're
They may
right.
not know what happens after 5 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I mean, the best thing is at 5:30 we get to eat dinner, and
I do. I have noticed that you like to eat. Yeah.
you know, I'm still growing. You know,
Yeah,
still growing.
yeah.
So I always
I'm
love to eat.
judgmental by how thin he is, though. Good heavens.
Yeah.
Well,
Awesome.
I'm working on it. But huge thanks to all the cooks for the meals that y'all make. I just love it so much, and we're really blessed here to have cooks that really put in a lot of hard work. Fit from that as well. That's one of the perks of getting to work here is
Yeah.
that we get to enjoy the meals as well.
Mhm.
Another thing that we get to do is hand out these coats to anybody who's coming around, and this is actually one of the coats that we have in the laundry room right
You couldn't
here.
find your own?
Well, I didn't bring mine. I didn't remember that I was going to be out here at
very good.
night. I thought I
Okay.
was going to be in and out and not needing
Right.
anything. But
Right.
anyway, this is actually one of the coats that we would hand out
Cool.
to anyone
Nice coat.
who just comes in. Yeah, it is
Mhm,
nice, and we have all sorts of different sizes, and that's just for any of the public. If anyone is cold and needs to come by and get a coat, we just hand those out to anybody.
Good.
And so I wanted to wear one of those because, for one, that was the only ones I could find.
But it matches your shirt very well.
Oh yeah, I guess it does,
Yeah.
unintentionally
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, that's
Um,
good. So what
but-
else do you do in the evening?
So also some of the things we do is the most important thing we do is we lock up the building. We make sure everyone stays safe for the night. So we learn where all the entry points are in the building and just walk around, make sure every door is locked, and go through. We also make sure the building doesn't burn down in the kitchen at night.
Yeah.
Nothing was left on or anything like that.
Good.
That was,
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And then other than that, I'd say the nighttime is probably one of the best times to connect with the residents that stay here.
Awesome.
Because a lot of them are busy doing classes during the day or they're out working. And so at nighttime, everyone comes in and they have their kids because kids also just got out of school.
Right.
So I found that the night shift is that time where I can really have more meaningful interactions with lots of the residents that are around here, and that they're actually here and their kids are here for the
Right.
day.
Right.
You know, I saw Samantha was on earlier,
Yes.
and so great job, Samantha. That was such
Yeah,
a
it
wonderful
was a-
word that you said.
Yeah, it was a blessing. I didn't
And-
have to talk hardly at all, so that's even better.
Yeah, you're trying to get through it all
Yeah,
without.
no, it
Yeah.
was wonderful, and I couldn't have said it better myself because I've seen people that go through these situations and the blessing that they get out of this, and
Yeah.
she shared from her heart, and it was wonderful to have her here. So, and that was unrehearsed, unplanned.
Yeah.
I saw her standing out here a number of times, and I thought, I think she wants to come on. So, be
Yeah, and I'm
careful
glad
if
she
you're
did.
hanging around.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, speaking of her, at night, oftentimes whenever I'm up in the office and I'm taking care of writing the email or taking care of just different things that we need to do, her kids, she has 2 young daughters, and oftentimes they come in and they're like, Mr. Jared, can we play a game or something? And one of the favorite games of one of them is a game that she says, I want to play shopping food.
What is that?
So basically in the game, all you do is you pick out a favorite food that you have and you cook it and then you eat it.
And it's all make believe?
I love this game.
It's all make believe, or are
It's
you
all-
really cooking?
Well, you know, it's mostly make believe.
Okay.
Though we have used props
Okay.
sometimes.
this game anymore.
Oh, sorry about that. But sometimes here's the thing: is whenever one of her daughters puts a spicy pepper in there,
Ooh.
then we all have to go like, oh, it's too hot, and then they have to get some water to drink or some milk.
Okay.
But
Awesome.
anyway,
Good.
anyway, that's a little bit about just the night shift and some of the
All
things
right.
we get to do. And it really is about just building those relationships and
Amen.
getting to know people. And that's one thing is that, I wouldn't meet so many people if I didn't work here.
Amen.
And I'm just so
Yeah.
blessed to be here.
Yeah. So how long have you worked here?
So I've been here almost 2 years,
All right.
actually. It will be
All
2
right.
years in January coming
Yeah.
up.
All right.
And yeah, that's hard to believe, actually.
Not for me. You've been
No?
a blessing being here, so it's wonderful.
Well,
And
thank you,
yeah,
sir.
Yeah.
And I keep calling you sir. And
know.
he's corrected me so many times about this. I'm
it's his heritage.
I blame my parents for it because
no,
I
don't
was
blame them.
I was raised yeah, and I
Thank 'em.
do.
Yeah,
I was raised in the South, so I always said yes sir, yes ma'am growing up. And
that's awesome.
Fully agree with you. I'm in the exact same way. Sir is the right way to do it.
Yep.
Even when they
Oh,
say
good.
don't do that, I'm
Yep.
so for it.
well, he's always getting me to say Jim, not sir. Don't call me sir. But
Yeah.
I try my best to call you Jim.
You do a wonderful job. So tell me more about who you are, where you were raised. What's your history, what's your
Oh, wow.
background. It doesn't have to get into any gory details or anything like that if there's those back there, but
Okay.
let people know where you came from and why you're here.
Jim just
Sure.
doesn't want to talk. He want,
Got that right.
Sure. Well, I don't mind sharing for a little while. I
Yeah.
kind of was thinking, I wonder how long he'll be having me sit here.
I only
All
have
night,
15
buddy.
more hours.
Well, we'll see how much of that we can
Okay,
we can take up.
How late do you work?
I work till 9.
Well,
but
you're about done.
but I was planning to be here late anyway for
well,
this,
thank you.
so I didn't mind.
Yeah.
Chris was telling me I should be here all night anyway, so we'll see.
You're earning your keep, brother.
He's a good security guy.
Yes. Yep.
So as far as my story goes, I was actually born and raised in Arkansas, in Little Rock,
Okay.
Arkansas.
Very good.
And that was for the first 10 years of my life or so.
Okay.
We lived in Arkansas. And my dad's a pastor, and my mom and he are just very close to the Lord.
Amen.
And they've always felt this call to missions in some capacity.
Mm-hmm.
But our family wasn't able to go overseas
Right.
On a missions trip, especially with us growing up and,
Right.
and other family things that were going on. And so anyway, though, whenever I was around 9 or 8 or so, we all of a sudden my parents started feeling this call on their lives that they needed to go up to Montana.
Oh, cool.
And they just felt very strongly Montana is the place that God wants us to be as a family. And
Thank
so
you, Lord.
they
What a
even
blessing.
I know. And they even asked us, and I have 2 younger brothers,
Mhm.
and they asked us to start praying about it and
cool.
asking God what we should do as a family. So we started praying about it, and I remember just getting this sense like God wants us to go.
Yeah.
And it took me a while because I did have some really good friends because I was
Yeah.
about 10 at the time.
Right.
So I was
Right.
old enough to have some good friendships. But then I just remember really feeling strongly. And I think I went to my parents and told them, I think that God wants us to move to Montana too. I think you're
Good.
right.
Good.
And so we ended up moving up to a small town of Denton, Montana.
Whoa. Whoa. From Little Rock to Denton.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that?
Yeah. Maybe, so I think it was about 300 people
Yeah.
that lived
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And then we moved to Fairfield later on, which doesn't have that many more, although it's a huge city compared to Denton because
That's true.
it's got about 700 or
Right.
so.
Right.
And then
Pretty
from,
little town.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. And so from there, I got to go to college and graduated. I thought I was going to be a full-time overseas missionary,
Oh, wow.
actually. And
Okay.
I got to go on a mission trip to India
Oh.
for
okay.
about 5 months. I was gone
Yeah.
over there, and wow, God really worked in my heart while I was there. If you're in a place where every day you can't help but depend on God to make it through,
Mhm.
that's not a bad place to be, really.
No, not at all.
And it really just caused me to step fully into who I was and who He's called me to be.
Mhm.
And I'm still just learning more and more every day. But one thing I know for sure is that I'm completely dependent on God in
Amen.
everything I do. Whereas before going, I might have tried to do things more my own way,
Right.
you know.
Right.
And but then I really sensed that God was telling me I was willing to stay in India. And I was willing to be like, I'll stay, Lord, whatever you want me to do. I just want to do what you want.
Thank you again for not keeping him there.
And then he gave me a dream that I came back home.
Hmm.
And he spoke to me that day that that dream was from him and he wanted me to come back.
Okay.
And I started praying about getting a job someplace
Mhm.
as he was leading me to. You know, he brought this verse to my mind and said, he who does not work should not eat. And that was really convicting for me.
I can believe
And
that.
all of a sudden, I was like, oh boy, do I need to not eat until I get a job? Anyway, so then I just started thinking about it. And my dad brought me by here one day
Mhm.
because we had been closely, you know, our church is just right down the
Right
street
down
from
the street,
here.
and they're a
And-
blessing to us with their support and their love and their consideration for what we do.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's
Thank you.
wonderful. I remember looking at your application and I thought, wow, this is a young man that we should hire.
Hmm.
And then I saw who your dad was.
Oh,
This is really a guy that we should hire, and
Well,
not
thank you,
because
sir.
you're only because of your father, but because of your experience with Christianity and with your faith. And what a blessing you have been since you've been here.
oh, well, thank you.
I missed your last devotion, but I heard great accolades about it, and it comes from the heart when you do. I see you're learning to play the guitar.
Oh, yes, sir.
So, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I can't wait until you join us some morning for
Oh, yeah.
devotions. That'll be a blessing as well. 'cause
That's
I-
at what time? 8:30?
We
the
start at 8
mornings?
o'clock. If I'm
8 o'clock.
if I'm there,
Okay.
I don't know what time other people start. I used to be there every day of the week
Mm.
because it's such a blessing to start out the day that way with playing some Christian praise and worship and getting your heart right for the day.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
this job has taken me away from it more than I would have liked. I try and schedule my early morning things like radio and meetings and whatnot on Mondays and Tuesdays, and I try to get there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. But the last few weeks with this coming up, you know, that's been difficult. But I can't wait to start back into it next
Sure.
week and get going again.
I'll have to join y'all sometime for that.
Yeah.
help
Tuesday,
me get my courage up a little bit in playing. I haven't played much in front of anybody before.
Well, you can turn your back to them if you want.
That was
Making a
good.
joyful noise does not mean facing them.
Yeah, yeah. And trust me, I don't claim to be a guitar player.
Oh,
I
boy.
just make a joyful noise so that it drowns out my voice.
Oh boy.
So
Oh,
yeah,
no, no.
but it is a blessing, and
Yeah.
you have been a blessing every minute that
Oh, well,
you've
thank
been
you,
here.
sir.
So thank you for that.
Yeah. It's
We cannot plan ahead for somebody with your knowledge and your heart for what you do.
Hmm.
And when I saw that application, I knew that you were supposed to be here,
Hmm.
and I truly believe that you were called to be here, whether
Yes,
you
sir.
think yet or not. And I can't wait to see great things happening. You know, I could see you continuing on. I pray that you continue on because you are a blessing to the folks that you get to touch, and we couldn't ask for a better person to be here. So God
Wow.
bless you for who you are.
well, thank you. Thank
You're
you
a
so much,
gentleman and a
Jim.
scholar.
I really
and,
appreciate that.
We love
Yeah.
you as a brother and a brother in Christ. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
And
of course.
I think you're our youngest employee too.
I think that was right too.
So,
yeah, but
Yeah.
it's been such an amazing time here. You know,
Yeah.
I was just so blown away whenever I applied for the job.
right?
I think I got I applied for it on a Tuesday of the week, and then I think you called me on the day after, Wednesday.
Probably.
I came in for the interview on Friday, and I had the job. and you gave me the job at
I
the
didn't
end of
give
the
you
interview.
a job. You've earned it with your
Oh.
experience and with your dedication. So
Well, thank you.
yeah, I didn't give it. I felt called that you were the right person, and here you are.
And
So,
that's
yeah.
a huge part of just the testimony too, was how quickly everything came together. I was
Yeah.
like, Lord, this has to be you, because it just was like less than a week, you know, just a few days, and I had the job.
Yeah.
You know.
And at the time, you were living at home yet, and now
That's
you're
right.
out on your own
Yes.
and doing
Yes.
very well.
And
So,
that's, you know, could I share that
Yeah, please
testimony
do.
a little
Yeah.
bit as well? Just
Yeah.
because, I mean, a big part of what happens here is that God works in people's lives and gets them a place to live,
mhm.
gets them into an apartment or a house someplace. And it's funny because I came and was working here, and I was living, like you said, with my parents, and I didn't have a place of my own. So, you know,
did, but
you
with
know,
your parents,
right?
That's a place of your own.
But it's kind of funny how God worked in my life
Yeah.
from being here at the mission to also get into an apartment.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
and it was so amazing how he did it. I had never looked for an apartment or anything like that ever before in my life, so it was a completely new experience for me. And I remember one of my coworkers recommended that I look on this app called Zillow,
Right.
and so I just started looking on there. And I remember I spent maybe an hour and a half at the most looking over apartments. And I was thinking, no, no, no. And then all of a sudden there was this one that it really just jumped out to me. And it was different. It was more than just, oh, that might be a good idea.
Right.
There was something on the inside of me that was the Lord, that was the Holy Spirit. And he was just saying, this is the one. And I just had such a peace about it.
Good.
It was unlike, almost anything else I've ever felt before. And so I got in touch with the landlady there and got into an apartment so fast right after that. And so I just see that as I've really been able to step into who God's called me to be, and as he's led me to just give everything to him and not do things my way, but just trust him.
That's the key.
You know, exactly.
Right.
Because I prayed, Lord, could you help me to get an apartment, and could you help it to be done in such a way that you would get all the credit
Amen.
for it?
Good.
And so he did that,
You
where it's not, that's not possible. It all came together so quickly, and I had that sense like, this is the one.
Amen.
And I just knew it even before I had even applied for it or anything.
That brings me to my all-time favorite verse, Proverbs 3, verse 5 and 6. Trust in the Lord.
With all your heart.
And he will make your path straight. And he's done that for you.
Yes, sir.
So, and I pray that you continue to bless the people that you get to work with and be blessed at the same time.
Yes, sir.
That's happening. I see it happening in you. I see it happening in many of our employees. And, there's other things we could be doing in life, but we're following a different rule. We're following a different situation, and God's in control. So thank you for who you are.
Absolutely.
For joining us, for the family that raised you. God bless them because they did a fabulous job. And we are blessed to have you part of the team.
Oh, well, thank you, Jim. Thank you very much, sir.
You bet your hands are cold.
I know, my
you better
hands.
give the coat back.
All of our hands are cold, for Pete's sake.
Mine aren't.
Mine aren't.
Well, did you want me to leave or?
I got another guy coming in.
Okay.
And so I don't know
Perfect.
what time he's due, but.
I was going to say, I offer my services to you, whatever you need, sir.
Okay, well, you can pick up that pay. Let's
yes,
see.
sir.
Oh, he's still got a half hour before he's due, but it is the former director of the rescue mission.
Oh,
so
is it?
I should give
Okay.
him a little bit of time.
Wonderful.
Because he, like me, he's a talker.
So,
like you, he's a talker.
Yeah.
So Joe
but
Kaiser actually just messaged it and said, "Dad's next at 9. Go, Dad, go." So
At
9:30. We have 9:30 on our paper.
No, he can come whenever he's ready.
Oh, absolutely.
So you're due to get off work here pretty quick. So
I am.
Yeah.
I
don't
do
wanna
have a
keep
couple
you.
of things I could probably finish up to the
Okay.
side, but it's
Well,
been a
God bless
pleasure,
you,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
the mic.
Jared,
And the mic.
just
Yes,
so
sir.
you know, Oscar says the man, the myth, the legend, Jared.
Oh boy.
Katie says Jared is an awesome asset to the GFRM. And Katie Elizabeth says, "Thank you, Jim, for all you do." So we got some nice messages coming in from folks.
That's awesome.
Thank you all so much.
You bet, buddy. Take care. And God bless you all the time.
All right, folks. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and deeply appreciate you sharing out the live feed. Things are going really, really well
good.
here. We're already at 120 views on this new stream so far. Everything is going great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. They have handed us extra hand warmers, which I'm going to put that in places because that's a lovely thing. Deeply appreciate it. It is chilly out here, but Jim, I think we have a pretty serious problem.
What's that?
Someone here says, "I know this setup is outside, but the setup looks like it's in a studio."
I don't.
That was you.
I don't think that's a problem.
I have a serious problem with that though, because then they're not like feeling the guilt of us being outside in the freezing cold elements, and you know.
Technically, there should be no guilt. This isn't bad. I'm dressed warm enough that I'm doing well after 6 or 7 hours. So, talk to me again at 6 o'clock
Yeah, we'll
tomorrow
have a better
morning,
yeah.
and we'll see where I'm at then. Good night, Colby. Take care of yourself.
Corey Reeves sent us another message. He says, Jim, you're way past your bedtime. Like me, I'm in bed around 8:30, but up early. God bless you for holding this important event and raising funds for an amazing cause. And we'll be looking forward to seeing him tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah. And I've been preparing for this since I said yes to it, after I went through my initial shock that I said yes to it. And I've been trying to stay up later than I normally do, but the problem is I still get up early. So
Yeah.
I haven't been getting all the sleep that I need, but God's in control, and we're going to get through this just fine. And hopefully my voice holds out, and we can continue on until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon when we're done.
We're doing
And
good.
then I do plan on taking at least a couple hours of nap so that I can get up and go to bed when I'm ready. So
Me too. Me too.
So I do have another guest coming in, but he's having a cinnamon roll over there, or what is that what they're called?
They did bring in cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
I think that's what he did.
Nice.
Okay. Hopefully he's not eating the empanadas that my daughter brought me down.
Well, he's actually welcome to bring it on camera if he wants to eat it on camera while you're talking. That's up.
Do you need a cinnamon roll?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right.
So am I. Yeah, I think my sugar's still running from the sandwich I had earlier.
I still have Thomas's pumpkin muffin that he brought here, and I haven't had the chance to sample it yet because it makes a bit of noise on camera. So I'm going to take it out of the bag while we're at it here so that doesn't happen. Thank you so much for everyone, though, that has brought food, has brought us coffee. Thank you so much for the team who's baked us cookies that are here. We deeply appreciate it. Everyone is going the extra mile, and we are very blessed because of you guys. So thank you so much. Deeply appreciate it. And you guys being on the stream and hanging out with us, 9 people watching right now. Deeply thankful for you guys. You rock.
All right, I got a text from my facilities manager that he's planning on coming down and bringing coffee. Do you want a cup of coffee at 3:30 this morning?
At 3:30?
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah. A cup of coffee at 3:30 sounds like a great plan. Sorry,
You
we're
can
both
tell I'm a
texting our
texter
team.
from way back. I'm a one-finger texter.
Oh, I'm double thumbing it, and I'm still in the same boat you are. Yeah, lots of emojis.
Does Jim use emojis too?
I haven't seen him use emojis. Usually it's just everything in all caps. That's not true,
Me?
by the way. No, I'm just kidding.
That was the old Jim. Then somebody asked me one time why I'm always screaming at him. I didn't understand that until they told me what it was.
Yeah. Lucas Sears says, y'all are awesome. All right.
I just got a text from my daughter. She said that I'm doing great. Keep it up. She'll keep checking on me tonight. So, Whitney, get some sleep. Don't worry about me. I'm having the time of my life. So, it's awesome. It's awesome. So, let's see. Jimmy's not quite. Are you wanting to come on? You feel like you need to?
Yeah, you guys. I went to jail, and you guys saved my my spot for me for the whole time I was there. And I got my baby coming back on Tuesday, and so
Come on in.
I'd be happy.
Yeah. Come on in. Your
Talk
name?
to you. I'll try not to say too much. My name is Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Yeah,
This is the microphone. This is a magnet. You put that inside your
Right here?
shirt. Yeah, you can put it on there if you
Right
want.
there?
That's what Samantha did, I think. So it seems to work.
Okay, cool.
Okay, have a seat on the chair. Are you okay with me sitting next
that's
to you? Okay. All right. So we have a impromptu guest, and we're both mic'd up.
How do I look?
You look great.
About the same as I do.
Your hair's out. No, I'm kidding.
My hair okay?
All right. So, are we up and running? Okay. Well, Jonathan, I'll let you give us your name, and I just said it, but give us who you are and.
Oh, my name's Jonathan Robrand, and I came here with my wife and my baby, my newborn baby, and her name is Tia, and my baby is Hale.
All right.
And yeah.
And you felt like you had to come and share. What would you like to share?
I just wanted to say that bless this place. Like if you can, I kind of understand what's going on, and basically like I came here, didn't have a spot for my wife and my baby, and my wife actually set it up for us to be here, and we've had some complications with stuff, and we're trying to get back to being a family again. And just recently, I got incarcerated for a month, and this place saved my room for me. And my baby was in foster care, and she's coming back Tuesday. And so I wouldn't have been able to get her back if it wasn't for this place. And I'm really grateful, and they give me a lot of chances over small stuff, and it's a safe and healthy place for me and my baby, and hopefully my wife can be back with us eventually here. And she's working on the house and on the res to get it built, and it's going to take like a year, so she needs this place too. There's some stuff that we have to do first, and I just pray that that we can do all that and get back together again as a family. And I miss her a lot, and if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have this place either. So I give a lot of credit to her.
Amen.
And she also used to stay here before she met me a long time ago with her kids.
Okay.
And that's how she knew about this place, and it's just great. Everything's covered. I just have to do good in my life, focus on my life, and I don't have to worry about anything else being here besides some chores and stuff, which is no big deal, and things that will benefit me, classes on different things, like AA, and like today we did a job thing for the job service came here, and we went through to see how we were with different things that we're interested in, and to get a percentage on social or artistic stuff, and things that we like to do, and then on top of that, the job service is totally willing to help us find work and do our resumes and stuff like that, and there also is the staff has helped me with my baby, even for taking care of her, and having my back on, one day I was late for to pick her up from daycare, and they're like, hey, you got to get your baby. And I'm like, I was sick and I just felt passed out, and they woke me up, and Leah, she had her car ready for me, took me up there. I was only 5 minutes late.
Oh,
so
that's awesome.
yeah, and so that saved me too, because I'm dealing with CPS and stuff right now because of stuff that has happened, and
Right.
and I just pray that I can get my wife back, and we can be a family again, and go up instead of down, and we are progressing.
Good.
It's just day by day.
Amen.
Yeah, and thank God for this.
One
place.
day at a time. Sweet
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Sounds like
yeah.
a song, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I know that and this guy plays guitar all the time.
Yeah.
Down with at church and stuff in the mornings, and we go to church on. I go to church on Monday. I really don't go to church a whole lot because I usually go with my wife, and I miss it. And
Yeah.
so one day she'll be back, and thankfully to this place that
You'll be moving forward
yeah.
instead
So
of backwards.
And I get my baby on Tuesday.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's an awesome thing.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add?
No, and yeah, not only this place, but the people that stay here too are awesome, and we support each other, and just because we're all in the same boat.
It's about building relationships, and
Yeah.
people come into your life for a reason.
Yeah.
And it's so that you can be a part of their life and they can be a part of your life, and you can learn from each other and move forward from each other. So
Yeah.
God bless you. Thank you for
Why-
coming and
Oh,
sharing.
thank you. Yeah, why you didn't bring your guitar?
Because I got to be talking. They don't want to hear me sing. Although when I used to go to the radio station when he was there, I did take my guitar at Christmas one year, and they put me live on the radio station singing a Christmas carol. So yeah, it was awesome. I had a great time. That was my claim to fame until Downpour one year. One of the guys that used to come here and play, he was here in the summertime quite a bit, and his band wasn't able to be at Downpour. He was the opening act, and I got to be a part of that, and that was like a dream come true. You know?
Yeah,
So-
I recorded one of your songs one day, I think.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
All right. Good.
But can I say one more thing?
Yes, please.
Oh, I just wanted to say, if my wife is watching, hi, baby.
All right.
and
Good.
and I miss you, and I love you, and I'm just trying to do good and do all the things I need to do here, and I hope you do good and come back
Amen.
to us, and I know it seems hopeless, but it will happen.
There's hope.
Yeah,
There's hope.
it will happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Thank you, Jim.
Keep doing what you're doing.
All right. All
Okay.
right. Thank you, brother.
God bless you.
Bless
You
you.
need the mic back.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much. Looks like we're lining up a next one. Don't forget, donate now, GFRM, give.gfrm.org. Thank you so very much for everyone who's commenting. We got Charles on here. The folks at Great Falls Rescue Mission do such fantastic work. That's wonderful. Have fun tonight, Jimbo. Okay, Carrie, we'll pass that on to him. That's great. We're getting our next one set down here, and we'll get them up and running live here in a second and get them on air here. I'm just going to go check on their microphones, and we'll get them started. Hang on just a second.
Yep. Are we live?
Okay.
All right. So this gentleman probably doesn't need any introductions, but I'll let him introduce himself. And I'll try not to call him boss while we're talking, because he was my first boss at the rescue mission. So tell us who you are.
Alrighty, I'm Jim Kaiser. I actually was the director of the mission from 2009 to 2019, I guess it was.
Yeah.
And stepped down from there because of my wife's health. Actually, she needs a new heart. Jim and I worked side by side for like 9 of those years,
Yeah.
9.5, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And so it was a really neat transition for us. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And it was a great time.
Mhm.
You and I did the first one of these outdoor experiences, but it was on the roof of the women's shelter. Do you remember that?
I sure do. I sure do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a late night there, like it's going to be for you tonight, I'm sure. But at any rate, it was really wonderful. I enjoyed it a lot.
I did too.
You know, we had
too.
a lot of feedback from the community and just people honking at us and waving and all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff. And it was fun times. You know.
I remember the salesperson from Star Radio, Jane, came over at 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night and said she was out at the pubs telling everybody what we were doing and collecting money, and brought over some donations for us. And I thought, now there's a twist for us. But it was a great experience.
Yes, it was.
We had a lot of fun up there. I told people earlier that I got sunburned. We were going for we're cold and out in the cold, so please donate. And here we got sunburnt the first day because it was like 85 degrees on the last day of September. But then there was a little bit of rain, if I remember right, too.
There was,
Kind of
yeah,
made things
there
a
was.
little more miserable on Saturday and Sunday morning. So the highlighted your 10 years at the rescue mission. Tell me the thing that you took away, just thinking that I'll never forget that blessing.
You know, I think more than anything, it's the love of the people.
Yeah.
You know what the Lord just really did for me and did here, and even before, is just the compassion of knowing people's hearts and just aligning with them, and it's powerful. It's carried me a long ways. I can think of so many. I was as I was driving over here today, I was thinking, you know, I could probably talk for the next 24 hours about the blessings that I've seen and the impact that has been made here, and seeing people's lives get changed, you know, and just back on their feet, and you know, many of them became employees of the mission. I mean, you know, I can't count the number of employees we've had, and so you know, it brought them from a place where they were homeless and broken, and restored them, and it's just really huge. Yeah, I you know, so many things, you know, and I just think about that. One of the things I just wanted to share, I love coming to devotions in the morning. I volunteer once a month and come in devotions. And what I've always loved is I love hearing the people pray for each other. And what I mean for that is, usually when I ask for prayer with them, they're not praying for themselves.
Right.
They're praying for each other.
Right.
And it's just one of the greatest joys for me is how connected people at the mission become, and how they really care about each other. I mean, explicitly. I mean, they really care about each other. And it's a really neat thing.
Jonathan was just on before you, and he was sharing that he was thanking the people that are staying here as well, because they care for each other, and they actually work with each other. They learn from each other. It's a wonderful thing. I mean, it's a God thing, and we're blessed to be a part of it. And it's been a blessing for I guess I've been around almost 15 years, should be by the time I retire. But yeah, 15 years. I would have never thought that 30 or 40 years ago. But it was a blessing, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. And
It was my pleasure.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful ride, and working with you was a blessing, and working with each of the employees that's here. We had Jared on a little while ago. He's been here almost 2 years now, and the youngest guy that we've ever hired, I think. And to see the maturity in that young man is just a blessing in and of itself. So, what more would you like to share? I could have 50 questions for you, but I know that you could answer them all.
I probably could, but you know, one of the things I think is, as you know, we're doing is how faithful our community is. It amazed me when we began on this journey to build this building, the Cameron Family Center that we're seated in front of. First of all, God gave me the vision, really, but we as a team brought it all together, and we raised $9.1 million to build this building, and it's just beyond my comprehension, and it happened because people in our community really care. And I've been to a lot of other cities. I've been around the world. I was in the military, and I've been a lot of places, but I've never seen the compassion for people that we have here. Just the caring. One of our capital campaign chairman, when I when I called him one time and asked him if he wanted to be part of our Christmas outreach and the presents and so on, we did. At any rate, after he'd given a significant amount of money, and I called him up the next day and thanked him, and he said to me, he says, Jim, don't ever be afraid to ask me. He says, God has given it to me to give away. And he said, you're not depriving me of anything. He said, I want to give because I want to help. And you know, that's the kind of community we have here. And so it's huge. And I just... And since you gave me kind of an open mic, I'll just share a couple other things. Now that was a mistake. He was talking about. I was listening earlier, and he was talking about Samantha that was able to do a lot of the talking, and that he didn't have to talk much.
Right.
Jim and I are both good talkers. But
Yeah.
Quickly, gentlemen.
so
Really quickly, a donation just came in for $99.60.
praise
All right.
the Lord.
So whatever you
Praise the
said,
Lord.
keep it up. Sir.
Okay.
All right. That's awesome.
Okay. But anyway, I just wanted to share, you know, about some of the amazing things that have happened and the journey that people have been on. I think about people's lives who are totally changed. One of them, who's an employee here now, I'll never forget her. We used to be in the women and family shelter. It was called back then. Now the women's shelter, and that's where the admin offices were. And we would come across the street to go to devotions, which was at the men's shelter, and I see her. And by the way, as I talk about her life being changed, she was on our Christian discipleship program at the time, and just really changed in a powerful way. I've never seen anybody that just pitched in to volunteer. You never asked her to do anything. She was just there. But at any rate, we were coming over for devotions, and we were walking side by side. And she sees one of our guys who was in a walker. He didn't get around very well, and she ran across the street, and she bent down to him, and she asked him if she could tie his shoes. It was like she was looking for a need. She was looking for a way to help and to be God to this person, to be Jesus to him. And so it's just amazing. And now she's here as a full-time employee and making such an impact over here. But you know, I see that over and over again about how people's lives were changed. So to me, that's the greatest joy as a director, as a supervisor, as an employee. The greatest joy is seeing people's lives changed.
Amen.
You know,
I agree with that
yeah.
100%. And I do believe, well, it could be two different people over there, but I do believe that I know who you're talking about. So that's a blessing. We have gotten to see changes in our community too. I don't know. Before I got here, I don't know how much we were involved with working with other organizations, but I think we've done a tremendous job, starting when you were in charge and me keeping it going from here, working with any organization in town that could help us help the people that God's given us to help.
Right,
and I think that's key. It's about building relationships, not only with the folks that are staying here, but with the organizations that can help us do a better job for those folks that are here. Can you tell me about some of the relationships you built with other organizations in town?
Yeah, I sure could. You know, one of the things I was thinking as you're talking about that, Jim and I were involved with the Interfaith Association, which was a bunch of people from the faith community that kind of looked at how can we help people, and so that was one of them. I'll never forget, and I think she's going to be on here later. Sheila Rice, as we began to establish relationships there. I even went on a trip one time, one of their big association kind of things, and learned a lot about what they were doing. But at any rate, so I think about the building that's right next to us now, the Bass building. We began in those days to envision what that building could be, and so at any rate, it's just amazing. And now I passed it on my way here, and I thought, that building looks really nice.
It does.
I
It's
mean,
beautiful.
it is absolutely beautiful. I mean, you see the glass area on the bottom and so on, where businesses will be and offices will be, and then where everyone's going to be. Hey, it's huge. I mean, it really is. Yeah, I think about being involved in things like Rotary, and connecting with all the business leaders there, and so on. Just so many ways we've been able to build those relationships, and it's really not just, when I say us, it's not about us. It's really about as a community. So it's those community leaders approaching us as well and saying, hey, would you join me? Can you be a part of this, whether it's part of the parking committee or it's part of being on the Lions Club or whatever it is. I mean, we just want to find ways to partner with our community. It's
Amen.
huge. So,
It is, and
Can I-
that's the saying. It takes a community to do what we're doing. We
Yeah.
can't do this by ourselves. We need volunteers all the time to come in and help. And 9 times out of 10, they leave feeling blessed.
yeah,
And
yeah,
and they were giving their time, but they're getting something out of it as well.
absolutely.
The people that come and donate, they donate the food or donate clothing or whatnot. They're getting blessed
Yeah,
by
yeah.
being able to give back to the community. And I've heard a lot of people give you and I accolades for what we've done since we've been here, but it's not about us. It's
No,
about
absolutely
serving our Lord and Savior and
Yeah.
making a difference in people's lives. And that's been the blessing that you've given me the opportunity to have working at the rescue mission by hiring me when you did. So thank you so very, very much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
my joy, my
Yeah.
pleasure.
Yeah, so we've been friends for a long time. I got here in 1992. I think you came in 93 or 94.
Actually,
wasn't it?
96. I came.
96, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so we ended up at the same church. We both have the first name Jim. I'm looking for a successor. So if your name's Jim, no, I'm
It's
kidding.
huge, yeah.
I'm kidding. But
Good,
yeah,
I'm safe. Okay.
Tim is very
have a
close.
non-
Be
we have a
careful now.
non-Jim there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like Jim, right?
Yeah, we could change
yeah.
that T to a J, and you'd be
Yeah.
right there. So
By the way, gentlemen, you've had a comment come in that I think is going to trigger a little conversation between you two. From the amazing Nancy Hampton. I
Oh.
remember you two in the roof back in the day doing a lot of good for a long time. Thank you both.
yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy.
Yes, yeah.
Nancy and Jim and I go back a long way.
Yeah.
She's a terrific lady with a terrific heritage, and just it's amazing. Again, as I think about people in the community, we just have so many. I think of those that have served on our board, those that were volunteers here. I mean, our volunteer program is probably one of the most important things at the mission.
I agree wholeheartedly.
For one thing, it connects people's hearts. I don't know how many people say, I want to volunteer and I want to bring my kids to help me serve a meal. And why? Because I want them to kind of understand the plight of the homeless, and I want them to realize they're real people. That they have real needs, that they're just like you and me. They just happen to be without a home right now and struggling. And so, we all need to know that. But at any rate, I mean, we have volunteers from working in the medical clinics to working at as a reception, to working in the cooking area, to doing maintenance. So many areas to volunteer. So that's one of the important things. I just wanted to share about a kind of a challenge and something for those listening. One of the challenges I think that some of the homeless have is that they may have pets. And they are so connected with their dog or their cat or whatever it is that they feel like they can't come to the mission. That, hey, I can't leave my dog somewhere. And so one of the challenges I encourage is for people to actually volunteer, if you will, to to take care of somebody's dog while they're here. We actually had one of our employees here. Jim knows who I'm talking about.
Yep, I do. She was on earlier.
that she would never have gone through the program. She would never had a restored life had somebody, and it was actually one of our employees, had somebody not volunteered and said, "I'll take care of your dog," and because she's I absolutely can't part with
Right.
with my animal. You know, I mean, it's like a child to her. You know, and so anyway, what happened was the employee that was taking care of the dog, she actually would bring the dog down. I think it was once or twice a week to the shelter so that mom could see her dog. And you know what a neat thing that is. And so that's a way. You know, when you think about how can I get involved? Well, that's a way right there. You know, taking care of somebody's animal.
Yeah.
Transportation, that's another huge issue for our people. Yeah, we do have the transit system which is close by, but a lot of times it doesn't meet all the needs. It may not be
Right.
able to get get guests here to work at the time that they need to be there. I
Right.
think the buses start at 6:30. I'm not sure, but at any rate, my son could tell me because he rides the bus all
Right.
the time.
Right.
But and then they stop at 6:30 at night or whatever. So anyway, that can be a challenge to transportation. And by the way, that means safety. You know, as I think about a single parent mom that stays here at the Cameron Center. She needs to feel safe, and
Yes.
so if she's out walking to come back to the mission, that's a hard thing too. You know, as well as I heard somebody mention about housing. That's a huge challenge. I read I think it was on the news last week or the week before, said the average rental cost for an apartment now is $1,200.
Yes.
I just say. I don't hardly know anybody that can afford that. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, there are some,
Yeah.
but when I look at somebody that's staying at the mission, having affordable housing is very, very important.
And there are some apartments that are, you know, subsidized. And I know one gentleman that stayed here through the program got into housing just recently, early summer, and his rent was very, very reasonable because at the time he wasn't working. But once he got a job, that would go up somewhat, but it's still very affordable. So we appreciate the folks that make that happen.
Absolutely.
And those that own the buildings that would allow that to happen. Because, you know, they could be making more on an apartment than, but they also feel the same thing that we do. And that's, we're here to help people
Right.
and move people forward. So, when you were talking about the bus system and whatnot, or getting to and from work, I remember someone that stayed here that worked up on the top of the hill by the airport that would leave at early hours of the morning and walk up the interstate so that they could get to work on time and then walk back at night. And that is scary. So, you know, the bus system doesn't run all the time, but there
Right.
is better taxis than what there was back then. Uber's out there. I know you're near and dear to the heart of Uber because that you have your own business in that, and we're thankful that it came along when it did, because they do call Uber from time to time
Sure,
and
absolutely.
get to the employment as they need to. There's a misconception that people that are here that are on a short-term basis, you know, just stay here and are taken care of, and that's not true. We have a lot of people that have jobs outside the organization
Yes.
that
Yes.
are trying to get into shape. I talked about our guest participation program earlier, so that people knew that we were teaching folks how to save money so that they can get into their own houses, own apartments, whatever it may be. We are a full-service rescue mission, and a lot of people don't know what that means. I still don't know totally what that means, because that's changing all the time. I mean, what can we do to be full service? Well, tomorrow's need is different than today's need.
Sure.
And we kind of roll with the punches around here, and we have been since you were around.
Yeah.
So tell us more about what you're doing now with your life, now that you retired and are working harder than you than you did before.
Sure,
So-
I'd be happy to. Yeah, so I stepped down from the ministry about 6.5 years ago, and as I mentioned, it was due to my wife's heart situation. She actually has what's called an LVAD. It's a mechanical heart pump that keeps her alive. So I left the ministry and didn't want to have it empty, if you will, and that's what brought Jim in here. Well, I wasn't really ready to stop working, and so at any rate, I looked at something that would give me freedom to be able to choose my hours, and so I started driving with Uber and Lyft, and I've done Uber and Lyft and Sparks and DoorDash and various other things. But at any rate, I ended up starting my own company called Godzilla 406 Rides, and so that's my taxi service. I'm primarily the main driver, but occasionally I'll have some other people. And then now I pick up FedEx pilots, actually about 110 FedEx crews a month. And so that's really 7 days a week. Sunday mornings, my first pickup is at 3:50 in the morning.
Oh, good grief.
And Jim sees me at church, so you know I'm there. But it's a challenge, but I enjoy doing it. I can't tell you how many times I've given somebody a ride, and I've had the opportunity to share with them about the rescue mission. I've even come right to this spot and prayed with people, or even done photographs with people that were in my taxi that I ended up sharing about what was going on here. So at any rate, it's huge, and so I just really consider an opportunity in a ministry, and I enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. I'll just share one story about my son. I have a special needs adult son, and in fact, he's got a donation right here for you here somewhere.
Oh, he said
But-
he was going to send one
But
down. I didn't know.
it's in my other pocket, I think. But at any rate, he said to me, oh, it's in my wallet. He said to me, he says, Dad, he says, when are you gonna stop working? And I said, when I stop working, I'll probably die. And there's an element of truth to that.
Woohoo! That's awesome.
There's an element.
Thank you, Joe.
Joe did shout you out a little earlier tonight, saying he's going to be there soon.
Right? Yeah, he would do that.
And we do have a couple
I'm
comments
sure
in when
he's-
you guys
he's
are ready
watching.
for them.
Okay, yeah, shoot, go ahead.
All right, so you got Clint Hendrickson saying two of the best sitting here. Corey Reeves still hasn't gone to bed yet. He's saying,
He better go soon. He's got to be here at 7 o'clock
I know,
tomorrow
right?
morning.
We're holding
Yeah.
him to it. He
Yep.
says, two amazing men talking right now. And then James Marrow says, great men, this rescue mission helps men, women, children. I spent 9 months as a disciple, and it was a great experience.
Awesome.
Hey,
Awesome.
that
Thank you,
is
James.
awesome.
We appreciate that.
That is really awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and Corey and I go back a long ways too, and it's just
And tell
Yeah,
us
it's
how
huge.
you met.
Well, me and Corey,
Yeah.
we were police officers.
That's what I
together.
thought. Yep.
And
Yep.
I was on the force, and he was there too, and got to know each other that way. But anyway, I've just had experiences across the board that's helped me along my journey. But some people would say, do you ever kind of take that with you, like being a police officer? I came to the mission because my heart was broken for people.
Yep.
I saw so many people that were broken, that were hurting, especially children, and it brought me here. That's why I came, And so even though I may know people from another life, I don't hold anything against them. In fact, I realize that where they are today has a lot to do with what they experienced.
Mm-hmm.
Not with what they want to do with their life, but what they've experienced, and then it's how do I go about change that? When I was here, we were doing a program called ACE, and
Overcomers. Yeah.
overcomers, and so on, and so we learned about how somebody's past has everything to do with how they act in the present.
Amen.
And so at any rate, it was just it's huge. And like I said, most of the officers that I worked with when I came over here, most of them said, Some would ask, well, why is Jim leaving? But then they would say, oh, I know, no duh. I mean, I know why he's going because I know Jim's heart. One of my sergeants, he might be listening. I won't mention his name, but at any rate, in my first review with him when I was on patrol, this is what he says. He says Jim's greatest weakness is the fact that he sees the good in everybody. So he saw that as a weakness. I see that as an asset.
A strength. Yeah.
Strength.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, I understand where he was going with that, and that is, it would be easy for me to be vulnerable, that I could be taken advantage of because I did see the good in people. But I say praise the Lord.
Amen.
That's
Amen.
that's Christ's attitude to us. As he looked at the prostitute, as he looked at the woman at the well, as he looked over and over again, he didn't condemn them. He says, go and sin no more. But he cared about them. He loved
He
them.
met them where they were.
That's right.
And then moved them forward from there. So when we worked together, I used to joke because you'd tell me how you got to where you were. You were in the military for 20 some years and you quit on a Tuesday and you started at the police department on Wednesday and then you quit the police department on a Friday and you started at the mission on Monday. I was hoping by the time you left that you would learn to take a vacation. And I tried my best to show you that it could be done. So how's your vacation time been?
It's not been good. It's not been good. Well, you figured out from my FedEx trips alone,
Yeah.
I'm working 7 days a week.
Yep.
The good news is I've got a couple people that back me up from time to time.
Good.
But
Good.
it's still it isn't like I can just take off for a month, okay?
Right.
And go on vacation. I suppose I'll get there eventually, but at any rate, I'm fine with doing what I'm doing right now. And again, I believe that it makes an impact in people's life.
Yep, it does.
And so you do it. I don't necessarily share the mission or even God with everyone that comes in my car, but the Holy Spirit challenges me and allows me to share. And a lot of times people ask me, "Is this your only job? What have you done?" And so I'll share with them about being in the Air Force and being a police officer and being at the mission and so on. And so it gives you an opportunity to share and open up dialogue to people. So
Amen.
yeah.
And you utilize that very well. I have been around for many years with you, and
Thank
you take that opportunity and you run with it if the opportunity is presented. So,
Right.
And that is a blessing of who you are and your attitude for your life in general and for your faith in Christ, and it's a blessing. So thank you for that.
One of the things you were mentioning Clint Hendrickson, and Clint plays music in our devotions a lot. Very, very gifted man, and so on. I always enjoy that time. One of my favorite times, as I mentioned in devotions here, one of my favorite time, of course, is listening to everybody pray. But another time is just singing praises to God.
Amen.
And so a lot of gifted people. I think of Clint, and I think of just I mean the list goes on and on. Of course,
Norm Miller,
Norm Miller, and
Steve Long, Clint Ryman.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people along the way, and given their heart. And then I think about those that, as I talk about volunteers, those that speak at the chapel, and those that help out with Bible studies, or whatever it is. It's just been an amazing journey. It really has.
Hasn't it? Yeah.
I can think of nothing in my life that was more meaningful than my time here at the mission.
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
I am loving it and reflecting on it and thinking, how did this come about? How did I get here? But praise God I did, because it's been a wonderful journey.
Yeah. Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. So
I think one of the hardest things for us at the mission is seeing people leave, but especially those that have passed on. that,
Yeah.
that have gone on to be with the
Yeah.
Lord. You know,
Yeah.
it's one of the hardest things, you know, because many people that come to the mission aren't in the best of health.
No.
And
No.
so sometimes it takes a toll on their life. And that I think that's one of the hard things. But the joy is seeing lives get changed.
Amen.
Yeah,
Amen.
absolutely.
And that's the blessing that we get to be a part of. People think that we're here to help them, and in essence, we're helping each other.
Yeah.
Because it's made me a stronger human being. It's made me a stronger Christian. It's a blessing to be a part of these people's lives and to maintain that relationship even after they're moved on and
Right.
going on. Countless times I'd re-meet somebody that I had even forgotten about. Not that I forgot them, but you
Right.
know, there's so many faces that you meet along the way, and to just get to see them and see them thriving is a wonderful situation. I remember Jimmy that worked here, and you know, he's passed on now, and I think of him often because I have pictures that he took framed at my house, and it's a blessing. You just remember him. Dwight was here earlier today, and he was talking about Sandy Hayes, and you know, Sandy's on, and he's done with his life and sitting at the right hand, and I just remember the different times that he piped up. I mean, it just amazes me, and it's a blessing to be able to say, I knew him when, and I knew him now, and
Yeah.
I know where he's at because of the time that he spent with us. So, yeah, you can't get any better than that. I mean,
Not talking about people that passed on, but I was thinking about people that were here
Moved out.
and moved on, and I was thinking about one of your former maintenance people, Randy Clark.
oh yeah,
And Randy went through the program. He was struggling, and ended up we sent him to school to be a boiler mate, or what do you call it? No, but we're working on the boiler system and all that kind of stuff. And he started his own business, and actually he left and went to Arizona. He's back now. We're working for a company here.
Yep.
But you know, it's just amazing because I mean, here he was, basically homeless, and then he totally turned his life around, and then just you know, it's just amazing to see those things happen.
yeah. He was at the banquet we were at a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, at Echoes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it was fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're doing well, I believe. So yeah,
Amen.
it's good.
Yeah.
Anything you want to add?
No, you know, I could talk forever, but
I'm counting on that. It's like I'm on a break, so it's fine with me. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just such a joy, you know. And
Yep.
and I think, you know, as I was mentioning earlier about the building of this building, the reason of the $9.1 million, I think about folks like Jim and Carrie Matter and others that were involved. I think about Norma Ashby and Ashby Smith, and you know, just all those that were involved. Dennis Dietrich that was there too with us the other day, and
Yep.
you know, just on and on. So many people were involved, and you know, I actually made the comment to the board at one point. I said, if you hired me expecting me to be a fundraiser, you need to fire me, because I'm not.
Right.
But I did believe that we had the heart of the mission.
Yep.
And that's what people are drawn to, because they want to be part of something that changes people's lives.
Yep. Transformation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Amen.
It has been a blessing in my life and my family's life. They've become regulars at the golf marathon, which is wonderful. I'm still teaching them how to raise money for the golf marathon, because each person that plays in the marathon is expected to try and get pledges and whatnot, so that it helps us raise some money in the summertime when we need it the most. And they're doing very well coming forward and having a great time. Grandkids are growing up around me, and it's scary that my youngest grandchild is 10 years old now, and she's a whiz. It's just crazy. 2 of them live in Tempe, Arizona. And 2 of the next 2 in line want to move to Tempe, Arizona and go to school there.
Wow.
So it's kind of scary. But you know, we live our lives, we move forward, and we maintain. So
Yeah, thinking of the golf marathon, I was thinking, we had some really good golfers, like Corey as an example.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, Pastor Corey, he's a great golfer. Then you had some really bad golfers like me, and
or me.
and
Yeah.
but
Or me.
it was a lot of fun. We as Jim was saying, so the goal is not how good you golf, it's how many holes you golfed. And
Right.
So
In a day.
and so
Yeah.
you want to golf as many as you can. I think the highest I ever did was 167, but
That's a lot of holes of
that's
golf.
a lot of holes of golf. But
Yep.
Jim, that beats yours, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yep.
but on the other hand,
I'm
as
smarter than
as
you.
I mentioned. As I mentioned, Pastor Corey. Now he the one year he had the longest drive and he had the closest to the pin, but we would only let him take one award. I remember. But,
Yeah. I think
but-
he was even the most holes at one point.
Yeah. I think you're
yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And our pastor's brother broke all the records with him and his partner one year, but we were golfing longer than we do now. As I got older, we shortened it up.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
We
so-
used to go to like 5:30, didn't we? Something like
yeah,
that.
and then feed him a steak dinner
steak
at the
dinner
end of
afterwards.
it. And we moved that to lunchtime so that we could quit earlier in the day.
Yeah, it's tiring doing all those.
Oh
those
my
holes.
gosh,
It's a lot.
it's exhausting, and
It
all
was
the
fun.
preparation work
yeah.
beforehand. I did say, even though I'm planning on retiring next spring, that I will do the golf tournament again next summer, or golf marathon as we call it.
Yeah.
But with that, I'm going to be training my replacement so that somebody else can take it over. I'll still be a part of it if they'll have me, and we'll keep moving forward from there. But
Yeah.
it's a great time. So if you've never golfed in our marathon, think about it next summer. We're normally right the week after 4th of July. We've been using Fort Benton Signal Point Golf Club for a number of years now, mainly
Nice.
because the town of
Beautiful
Fort
golf course.
Benton takes good care of us. They help contribute to us, and then the golf course up there, Signal Point, and Joey do a wonderful job of making us feel at home and giving us a great deal on everything that we do up there. And they are such a blessing to us, and hopefully we are to them as well. So, come and join us next year. I'll put the word out after sometime in January for the initial thoughts, and then we'll start raising funds through golf hole sponsorships or event sponsors, that type of thing. I'll put out a challenge to businesses.
Dylan and I might have to get in on that one. He's a golfer. I have no clue, but he's pretty good at it. So
Well, you'd be a great team then.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Great team.
Although I've seen you drive, I don't know if I want to drive on a golf course.
You know,
Rats.
one other thing I was just thinking about too, and that was about the employees at the mission. Jim will have opportunities in different times for as a supervisor or maintenance person or whatever, but those employees that are here at the mission are here for one reason, and that's because they feel a passion that God's called them, and they feel a passion for what they're doing. The mission can't possibly pay you top dollar. I mean, they're a nonprofit that works off of a low budget, and it's impossible for them to pay on top dollar. But what the reward is for the employee is because that's the joy that they have, because they have the compassion of wanting to serve. I've often said I could train somebody how to do a job, but I can't train their heart.
Right.
Their heart comes first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've shared that earlier in my conversations that people here could be doing better at a different position.
Absolutely.
But every one of them feels like they're called here. They have a place here, and they get as much reward helping folks as the folks that they help. So, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful thing. We had Jared on earlier, and what a blessing he is.
Yeah.
As a young man, full of faith, full of compassion. We got Steven standing over there smiling at me with that loud car that he has.
Well, and one of the things that happens, I can't count the number of employees that left here and went to go do another job and came back.
Yep.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
they miss being part of that ministry,
Yep.
the joy that they felt while they were here. So
Yeah.
a lot of them came back. So yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
neat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing. All right, my
All right,
brother.
Jim. I know you got more to interview. God bless
I
you.
do.
God bless you.
Thank you for being here, my
Oh,
brother.
you're welcome.
And keep doing what you're doing, because I know you're out there sharing Jesus with people.
You know it. You know it.
And
Oh, I'm sorry I took your bench away.
isn't this
Yeah.
color coordinated
That's a
very
nice
well?
bench, yeah.
This is a number of different places in my patio and my deck out back.
That's a couch, and I judge him for it.
Don't judge me. I knew I was going to be here 24 hours. I wanted to be comfortable.
Yeah, and if you think you feel tired now, wait till about 9 in the morning.
I'm not tired. I'm digging this. I'm loving it. This is awesome. And tell Joe thank you in case
Oh,
he
I will.
wasn't watching, but I'm pretty sure he was.
He
So
probably was,
yeah.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
Be blessed.
I think my son Mike was calling me too because this is Liana's.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the live stream so far. We have a lot more coming your way, by the way. Sheila Rice is going to be here in a little bit. Eric Berger, we're going to try to get him in on a Zoom call at 10:30, and then we may have a guest stopping by a little later on this evening. I'm trying to get a friend of ours to run by a church locally here that actually donated some money. We'll see if they'll have the chance. But we're doing incredibly well here. By the way, Christina Bucio says, hi, Jim, and Kim Gray Smith also says, hi, friends. So we have some people definitely messaging in and saying their hellos to everyone here. So we have a lot of great people serving here and have a lot to look forward to here in a few minutes. Once again, folks, you have been absolutely incredible. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you so very much for being a part of our live stream. 12 people watching right now. You know, we had to restart the live stream. And when you restart a live stream, that means everyone disappears. And everyone came back. Thank you so very much for taking an interest in this live stream. We are truly investing our heart, our time, and our bodies to this very extreme effort of a 24-hour live stream. So it means a lot to us. If you are enjoying yourself, it would mean a lot to us if you'd hit that like button for us. Secondly, that you'd hit that share button for us. It is truly your mission today to share that out. That is something that you can do for us that means a lot to us. Get the word out so that we can properly find the people who are ready to donate to the cause. And by the way, thank you so much, Joe, for your donation as well, Joe Kaiser. We deeply appreciate you as well. Jim, are we ready with our next one? I am. All right, beautiful. Let's crank you guys up here.
Oh my gosh, I'm falling
Can you
over.
reset the recording again,
What have I
please?
been drinking?
I don't know. How'd you like Celsius? I grabbed a couple if you want later.
I've got one sitting over there, but I have to watch that with heart issues, So
Yeah, caffeine's a dangerous guy.
well, that's what I'm having too. So that's probably why. But hey, there's my son-in-law. I've got hot coffee over here, so I'm good. Are you done with your practice tonight? Well, all right. Get home and get some rest. I will tomorrow. Thank you, sir. Have a great evening.
Lynn
Son-in-law
says,
gonna
hi,
bang.
Jim. What kind of fruits and vegetables do you need the most?
Who's this?
Lynn.
Let's see. So vegetables, celery's always a good one. Onions seems to be one that we need, but we'll take anything and everything. Lettuce is always good. We try and bring a well-rounded meal if we can with a big salad or something along those lines. So anything that you can provide, we will use. How's that?
That's beautiful.
Okay.
And Oscar comes in and says, keep up the good work. He's keeping a close eye on us tonight.
Okay.
And then Kim says hello, and Christina also said hello.
Okay. I think my next person's coming right here, so we better get started. Are we live?
You're live.
All right, so I got Steven here. He is one of the guys over at our men's shelter, and I just asked him to share who he is and what he does and why he does it. So pretty simple.
Yeah, fair enough. Or a complicated answer for a potentially simple question. Because I mostly focus on the evenings over at the men's shelter currently. And depending on time of year, sometimes that's pleasantly little as far as chaos, but other times of years it can be a lot.
Right.
We're coming up on the point where cold weather services starts to dip down. When it starts getting below freezing and things, we let people come in regardless of their state of sobriety and things like that so that they can stay warm.
Right, right.
So because of that, a lot of what I do, it's interpersonal. It's getting to know people, All year, we have our regular residents who are trying to get beyond where they're at, do better for themselves in whatever capacity each individual needs. But during the winter, a lot of it really just comes down to letting people realize you actually know who they are.
Amen.
A lot of them are not at a point in their life where they want to move on or get better. They just want to numb the pain, bury whatever trauma it is that they're carrying. And a lot of times, chemical is the unfortunate, easy way to do that. So, a lot of it, it's really just letting people know that you care, actually being there. And while we don't have necessarily everything that someone could want, we have a lot of things that come through as just what people need. So even something as simple as noticing a guy doesn't have gloves when he walks through the door,
Right.
and saying, "Hey, I've got a whole box of them. I'll let you pick through. Take whatever looks like your style and fancy and things like that." You'll see odd changes happen with people, even when it's that simple, because someone noticed. They're not just another guy coming through. It's not just another tally mark on a spreadsheet or something like that. It's that intentionality and
Meeting people where they're at
meeting people where they're at,
and building that relationship from there.
and it is building that relationship. And some of them are real good relationships. Some of them are roller coasters, up and down. Just depends on the day. Some of them we have people who've been coming around for years, honestly, that they're not necessarily bad people,
Nope.
but they're lost. Sometimes they do some
Crazy things.
crazy things. And it's usually because they got depressed again. They went back to whatever bad habit it was. They're a little goofy out of their mind, and all of a sudden they're walking by, I don't know, truck. They see something in a bed that looks useful. They take it with them, or something like that, where they just like fall back into old patterns.
Yep.
But
Yep.
it's falling back into those old patterns. Once they clear up, a couple days later, they'll come and they'll be like, "I have no idea what I was doing. I don't know why I did that."
Right. Yeah.
And just reminding them over and over again that your past doesn't define who you have to be.
Right.
It's just simply something that you get to carry with you that can teach you what you could be. And a lot of it for me is telling people you can be a lot more than you realize. You might need some help.
Right.
You might need some guidance. You might need a new perspective. But if you're willing to accept that you still have a future, helping people get that dream and realize it doesn't have to be over just because things haven't gone right so far.
And it doesn't have to be a dream. It can be a hope for the future, giving them something to look forward to and a goal to work towards. And that's what I see you folks doing every day that are on the front line. So thank you for that. I do appreciate what you do. I don't get to talk to you very often because you're a night guy and I'm an early morning guy.
Yeah.
This is the latest I've been up in quite some time. Well, no, I've tried to condition myself to be ready for this in the last few weeks. So I've been staying up later than I ever have in many years. So, yeah, anything you'd like to add?
I guess one of the big things, just perspective for a lot of people, because you hear the good and bad about this place. Everyone has a story.
Yeah.
And we don't know until we take the time to get to know people what that story is that brought them to our doors. And while it's obvious that the people coming and asking us for help definitely have a not great story, they're not the only ones out there. They just happen to be the ones that it went bad enough for that they don't have any other place to turn.
Right.
So they're no different than anyone else.
Nope. They are a human being and they deserve respect and dignity. And again, we meet them where they are and we try and figure out what it is they need help with. And then we try and provide that help. So,
Absolutely.
like I said, thank you for what you do because I know you do a great job. I hear your name mentioned a lot in the daytime when you're a nighttime guy most of the time.
Wow.
And yeah.
Well, that's encouraging. I usually tell them, shh, don't tell anybody. Okay, that might not be true.
No, that might not be true, but you are making a difference, and we appreciate the difference that you're making. So God bless you and keep doing what you're doing. So I do have another lady that's ready to come in
All righty.
that was scheduled.
Well,
So
I will pass off the microphone.
yeah, and then you get to go have a nap or something along those lines.
I actually plan to hang out for quite a while. I'm naturally a night guy, like you said, so it's
Yeah, I
not
knew that.
unusual for me to be up at 3 or 4 in the morning anyway.
Okay.
So
Well, good. It'll be
I'll be
good to have
around.
you around. I'll get your microphone and we'll get Sheila over here and get her started. So,
yeah.
because I got to stay on schedule because I got another guy coming on.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 14 people. That's a record for our stream tonight. You know what? You could help us beat that record by hitting that share button for us. Help us get the word out. Let's see if we can get up to 20 people. That'd mean a lot to us. And thank you so very much for everyone who's leaving those comments. By the way, we still need those donations. $30,000 goal. We've been doing actually really, really well today. We've had several $1,000 donations come in today, several $500 donations, quite a few. And we are so very thankful. Remember, you can do it yourself. And you know what? I say $500, I say $1,000. You can do $5. You can do $10. You can do all that sort of stuff. You can do it at givegfrm.org, give.gfrm.org. You can also take a picture with your phone of that QR code on the left side of your screen and have a great time. Hey, let's get in on this as these two are talking about the bench again. It's more like a couch.
Not doing this, doing this,
No.
right? Oh, that's
So I
great.
brought
Yeah.
all the cushions from my lawn furniture at home. This is my bench from home too. My
Oh,
parents
sweet,
gave me this, my
sweet.
wife and I, this
Yeah.
before they passed, or
Yeah.
20 some years ago. So
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I got to wait for him to get done, and he'll tell us we're live.
What are we up to here?
We're just talking about life in general. I'm going to let you tell us who you are and what you do, and we have to keep it to a half hour.
Oh, I only get a half hour.
I know. And yeah. Normally they say
Can I come
15
back?
to 20 minutes. You can, yeah.
What
At
do you
3
have-
this morning, I have some free time.
Is that it? Is that the last time? 3 a.m.
No. I stopped doing scheduled interviews at 11 o'clock, I think, or somewhere around there. Charlie said he was coming over from the bat sometime tonight. So,
Good, good.
So yeah, we'll have him on whenever he comes, and if he wants to come tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, I think I start at 7 with people. Corey Reeves is going to come in real early, and then we're scheduled pretty much until 12:30 tomorrow, and then I
Yeah.
give a short talk when I'm done and go home and take a nap.
And yeah, a long one. And how do you fill your empty hours then?
How do I feel? About
Fill the empty hours.
Some of the city leaders, Greg Doyen, Jeremy Jones, had to go to a meeting this week.
So they taped?
So we taped
Oh,
early
yeah.
last week, and then I recorded some of my employees: Carrie Matter, Josh Seymour, Rob Rippey, my maintenance or facilities guy. I tried to honor them by not making them come at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I can see that. I can
So-
see that.
Carrie says,
So-
hi, Sheila Rice.
So you're already being seen.
Oh my goodness.
So have we been live?
Are we live on Facebook?
Okay, we are.
Cool.
So
great.
I'm going to let you introduce yourself because
Okay.
I might get choked up because we've known each other quite a while.
I know it.
So
I know. Well, Jim, thank you for even doing this because I think it's just such an important thing that people need to know more and more about.
Yeah,
You know, it's
I
like we
agree.
see it every day on the streets. I was just walking home from 10th Avenue South on 6th Street on a Saturday morning and 6 people. Six
Wow.
people.
Wow.
You know, and you know that's 1/10 of the
Yes.
people that have slept outside that night.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's just really important, and I'm really,
It
really
is.
glad to be here.
Well, this isn't my idea. This was brought on by Citygate Network, which is the association we're part of. For the last 4 years, they've been trying to get this going. 2 years ago, I think they had 4 missions that did this. Last year there was only 10, and this year they gave themselves a goal of trying to get 100 of us going. And I don't know what was in me that day, but I said yes to it.
Well, bless your heart. Bless your heart.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so there's
Yeah.
about 90 some missions out there, 80 to 90 missions that are trying to do this 24 hours of being on a bench in conversations with people in the community to try and get the message of what we can do to try and stop homelessness or curb homelessness. You have been doing a wonderful job since I met you when you were with the gas company years ago.
Yes, it's true.
And then
Yeah.
you left and went to Neighbor Works. So this is Sheila Rice, and she is still an advocate for Neighbor Works and works in our community all over the place doing things. So tell us.
Well, the way I jokingly say it, Jim, is that I retired from housing, but housing didn't retire from me.
Amen. I understand
And
that.
you know what it's like. It's such a compelling thing to think about what it's like to not have a home to go to.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, just so important, you know, and we all take it for granted. And I think that's part of our job is to make people, help people realize it's like everybody that's on the streets would love to have a home, would wants to have a home. People that are temporarily housed, that are
Right.
in a shelter, like the wonderful mission we have here, bless your soul, they want eventually to have a place to call their own home. So here's my story, and it's sticking to me.
Okay. And I'm sticking to it, right?
Right. Housing is the answer to homelessness,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
You know, this is how I think of it, and this is not original with me. I read it in a book.
Right.
Remember when we were kids, when we used to play musical chairs,
I do.
you know, and everybody would go around, and the music would stop, and one person would not have a chair.
Right.
And who was that person?
Yeah.
You know, they tended to be the kid that wasn't very fast or the girl that wasn't very aggressive, right?
Right. Right.
So people that didn't have all of the resources the other kids had were left without a chair.
Move. That's a
And
great
that's,
analogy.
That's where we are today.
Yeah.
It's like there's not enough houses to go around.
No, there's not.
So when you are playing musical chairs with homes, with houses, some people by definition are going to get left out
Yep.
because there's not enough places for them.
Yep.
So that's what I'm about now. It's like, okay, what do we do to get more houses? What do we do to get more housing?
Yeah.
And I know that you said Charles from next door is going to come down, and so in Great Falls, Neighbor Works. I've been retired for 8 years, so I had nothing to do with this.
Yeah. That's what you say, but have you been retired? And
Well,
what is
this
retirement?
is how I define retirement. I don't get a paycheck from anybody
Right.
deliberately.
Right.
I only go to the meetings that I really want to go to,
I like the sound of this.
and I sleep in when I want to. That's the other thing. Oh, and then there's this other thing, like I might take a nap every day too, right? That's
Yeah.
retirement.
That sounds enticing to me.
Don't say
So I'm
that
going to
to
do
us
it
right
next
now.
spring.
Pardon?
I'm gonna do
I
it next
know,
spring.
I know, and
Yeah.
I'm so excited for you.
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah.
excited for you.
Yeah.
So to get back to this issue, so what we've been working on is permanent supportive housing. So that's what the BATS block is,
Right.
and maybe you've already talked about that, or Charles will talk more in depth about it. But the point is that when people are long-term homeless, it's really difficult to go homeless to housed and do it successfully.
Right.
And so what we need are supportive services.
I agree.
And we call it permanent supportive services because it's permanent.
Yeah.
If you want to stay at the BATS block for the rest of your life, you can do that.
Very good.
If you decide in 6 months, I'm going out to get my own place here.
Yep.
I'm going to move out on the East End. I'm going to
Yep.
move to the West Side. That's good too. And then all these people that are in between those two sides of the pole.
Right.
So when I look at it, what I'm really, really interested in is permanent supportive housing. And in particular in Great Falls, you know, we've got some populations. God, that's a terrible word to use. We have some people, we have
Right.
some folks who are ready to leave the Mercy home. They've been victims of domestic abuse. And where do they go? There's not a house for them,
Right.
right? There's kids that are aging out of foster care.
They
And
don't
it
have a
can
place.
happen that the day they turn 18, they are essentially homeless.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest populations, people, groups that are now homeless are former foster kids. So they might make it for a little while on their own. But you know, you and I, we had these resources called families, right?
Mhm.
Foster kids don't always come.
I'm glad
with
you
that
brought that
family.
up. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it used
You
to be
can-
that the families would work together to take care of the people that they know and love, their family members, and that is sorely lacking at times nowadays. And I love the concept that you've got going on over here. We've already got 3 of our
And
folks moving
that's
in.
so wonderful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there's more coming from what I talked to Charles earlier today, and he said that there was probably a few more coming out of the mission that would get supportive housing. Do you remember that we used to manage that building under the old ownership?
I do.
And when I went into that place then, I thought, oh, good grief.
Yeah.
It was
Seriously.
Oh my gosh, it was dark and dingy and dreary. And when I went through the tour, I was
Yeah.
this is such
Yeah.
a transformation of this building. So thank you for making that happen and getting it going. I think it's wonderful. I was a little disturbed when I heard our folks couldn't go over there and get some supportive services, but I understand why, and it's okay. I love the fact that it's there, and that building has transformed completely. You guys did a marvelous job. It's beautiful, and I can't wait to see the successes that come out of it. So.
Well, Jim has given me credit, and really, that NeighborWorks didn't even own that building when I left, so they
I know.
did that whole
Sherry
thing.
did that,
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and her crew, and that's
Yeah.
wonderful. But
yeah.
I know the concept was born in your mind, I believe, and many other people's minds. I remember going to Washington, D.C. and talking to our legislators back there saying that we need supportive services for people. We need mental health services for people. And that's the concept. And Sherry was there when I was there. So
Yeah.
apparently she got her word across. Is that you?
No,
Okay.
it must be somebody in our fan club honking. Yay, go guys!
Or Charlie's trying to get into his car. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's been a hoot being here on 2nd Avenue South. We've had big trucks going by all day with all the construction. I jokingly said to people, "How many alleys did you have to go down to get here
Oh
today?"
yeah, yeah. yeah.
It's crazy how much construction
It
is
is.
here. And when Susan Wolf was here earlier, there was a bobcat that went by with a pipe on it. And about 5 minutes later, it looked like he went around again. I don't know if he was coming to see what we were doing or what, but I'm sure he went over here and picked up another piece of pipe.
Pipe.
And yeah, it's just
Yeah.
never a dull moment on this street. So continue on.
Well, I just want to talk about some of the successes that we've seen other cities have with permanent supportive housing. So I brought some notes, of course,
Okay.
right? So this is from Bozeman. The Human Resources Development Council there does permanent supportive housing.
Okay.
So they had one individual who went from being one of the top 5 users of an emergency room, the emergency room
Oh,
there,
yeah.
and the jail. So a frequent user of both the emergency room
Both.
and the jail. He
Two
went
things that you really don't want to be the frequent user
users,
of.
exactly. You
Yeah,
do not want that distinction. So he's gone after he entered permanent supportive housing to working 60 hours a week at a restaurant. No interaction with medical emergency room, no interaction with the police.
That's awesome. That's
Another
awesome.
one who had 74 law enforcement interactions prior to permanent supportive housing,
Those are interactions you don't want either.
Yeah.
So
had 2 the following year and 0 the next year.
that's awesome.
Yes, so that's the importance of this idea of, working as hard as we can to get more housing.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
and I just want to call out that the mission does an amazing job. And for the amount of money that you have to raise every year, because it's all private money,
That's true.
it's all donations, it's just astounding to me how much you can do
Yeah.
and how many people you can house here night after night after night after night. And
Yeah.
I know you're full many times.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
that's how
are.
necessary it is that that
Yep.
you're even full.
And
Yeah.
and we've done a fabulous job working with the other organizations in town, trying to get the help that these folks need, the support that they need, so that they can get into housing. I think I shared with you back at the beginning of COVID, we were very concerned about the apartments that were available to rent and what it would do when they shut everything down. And that year we housed like 26 families out of this building alone, plus men and women from the other shelters. And it's been very good because of the collaboration working with everybody, Neighbor Works and Opportunities Inc. and the Landlord Association, trying to get these folks someplace to go. We've had great successes, and it's because of working with
Right.
you and working with everybody else in the community, trying to figure out how we can get these folks the help that they need. So it's been wonderful, and I've had a ball. I mean, this is,
And how long have you been here?
it'll be 15 years when I'm done.
Wow,
Yeah.
bless your heart.
Yeah, and if somebody, I've told people before today, if somebody would have told me 35 years ago where I'd be right now, it wouldn't have been on my radar. I did not expect this in my life. I thought I was going to retire from Sears Roebuck and Company at 55 or 60 and be done. And here I'm 68 and I'm still going. And it hasn't been a job. It's been an adventure, and it's not even the military. How about that?
Jim, my mother used to have a saying that God writes straight with crooked lines.
Yeah, that's true. And I was a crooked line for many years, I'll tell you. But
Well, I think more she meant that we don't know.
no, we
But
don't.
he's got a path for us.
He
But
does.
we can't see that path.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
And back in my younger days when I thought I knew everything and was young and stupid, yeah, I made a lot of bad choices. Only by the grace of God, I didn't end up living at a rescue mission for a time. But I was smart enough to listen when it happened. And it took me packing up and leaving my home in central Pennsylvania and moving to Montana to get me where I needed to go. And then by the grace of God, I found a beautiful woman that we've shared 45 years together, and
Amazing.
she's made me want to be somebody different than what I was headed down the road to. And yeah, it's been an amazing ride. And then I get to meet people like you that have such a big heart and are caring and understanding. And I mean, yeah, but by the grace of God, here I am.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think when I think back about Great Falls or think about Great Falls, it really is a very tight community that really has the same goals.
Yeah.
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 When I go and report to the city commission, okay, this is what we've done and this is what we need to do. We need this and this and this. You get this sense of the city says, what can we do? How can we support that? Same with the county,
Yep.
the school district.
Yeah.
There's just so many people
Yeah.
that are trying to tackle this very problem as fast as they can.
And we're trying to do it together as a
Yes,
community, not
yes.
just one saying, I've got the right way and you got the wrong way. That's not
Right.
even the case. We can agree to disagree, but we can move forward knowing that we're working together and doing it. I had 2 city commissioners on earlier today, and I have the mayor coming tomorrow, the city manager and the new deputy city manager who serves on my board of directors. We're both out of town this week. So we recorded them last week. They tried
Good.
to get out of this.
No.
And we said no.
No, you can't do
So,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
so we
Yeah.
recorded them, and unfortunately, they'll be on at 3 or 4 in the mornings
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
nobody's awake
Yeah.
other than me. But we'll be playing that continually. So it is truly a community effort, and I love the fact that we all try and do the right thing for the right reason.
Yeah.
And I see it happening more than what I did when I started 15 years ago. I think it's been a learning experience for all of us. We don't have to do this by ourselves. We can work together
Right.
and make a bigger impact and a
Right.
better situation for the folks that are
Right.
here. So thank you for what you've been doing all these years, and don't ever give up.
Same with you.
Yeah,
Same with you.
I'm not going to give
Yeah.
up.
Well, and Jim,
Yeah.
when we talk about that it's changed and there's more collaboration, I think everybody had to move. Even the rescue mission had to say, we can't do this by
No,
ourselves.
and that was
We-
something I learned early
Yeah,
on.
we have got
Yep.
to
Yep.
we've got to figure out the collaborative approach.
Mhm.
And I don't want our audience to think that this is all easy and it's just going
It's not.
fine. It's millions of dollars that are needed to really build the kinds of places that we need to build.
I agree.
You know, it's a tiny home community for people that just need a separate spot. They
Yep.
just need that
Yep.
place, right? It's apartments for the people that are graduating from the transitioning from the Mercy home, people that are transitioning from Family Promise,
Yes.
and then the foster kids that I mentioned earlier, and then of course, you know, the newly employed homeless. People would be shocked if they knew how many people had steady jobs. But
In the mission
yeah.
itself, I mean,
Yeah.
it's the men's shelter at one point, we thought roughly 80% had jobs.
right.
And it's just that they had made some choices that got them to where they are, and it took them a while to dig themselves out of that. In the
Right.
family center, it's the same way. I had a young man come in that was unrehearsed or even unscheduled earlier tonight just to say thank you to what we do here, and thank you to the people that are living here, because they work together. They
Yeah.
pray for each other. They share each other's struggles. It's amazing to hear. And this has been such a blessing for me, because I'm learning so much from everybody. We had somebody from Family Promise here earlier that was unscheduled, and she was over here just watching. And I said, "Did you want to come on?" And she said, "Sure." And she's
Great.
a board member over there. And
Right,
what a
great.
blessing it was for her to come. And
Yeah.
I have a new friend over there now.
Right. Right.
So,
And yeah, again, I guess the way I look at it is, where are the chairs? We've got to add more chairs.
Yeah.
To this.
well,
So
yeah. Or we could do it like the first one. Jim and I were talking about this before you got here, about the first fundraising campaign that we did on the roof of the women's shelter about 14 years ago. And we tried to do it the end of September, early October, to get that pity vote. It was so cold, you know, and
Yeah.
here we are outside. And the first day we were up there, I got sunburned. And that was unexpected.
Yeah.
But then it did rain a little bit, and people did feel a little bit sorry for us about being up there. We had a DJ up there that was going live on the air every now and then, but it was such a blessing to do. And we had people calling in or getting on the chat saying, "Hey, I remember that."
Oh, that's great. That is great.
So yeah,
It's a solvable problem.
It is.
If
It is.
we have the resources to do it.
yep.
The resources are money, but not exclusively money.
No,
But
no.
definitely, if I could say anything to the listening audience, it would be, think about this when you're doing your year-end giving. You
Amen.
know,
Yep.
and think about the number of agencies in Great Falls that do provide homeless services.
Yep.
We'll be happy to list those off for you. But
Yeah.
there's
Well, and I've said earlier today that it's not just about the rescue mission. We are working with all the different agencies
Yeah.
that we can to try and get the job done. And we're starting our week of compassion through fasting on Saturday, which is normally in the spring, but we thought we'd tie it into this thing today. And years ago when we started this, the first year I did it, it was about raising money for the mission. But very quickly, the second year, I knew that it wasn't just about the mission, it was about any organization. So if the mission isn't your heart, find one that is and donate to them, because every nonprofit out there has needs, and they have, you know, a wish list. And the more that they raise, the better we can do together to get the job done. So that's the way I'm looking at this. I'm
Excellent.
inviting
Yeah.
every opportunity. You gave me some names, and I
Yeah.
called some of them, and
Good.
I only have so many spots available. I didn't want to bring people out at 3 a.m. Maybe they'll come, who knows. But it's just been a blessing to be able to meet a new person from Family Promise that I didn't. She's a
Right.
board member.
Yeah.
She didn't need to be over here, but she was interested in it. She told me a friend of hers from North Carolina works at a mission and told her about this, so she put it on her calendar. And she saw that Great Falls Rescue Mission was one of the organizations that
Yeah.
was doing it. So she came and she hung out for over an hour, and I finally got her on when I didn't have somebody scheduled. Or I think it was when Corey didn't make it, the mayor. He had a track meet for his son down in Helena today, and he tried to get out of it yesterday. He's watching now, probably. He's coming tomorrow morning
Yeah, good.
to talk
Good.
with us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So What's that?
Your next interview is ready for you.
Oh, my. Okay.
Okay,
I
well,
better
time
boogie.
flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
Okay,
God bless you
bless
for
your
being
heart.
here.
Yeah,
Yep.
good to
Thank
see you,
you.
buddy.
It is.
Take care.
And keep doing what you're doing.
You too.
Okay.
You too.
Take care.
Take care. See
All
you.
right, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
we're
I
going to be
need your
switching
microphone.
things up here for a few moments because we are about to go live with Kansas City. And there are folks out there. We're very excited to spend some time with them. Stay tuned in here, and we will get things up and running, hopefully, as quickly as possible. Thank you so much for joining us on our live stream this evening as we get things up and rolling. A very exciting time here with Jim McCormick and the Great Falls Rescue Mission. And we are getting things all set up. So hopefully, really quickly, Kansas, if you are hearing us on your end, make sure to give me a little wave to our feed. And that way we know that you are all connected in with us. And we will be looking forward to going live with Kansas here shortly. And we're working out some of our bugs here as we are moving ahead here. So we should be going live here shortly. I will warn everyone, we may have some small audio issues as we try to get this up and running. So this will be our first time trying to do a stream to stream, or what they're calling a CEO to CEO. So looking forward to starting this, and hopefully we'll have a good connection here shortly.
Okay, good. Ooh, I can hear something happening.
Yes. And let me know for you if it's too loud.
It's probably, yeah, you could tell me.
You turn it down? Okay. All right. So,
And I still have my microphone that's working?
yes, your microphone is still working. And I have to find which one is yours here. Let's try that level and see what we got here. Okay. Folks, we're doing this very live at the moment, so hopefully we will have this up and rolling here. We're waiting for Kansas to unmute, and hopefully we'll have a connection here shortly where they will be able to hear us. We're still working out some bugs, though. All right. Chat to chat. Bear with us, though, folks, as we await Kansas. And then also, we need to get our stuff unmuted. Yeah. We are still working out some bugs, folks, as we're awaiting Kansas City to unmute. Hopefully, we'll be able to hear them shortly. We are still waiting.
Watch me eat a cookie then.
Go for it. There we go. All right. We are hearing Kansas right now, folks, so we do apologize if you do happen to hear into them doing their technical solutions right now. But we are hearing them, thankfully. So we will be joining them here in a little bit, and now we have to handle on our end to get this working. But we are doing good.
I think I just heard Eric.
Yep, I believe you heard someone over there, that's for sure.
Yep.
So we're going to transfer over here. There we go.
Now we're on two screens.
I don't know what you did there, buddy. Where'd he go?
I don't know where he went. He's in the corner.
I hear it.
Is he still there?
Yep. Somebody's doing something besides us.
Okay.
Whoever
Can you
I'm
gentlemen
on
hear us on your
the-
side?
This is be-
Whoever
this is
I'm on
only-
the-
we do Zoom all
Yes,
the time,
yes.
and this is the only time.
And
it's
I
Zoom
just
becoming
muted them
difficult.
at the same time. So now we gotta backtrack here. Like I said, folks, we're doing this live. This is how do we put this? This is a what was his name? The guy who said, "We'll do it live."
Okay,
Yeah,
that's our
that
current
was.
feed. Now we just got to get some sound.
All right, let's do this here.
That was freaky. I can hear him just barely. Yeah, just barely, brother. We're trying to get the technical issues figured out on our end. How are you doing? I don't know that he can hear me. Eric, are you there? Just barely.
Okay, he can't hear us, so we got to figure out how to do that. I can turn him up in your ears a little bit.
Okay.
So that ought to.
Well, you turned me up. That's scary.
Yeah, I'll turn you up while we're turning them up too. So it's probably something on our end.
I'm hearing you better now, Eric.
Well, I turned you up, so you're hearing what I'm doing for you. Oh, so it is maybe on their end.
I'm sorry. I can hear you better than I did earlier.
Great Falls to Fresno, they're having audio issues on their end, and in a rush here, would you guys be able to radio them and let them know? Maybe we'll just do a phone call with them. We're prepared to do that.
The good news is I have nobody scheduled after this, so we can take what time we need. Did you just hear that? They're not getting sound from us. So.
Right, but that's probably on their end, considering that we have our mixer set up. So we're going to set up our stuff here, and you're going to take the phone call from my phone. So I will need Eric's phone number from you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are working out bugs still. We're about to connect, hopefully, with them over the phone here moments. Hello, Eric.
Hi, I'm not.
We are making a few adjustments on our end so that we can take your phone call over here. And thanks for being patient. I'm not sure if it's our end. We're assuming it was yours with the audio issue. But can you hear Jim now? Go ahead and talk, Jim.
Hello, Eric. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
I'm not sure if it's going out on the turn out. I don't know what the sound is, but the picture is. All right, that's the problem.
Technology, who would have thought? Huh?
We're still checking on our end over here as well.
Well, we've had no problems doing things internally, but we haven't been able to do one of these connections yet.
We're in the same boat on our end over here. This is the first time of us doing an outward connection as well.
Right. So how's your day going, Eric?
It's been good. It's already been long. Now you don't look like you're outside.
I am outside. We just haven't.
You are outside. Where are you at?
I'm in the underneath the awning in front of the Cameron Family Center.
Okay.
The reason that we did it that way was we were going to be on the sidewalk, but we failed to get a permit, and we didn't want to get in trouble, so we moved me in on the garden area, which is right outside the front door of the Cameron Family Center. So we got some tables set up and some big lights, and trust me, it's getting chillier as time goes on. But we've had a great time so far, the 6 or 7 hours, or how many were we at, 8?
No, we're well past 8. I think we're like at 10 or 11 now.
Okay. Well, that means we're almost half done, and I'm still going strong. I just had Jim Kaiser a little while ago, the gentleman that replaced you when you decided to go to Texas, and then after him I had Sheila Rice on, and I told her that we were going to meet with you via Zoom, and she said, well, give him my love and tell him hello. So Sheila says hello. You remember her, I'm sure.
I sure do.
Yeah. So it's been a wonderful time. We've had a number of residents from the Cameron Center and the men's shelter come over. We've had a number of employees come in at different times. We had 2 city commissioners so far that came and shared. We had the mayor coming tomorrow. I reported the city manager and deputy city manager because they were away at a conference. We did that last week. We're going to share that after we're done with you sometime in the evening, and I reported a number of the employees of the mission so that they could go home and go to sleep, and we'd have something new to show folks if they're staying up all night with us. So that way I can take off and go have some dinner and get my sugar back up to where it needs to be so I can make it through the rest of the time. So yeah, it's been a wonderful time. I'm having the time of my life. This is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've been down. We're right in downtown. There's we're listening to the helicopters going to the hospital. We've been listening to police cars zipping by. But we've had a good conversation with people. It's slowed down. We've also had been doing a prayer tent where people have been coming and praying and going through prayer stations. And then we've had a artist that has been working on a piece that'll come into the mission that has a homeless person on a bench sleeping with a guardian angel. And so they stopped about 9, maybe 10 o'clock, and she'll be back here about 5 a.m. in the morning and finish that art piece.
Wow, that's awesome. Great idea. We'll have to keep that one for next year.
So
you had some good conversations pre-planned and then some walk-ins, or how's it been going down there?
Yeah, we kind of, early on we had a lot more planned ones. We still have some planned ones. We had a lot more people from different homeless shelters. We had our city. Our city actually has a homeless office.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Office of unhoused populations, and so we had the head of that department on for about an hour.
Oh, good.
And he was also interviewing folks. The camps have become a real challenge here. Last year we had 12 homicides in camps alone, and so when When COVID had happened, they stopped enforcing the closing of camps down. And it got to a point where, unfortunately, a lot of people in camps is either an addiction issue or a mental health issue.
Right.
There's a lot of victimization. And so one of the things the city has done is they started to close the camps down, but they want to give people opportunities to come into places like Shelter KC, other services. So they've got a team of about 8 that just go out and say, hey, let's get you into Shelter KC. A lot of times they bring my staff with. And the other thing they've added recently is they also then have what they call CARES Court, that if you have warrants, they can have it where the judge will just do a FaceTime with you. And if you agree to go into case management at one of the shelters and follow through, then your warrant goes away. Because often, a lot of times, somebody would get some things together, but then they couldn't get into housing because of the warrant.
Right.
One of the things that's unique is Kansas City no longer has a jail. So we only have a felony jail. We don't have a misdemeanor jail.
Oh, wow.
That was a city jail. And so one of the things is often
the warrants will just keep you from getting employment, keeping you from getting housing, but you aren't necessarily going to jail. And so they're actually going to build a temporary jail because the World Cup is coming. But in the meantime, there is no, if you commit a misdemeanor in Great Falls,
they just write you a ticket. So it's not the guardrail. I mean, not in Great Falls, in Kansas City.
Right.
So,
and we kind of jumped right into talking, but I think I need to do a little preemptive here. Folks in Great Falls, if you're getting this live on Facebook, I'm talking with Eric Berger, the former director of the Great Falls Rescue Mission, before Jim Kaiser, and a friend of mine, and we decided that we'd communicate with each other. And Eric is now at Shelter KC in Kansas City, Missouri or Kansas?
Missouri.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right. So Eric has been sharing what's going on down there. I shared a little bit about what's going on up here. So you're having pretty good reception as far as people coming in and chatting with you. It sounds like you've got things wired up pretty good. You had an artist in there that was doing a painting, and the person in charge of the homeless group for the city. What else is going on? What do you have planned for the rest of the night?
Well, the next thing I have after you is we have a group called the Fatherhood Foundation, which was started by a local church. There's now chapters all throughout the area, some of them in jail, some of them in other churches. And what they do is work with folks on how to be fathers. But one of the things that's kind of cool about it is if you have child support issues, if you complete this course and you start making payments on your child support, the state will erase all the fines and interest, so you can kind of get back on track.
Oh, good.
And so one of the things that we really want to do is get folks to get not only take that financial responsibility that they've been overwhelmed with their children, but actually restore that relationship of being a godly father. And so I've got one of our staff went through that program and now facilitates it with us. And so that's been kind of a neat thing that we do.
Good. Sounds like you got some good things happening down there. I'm glad we were talking, because I'm gonna be calling you back after I wake up on Monday.
Well, we're also under construction currently.
Building a
and
new
so
building?
we're building a new building. That's actually in the parking lot. We're set up in a U here. And so in that U is where the parking lot was.
Right.
And so we're just filling that insert with a new entrance, a dedicated chapel, and then the second floor will be new classrooms for our what we call Secor Christian Community Recovery, and then on the third floor, we'll add 24 new beds for recovery. This is a phase 2. We had done renovations on the main mission, added respite beds and a mental health shelter.
How many beds do you have at the shelter?
So we have two locations. Our women's center is about 3 miles away, and there's 2 buildings there. There's a building that we house people in, and we have another building where all the classes and education are in. And then our men's center is currently 4 buildings, but they're all attached.
Okay.
So when on the outside you can tell it's 4 different buildings. On the inside, it just kind of snakes forever.
Right. And so, how many beds do you have available for folks that are coming in?
So we have 70 emergency shelter beds.
Okay.
We have some dedicated. We have 14 mental health beds, and we have 6 respite beds for people coming out of the hospital.
Right.
Jim,
And
do me a
these
favor,
almost
check
are
your
like
microphone
hospitals.
for me. Thank you. Sorry, gentlemen. Just want to get that microphone doing a little better. It's rubbing up and making a little bit of noise.
Test.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you. It was me that they're not hearing me. Yeah, now he's got me up. I think it's because I have the other microphone in my pocket.
That's it. Thank you. Perfect.
Okay. All right. Sorry for that, Eric. Keep going. So you got 6 respite beds?
Yeah.
Is that what I heard?
So we have respite beds for people coming out of the hospital, and then we have a mental health shelter that is a little bit smaller staff ratio, not as smaller dorms, even some individual rooms in that, and then we have 40 beds for Christian alcohol and drug recovery, and then we also have 20 beds in another facility for women in a recovery program.
Okay.
Now, what's interesting here is there's another rescue mission,
Yes.
City Union,
Mhm.
that's about 3 blocks, well, a little more than probably about 9 blocks away. There's then the city has shelters, and so we kind of have our niche. Others people have their niches.
Right.
One of the things that we really started looking at is everybody's really concerned about this chronic homeless population. And if you look at the chronic homeless population, it's mental health, addiction, or chronic health issues are all 3.
Right.
And so as they were all talking about needing more beds, we felt it was more important to get the right kind of beds. So we kind of have focused on, in our expansion, more recovery beds, and then the mental health, and so on. One of the things I miss, one of the things that's different in a big city is, in some ways, you don't have to do it all because there's a lot of other organizations.
Right.
But and in some ways, then, like we don't do women and kids like you do. There's
Right.
another group that's that.
Okay.
And sometimes that's a good thing, but sometimes maybe people fall in between the cracks because it's not like there's one group that just does that.
Right.
One of the things that I kind of miss about a Great Falls is that you're doing a problem solving. You go to Rotary, and half the people in the community, or the police chief answers your phone call.
Right. Right.
The police chief's assistant to the assistant to the assistant answers my calls here.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Well,
and
that's
so
a big
it's-
city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little different environment. On the other hand, we have staff dedicated just to homelessness.
Right.
and those folks we're talking to all the time.
Mhm.
And so that's where, you know, there's a difference there.
Yes.
But yeah, you know, um, you know, one of the things is, you know, what Great Falls Rescue Mission looks like now with your new facilities to families and you know, when I came there now almost 26 years ago.
What year did you come? 99?
99.
Okay.
Yeah. To give you an idea, at that point, the mission had no internet.
Yeah. How could
Didn't
we?
have a fax machine.
Yeah.
The joke was bringing the mission to the 80s.
In 99. Yeah.
In 99 was our goal. Yeah. All the computers were 286s because that's what the client software was on.
Right.
And they had a bunch of them, and the fear was when the 286 computers finally died, we wouldn't be able to run the client management system because it only ran on a 286 computer.
Right.
And at that point, the entire staff was me and Baker.
John Baker.
Yeah.
And Samantha.
Samantha wasn't on board yet.
Oh,
When
yeah.
I
She
came,
just hit 20 years. Yeah.
The only staff member was there was my first hire was Don Molson.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And the funny thing there is we only had so many phones, and when we were first starting to kind of have a database for donors, she would do the database, but the computer wasn't anywhere near the phone. So she would take and start wheeling on the chair about 15 feet to where the phone was. And she had long blonde hair.
Yep.
And the static electricity from her hair shorted out the entire phone system, and she was wheeling with the chair. So you guys have come a long ways from where we were.
Right. Right.
That was back where that conference room is now.
In the in the men's shelter. Yeah.
Oh, if only I had hair like that now.
Well, and as we grew, there was an office space.
Yep.
So that office that's right off the contact was my office. I had another person in my office. Then there were two people that were in the closet of my office as we grew. And then no one could go to the bathroom without going through my office. And so, like I said, you guys have come a long ways since then. But it was fun. You know, the community was ready for growth.
Yes, they were.
And,
yep.
And so, you know, we definitely grew during that. Time.
Well, I remember when I came on, I was the store general manager for Sears Roebuck for my final 5 years of my 30-year career. And I had a beautiful office that I was hardly ever in because I was one of those guys that was out teaching and showing people how to sell and taking care of customers. And my office, when I came to the rescue mission, was the closet off of your old office. And they highlighted it by saying it had a window in it. And the window went into another closet. Yeah, I thought, whew, what did I do? But it's been a wonderful time. I think I'm hitting 15 years this winter sometime, and yeah, I've had a ball. This has been a blessing. So, thank you for laying the groundwork for where we're at today. We do appreciate everything that you did here. I remember when you announced you were leaving was when I felt called to come to the mission and ministry, and I came and talked to you, and you gave me the hope that there might be a place for me. And shortly thereafter, Jim did hire me, your predecessor. I just had him on before Sheila, and we reminisced about many of the different things that have taken place here since we both came on. What he was here since 2009, and I came on in 11, I think it was. It's been a joy and a privilege to be a part of it, and we thank you for laying the groundwork that you did when you got here. You were here for roughly 10 years, correct?
Yeah, exactly 10 years. And of course, it was what was a good time for us is, our kids were right at that point. One was in 3rd grade, one was in 6th grade.
Right.
And then, we really felt, loved Great Falls, but felt it was kind of time that, to do other ministry. And so Erica had graduated from high school.
Right.
Our oldest daughter, Karen, and Erica and Karen both live in Kansas City, but our oldest daughter married a Great Falls kid.
I remember that now. Yeah.
Corey Wallace, military family.
Right.
But our kids, certainly consider Great Falls their home. Consider themselves Montanans. We still, I was going to throw on my Grizzly gear when I got with you, but I forgot it. But I still, every once in a while, I can figure out how to watch a Montana game. We do.
Right. Right.
So,
gentlemen,
yeah.
Very quickly, Kim Gray Smith says hi, Eric.
Okay.
And then also Wendy McCormick, I think we all know who she is, says these are great stories, Eric.
That's good. You remember Kim from the Nazarene Church, right?
Yeah. Well,
good.
that's one of the things I've joked with you about is when you retire, how are you going to find another Jim that went to Sunday school with me? Because evidently that's the requirement to be the executive director at Great Falls Rescue Mission.
Well, I printed a couple job descriptions for the executive director job when I went to the board of directors and told them that I wanted to retire next spring. And one of them was from a Kansas City rescue mission. And the first line of that job description said, "You must be a member of the Nazarene Church." And I thought, now, where did that come from? And how did Eric get that printed on there? But it's not a requirement, and Jim is not a requirement. We have Tim helping me.
No, that's a requirement. That is totally a requirement.
No, it's
yes,
not.
Oh yeah.
We have Tim helping me with the technology of this thing tonight, and he said, I'm glad my name's not Jim. And I said, well, Tim's very close. We could probably change that T to a J. So, yeah.
Well, when we were going to the Nazarene Church, there were 3 Jims. Because the pastor was Jim too.
That's true. That's true.
And so it always got a little. So I've had a lot of Jims in my life. So, well, say hi to everybody there. Our heart is still very much in Great Falls. Everybody here has heard all the Great Falls stories.
Yep.
And so, I think when you're involved in kind of building something in those beginning times, you get to know people differently.
Yes, you do.
You need volunteers to actually build stuff.
Yep.
You're physically doing stuff, and so some of our fondest relationships really go back to Great Falls.
Yep.
And of course, some of those people aren't with us.
No.
The Evensons and
Jim Johnson,
and so on.
Yeah.
Jim Johnson.
Yeah. Well, when you were here, you gave me a new new outlook on life with sharing about the rescue mission, and you were a blessing to me, and you were the one that got me looking at that as a possibility. And when the Lord called me, I knew I had to answer. So I attribute my 15 years of joy and fellowship with people at the rescue mission to you and Jim Kaiser. So thank you so very much for your heart when you were sharing at the Great Falls Rescue Mission. It's always a pleasure to see you at the national meetings and reminisce a little bit about it. I remember working on your home before you moved. It was just a blessing. So you've been a good friend and a good colleague and a good mentor, and you have made a difference in so many people's lives in so many different states and so many different cities. Just keep doing what you're doing, brother, and know that you are loved and that you are serving our risen Savior the way that you should. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And like I said, say hi to everybody there
I
in
will.
Great Falls. God bless.
All right. You take care, my brother.
Great chat between you two. Great chat between you two. Did you enjoy that, Jim?
Yeah, I did. It was
Good,
great.
good.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, everyone, for your patience as we got that going.
Can I take these off?
You may. You may. Absolutely. What, you don't like hearing me?
No. I don't like hearing me.
That's Well, thank you so much for everyone who's tuned in. Don't forget, you can donate now, give.gfrm.org. And yes, the night is growing young, my friends. That was Eric Berger out of Kansas City. That was very cool. I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah, it was a little bit time coming, but it was well worth it. So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for not giving up.
Oh, no. We don't give up here. Yeah. Yes, exactly. By the way, I haven't had the chance to introduce my coworker here, Dylan. So if you don't see me talking back here, because I'm the talker between us, I force Dylan into talking scenarios. But if I'm not behind the board, my awesome friend Dylan is watching things out. So and he's coming to help me out. Now, I am not going to go take a nap. I'm not going to stop. You and I are in this for the long haul, Jim. So.
Oh, I thought maybe you were going to sleep right where you're at.
No, it might turn into that. Yeah, there's plenty of room under the table here.
Right.
So we can make this work. So go on, whatever you want next. Are you wanting something, or we want to go?
I did not schedule anything later than this last Zoom call with Eric Berger, so we're open to running some videos.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to go get something more than a cookie.
Yep, I get it.
So I'm going to run into my office and grab the rest of my sandwich I didn't eat earlier.
Beautiful.
I got some empanadas that my daughter brought down. I'm going to heat those up and maybe have those and see where they take me. But yeah, I'm going to take a 15, 20-minute break, and then I'll come back out, and we'll go from there.
Not a
I
problem.
might even have different shoes on because my feet are getting a little chilly.
Yeah, I
here,
changed
so.
my socks, man.
Yeah.
We're in the warm socks now.
Yeah, I had the warm socks on, but now I'm going to put on some fake sorrels.
There you go.
Yeah,
There
if
you
they
go.
still fit. I haven't worn them in a long time.
I'm in the smart wools now, baby.
Yep.
All
me
right.
too. Me too.
Well, let's go ahead and jump over to Greg Doyen. We're going to give this one a second shot for the evening.
Okay.
And so you are free to go, my friend.
All right.
Just take off that microphone. That way we don't hear the toilet flush. Yeah, go ahead and pot him down. All right, perfect. And thank you, everyone. Now, we're going to give this a second shot, our pre-record from earlier today. We deeply appreciate your patience with us when we are doing it live, kind of a scenario. And this is definitely... Oh, Bill O'Reilly. That's right. Dylan says Bill O'Reilly. Yep. Well, good call. And someone would have told us if we had done that wrong. So bear with us just a second longer as I try to get our systems to swap over here for us. Hopefully, I'm going to get this fairly quickly as I juggle between two computers here. But once again, folks, if you're enjoying the heart and effort of what we're creating here, it would mean a lot if you would consider donating to the cause. You can do that, give.grfm.org, give.grfm.org. And don't forget, friends, if you don't have money, many of us don't, we know how that feels, you can donate your time, all right? And you can do that at the all-important volunteer.gfrm.org. I know it sounds repetitive because it is. We're trying to make it easy for you. So if you want to give money, you can go to give.grfm.org, or you can donate your time at volunteer@gfrm.org. All right, we almost got things switched over here, so thank you so much for your patience, because we do want you to be able to see our lovely little chair while we do our our little feed from our other computer here. So I am juggling all of our stuff around right now as I speak, and we're going to try to get this up and running here. So a little music for you guys as we get kicked into our next piece here. So hang on just a second. And we are once again attempting to get our audio from our other computer over. So please bear with us half a second. I think we're in a better position than we were earlier today. But, of course, we are juggling as before. So let's see if we hit a few buttons, throw a computer or two against the wall. We will find the right button here that's going to get us going. Just in that lovely little moment as we try to juggle between the two. So keep bearing with us for a few minutes here. This is called having a very calm voice while freaking out on the other side. We're doing good, though, so keep being patient with me just a little bit longer as we do our stuff. Oh, yes. Right. I'd say take his phone over to Chris, and Chris can probably run it into him. Yeah, that one's Jim's phone. So, okay, let's go back to our other feed while once again I do a little bit of juggling over here. I'm gonna try and reset a couple of our processes here. It is definitely not the most perfect system, and it's not good for me to say that because it's mine. I'm literally the guy who built all of this, so you'd think I know what I'm doing, right? You're so funny. So let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. All right. All right, some more music for you guys. You know how this goes. It really should be the theme from Jeopardy or something, but, you know, that's how it goes. We'll be back in just a moment.
I'd just like him to elaborate and tell us what he loves about Great Falls sometime along the line. So my first question, Greg, is first of all, thank you for your service to our community. You've been here for quite a few years now.
Almost 18.
18.
Can
Wow.
you believe it?
Wow.
Nobody's more surprised than I.
That's funny. So what do you see as one of the most important factors of helping those that find themselves without a home that you've seen in Great Falls? What do you think is the most important thing that we can do to get homelessness under control, I guess, is the best, easiest answer.
Yeah, if there was an easy answer for that, we
Yeah.
wouldn't be having to do what we do, right? And,
Yeah, that's
and
true.
providing the services. But thank you for having me and inviting me to have a chat with you on the bench.
Yeah.
Even though we're inside, not outside even. It's
Well,
Thursday.
it was cold outside
I
today,
understand. Okay.
and I'm in shorts. So, and you couldn't be here
Right.
for the event, so we're doing it ahead of time. I'm hoping it's warm when I'm out there, so that I can wear
yeah,
shorts.
me too, for your sake, for sure. Yeah, that's a big question, and I think it kind of goes to, why is government unable to successfully eliminate some of these chronic issues that we see, whether they're societal or things like that are not as impactful, like parking. It's like
Right.
it's because there's no easy answer, and if there were, it's something that probably would have been addressed and remedied a long time ago.
Mhm.
And so when I think about the homeless situation, I think about it maybe a little bit more broadly than people think, because
Okay.
in this position, I've had a chance to travel a lot, and I've been able to travel into major cities.
Right.
And so I always kind of default to some of my experiences in large cities outside of Montana that I have observed homeless encampments and folks that are clearly struggling with addictions, with mental health issues, and so forth. And there's one story that that I share with people, that I was at Union Station in DC, and this is blocks away
Right.
from the Capitol building.
Right.
And number one, I was surprised by the heavy armed presence in the facility. And then secondly, when I went out the front door, I was looking at this tent encampment with rats running between the tents. I couldn't believe it.
In
To
our
have
capital.
the Capitol in the background of this small tent city with clearly unhealthy, non-hygienic kind of situation, and then all this armed presence and everything like that. What a juxtaposition it was. You see that a lot in DC. You see it a lot in Seattle. Homelessness and the difficulties there, and then San Diego.
Yeah.
And in San Diego,
The whole Pacific Coast, I think, has its issues.
really, really tough. And sometimes the climate lends itself to that. Sometimes the population, everything like that. And then we have Great Falls, and I know that people do travel and have different experiences. Sometimes I think that the public looks at a homeless person that's out and about, and they're like, "Woof, we've got a crisis here."
Right.
That there's
Right.
a real issue.
Right.
Just having one or two that are maybe more visible in certain areas. And then I think, well, actually, this is a problem that is all over the country, all over the world, literally, right?
Right.
And what is so frustrating about it is that despite all of people's good intentions and policies and all the arguments that go around with it, it's still there. So what is going on there? And so it is frustrating for people that live in this community to see it. And they've seen it manifest itself in different ways through engagement with people that may be homeless in the parks. And at one point we had an encampment here, and then just seeing kind of the day-to-day in the downtown and those types of things. And so my perspective is that it is a challenge everywhere, and that the intensity of it can be different depending on the area that you're in. And so our population here, there tends to be a cycle, right? More in the summer. Winter's really tough, so people have to find alternative living situations in order to survive. And unfortunately, there's been some sad stories related to that. And then summer ramps up, and then we kind of see another influx, and we hear about it from users in the downtown and business owners and so forth.
Right.
And so there has been a long, ongoing conversation about housing in the country, right?
Right.
And it's been more intense, I think, over the last couple of years, in large part, I think, because of the economy, and in large part because I think the real estate market is kind of bonkers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really bad
Right.
in Montana.
Yes.
It is. Like,
Yeah.
if you don't follow real estate trends, nationally, sometimes you lose perspective, but it really is expensive to
is
live here. But
very.
we're not the only state. Some people that may be listening may have seen some of the polls or the research where Montana is the most one of the most expensive states to live in, and so forth. And so, does that complicate everybody's ability to find affordable housing, including the homeless? Yeah,
Yes, it
clearly
does.
it does.
It does. And
There's
we're one of the more affordable in the state of
in the
Montana
state so far.
comparatively speaking to
Yeah.
the other towns our size.
Right.
So it's pretty crazy that, yeah, but it's going the same route. I mean,
We hear
I
it.
see it coming
know.
the same route. I'm floored at how many apartment buildings are going in around here in this town, and yet there's still people that can't find a place.
Right. Because the units are expensive. I mean,
They
I
are.
think on average, 12 to 1,500 probably for a one bedroom
Right.
is kind of what I'm hearing.
Right. And I heard some of the real estate that was for Section 8 or that type of thing, that the owners were trying to get folks that needed a reduced rent, sold their properties when the market was the best, and now they're not Section 8 anymore. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that could be a detriment to the people that are lower income. So yeah, it's an amazing situation.
I think that in my observation, and from what I hear from the social service groups that the city works with, and just from others that are ministering to the homeless and so forth, is that a lot of the people that are suffering from that are suffering from other things that complicate their ability to get into a home, right? As I mentioned earlier, addictions, mental health issues, and those types of things. And so I think everybody would probably agree that Montana's safety net is not that robust as compared to other places, and there's some real inefficiencies, and there's a real lack of services to get people the medical help that they need, whether it's physical or mental, and to get them to start somewhere where they're better equipped to then kind of get into a stabilized living situation, whatever that may look like.
Very good. So my second question is about the rescue mission. Where do you see us fitting in here at the rescue mission to helping the needs of those experiencing homelessness, or couch surfing? That's a homelessness, that type of thing.
Well, don't all the other large cities in Montana put people on a bus and dump them off at your doorstep? Isn't that what I hear?
I've heard that a number of times. I've heard that they're shipping in whole busloads of illegal immigrants. And none of that has ever happened. We did get a few illegal immigrants at one point. They came from California to Denver. Denver shipped them to Helena. Helena didn't have a spot for them, so they came here. But they only stayed here 3 or 4 days, and then the churches in Helena that were trying to, bring them to where they could get housing realized that there wasn't any place really that knew. And they sent bus tickets for them so they could head back to California. So, but we treated them very well, and I was blessed because about 2 months before that, I happened to hire somebody that spoke Spanish, and
Perfect.
praise the Lord for that. It was a perfect timing. So, yeah.
Well, the rescue mission was here when I came here, and it'll be here long after I'm gone.
Yeah, that's what we're praying.
There will always be a need for it, because it's filling a void in the community, and it's giving people an opportunity to address issues that are going on in their lives in a supportive way, and helping them get on a road to recovery or to address an issue, and to give them options and opportunities. And so, I mean, it plays a big part. I mean,
it does.
I know that there are other services that may be available, but nothing to this magnitude. There's a new kind of community partner that's constructed a building for supportive housing right next door. They'll be kind of part of the whole package of services that the community has available to it. But it plays a very large role
Right.
in supporting those that are in crisis and need help.
Yeah.
And
And,
so
and you
thanks for
mentioned,
doing that
thank you.
and for all your staff.
Yes.
It's tough work.
It is. It's very tough work. You mentioned addictions or mental health issues. One of the ones that we see in this building, which is the family shelter, is it could be just poor choices. I mean, they could have been in a home or an apartment, subsidized apartment, whatever you want to call it, and they made poor choices. Well, we need $100 a month for a cable bill. And then all of a sudden they're not paying their rent, so they end up here. So it's not always an addictive situation. Well, it could be if they're addicted to television, I guess.
Yeah. It's a
But
life event, like
it
a
is.
medical situation, and the bills pile up,
Right,
or another
right.
lose a job, or
Yeah.
car goes
So,
out.
and at the men's shelter and at the women's shelter, there's more of the mental health issues and the addictive situations. But here, I've noticed that many of them are. It's just they didn't make the right choices when they were in their own place, and now they're working on curing that while they're here, so that they can get their
Sure.
back payments paid up, and they'll be qualified to do that again. So
Yeah.
it's not a cookie cutter approach by any means. Everybody's situation is
Yeah.
different, and they
Yeah.
move forward from there.
The city used to provide management support to the Great Falls Housing Authority, which is another resource
Right.
and
Yeah.
asset that's available to folks. But there's criteria that you have to meet in order to
Yes.
get into that
Yes.
program, and that doesn't fit for everybody's needs either.
No, and sometimes they get in very quickly from our organization, and sometimes it takes a very long time, and it's based on where they were at and what
Right.
what they're working on trying to cure.
Right.
So what can people in our community do to help the city government, help our community keep moving forward and improving the community? I know homelessness is just one of the things that people complain to you about, and there's probably 15 million others that you've heard
Just a few.
conversations on.
Yeah.
So I want to be a good citizen of our community. I try to be. What is your best advice for helping Great Falls keep moving forward and keep maintaining its small town attitude with a bigger city
Sure.
encompassing?
Great question, and speaks directly to me because I get asked that question a lot.
Yeah.
I think the first thing is to stay plugged in and to be aware of what is going on. I think people are busy. They have families, they have jobs, careers. They have things that they like to do that don't involve government, but you have to pay attention a little
Right.
bit to know what's
Right.
going on, and then be selective about the source of your information. So,
Ooh.
just reading a little quip off of a Facebook page is not going to give you the whole story.
Well, who knows if it's the truth or not,
Right. And unfortunately, people are kind of wired these days to read a quick headline or a little quote from somebody and they think that that's actually what's going on
Right.
when it isn't. So pay attention, get involved, show up at a commission meeting, participate in one of the boards or commissions that we have available for the residents to participate on so they can learn a little bit more about their local government. Engage your elected officials. Ask them what's going on. Another thing I encourage people to do is when they get something right, tell them. We like that. Do more
Right.
of that,
Right.
because we hear all the time when we get it wrong,
Right.
and that tends to be, very critical and can be very harsh sometimes, and it makes elected officials and staff a little gun shy about
Yeah.
doing something that could be perceived as a risk or something irresponsible with taxpayer dollars, and then you end up just all you hear is criticism. It's nice for the elected officials to hear when they do something that actually is a benefit to the community and is appreciated, but you have to be engaged in order to kind of follow that. And so I think those are some of the top things that I would just advise anybody to do. And I would also say just pray for your elected officials. They could use all the prayer
Very
I know
good.
I can that they can get, because they are in very tough roles. They're trying to please, although we know we can't please everybody, they're trying to do the right thing in the best interest for the community. And sometimes ultimately when that decision gets made, people feel like they've been left out. They can sign up and be given notifications of items that are going to be on the city commission agenda or any of the board and commissions the city has. People can kind of get plugged in that way, and I think that's a good resource for folks. So then they just have to show up for the things that are important to them, and they can testify at a commission meeting. And I would encourage them to get the information ahead of time before they step into the chambers to testify. Again, maybe not off social media, but maybe from a prior meeting minutes or from watching another meeting. So they're a
Do
little
the
bit better
research firsthand
informed.
so that you're not. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I had a group of people from Department of Health and Human Services here yesterday, from Helena and Butte, and your comment about thanking your people or for a job well done once in a while is a wonderful thing. One of the ladies that was here worked for an organization in the state, and she was trying to place someone that had some mental health issues, and she called up here to the men's shelter, and this was like 4 years ago, and she said the person that helped me was so helpful. She says, I thanked him, but I don't think he understood how grateful I was for the help. And she says, I've been sharing how wonderful you guys are to work with ever since. And she told me the person's name, and I said, well, you could meet him today when we go over to that shelter. And lo and behold, I made sure she met him, and I stood there in tears because he just looked at her like, wow, 4 years ago, and you remembered all this time.
Wow.
You know, it was an amazing thing. So I'm a proponent of that. When I have somebody waiting on me at a restaurant, I try and treat them with extra special care because they're working hard trying to do what they're doing. Our folks here don't hear it very often either, because most of the time the people that they're dealing with are the ones that are mad because, you know, they didn't get a cookie with dinner or something like that. And that's a very, so it's important. I agree with you wholeheartedly that especially our city leaders, they're working hard trying to do what they're doing, and you only hear the complaints. I did 30 years of retail. That was about the way it was there too. So I can understand. So is there anything you'd like to add to this little conversation? I've known you for a number of years. I respect you. I think very highly of you. You're doing a great job for Great Falls. You have from what I heard, you have a new deputy city manager coming on board someday.
Yeah, what was I thinking?
Well, I'm going to interview him too.
Good. You can ask him, what was he thinking?
Yeah, because he serves on my board of directors, which we're trying to nail down a time for him. Is there a date? I think he was looking at mid-October. But
it's going to be late October by the time he gets on board, just simply because there's a weird statutory time frame that he has to wait from one retirement system to another.
I wondered if that.
Looking forward to bringing Jeremy on board as a deputy, and been without a deputy for at least on a full-time basis for well over a year. I've got an interim deputy helping me out just to make sure things don't fall through the cracks too badly. And he's done a great job, but we really need to get somebody in there in that role in a full-time basis, because now we're going to have a couple of other leadership positions to fill.
Are you going to share
fire
here
chief
first?
No, because no. But we've got the park and rec director, and we've got the fire chief, right?
Park and Recs has been gone for some time too. He was on my board as well. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
there's a trend brewing here. I guess I better quit looking at the city or something. People keep leaving.
All of those positions are really critical, and so I'm very thoughtful about how I go about the appointment process with them. And sometimes it takes a little while. Sometimes we're very fortunate and we get very well qualified people that fit the bill and fit the needs now in the future in those roles. But sometimes it takes a little while to wait. And with the deputy, it was one of those we needed to wait a little while before we made sure we got the right person in there. But thank you for what you do and for what your team does here. Again, huge service to the community and to the homeless population that that needs that support at this time. And you guys have done great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our staff works very hard, and I am blessed with a wonderful staff. Not a one of them is here for the money, I'll tell you that. But they're here because they feel called to do it and to try and help folks at their lowest point in life to date. Hopefully we can continue to do that. I've had a great 15-year run, and I'm enjoying it immensely. I know it's weird that you can say that, but if somebody would have asked me 30 years ago if I'd be doing what I'm doing, I would have said, Are you kidding? But yeah, it's been fun. So thank you for your time today.
you bet.
God bless you and all that you do. If you ever need my help, you know you got my support.
Thank you.
With everything you do.
Appreciate you.
Yep, appreciate you
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you.
Have fun on the bench.
Thank you. There's going to be a cushion with my side.
How come I didn't get a cushion?
Huh?
How come I didn't get a cushion?
Well, you were kind of makeshift. We weren't sure when you were coming. So this is from my house. I brought it yesterday.
That's
so.
awesome. That's great. Right on. That's good.
Yeah. Thank you very much, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching that. We will do more here in just a minute. I think we'll probably play another video here. But once again, I do want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who's watching on the live stream right now. We deeply, deeply appreciate that you are literally out here with us in spirit at 11:30. And you guys are taking the time. I am so thankful for you. I know Jim is as well. He's trying to make sure that he gets some food in him. For a man who claims to have diabetes, he sure handles himself well, and we appreciate that. We don't want to deal with him not having a good night. So we're very, very thankful that he's been taking care of himself today. Love that his spirit has been so high on this, and I know why that is. That's because you guys are incredible. So we deeply appreciate that you are a part of this. We will be playing another interview that I'm pulling up right now as we speak. That way Jim can have a little bit more time to relax. It doesn't help that I just closed everything that I just needed, but that's all right. We'll fix it. And, of course, once again, it would mean a lot to us if you consider doing a little donation to the cause. You can do that at give.grfm.org. Give.grfm.org. And if you're near a keyboard or you're near your computer, your phone, we love getting your comments. I do mean that. I do mean that. Right now, as quiet as it is, at 11:30 at night, we're very thankful. It's actually pretty quiet out here. Your comments really do keep us going. So don't be afraid to hit those comments for us and let us know that you're still listening in and you're still watching. We deeply appreciate it. 49 likes right now, 35 comments, 8 shares. That means very much to us. Thank you so much. A lot of time was invested in this. 2 weeks of us really talking about this, and then that's not even including everything that was done before I popped in here and started causing trouble. So deep, deep thanks to all of you guys for being so involved in this. We have a long way to go. Everyone else doing good? Chris and Steve doing good? All right. Dylan, you good? He's great. All right, good. So we're hanging in there over here. And we have a lot more to share with you, too. So let's see. What kind of mood are we in next? Thank you for the little hearts. I see the emojis popping up here. All right, let's give you a little bit of, you know what, a dear friend of ours, Mr. Rob Rippey. We haven't shared his story yet, so we're going to jump over to Rob here and share his story here in just a half a second as I get it clicked over here. Got to hit all the right buttons in exactly the right order. If I get it wrong, everything explodes. Yeah. The security guys just went, nope, we're gone. You're in it for the long haul. Oh, man. Thanks for putting up with our stupid humor, folks. We appreciate you very much. Oh, he's back out. Jim, I can either play another video or you can sit back down. Oh, sweet. Yeah, just turn it back just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit so the whole chair's in the way, but keep me in shot too, because he's a conversative one. He is. You. Here you go. Have a microphone. You're looking a little winter classic there, brother.
Had to go get warmed up. I had some good hot food that my daughter made and brought me down.
Yeah.
And I had a little piece of that cinnamon roll that they had over there.
Did you warm it up?
No, I just ate it the way it was.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where I was at, too. I was like, take it cold.
It was wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim, I don't know how this is possible, but we still have 9 people watching us at 11:30 at night.
Dedicated followers.
Yeah, well, I think one of them's my wife. I think she called when I first went in just now. But
oh, she did call. Yes,
Yeah.
Dylan brought it over to you, didn't he? Cool. Yes, that looks great, Dylan. Thank you.
Yeah. So I went and had put some boots on because my feet were getting cold. And if your
Yeah.
feet get cold, then your whole body gets cold.
Yeah, the guys were saying we should put some hand warmers in our shoes.
Citygate sent me about 24 hand warmers.
Serious?
They're sitting in my office. What good are they there?
I think I'm gonna go throw on my lighter sweatshirt.
Go for it, buddy.
Yep.
Big thanks to Dylan. He already did a whole shift of construction stuff. He's one of the crane operators that was in downtown. And then he went over and did Citizens Academy, and now he's here with us for the rest of the 24 hours. So
He went over and did what?
Citizens Academy, you ever heard of that?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, they do. The police department does a whole training.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And including
Citizens Academy.
including getting tased if you want.
Yeah, I remember that now. I didn't do it.
I was about to say, did you get tased?
No. No. I'm dazed most of the time. Oh, you
you're
said tased. Okay.
Oh, man, what a day, Jim.
Yeah.
What a day.
So before I go into anything else, if
Please.
my wife's watching, I'm doing fine. My feet got a little cold. I went in and had some dinner that Abby made me, my daughter, and that was wonderful. She's a good cook. Got it from my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And put some boots on so that my feet get warm back up and everything's good. I put on my winter coat. Just getting it zippered, though, was kind of scary. Not that I'm getting so heavy that it didn't want to zipper, but I think the zipper, yeah. Yeah.
I'm not judging. I promise I'm not judging.
That's good. We don't judge around here.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. So we had some great conversations in the last couple hours. Yeah, it was a blessing. I had Jim Kaiser, the former director of the Great Falls Rescue Mission here, the gentleman that hired me. I had Sheila Rice on, who I've known since I moved here when I went down to sign up to have gas at the house that we bought.
Yeah.
She worked at the gas company, and then she moved over to Neighbor Works and has done a phenomenal job building that into what it is and getting people housed. One great thing about Neighbor Works, Carrie shared this earlier today when she was on, my development director, that a young lady came here with some kids, got her life together, got a job, got moved out to an apartment, and then went to Neighbor Works and decided she'd do the sweat equity build for her own home.
I love
And
that.
About 2 weeks ago, she came in and said she was excited. She's getting ready to move in. We loaned her the trailer that we have here at the rescue mission so that she could move stuff a little quicker
Yeah.
than, a little bit in the back of her Yukon every time she turned around. And they had a difficulty getting it going because they had, the electrical thing is not the best on that trailer. We'll get that fixed here next spring. But she got moved in and she is living in her own home. And
Oh, man, that's
what
amazing.
a blessing
That's
that is.
amazing.
And this lady has not only gotten a job, but she's moved up within the organization that she's working in. She's got some leadership roles now. And that's why we do what we do,
Yeah,
is to
yeah.
see people transform their lives into something else. So, yeah, we got lots and lots of stories. I mentioned a guy when Jim Kaiser was here. I used his name. I won't use it this time, but he went through our discipleship program and graduated and got a job at the mission as one of the maintenance techs when I was just leaving that job and moving into just development and then operations. And lo and behold, he served with us for a number of years. He always floored me because when we would go golfing at the golf marathon, he wore glasses.
Yeah.
And his ball would be here, and his glasses would be 3 inches from that ball. He'd set them on the ground, and he'd still hit the ball every time. I would have busted my glasses
No,
the first
no.
swing. Just drove me crazy that he could do that. And he was a wonderful guy. He's no longer on this earth. I know he's celebrating with Jesus and did a wonderful job for us. Great friend. Yeah, we got to know each other very well. And then Jim brought up another guy that went into our facilities department who's just moved back to town. And I saw him at a banquet the other night. Didn't get to talk to him, but he looked like he was doing well. His wife looked like she was doing well. And yeah, it's just wonderful to see people come through this place and transform their lives so that they can move forward from there.
Change is possible.
It is.
Change is possible.
It is definitely possible. So folks, if you've been a donor, if you are a donor, if you will be a donor, thank you for what you do. We couldn't do any of this without the help and love and support of the folks in Central Montana and Great Falls. Because of you, this happens. And so technically, we're a team.
Yes.
We work together to get the job done, and we do appreciate it greatly. So it is now what, about midnight?
We are about 15 minutes away from it.
All right. That means we only have
13 hours.
13 hours. Oh, I wish I would have never said that.
Well, you said 18 hours.
I started at 18 and I thought, what am I doing? And here I did it again. I'm sorry. I guess that's what's keeping me going, is it's getting smaller as it goes on.
Well, Mary says, yay, God is so good. Thank you all. Praise his holy name. May God protect and keep you all through the night. And,
Awesome.
Yeah, we thank you very much for that. We are certainly counting on that. And between our amazing security who's out here supporting us and yeah, this is great. I mean, come on. This is an unbeatable night. You gotta love the interviews that we've had. A lot of great conversations.
It has been good. How did Greg do? Did you run that video?
Yeah.
Did it work?
Yep, it worked.
Okay. Did he do a good job?
He did a great job.
Well, I was there. I should remember that. Huh. Seems like an eternity ago.
It does, doesn't it? It feels like we recorded it about 2 months ago.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Well, he's been a good friend all these years. Even before I started working at the mission, I had a little bit of dealings with him, and he's always done a great job. I believe he's been in the city for 18 years in his position, which is unheard of in city managers' jobs. Normally, they stay 8 to 10, 12 years, and then they move on to something else bigger and better. But I think Greg and his family have decided this is home, and they're going to stay. So,
well, like you said, he was as surprised as you are about the idea.
Yeah, yeah, great guy.
Yeah.
We have a group that meets here once a month that started, if you remember, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe a little more. We had the grandson of Billy Graham come into town and do a kind of a revival service, if that's what you want to call it. Will Graham.
Yeah.
And we had lots of different speakers and some great artists that came and did praise and worship. Many of us worked at that organization trying to, be the eyes and ears for the people so that they didn't have to bring 50 people to get this to happen. And our former school superintendent, Tom Moore, who served on my board of directors, our board of directors at that time, came to me afterwards and says, I feel like the Lord's calling me to start a group of city leaders to come and pray. And we need a neutral space, but a godly space. And he kept bringing me to the rescue mission. And I said, you're here. Anytime you need it, it's yours. And so we've been meeting in the boardroom here at the Cameron Family Center the third Thursday of the month, I believe. I believe it'll be next month. And we get a dozen to 16, 18 people in that room to just sit and share what we're going through in leadership roles in the community.
Yeah.
And it's been all sorts of different people, whether they're, church folks or if they just believe, they come and they share what's going on in their lives, and we pray for each other and pray for our city. And I do believe that has been a help in our city. We have a great organization here. The city is caring, the city is loving, but there's also some factors that bring people down. And I think that is lifting from the shroud over the city. Not that I'm saying it's a shroud, but I think the sunlight's gotten brighter over the years because we meet and pray. And
there's a shroud over every city.
There is.
There is.
Yeah. So we have folks, the police chief, the last 2 police chiefs have been there. The fire chief, who's now going to be the deputy city manager, who serves on our board of directors, is one of the people that run it now, and the former police chief. And we get a few pastors and people from different organizations. I know the former Park and Recs director for Great Falls was meeting with us on a regular basis, and then him and his wife felt called to go back to where their kids are, which happens to be in Kansas City or in that general vicinity. So he packed up and moved. But it's just a wonderful time. We just meet and we share and we pray. And I think that's what this world needs is more prayer. That's my own personal observation, folks.
I firmly agree with you.
I do too.
By the way, I totally missed this. Carrie messaged in at 10:16, so over an hour ago. She says another $25 donation came in, designated to the men's shelter. Beautiful. Thank you so much, folks.
Yep. I just went into my email when I was eating dinner, and I saw I get copies of the donations that come in online, and it looked like we were having a pretty good time.
Good.
So I can't ask for more. I can, but
yeah, we can. Give.gfrm.org. Watch me.
Yeah, and I will too. That's what we're here for. That and to get the word out that homelessness can be corrected if we all work together for the good of the cause. And I don't know that we'll ever stamp out homelessness like some people say, but we're making a good dent. And every time we do, it's kind of like the old movie from Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah.
Whenever an angel gets its wings, a bell rings. And I think that happens with folks that are getting out of here and moving into their own places and moving forward in their lives.
I got the wrong quote. I was thinking, do you want the moon? I'll throw a rope around it. So, right movie, wrong quote.
I know what you're talking about. You want the moon? What was her name?
Oh, no.
Let's see.
Comment in. What was her name? Comment in.
Yes, please.
Because we're not going to stop thinking about it.
I can picture her real name,
it's
too.
Literally,
her stage name, whatever it was. Donna Reed. Wasn't it?
I don't know. Sarah says amen. That's not the answer we're looking for, Sarah. No, I'm just
That
kidding.
wasn't her name.
Thank you, Sarah, for commenting in. We deeply appreciate that you're here with us online and for keeping us company.
Yes.
It is a very quiet neighborhood right now.
It is. I even went out the other door to get my gloves because I forgot them and my hat. They're out in the car, and I looked at that heater, and I thought, that's a lot of work to put that thing together.
Yeah.
By the time we got it together, we'd be done with this program.
Yeah,
so I decided to leave it where it was.
Well, we're hanging in there, and we're doing okay at the moment.
Yeah, and it's technically it's not that cold
It's
out,
not
but
that cold.
but we're not that active moving around or anything like
exactly.
that, and that I think adds to the chill that you get.
Well, we might have to start doing some jumping jacks at some point in time here, but
You don't want to see that. Yeah.
You don't know what our viewership wants and doesn't want, Jim.
Yeah, that's true. Although I was at a basketball game for my not a basketball, flag football game on Tuesday night for my 10-year-old granddaughter, who is very athletic and very, very good at what she does, what she puts her minds to. And the sun was blaring on our side of the field, so I kind of put my coat down on the grass, and I felt like a beached whale getting down to that coat. And it was ugly. If somebody would have recorded it, I would have never wanted to see it.
I shouldn't be laughing.
I don't bend like I used to, and it was really sad. And the sadder thing was trying to get up once I was down there. But they were successful in that game as well. They're undefeated yet this year, so I think they have 2 or 3 more games, and the coaches are doing a phenomenal job. The volunteers that do the reffing are doing a phenomenal job. The teams are good sports for the most part, and you can't ask for more for a young person trying to learn how to play football and the coaches are having them run plays that I didn't do when I was in high school.
Yep.
So it's pretty amazing. And so that was a blessing to be. The only hard part was getting down to my coat and then getting back up once it was time to go. But we had a good time.
Clint gave us our answer.
Clint who?
Clint Hendrickson.
Oh, what's he doing awake at this hour? Clint, go to bed. But thank you for chiming in.
Her name is Mary.
Mary. Why didn't I know that?
I mean, that's a pretty
Mary!
Mary! And then Sarah's my kind of people. She says, let's see it. Come on, guys. She wants to see the jumping jacks.
No, you don't want to see that. I'm sorry. You can do them, and I'll sit and try not to giggle. But yeah. So it's been a fun time, folks. I don't know how long you've been watching or tuning in, but we have had some great interviews with people that I scheduled to come in so that we could get perspectives from all the different avenues in the city that are working with homeless folks and trying to help in some way or another. We've heard the word niche a couple times tonight, that, you know, each organization has a niche that they work with, and the biggest niche is that we're all working together, and that's a wonderful thing. So I would love for you to donate to the Rescue Mission, but if your heart is with one of the other organizations in town, then go for it. Please do. All the nonprofit organizations and for-profit organizations that are working to try and give mental health help, you know, addiction recoveries, that type of thing. We can all use funding, and I often think that ours is the most important, but it's not about us alone. It's about working together and getting you informed so that you can make decisions on how you give, how you volunteer your time, whether you're giving monetarily or food or clothing or whatever it may be. With the Rescue Mission, one of the things that took place when I came on board was to open a thrift store, and we had a great time doing that for 5 or 6 years. But we never did figure out the part that needed to be figured out, and that was make it profitable and not a drain on the funds of the Rescue Mission, and that's why we had to close it.
That's harder than it sounds, believe it or not.
It is. You know, I did 30 years of retail, and thrift stores are not retail. They are a total different ballgame. So once we closed that, we kept a donation center open where people could come and get clothing and whatnot. And that was even a drain on the resources of the Rescue Mission. So we had to close that one down. But we still provide clothing to people. They just have to come here to get it. And each shelter has a clothing room specific for their shelters. Here we have kids' clothes, we have men's clothes, and women's clothes, including coats, hats, gloves, scarves, and boots when they become available.
And a lot of churches in the area, too.
Oh, all the churches seem to have something going on. One of the joys I've had is working with the new pastor over at First Baptist, because he's got a wonderful clothing room, and he's downtown like we are.
Mike Pulaski.
Yeah. So he's
awesome.
He's done a wonderful job over there. And yeah, we've got a great partnership over there. We love the partnership we have with New City Church and with Antioch Church and with Harvest Springs and with Victory. If you're not going to church, you're missing out, because we have many, many, many awesome churches in town that have great pastors that have a heart for serving and a heart for taking care of those in need, and they help through the Rescue Mission. So I want to thank each and every pastor out there. Vineyard Church has a great clothing room and a great clothing ministry. Many of them do. So thank you for everybody that is trying to help these folks that are out on the street.
And many of them stepped up and gave to this very event.
They did.
That's amazing.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yep. And that's a wonderful thing. The Nazarene Church, which I've been a part of since I moved here, awesome church. It's not huge like some of the churches in town, but it serves its purpose and it's got its niche. And that's where I found Jesus. So, yeah. So it's always near and dear to my heart. And yeah, Pastor Jeff Lawver does a wonderful job over there. So thank you, Jeff, for all you do and for the support you give this place and the support you've given me over the years. You're a blessing, and I love you for it. So thank you. But yeah, there's many churches that donate. There's many businesses that donate.
Yeah.
One of the great things about the golf tournament is that we get whole sponsorships from smaller, sometimes mom and pop businesses, where they get some advertising and they pay a nominal fee for that advertising, and it helps us in the time of need in the middle of the summer. So yeah, everybody seems to help. And if you've never done it, then please give me a call. We can talk about how you can help support us and keep us going in the ministry that the Lord's given us, so that we can help those that need the help.
Yep.
We appreciate it. I started talking about finances a while back, and I got to the part of the endowment fund. But there's other ways that you can donate, especially when you're getting along in years like I am. One of
Says
our donors.
who?
What's that?
I said, says who?
One of our donors sent me an article about a qualified charitable distribution for your IRAs when you get to a certain age. And this is a great concept that you can do, which actually lowers your taxable income while you still have income. And it can pull some of the money that you have to use, or you get fined or extra taxes about it. And I don't claim to know what I'm talking about here, but it's a qualified charitable distribution, and there's a tax benefit for you, the person. So if you're in that stage, you probably have a financial advisor that you could talk to about this and move forward with that. But there's a way that you can lower your taxable income by donating some of your IRA or your investment funds over to the rescue mission. And it's worth the time to look into it because it'll help you in the long run, and it helps us dramatically. So that's all I'm going to say about that, because I don't want to start talking like I know what I'm talking about.
We're flying by the seat of our pants here, people.
Especially at this hour of the night. So, yeah. But there's lots of ways that you can give. It doesn't have to always be money.
Right.
We've talked about this before. Food, clothing, your time. Volunteering is
Popping that
an
link up
asset.
right now as we speak.
We heard one of our guests that's staying in the Cameron Center talk about our kids program. We have a young lady that takes care of the kids when they're here. We have an after-school program for those that are in school. We have tutoring coming in as volunteers to help the kids with their homework. During COVID, we had to really modify things because they were out of school. They were stuck in this building. We had guys from the Rotary Club that built small desks and brought them to us so that we could use them. We had to modify the classroom that's in this building. Sometimes it was in the chapel. We had to take up and tear down the chapel so that we could make room for the kids to have their classes. We heard from Eric Berger, who was here back in the 90s and early 2000s. And when he started at the mission as the director, it was him and one other employee. And it was only the men's and the women's shelter at the time.
Just hanging out in closets with no internet.
Talking about 286 computers. I remember those. I wasn't any good at those either. So,
Them darn Commodore 64s.
Yeah, there you go. And I wanted to tell him, we're in the same boat today because the computers we have aren't capable for Windows 11 or whatever's the next version. And from their small staff of 2 people, we're now in need of 40 computers, but we don't have the funds to replace them.
Frankly, I bet you I could help you with that.
Well, that's good. I'm hoping that you can.
No joke. I think they said, for the record, folks, your computer says it's not compatible, but I'm willing to put money on certain parts of this that it actually is. It just requires a reformat of your hard drive. No joke, because I just did it on 2 of my computers at home.
Oh, well, we need to talk.
Yeah, we do.
But not tonight.
Aw.
We got lots of time to do that, but yeah, you're going to get...
I thought we had 17 hours left. What's up with this?
You're going to get technical on me, and that'll be... I'll be giving you a deer in the headlight look most of the time you're talking.
My vision's already getting there, brother.
Yeah, so I don't claim to be a computer expert. I know enough to be dangerous. The joke around the office is don't send it to Jim because he might delete it. And I did that earlier today with a phone call I have to have tomorrow morning.
Oops.
I'm hoping I get a response from him. Otherwise, it's going to be quiet on his end because I won't be there. But yeah, I had so many text messages coming in today that I clicked delete on the wrong one again.
But thank you so much for everyone who's been contacting in. It's been great today. Yeah. And by the way, from looking here, we're at 766 views in our second live stream. Our first live stream, people are still watching it. It's at 1,600 views.
That's awesome.
So right now we're over 2K.
And what are they seeing on that one?
They're seeing the first 8 hours, the first 7.5 hours of our broadcast.
Oh, good.
So
Good.
if you're curious how the day played out earlier today, just go look at the previous video on our Facebook over at
Right.
Great Falls. You're literally here right now.
Yep.
Go to our Facebook page, and you can see the first 7.5 hours, all the interviews that we did already, and a ton more. I mean, seriously, we've been busy today. We've been busy today, and we are somewhat awake. So
Yeah. All
so-
right.
and we still got people walking around cheering us on.
We got more help for you, Chris. Yeah. He's hanging out. So
Lots of good people here taking care of us tonight.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So let's see. Where can we go? We were talking about the kids program. So there's an after-school program in the summertime. The kids that live in this building are here 24/7 if we don't plan something for them. So Athena, our children's director, does a wonderful job of trying to keep them occupied, keep them busy, keep them learning. We have programs where we reward them for no absences in school, for improving their grades. I mean, it's amazing what she has come up with, and she's done a phenomenal job. She's out on vacation right now at her brother's wedding, and she is taking some R&R time while she's there, which is well-deserved, and I hope she gets some rest.
Yeah.
So this place is a full-service rescue mission, but who knows what full service will mean tomorrow, because everything changes on us. So
We have to pivot.
Yeah, pivot. Is that what happens when you miss the ball and dig a hole in the
Yes,
golf course?
you pivot so many times you bury yourself in the ground.
Is it pivot or divot?
That's a divot.
Oh, okay.
Once
Yeah.
you pivoted, you've divoted.
What? Yeah, if you pivot the wrong way, you're going to divot. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we were talking to Carrie and Josh earlier, and you asked them a question, which was kind of a loaded question with the boss sitting next to him.
That's right.
I got up and left, so I don't know what all they said, but they did say something that really meant something to me, and that is we have fun while we're here.
Oh,
And it's
man.
not serious. It's not,
Oh, man.
we're not doing brain surgery, although
Right.
sometimes you feel like we are.
Right.
But we're here to have fun and to help these folks with whatever need they have. And sometimes we're flying by the seat of our, well, most times we're flying by the seat of our pants. But we get the job done. And you heard some testimonies from some of the people staying here tonight at this building and at the men's shelter. And it sounds like what we're doing is
actually working.
Yeah, it's actually working.
Let it be said though, honestly, that it's not a bed of roses.
No, it's not.
There are days that you're going to cry. There are days that this team cries over you. There are days this team cries over the people under these walls because you carry the weight of each one of these individuals. So yes, while it is fun, it is not easy. While it is not easy, it is rewarding.
It is very rewarding. When Jim was here earlier, Jim Kaiser, the former director, you heard him stop in mid-sentence because he was getting choked up talking about what was going on.
Both of you.
And I have that same issue because this is near and dear to our hearts. And,
Right.
And every employee here deals with the same thing.
Right.
And we celebrate when we see the win, and we suffer when we see not the loss, but the misdirection, I guess is the best way to say it.
No, that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it.
So, and the good news is that some people don't like what they're doing here, and they move on, and many times they come back for a second shot or a third shot. And who's to say that this time isn't going to be the successful time?
Right.
So we don't take that to heart. We try and give everybody a second chance or a third chance. But it's about their choices, and they got to be the one that, like the commissioner said earlier today, they got to reach their hand out and ask for help, and we will give them help whenever they come. So, yeah, this is a great place.
It is. Yeah. Finding Christ, though, is not an escape. Finding Christ means you will be battling your challenges even harder than before because Satan knows how to attack back.
That's true.
And knows how to cause you damage. So, finding your feet again, especially after being dragged through the mud.
Yep.
By your own choices and
Yep.
by Satan's temptations.
Yep.
You will climb out of it, but you will be climbing into a war zone.
Yes.
But if you can have that courage and you can have that strength, you're going to make it.
Yep.
But you have to keep climbing, and you will keep failing. But the thing that's important is a place like this will have your back again and again and again, 70 times 7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when we were doing the pre videos last week, I shared a story of a gentleman that came to the mission from a major city, hated this town because there was nothing for him to do other than get into trouble. And he ended up here at the mission and went through the discipleship program, was doing very well, went out, got his own place, got a job, and 6-8 months later, he was back to where he was.
Yeah.
And I happened to be on vacation in Pennsylvania at the time, and he called me, I think it was midnight Pennsylvania time, which meant it was about 10 o'clock out here. And I could tell that he had fallen off the wagon, so to speak, and just didn't know what to do. He said, I just don't know why I keep doing this. And I said, you need to go back to the rescue mission and do the program all over again. And this time, let it work on you instead of you work on it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Truth.
That was years ago, and he's been out of the mission for many years and doing very well. I remember when he first got here, he did not like Great Falls. He kept saying that he wanted to go home, which was a big city south of here, quite a ways south, by the way. So he called me, I forget what time of year, I think it was the springtime, and said that his mother wanted him to move in with her in another state to help her through some of the struggles she was having, getting a little more elderly. And he asked if he could store some of his personal items at my place. And first off, I had to qualify what he was talking about because I didn't want to fill my garage with something other than my cars. So he packed up and moved over there, and 6 or 8 months later, he called and says, you know, this isn't working. I want to come home, is the words that he gave me.
Yeah.
And for him to say this was home was such a blessing.
Yeah, pretty rewarding.
It brought tears to my eyes, and he asked if he could stay with us for a while, and I said, sure, as long as, you know, it's not a permanent thing. And so he did, and he had promised maybe a month, and lo and behold, he was out in a month. He had an apartment, he had his old job back, and he is doing wonderfully. And I consider him a brother to this day because he, literally, that's what he is. So, you know, the stories that you have, the successes that you see are what keeps you going day in and day out in this organization. And I know all of my people that work here, all of the employees, they're not my people, they're God's people. Every one of them has stories that get them a little, not to quote Saturday Night Live, but a little verklempt.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking verklempt. Verklempt is the word we're looking for.
Yeah,
Verklempt.
and that's a real word. It's not something that they made up. You know, they get that little knot in their throat, or
Thank you, Dylan.
Yeah. So everybody here has those stories, and that's what keeps them going, and that's what keeps them moving forward. You know, you might think that all of us at the rescue mission that put in our time here are living this beautiful, clean life, and we've never had the struggles that the folks that are living here. But I bet you 80% of us have. And some of us got through it on our own, and many of us got through it with help like from a place like this. So, and those are the perfect people to be working here because they can relate to the folks that are going through it.
Right.
We jokingly say that, you know, you can't make this stuff up, but you can, because many of us have been through it. I have used the term, we all have baggage, but that doesn't sound right because it's not baggage, it's life experience.
We all have life.
Yeah, and nobody said that life was going to be a bed of roses or a bowl of cherries or, you know, And adulting is hard. It's harder than being a teen or a toddler or a youth. It's difficult because there's no instruction book.
Right.
We go by what we learned along the way, or what our parents taught us, or our guardians taught us, or whatever it might be. And sometimes that's not the best laid plan.
Right.
So that's things that we have to deal with. And we all deal with it in a different way. But most all the folks that come through here can see from the people that work here that their heart's in the right place and they're here to help.
So my first day coming in here, setting up that little office space I filled it with so much of my equipment on day one.
Yeah, we had to move stuff out of there so you had more room.
I mean, imagine everything here, and you're not even seeing all the stuff that's here, the lights and everything. But yeah, stuffed into a little office. As I'm just coming in as a contractor to be useful. But I had the chance to sit down with Carrie for a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It took all of 5 minutes to realize how deep her heart was.
Yep.
And it wasn't from her saying anything. It wasn't from her speaking, and just sometimes you can just tell in someone's spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you can just tell in someone's spirit, and that is exactly how everyone I've talked to. But I don't want to get out of the story wrong, but someone comes in that you want me to interview, per se. You want him to come on one of our pre-records, which we haven't played yet. We were about to, and you walked out. And
No, I'm sorry.
So it's all your fault.
I can go back if you want me to.
Oh, we'll definitely be playing him later. But
Okay.
He sits down, and I say, okay, well, before we start, I'm going to hit record, and I just want you to say your name for me. And he goes, all right, my name is Rob Rippey. And I go... Mr. Rippey is actually a dear friend of my father-in-law, and once again, as soon as he starts talking, and you're listening to him for 30 seconds, there's that perfect spirit that of someone who is just there to be a living sacrifice.
Amen.
And every single person here has said the same thing. I didn't plan to be here. I gave reasons why I didn't want to be here. And now I'm here and I love it. Dadgummit.
Yep.
And it's that spirit that just fills this place.
Well, you've heard me say it, that it's in my bones,
in your blood.
it's in my blood.
Yes.
It's part of who I am.
Yes.
And while yesterday at our staff meeting, we had a former employee come in and share what he's learned since he left. And he says, you got to be ready. He says, we've heard Jim's going to retire for many years. And I said, and now it's real. But, you don't retire from something like this.
No.
You stop coming every day, but you're still part of it, whether I'm donating financially or if I'm giving of my time. It's part of me now.
There's a season of every part of life.
There is.
And you need to step into the next part of your season, and this place needs to step into the next part of its season.
Amen. Yep.
It's going to hurt, but yes.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I
didn't know what I was doing when I took over, so why should they?
Yeah, exactly. By God's grace, it will work out, and all of this moves on.
Yep.
And thankfully, it does not fail because you leave. And
It won't.
And
It
I
won't.
think that's the beauty of it.
Nope.
Is it will continue on.
Yeah.
Under someone else who God has already prepared in advance.
Yep.
For such a purpose.
Amen. I agree with that one wholeheartedly.
There's an Esther out there waiting for that position.
Yep.
Yep.
So one of the things I thought I would do with my retirement would be to work for Citygate organization, Citygate Network. They had a position that was going to be open in this part of the world. It's called the Evergreen District. It encompasses Alaska, Washington, Oregon, Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming.
Is that a lot of travel?
Yeah, and I did that for 10 years with the retailer that
Yeah.
I was a
Yeah.
part of. I was a district manager, and I got to travel around, and it was a great time.
Are you missing travel?
My wife thinks I am. She knows that I like to be on the road. And
Our
and
wives know
out-
better than we do.
Yeah, I know.
I bet you did. You hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Don't remind me. But, I thought, okay, I kind of did a chat with the guy that was doing the hiring and something that he said made me think nobody else applied for this job. And I had my reservations about it. You know, I don't want to work for a corporation, and sometimes that's what it felt like at points.
Yep.
And I had a peace. If I got it, I had the right to say no if I didn't think that it was God's timing. If I didn't get it, it was going to be okay. Well, they called and said I didn't get it, and that was fine with me. The guy was floored that I said, well, praise the Lord, you found the right person, you know? And the person that they found has
flourished in that position.
Well, no, he's had 40 years of working in rescue missions. His father worked in a rescue mission before him. Matter of fact, that the rescue mission that him and his father have run for the past 80 years, there's a park right across the street with their name on it.
Oh.
I mean, that's how much they've been involved with the rescue mission. So I had no qualms with him taking that position, and I was at peace with it. But the guy that was telling me that I didn't get the job, boy, you'd have thought I was screaming at him or something. He didn't know how to react with me being so happy that I didn't get the job.
He thought he was calling you to announce the death of someone.
Yeah, yeah. And it was for the best.
Yeah.
I mean, I had my reservations. I didn't know if I'd say yes or not. And I'm thankful that they were smart enough to go with who God told them to go with. So while that's out, I've been a chaplain at the hospital on call for 15 years or 14 years. I plan on keeping that so that, you know, that helps my income a little bit. I'm not worried about it because when I took the job here, I was making this much money at my old position. And when I came here, I was here and I thought, I'm going the wrong way. I should be doing, but the Lord's been in it every step of the way. I've never gone without. I just give it to him and he provides. So it's a wonderful thing. And who knows what tomorrow's going to bring once I do retire. But I know one of the things that will be a prerequisite is for me to be able to come to the mission and volunteer when I want to. I love coming to the devotion time in the morning and playing music. I hope to be able to do that more than I have since I took this job.
Right.
When I was development director and operations person, I could schedule my time pretty much to be there almost every day of the week, and this job hasn't allowed me to do that. So I try to get there 3 days a week, but the last couple, knowing this was coming, I haven't been there at all. And my day goes a whole lot better when I start out with praise and worship. So, so I'm looking forward to that once I'm done. You just can't make this stuff up.
No, you can't make this stuff up. Can't make this.
No, and you don't want to.
So. But like you said, I appreciate and I think the other Jim.
The other Jim.
The other Jim mentioned.
Jim 1. They used to call us Jim 1 and Jim 2. I didn't like being number 2. But.
It might have been the other Jim who said it, but the idea of how great is it that, or it might have been Chris. I forget. How great is it that you can be someone who retires from a position but desires to stay in that position? Usually people who are retiring have become exhausted.
Yep.
People who quit their job aren't quitting because they desperately love it. It's because their spirit has moved on from that, you know, or maybe something in the family's happened or whatever. But when it comes down to it, for you to be in the moment here going, I'm ready to move on. Oh, but I'm staying right here.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's a beautiful thing.
I've said it before. It's in my bones.
It's
in my blood. I'll share a personal testimony. 2016, I had been going to school to be a pastor for 5 years online. I had a personal goal to get it done before I turned 60. December 16th, I think it was, I was getting ready for church the Sunday before Christmas, and something wasn't right. Turns out I was having a heart attack. I went to the hospital that day. The doctor in charge of the ER that day's husband was one of the chaplains at the hospital. She knew who I was. She helped me. Came back after a few tests and said, yes, you definitely had an event. An event?
We're having an event right now. I don't put those two in the same...
An event? Come on now. That's like going to a concert. And so she said they were going to admit me, and then Monday morning they would put me in and do a heart catheterization, whatever it is that they call it. So I had a couple more episodes that day. They had given me some nitro pills or whatever they call them.
Couple more events.
Yeah, and so you had to stick them under your tongue, and everything went fine. That night I got to watch my 2 oldest granddaughters at the church Christmas pageant on my cell phone. And then I asked my wife to bring my laptop in because I had work to do.
Oh, I bet you she didn't.
Well, Jim Kaiser locked me out of it, so I couldn't do any work.
Good man. Well done, Jim.
Yeah, it was pretty
Number
crazy.
one.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, he locked me out of it, so I couldn't get in to do
that's
any
great.
of it. But I look back on that experience, and it was one of the highlights of my life, even though some people would look at it as this could be the end of your life. You just never know. But not once did that cross my mind. And being a chaplain at the hospital, I felt pretty good for the 3 days it took me to get in to have my surgery. So I'd walk the halls and I'd pray for the rooms as I went by. And if I knew the person that was in the room, I'd pray for them. I would pray with the nurses. And it was just an amazing experience. It gave me, I think, the mending of my heart before they did the surgery, so that when it was done, everything was good.
But you said this to me multiple times, and it eats me up. You had a heart attack, and you say never once did you think that you were going to die from it. How is that a thing? Guys, I mean, if you found out you were having a heart attack, Dylan, don't you think the mindset would be, I tasted death?
That never crossed my mind. And they told me that what I had was called the Widowmaker. It was I needed a quadruple.
Chris is shaking his head back there.
It was a quadruple bypass that they did on me. And I mean, it was such a blessing. We got done with the heart cath. My daughters and my wife were sitting there. And the guy that did the cath came in and said, well, there's 3 ways we normally take care of this. 1, we can give you medications. 2, you can have stents put in. Or 3, we recommend open heart surgery. And we're recommending to you the 3rd option.
Did you get a bovine heart?
No. They took the vein out of my leg. I had 115 staples in my leg where they took the vein out. I accused the surgeon of using 4 of those and then selling the others on the black market. Or using them, because this guy would go to Africa and save kids' life that had health problems that might not have otherwise gotten
so many veins
surgery.
Going in there named McCormick.
Yeah, there you go. All of a sudden they're left-handed. Who would have thought? But it was an amazing experience for me. But the guy comes in and he says, we're going to recommend surgery, and the surgeon will be here in a minute. And he came in and explained what he was going to do and said he was going to go check to see when he could get me in. And as he left the room, my one daughter looked at my wife and said, I like him. He's got good hair. Like, that is something that you worry about when you're having heart surgery. And
I am jealous of your hair.
We not mine, his.
Oh, his.
Yeah. And
I'm still jealous of your hair.
Well, only because there's some there.
I'm jealous of Steve's hair.
Yeah, well, he has some to spare.
He's got plenty to spare.
Transplant.
Yeah. You are attached to it? Okay. Drat. I was going to make an offer, but never mind.
So, I mean, it was a great experience. And then, they put you into this little harness. Well, first, if you go for a walk, they want you up and walking as quick as possible, but they put a strap around your belly and some guy's holding on to you in case you fall over. And that was an experience. And there were some struggles involved, but overall, I can't complain about any of it. They give you this thing that you have to pull together when you have to cough or sneeze or something like that, because they don't want you to blow your chest apart.
I can only imagine that feeling.
That wasn't that bad. I think the worst part of it was getting those 114 or 15 staples out of my leg.
I was about to say, you got all the staples in your leg. You cough, the staples shoot from one leg into the other.
No, not completely, but yeah, it was weird. But 6 weeks after, I got out of the hospital the Monday after Christmas, and that Sunday I was at church. I I probably looked like, close to death because I was peaked and, still recovering, but I felt like I had to be there.
How long does it take to heal up from something like that?
I was off work January and most of February. I think I came back a little bit in March, but by April, my 2 daughters and wife and I got on a plane and flew to Charlotte, North Carolina, and then I drove to Charleston, South Carolina from there for a wedding for my wife's family. And we had a great time. That was the first time since my daughters had been married and started having kids that we got to do a family vacation. But within 6 weeks or so of the surgery, my wife said, I don't like the color of our living room, dining room area. We need to paint. So...
No, honey, my leg, my heart, I can't.
No,
call the daughters.
It was
I
a
can't.
blessing. She did the cutting in because I was still a little shaky, and I am yet today. But yeah, and I did the rolling, and I think that was part of the healing process too, because I was out, doing stuff.
Sure.
It's been amazing. I will tell you, you said something about a bovine heart. I started doing rehab up at the Benefice West at their clinic up there for cardiac rehab.
Right.
And I met a bunch of different guys, different ages. I think I might have been one of the youngest ones there because mine happened at 59 years old. And there was a guy that had surgery and he had a cow's valve put in his heart. And he says, I'm doing really good, but I can't walk out in the yard without wanting to stop and graze. And I just busted a gut with that one, and hopefully he's still doing well. I haven't seen him in a number of years. I do stop over there and say hi to the people that helped me through that time, and yeah, it was an amazing experience. So, attitude is a lot of it. You got to have the right attitude. Many of the people, when they come in here, don't have that, but we try and instill that in them too, that if you think positive and you count your blessings, they're going to become more abundant. And that's what happens around here. So, yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. So, and that was 2016. So I got my schooling done the day before my heart attack. And I became ordained into the Nazarene Church as a pastor 2 weeks before my 60th birthday. And that was my goal.
That's great. That's great. That's great.
Yeah, I did tell the district superintendent for the Nazarene Church in Montana and Wyoming that my goal was to become ordained and retire before I ever preached a sermon. he didn't see the joke in that, but that's okay.
You preach a lot of sermons in just daily conversation, though.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Sometimes I'm doing it, and sometimes it
just slips out.
Sometimes I don't even know I'm doing it. But it's been a blessing. I've gotten to preach all over the state pretty much because I fill in for different churches when they need help. This summer I was up in Cut Bank for a month of Sundays, once a month for 4 months. And that was a blessing. They got a great congregation up there, and I've never met a church I didn't like. So yeah, it's a wonderful thing.
You got a favorite place that you've had the chance to go and speak out? If you say here, I'll be mad at you.
I got no answer then. I was going to say the Great Falls Rescue Mission. But I shared earlier that when I shared at the chapels when I first started here and I was just learning how to do this, I'd look out into the crowd that was there, and people are there because they have to be in the evening service because they got to, if they're going to eat, they got to come and listen. Be there. And we don't say they have to stay awake or they have to listen. And I would see people sleeping in the back, and I thought, wow, I love to keep my audience riveted. That's a quote from a movie too, but yeah.
I got them so close to the Lord, they fell asleep.
Yeah, there you go.
Dreaming about him.
But, through it all, here is probably where I feel the most comfortable because I can relate to what they're going through.
Absolutely.
I never stayed at a rescue mission, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't have.
Right. Right.
I struggled through my struggles the hard way, dealing with it yourself, getting married and having your wife have to deal with some of the stuff that you brought along, I tell her to this day she should be sainted because she's put up with a lot from me.
There is a very special woman to go through that level of stress, discomfort, fear for you, probably a little bit of fear of you.
Yeah.
And come out the other side, still your wife, still loving you, still respecting you, and you're married 50 years?
45.
45.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
that's incredible.
April 14th.
What does she tell you was her driving force to keep her with you all of that time, especially through that? I'm sure she told you at one point in time you were an idiot.
More than once.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe not in that many words, but she probably used those words. I know that it wasn't my extremely good looks. Because that's a matter of opinion.
I said nothing.
I attribute it to me never losing sight of who she is and what she meant to me.
Right.
And I don't know if that's her situation. I know I met her at Sears Roebuck in Missoula, Montana. She worked in the office, and I worked in the complaint department for a short period of time. And when I saw her go through the area that I worked into the office area, I went, "Whew, who is that?" Went to the human resource lady, which could be a mistake nowadays anyway. And I said, "Who is that?" And she told me, and she says, "She's practically engaged." And I said, "Not for long." And so the rest is history. I proposed to her in the automotive department at Sears. How romantic is that? After we were married.
Did you give her a washer?
No, but I did buy the ring from one of the guys in the automotive.
Oh,
department.
there you go. Close enough.
It's a sapphire that he actually dug out of the earth and then put the
That's very
cuts
cool.
on it and everything. After we were married a short period of time, she came and told me in the tire stock room that we were going to have a child. And yeah, I won't take it to the next level. The store manager said something really weird one time. But yeah, I think, yeah, I am thankful that I was smart enough to realize when I was in my pit of despair that I needed to change something or this wasn't going to stay. And so we did. And it hasn't been a bed of roses since. It's a whole lot better than what it was when I was drinking, that type of thing. But
you are still human.
We are. Yeah, I am.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm perfect.
She was raised with a stepfather that had an alcohol problem, and she kept seeing that in me when I would go that route, and that really weighed heavy on her heart. So I had an epiphany when I went to church one Sunday in the little town of Lolo, Montana, and realized that I needed to change some things. So I did. And the funny thing is life started getting a whole lot better once I made that decision, or I should say, he told me to make that decision.
There was no other choice.
Yeah. Now it hasn't all been roses. I still have a temper. When I pound my thumb, you wouldn't know I was a Christian sometimes. But I'm learning to curb that even more. There's still times, and if it rears its ugly head, she cowers because that's the way she was raised, and it wasn't a good thing. But we learn. We keep learning through the whole thing. And I look at her now, and I still see my 21-year-old bride. Yeah, it's a great thing. So, yeah, we have 2 grown daughters. They had 2 son-in-laws. I shared earlier that one of them passed in a snowmobile accident a number of years ago, and that's been a hard thing. But we're getting through it, and we're learning, and we're moving forward. Both my daughters are doing wonderfully. They're raising great kids. Yeah, I can't ask for more.
Well, one of your son-in-laws showed up right here.
Yep.
That's hanging out with us.
That's Abby's husband, Jesse. He was going to band practice tonight. He's in a band that plays in different places in town. He's been up at iHeart and iHeart the last couple of years. Great guy. I've known him since he was in junior high school, I think. He was
Knee-high to a grasshopper.
Yeah.
Sort of.
We used to play basketball at the church on a certain night of the week. And, I wasn't a bad basketball player, but the older I got, the more it became a legend in my own mind. And I'd be dribbling down the court, and all of a sudden I'm dribbling Eric because he'd sneak in behind me and steal the ball from me. So,
Uh-oh.
but yeah, and they've been married 20 years this year, so that's a wonderful thing. And yeah, 2 grown grandkids that are living in Tempe, Arizona. One of them going to ASU. The next 2 in line are grandsons, and they both want to go to ASU. So, yeah, I guess I'll have to be looking for a house down there. But I'm not going to stay. I'm going to be one of them. What do they call them? Snowbirds?
Snowbirds.
Yeah.
Snowbirds.
Yeah. I'll come here when it's snowing, and I'll go. No, that's backwards. Yeah. Yeah. Reverse snowbird. Yeah. I'm going to Arizona when it's 125 degrees in the shade.
Speaking of snowbirds, I'm going to look up what our temperature is right now. It feels like it's getting a little colder, doesn't it? Yeah, my fingers are getting a little frosty. I'm going to look this up.
You better have your circulation checked.
Say again?
We've had some comments come in.
Oh, good.
Oh, please.
Jennifer Barnhart just says, hi, Jim.
Well, hello, Jennifer. Thanks for tuning in, and thank you for all the comments that you've given us
she's left a
tonight.
bunch of great comments.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're doing well. Keep doing what you're doing. Say hello to your family for me, and God bless you.
And we have a question from John Barron. What's the most concerning trend you see, or trend you are seeing among our homeless neighbors, and how can we pray?
Let's see.
That can't be right. It says it's 4 degrees out. I don't think that's true. No. No. Dylan, would you try looking this up on your phone? Thanks, bud.
44 degrees.
44. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Thank you, AccuWeather.
John, I think the most concerning is the cost of living that's skyrocketing. We did some math the other day and found out that most utilities have gone up almost 30% in the last year. Second most concerning is fentanyl being out there. I know we've had a number of people that have been here that are no longer on this earth because of that
terrible
drug.
Yep.
Although when used properly, it can, hospitals use it quite often to get you ready for surgery and that type of thing. So it needs to be used properly.
Yep.
Hello. Yeah, and then the third is the mental health issues. And many times, mental health issues come from the drug use that they've been in, where it affects your brain and affects your ability to reason and that type of thing. So there's a multitude of things that happen. I think the number one, really the hard part of it is when they're ready to go and ready to move into their own place. It's a whole different ball game because of the cost of rentals and the cost of maintaining that rental when you're there. So, yeah, but everybody's situation is different. This is on the average around Great Falls, Montana. Those are the things that I think are critical for these folks. Yeah. Chris, that's Larry Foose. He did the
drone shots
this morning or this afternoon when we started, and he's here to get some more tonight, I guess. Either that or he couldn't sleep.
He's a glutton for punishment is what he is.
For some reason, once you said the name, I was like, oh, I know that name.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Woo-wee. Larry, you sure you don't want to come hang out with us on camera? He's like, I'm so good.
Yeah.
I'm cold, okay?
I have on lined pants, and they're not enough.
I looked for my lawn johns, literally could not find them, and give me a few minutes, I will be wearing my full suit soon. It is, yeah, I'm
I don't
chilling.
know if I want to see that.
I didn't say birthday suit. I
Did
said
you say
full suit.
a zoot suit?
Thank you, sir. He's hooking us up with a whole bunch more hand warmers.
You want some now?
Oh, I'm okay. This is
Stick
a
them in the
good
legs
start.
of your pants.
Oh, I'm gonna hop in the suit here in a minute. Yeah. We're gonna have to get out the
This is a great coat, by the way. I got it at Sears.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I knew it looked old. No.
Yeah, well, I only wear it when I'm extremely cold, and I'm not now.
Yeah.
Because of it. So yeah.
This is working out very well for me because these headphones, they work like earmuffs. Keeping my ears warm.
I was going to call you Princess Leia there for a minute, but
Help me, Obi-Wan, help me.
I remember that part.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you're my only hope. Yeah. Kissing her brother. Things just got weird at a certain point. Was that
they
Leia?
didn't know they were brother and sister.
No, they
at
didn't.
That time.
They didn't.
Yeah.
That turned out to be a very
That turned out to be a very weird movie. Yeah. That just fell so far so fast.
Here's some trivia. I read the other day that Tom Selleck was offered the role of Indiana Jones.
I would have watched
and turned
that.
it down because he couldn't get out of the Magnum PI contract that he had.
Well, he got stuck in those short shorts that he had to wear in Magnum PI all the time. Couldn't
No,
get out
wait,
of them
you're
to go.
thinking of the Baywatch or whatever it was.
No,
the
Magnum
guy-
PI.
He
Come on, he
short
wore like
shorts?
super short shorts in Magnum PI.
I don't know. I didn't.
Yeah, get in on this, Chris. Someone in the comments, you know exactly. Don't you call me out for noticing his shorts, okay? I noticed his car too. All right, his car was cool.
Yeah.
In Magnum PI.
It was a
Yeah.
kit car. It wasn't even.
It was totally a kit car, and it was a good-looking kit car.
I believe it was supposed to be a Ferrari.
Or a Fiero, was that the other one? The other kind of car, kind of like that.
That was a Pontiac.
Pontiac Fiero, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
it
what
was a mid-engine job.
Yep.
Two-seater. I don't
Yep.
think. Was it a Fiero? I don't know. I didn't watch
It
it
looked
that
like
often.
a Fiero.
Yeah. I
From
was
what I
too old
remember.
to watch that show.
And I'm millennial, so it was reruns upon reruns for my generation.
Sadly, you said Magnum PI, and the theme song came right to my head. I was like, oh Lord, how
You
did
got-
that happen?
Are you going to sing it for us?
No.
Okay.
There's no words, so yes, I will sing it.
Jim's guitar is inside.
Yeah.
Solo.
One that I haven't played in a while.
Yeah.
So I don't know if these things still work. Notice I use this hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
went
remember?
lefty.
I play left-handed. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we had a little trade. I mean, that was what kind of where our relationship got started with.
Yeah,
the
it
old,
was. It was a
with the
good
old
thing.
radio days. So
Yeah.
he would come in and hang out with me in KINX on 102.7 Star Radio.
Mm-hmm.
And then one day I was talking with him about a guitar that I had that was a lefty, and we
That's
ended up.
because I saw the guitar you had in your office.
Oh, yeah,
and I
that's
said,
true,
Oh,
that's
I got
true.
one that's same model or
Yeah.
same color. And then we got to talking from there. Yeah.
So I did a trade with him. I got a really nice guitar. He got a guitar with a broken neck. It was amazing.
Well, and that brings some more surgeries up because
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
I've had 2 neck fusions.
Two
in-
neck fusions?
in my lifetime.
Well-
One just this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, and I remember that around that same time you had carpal tunnel surgery.
Oh yeah, that was so that my hand wouldn't go to sleep when I was playing guitar. That's hard to do when you can't feel your fingers and you're trying to, pluck chords or whatever you want to call it.
All right, there's the D string.
And that surgery is well worth it if you're a
Is
guitar
it?
player and you're suffering from that because it really hasn't happened since.
Really? That's cool. That's
Yeah.
very cool.
So, yeah.
I know. I just sit
But-
there like this, and my hands go. It just you fall asleep on me like that. It doesn't help when you slam your elbow into something and you get that really nice little
Well, I
ulnar
did-
nerve hit.
I did that at the same time as the carpal tunnel. They told me I had tennis elbow, and I said, "Are you kidding me? I played tennis once in my life,
I know. Tennis elbow.
and I
both
didn't do
arms.
very good at that." So, but
And
yeah.
then they give you they're all like, "Oh, I know why you have tennis elbow." It's like, shut up, go away. That's what I mean. Yeah, I mean, come on. You all know what I'm talking about. You see how he looks at me? You know exactly what I'm saying.
I'm glad I don't.
Magnum PI did have the shorty shorts.
Ha! What's the car?
Oh, I'll look that up. Yeah.
You were too busy looking at the shorty shorts. I told you.
That's what I was looking up when I found the shorty shorts. Don't ask. I don't
Like,
know.
But as far away as you are, I could have still lived the rest of my life without seeing that picture you just showed us. But I wore those shorts for a while.
Did you wear those shorts?
Yeah. That was sad.
You know.
It was supposed to be a Ferrari.
Oh, was
but
it?
They used a kit car, and I want to say that the kit car that they used came from the Fiero.
Ah, there we
Okay.
go. There we go.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Now, here's a question. This will date you as well. Dylan and I, we have a buddy named Stan. Really awesome guy. Ex-military. Really cool guy. But he shows us this picture of him wearing how many polo shirts?
3 polos.
3 polos.
At the same time?
At the same time.
You couldn't decide on a color or what?
He definitely had
It's
a...
a fashion thing, I guess, to wear like multiple colors, multiple polos. It's become a nickname for him. We call him Three Polos.
Huh.
And he had like his hair just like completely
Coiffed.
gelled back, like, just solid. It looked like he shellacked it.
Is anyone on watching via the stream? Does this make any sense to anyone? Three polos, and he like pop a collar and then lay another.
Yeah, like,
Slicked back hair?
yeah, like the slick back hair.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds more.
Peacocking?
I don't know if that's what it's called, but that's what it sounds like.
It does, doesn't it?
Colors for the feathers, floral in the hair.
Yeah.
Is that 1950s or is that the 80s
I don't know. I'm
genre?
imagining a knockoff Beach Boys.
Yeah.
Because they had the I don't remember what they called the guys there, but
Could be Jersey Shore, but I don't know. The only thing I know about it is there's a person named Snooki. That's all I
Oh,
know.
that just goes way left field.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember Three Polos. When I was traveling in the mid 90s and went to meetings, there was a trend where people were wearing a collared shirt with like a Henley over top of it, similar to a sweater.
Like a sweater vest?
No, it was a Henley long sleeve shirt, but they could wear a collared shirt underneath and then leave the Henley open. But that's the only layering that I saw. I wonder if it was a 1950s thing, if they had the slick back DA haircut or whatever they called it back then.
It must have been a jock thing of some sort.
It could be. That wasn't me either. So
Just saying, I was checking. checking.
yeah.
Stan is certainly one of a kind. He's certainly one of a kind. But
Well, everybody is to a point.
to a point.
Yeah.
Three
Otherwise-
polos is certainly to a point.
Yeah. So what are we going to talk about? We've talked about a lot of nothing.
We're getting to that
Chris,
point.
you can't agree with us.
I was gonna say that just kind of sounds like a day that ends in Y.
I am very curious what's going on here.
Yeah.
Much to do about nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. We're having communion.
Yeah, we've been presented a wine glass. Oh.
Oh, he's going.
Oh,
for
you
a-
are going full artsy, aren't you?
He's going for a new look.
Oh yeah. So he's got this glass ball here. He's gonna shine the camera through the glass ball, and we're gonna kind of look like a weird painting sort of thing. Are we going for the what's the name of that artist with the big crazy mustache?
Andy Warhol.
Which one?
Frank Zappa, that's
Yeah, it's not quite that one either.
Wasn't there an album out looking through a prism or something like that?
I'm trying to. I do. Salvador Dali. Thank
Dali,
you. Yes, that was
yeah.
it.
We had one of his paintings here.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was a true painting or if it was a copy. Probably a copy of print.
Probably a copy.
But yeah, it was weird. Yeah.
Now my question is: does the glass ball make us look thinner or thicker?
I'm hoping
Yes.
the first one. I'm hoping the first one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm big. Oh, thanks. I
Boom.
needed help with that. I've been complaining about the midsection the whole time we've been doing this.
So I record Jim on our first little thing that we did. So I had him sit down and I kind of did a podcast kind of setup with him, and then we had to put him in the bench talking with some of the guys. He comes over and I'm like, "This is such a great video," and he looks at me and goes, "Man, I wish I lost 20 pounds." You know.
Yeah. I wanted to say, why couldn't you make me look thinner?
Oh, but that's what every woman says.
I'm not a woman. But that would have been nice, but it does matter. It's me.
No, it's
me.
all of us. We all do
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah.
I remember my career as a caricature artist. You want to guess what every woman says to me when they sit down in front to be drawn?
Really? Is that
All
what I
the
look
same.
like? Yeah.
Yeah, make me look skinnier. Can you get rid of a couple of the wrinkles? Can you get rid of a couple of the wrinkles?
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So what do they do when you go up to them and start erasing?
I just go get the tape. I just go get the tape out of the back and just start taping things up. And yeah. Hang on. I got to pose you first.
Oh, and yeah. Or the Bride of Frankenstein and Young Frankenstein.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, we're getting tired, people.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We're still awake.
Yeah,
And
we
we're
are.
doing good. And how many hours now?
Don't ask. It's almost 1 o'clock.
So 12 hours.
12 hours.
There you go.
12 hours.
There you go. We're over halfway there.
Oh, we are.
Whew. Yeah. How about that?
And
And
it's-
I'm still awake. Yeah. And I haven't gone in my office and slept. I go in and eat, and then I come back out because I don't want you to have to.
We will start sending people in with you to verify this. You know, I've asked everyone in your team to make a bet on when you are going to end up.
I know I was here for part of it.
And none of them, they're all voting all here. He's going to make it. And I'm like, no, come on. Let's make this a challenge for Pete's sake. What is this?
That's teamwork. Thanks, guys.
Stop paying them
Keep
off.
praying for me. Yeah, I might not be worth a hoot the rest of the weekend, but we're going to get through this.
Yeah, you're going to get a ride home from your wife tomorrow
Actually,
or today.
I told her to call me because I think I'm going to be okay going.
You think
home.
so?
Yeah.
Think so?
Yeah. I've driven sleepier than 24 hours, so.
We'll strap you to the roof and drive you home so you feel like you're driving.
I think I've done that too.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. You seem like the sort.
Yeah. There was a
day.
There was a different life in one part or another. Yeah.
Well, what do they call those drunkalogs?
Oh, I don't.
Where a dialogue where you're talking about your drunken experiences.
Yeah, I don't talk about those.
Yeah,
anymore.
exactly.
I'm happy where I'm at.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to wake up in the morning and not have to worry about who you need to apologize to.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's a great thing. So.
Where was I? Let me look through my past photos and see where I was.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not where I expected. Yeah.
Yeah.
And isn't that the thing though? And people consider fun to be that lifestyle. That lifestyle is a forgetful lifestyle and one that is not making memories. It's one making enemies.
Yeah. And hurting yourself.
And hurting yourself severely.
Yeah.
Severely.
Yep.
And in my opinion, I might have a different opinion than many people. In my opinion, things like sugar, things like alcohol, things like drugs are great in a proper balance because they serve a purpose. But everything is taken to excess, and we as humans cheapen everything we do, and we do take everything to excess, and that is deeply where we fail.
Yep.
Alcohol is used in drugs. Alcohol is used in cleaning, and then sugar is used in everything we eat, which is why we all look the way we do.
Yep.
Because it's all been taken to excess.
Yep.
And a lack of control is what leads us there.
There's sugar in everything anymore.
Mhm.
It's crazy.
There's sugar in your salt. I don't know if that's true, but I was going to roll with that joke anyway.
I'm still trying to comprehend that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is impressive if you look at some of the things that you would look at that you would think it is the most savory thing that you can imagine. You'll probably find some form of sugar, fructose. I don't even know.
Fructose.
Fructose. It's late. It's 1 a.m. Fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
Perspective.
High fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
Was part of the reason that I ended up with diabetes was high fructose corn syrup.
Well, and I say that's an epidemic in itself.
It is.
That's
yeah.
and that's
and
rest my
I
case
did
on
some
that.
research on it, and there's nothing good about it other than it sweetens things, but your body doesn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it stores it as fat,
Yep.
and it makes your sugar get out of whack. Yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff.
Well, we as humans have invented some rather interesting things.
Yeah.
That haven't exactly been a benefit to our communities.
Yeah. No. And it's been going on for years and years and years and years.
And then some. And then you have to make whole centers on it.
Billions of years. So, yeah. Yeah.
We've seen a lot. We've been through a lot today. Have you had a favorite? Don't take this in any way if you were one of the pre-interviews. A favorite interview today so far? Favorite line they gave you during the interview that hit you?
Well, we've been doing this how long?
12 hours.
Was
Too
it that-
long.
Was it that long ago we started?
Yeah.
No, I'm still waiting for the first interview.
It's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
We're at 12 We're at 1 p.m. 1 a.m. 1 a.m. 12 p.m. a.m.
I can honestly say that I've gotten good things out of each interview that we did, but I think some of the most
Very
awesome-
diplomatic answer there.
I'm trying. The ones that were the most awesome to me were the ones that showed up that we didn't
Still
have-
diplomatic.
No, the ones that we didn't have scheduled.
Oh yeah,
A
that's
couple of the people that stay in this building,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Colby over at that building,
Yeah.
and what was her name from Family Promise?
Mhm.
Yeah, Candace, I think is her
Yep,
name.
yep.
That was awesome to me because I didn't know her from anywhere, and she was hanging around out there for quite a while before
Yes,
I
she
got
was.
freed up enough to go over and introduce myself. And for her to say that she wanted to do it,
Police, he went that way.
Drives by every night, so we're not looking.
Whoa, did I just see someone walk across the road there too? Yes, I did.
oh good grief.
Someone literally walked across the road right there. That guy's kicking up dust.
Yeah, you can't make this stuff up.
No, you can't.
Some people's kids.
Well, they say nothing good happens after 11 p.m.
On a better note, we
What-
have a comment from Kim Gray Smith, and she said, "You're halfway there. Good job."
Thank you, Kim.
Yeah, Kim's a wonderful employee at this place.
We're
and-
gonna make it.
Yeah, it's coming. 12 hours. Here we go. We're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
So,
It's
yeah.
been great though. It really has.
Yeah, I've had a great time, and I'm still doing pretty well. Yeah, mentally, I guess, as well as I can ever expect. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, and
Did
you're
you see how easy he got down?
way too easy there.
I
bud.
know.
Way too easy there, Larry.
Yeah, I'd still be trying to bend in the middle to get
I'm
down
38. And my knees couldn't do that.
there.
Yeah.
I got 30 years on you, man. What was that? What was that?
You just randomly said proof code.
I'm blaming the switch from PM to AM.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh man, just give us another half hour to an hour, and things are just gonna start to look a little loopy.
No, they won't.
Okay,
When we
will.
start feeling that way, we have you put on a video and we go from there.
Dylan, cue the video.
Yeah, how many of them have we shown?
We've shown one.
That's it?
Yeah, we have
Just
5.
Greg?
We have 5 other ones, and frankly,
Frank's
we have.
not part of it.
Well, drat. We're have to delete Frank's now too. We had a lovely one with you, but you've told the majority of the stories from the one that I had of you, where I caught you on camera, just you and I talking back and forth.
That was 50 minutes long.
Yeah,
and
it
that
was.
was
It was
amazing.
great.
And there was stuff in there that I would be happy that you didn't share because I was just talking to you.
Maybe we'll replay it.
Yeah, I just thought we were talking, and it wasn't until I was very near the end that I realized
he was late for a meeting.
Well, I was late for a meeting, but
Yeah.
you were recording the thing the whole time, and I didn't realize you were. So
I warned him that I was, but here's the thing.
I was talking and didn't hear you. Help me! I'm talking and I can't shut up.
Here's the thing though, and I've said this so many times before. I feel that one of my gifts that I'm very thankful that I own and that I claim is that God has given me the ability to lead an interview where people forget that the camera's there and
Yeah.
that the microphone's there.
Yep.
But I think that is when you become the most sincere, the most honest, and you share things that you honestly want to share.
Yeah.
Now you forget of that, but the thing is, that's when you're the most heartfelt, and that's when people connect with you the most. And so that's why I love what I do. And I love this. I love working with Dylan on this stuff because what we're doing is we are allowing people their moment to
Share their heart.
and find themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I have literally sat with someone this close and watched her have a life change right there in that moment in front of my camera.
Mm-hmm.
And see her a year, 2 years later, and she goes, I keep thinking about that conversation. You know, and talking about being an orphan. It's from the art shows, the Western Art Week, and it was literally a conversation of someone who was an orphan and meeting her family and what that was like and some of the heartache that many of the people in this very building are experiencing.
Mm-hmm.
And she was very open and shared all of that right there on a live stream in that moment. And she still remembers that in a very positive light to this day, but then also says, I forgot you were recording. And she judges me for that. And I go, that's not my fault. Because if God's going to have you say something important that's going to change someone's life, that better be rolling, or else I have failed you. And so
yeah, I'd like to look at it just to see.
Yeah.
I remember sharing some deep personal things, and you know, because I was talking to you, I wasn't talking to a camera. I wasn't worrying about that, and that's what you just explained was we get to share our heart because you give us that sense of peace and that sense of understanding that, you know, we're having a good conversation. That's what this whole thing's about, is
that is
conversations.
exactly what this is.
So, yeah, I'm not saying you can't play it, but I wouldn't mind.
Can I review it first?
Yeah. I no, and it's not first. Just let me look at it
absolutely.
so that I know.
Absolutely.
You know, the
course.
last thing I would want to do is offend anybody with, you know, when I think we're talking by ourselves. And it's not that I talk that way. It's that I just, it was over a week ago.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday.
With the deepest respect, I would not put something up that would do that to you. And not even close.
Yep.
Yep. And the thing is, your heart is so beautiful. And I mean that.
Thanks. I got a new one a few years back.
Yeah, I know. It's great. It's a bovine heart. You know,
It's not a bovine. No, it's not a pig's valve. It's
just got this weird.
It's my own. What do they call it? A venous vein, I think, is the one that's on my right leg that they took. And it was weird because they took 4 inches here and 4 inches here, 4 inches here. I mean, it's weird. I have scars all the way up my leg.
And if you saw a picture of his heart, there's just all these veins just tied around it in like granny knots, you know.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm an Eagle Scout. They had to be square knots.
Square knot?
Yeah. Yep. They had to be a square knot. So
you do have a really beautiful heart, though. So when you were allowing your spirit to come out in that moment, the most meaningful stuff that will touch someone's heart, it was absolutely beautiful. And I'm just sitting there going, praise the Lord, the camera's running and is able to receive some of this. And you've had people sit in this very chair today that have had their moments doing the exact same thing.
Doing the same thing.
And you wouldn't regret a thing of what they said because that is their truest spirit.
Jonathan that was here,
Yes.
I mean, he is just learning that he can have a life back. And oh my gosh, I got choked up a couple times when he was talking, and he just kept. I hope I can get my wife back. I hope I can get my child back on Tuesday. You know. Yeah.
But this is my point. This is exactly what's happening in this building, in that building, and the other building. I mean, literally, we say that you have fun here, but you carry the burdens, and like you said, the word burden is not a good choice of words in this situation, but you carry that weight of every single person in this. And as a previous youth pastor, I don't miss that.
Yeah.
I don't, because the weight that we carry, that they don't realize we're carrying for them because they care less about themselves than we do.
Right.
And we go and cry in the corner while they walk away to go have fun and do something stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And we're sitting there literally
with our heart on our sleeve.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't understand that. Yeah. And it's not their fault that we took on too much of that burden.
Yeah.
But we love them that much.
Yeah.
That we desire that. That's so yes, they have fun here, but then also Carrie puts it well. Sometimes all you can do is laugh because that is the only way to get through that emotional situation.
And I'm good at doing that part of it. I think you asked me earlier, you know, the best part of the day or the best interview. Yeah. I can't nail it down to one, and I'm not trying to be politically correct.
No, I gotcha.
But I think because I'm the administrator here, so to speak, I get to sign paychecks, I get to sign vouchers for spending, I get to, you know, I do lots of different things. I sign a lot of thank you letters and a lot of receipts. There's times when I walk home like that because, you know, I've been signing so much. But I get to do the administrative stuff more than I used to do when I was operations. Yeah. And for me, the greatest part of today is reconnecting with why I do what I do. And that's hearing the stories and hearing my people share from their hearts. Yeah. You know, that's why they're here, is because they get to see the transformation in these folks. And sometimes I get lost in the hubbub and forget what brought me here in the first place, and that's to help these people, get a grip on what they're doing and where they're going. And I am blessed with 30 wonderful employees. I don't know if it's 30 exactly, but it's pretty close to that. And every one of them I've seen sharing their heart with the people that they get to talk to. I was going to say I've seen them all cry, but no, I haven't seen them all cry, but probably more than half.
Probably the majority.
More, like 75% of them.
Yeah.
One of them out here, I don't know if I've ever seen him cry, but there's time yet.
Navy removed my tear ducts. It's impossible.
Mace.
Shot A or shot B?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. But I mean, that's the thing that we've seen it in action tonight.
Yes.
We've seen people that live here sharing from their heart, and we've seen employees sharing from their heart.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is the hearts are pretty in line with each other.
Oh, yes.
They're thankful that they get to be a part of this, that they are being treated like a human being with respect and dignity, and the employees are given that respect and dignity. So it's a wonderful thing. What's that noise?
That's the drone.
Lots of hornets.
That's Larry.
I'm not droning on, am I?
That's the drone.
Oh, there's a light. I thought it was a UFO.
Don't head to the light.
Yeah, don't look into the light. You'll get sliced by blades. I think the general hears from the foot soldiers.
Yeah.
And the general makes the call but does not see the pain or the sacrifice that the foot soldiers make until the moment is real.
Yeah.
And you're getting a real taste.
Yeah.
Not and let's say this very clearly. You're in the hospital all the time. You're also a foot soldier, but hearing from your team out in the open where they're not holding their tongue back because they're talking to boss man. I almost said boss man Bing, which is totally a Friends quote, but that's completely different. But they've been honest today.
Yeah. And
you've gotten to experience some of that honesty from them, and thankfully, all of it was very positive.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a blessing.
Yeah.
We do a number of things. We have a weekly staff meeting on Wednesday afternoon at 1:00, and sometimes I think they don't need me there. They need somebody that can give them wisdom and give them pep talk, and
It's still you.
it is. But it's a blessing because I have all the different organizations: the women's shelter, the men's shelter, the kids department, the kitchen if they're there. Just share something that's going on and what the successes are. Sometimes we hear the failures.
Yeah.
At our leadership meeting that we do Tuesday morning for the directors of the missions and the different departments, I start out by saying, give me something positive. Tell me something good that's going on in your life. Because too many times you sit down to a meeting and it's this is wrong and this is wrong and this is wrong and this is wrong. And that's not what we're here for. We're here to think of the positive things and to maintain a positivity, because sometimes when you're dealing with people that are in trauma, they're not all that positive.
Absolutely.
And we have to be the one that brings out the positives. I heard it today with the different people that have come from the shelters, and their positivity has been enlightening to me. It's been a wonderful change because, you get into the financial part of this and all the legal things that you got to do, and sometimes the things with employees can sometimes be a little bit
dicey.
Yeah, but for the most part, from where I was with the old organization to this group of people, I'd take this group of people every day of the week.
Yeah.
They're here for the purpose that they were hired for, and they have the heart to do that, and it's just been a blessing. So, should we take a break from talking and
Sure. If
have
you want.
Dylan run a video?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. I'll go
So,
help
what
him.
movie do you want to see? No, I'm kidding.
What movie? Well, I think It's a Wonderful Life, obviously, so we can check all the quotes that we've been saying from it
Yeah.
today.
I can't believe I'm quoting Jimmy Stewart instead of John Wayne. I mean,
Whoa. You got to get the accent and everything like
That's
that,
true.
and the cutting himself off.
so have you ever researched Jimmy Stewart?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That guy has been through a lot.
He's from Indiana, Pennsylvania.
Mm.
And there's a university close by there called Clarion University. He was a bomber pilot in World War II and retired from the Air National Guard, a brigadier general. Isn't that amazing?
Insane.
And he did that. He had won an Academy Award early on, went in as a bomber pilot. They were going to have him be a PR guy because he was a movie star.
He said, heck no.
No, put me in, coach, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I don't know how many missions it was, but I mean, he brought his plane back every time.
Yeah.
And when he wanted to go into the piloting, they didn't want him to go. They really tried hard. And he said, if that's the case, I'm out of here.
Think of the PR that they would have to say, we lost Jimmy Stewart in a bombing run.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't want that.
No.
But he was successful in those bombing runs.
Yeah.
And came back and continued on with the Air National Guard for many years. I did the book on him. I would say I read the book, but I'm not the greatest reader, so I listened to him on Audible.
Thank you, Audible.
Yes, amen. I've got a lot of knowledge from listening while I'm driving. We drove to Pennsylvania a few years ago to visit family back there, and my brother-in-law told us about this book, and I won't go into the details of it, but there was like 75 chapters.
Wow.
And it was almost from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, where I was born and raised. I think we got to the west side of South Dakota before we were done with it. But we were listening to this book, and we needed gas, and I pulled into the gas station and stayed at the outskirts of the gas station until the chapter was over. How silly is that?
Not at all. Not at all. I think all of us quite understand how enjoyable that is. That experience is. Thanks.
So we have one more comment.
Oh,
Came in from
bring it.
Nicole Griffith. She just said, I've been listening since 2. Your passion is definitely carrying you through. You guys are doing great. Keep chugging along and keep chugging that coffee.
Thank you, Nicole. Yeah. Is it showing?
That's funny. That's funny. Thank you. It was Nicole?
Yeah, Nicole Griffith.
All right.
We just got one more come in too from Beth Freda Clark. Way to pass the halfway point. Then a blessing. Looks like you are staying warm. May God continue to give you strength.
Amen.
Good. We're lying really well about that warmth. Because
No,
it's cold
not
out
that
here.
bad.
It's cold out here.
I wish you'd turn the fan up on these heaters here.
Yeah. I need to turn up the lights. If I turn them up to 100, maybe we'll get some warmth over here.
There you go. I can go get the heater if you want me to.
You know what? As soon as I put this suit on, I'm going to be toasty, roasty toasty.
Okay.
I'll be good. I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So you're going to run a video, and they're about, what, 5 minutes?
Depends on who we got. Why don't we do Carrie?
Yeah, say this one. I think we're gonna.
You can do Carrie, you can do Rob, you can do...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's start with Carrie.
Okay. I'm going to go back in
Beautiful.
and have the rest of the sandwich that I didn't eat a couple hours ago.
Go for it.
And see if these guys want to come in and, we can make another pot of coffee or...
Cool. Yeah, take care of these boys. They've been pretty awesome out here.
Yeah, they have.
We'll watch the shop for a little bit.
Although, are you okay without them standing around? I mean...
I'll make Dylan stop everyone who stops by.
Okay. Okay. And is Larry still around, or did he?
Yeah, he's making his rounds. All right, we'll get things running here. We'll be with you in just a second, folks. Don't forget you can make your donation. Give at gfrm.org. Give.gfrm.org. And we're going to get this video running for you. So give us just a second. We'll be right back.
And I have been with the mission. Well, I should say my family's been with the rescue mission long before I was ever born. My grandfather, he attended the Conrad Mission Church, and he would come down and volunteer, and they helped the founder, Harold Ross, get the rescue mission started. And our family's been volunteering ever since. My dad, when he was alive, was a longtime volunteer in the evening chapel. He was known as the piano man, playing different hymns in the evening time when their local pastor would preach, and had many opportunities to speak to the residents that were staying there, and those that were just coming for a meal, and those that were just needing assistance, or maybe someone that needed prayer. And so our family's been connected for decades here. And I never imagined that I would be working at the Great Falls Rescue Mission, and especially in the capacity that I am now. I'm in charge of marketing. I'm in charge of fundraising. I oversee the volunteer program, and I'm also a part of the executive leadership here, making decisions on policies and different things that directly impact the residents that we serve. And I started out in 2008 as a supervisor at the women's shelter. My background is I have a degree in social work, and so I had a lot of experience overseas, over in Kenya, working in third world countries, experiencing some deep poverty. Like when people were hungry, they went without. They had no food. They did not have government assistance. It was the local church that was serving the underprivileged, the orphans, and there were things that I saw over there that directly impact how I approach homelessness right here in North Central Montana. We serve such a broad area. We go all the way to the Canadian border to North Dakota. And so we see quite a diversity of people that come through our doors. And so it just means that you have to be pretty flexible. You have to pivot quite a bit. You might be headed in one direction. It's like the game of basketball. You're running down the court, and then you're pivoting your foot, and then having to head in a different direction. And I would say that, the mission has had to pivot quite a bit, but yet the overall mission of what we are accomplishing and what we're trying to do here has stayed the same. That's something that my family has witnessed over the decades, and it's been incredible to watch God's faithfulness. It's been incredible to watch His provision, not just for the organization, but for the individuals that were here and that are here. And there will be people that I run into that when I first started working here, I was at the women's shelter, and some of our residents at that time, it was in the early 2000s, and I'll run into these moms that, they were fleeing a very unsafe home environment, and they did anything that they could to make sure that their children were okay. And that meant working an evening, janitorial shift to bring in some income, separating their children so that they could go to someone, a friend's home or a family's home, just so that they would be safe. And then making different decisions where they quit their job and then brought all their children down to the women, and at the time it was our women and children's shelter. And it was just an incredible thing to be a part of, to see someone that would make so many sacrifices and do their very best for their family. And it looked different. It looked different and it still does. It looks different for each person. It looks different for each family. And, I'll run into them, whether it's at an event, at our banquet, in the grocery store, and I just get teary-eyed because they're showing me pictures of their children having children now, and you look at this legacy, and I have just an incredible amount of respect for our residents, with just the decisions that they have to make in very chaotic, very stressful times. But they would break their back for their family. They would go to the ends of the world to make sure that their children, their family, that they're safe. And what I'll say is, over the years, I've been here a long time, and it's it's just, I consider working at the Rescue Mission a sacred place. It's sacred when you can come into someone's um, crisis, when you can come into their emergency and you aren't your normal self, if that makes sense, and you're asking people for help, and maybe you're not normally, maybe that's not your normal way of approaching your crisis, is to ask for help, but they come seeking help. They come needing a place to stay. And that moment when you get to interact with someone, to say, it'll be okay, come and have a seat, let's get you something to eat, we won't even worry about checking you, we'll just give you a moment. I think we all need a moment. And our philosophy is we really want to create this safe and healing environment for people to heal, for people to just breathe, for people to take a moment so that they can just think about, not just the crisis, but maybe the hopes and dreams that they have for their future, because their life has been upended. And for every person that comes here, it's different. We have people that stay on the streets, and we've had people that, they're fighting for their lives on the streets, and it's not just their belongings, but it's just their life, and that they're fighting for. And so here at the Rescue Mission, we try to approach everything from a spiritual standpoint, a biblical standpoint, and making sure that, we are truly being the hands and feet of Jesus to the people that come through our doors, that we would see them as Jesus sees them, and not, have preconceived notions. I remember coming down here with my dad when I was a little girl, when he would do evening chapel over at the men's shelter. And my perspective as a little girl, like, you just kind of look at the outward appearance of a man, and we served a lot of men, a lot of veterans, a lot of I'd say average age when I was a little girl was about 55, and now our average age is about 35, maybe even younger, especially since we opened up the new Cameron Family Center. And we call it a family center, but yet there's more children than there are adults in this building. We've had in the upwards of 70 kids, children and youth at one time. And I think my perspective of the homeless has changed over the years from when I was a little girl here with my dad. You're not looking at that outward appearance, but you're seeing people for who they truly are. You're seeing their heart, you're seeing their hopes, you're seeing their dreams, you're seeing and looking for those things that get them excited. There's a lot of things to fear in this life. And I used to be a high school volleyball coach with my sister over at Great Falls High, and we had a lot of girls that were really fearful to just try, and in volleyball and sports, you have to get your reps in. You have to try, otherwise you're not going to get any better. You're not going to make improvements. And I take that coaching philosophy even here, where it's, you have to be so patient with people, especially when they're in crisis, and just walking them through so that they can see themselves maybe in the way that the Lord sees them. Because oftentimes, I think people, it's not like they intentionally think, oh, I'm going to be homeless someday and I'm going to check into a homeless shelter, or I'm going to be living in my car, or I'm going to be living on the streets or sleeping on my friend's couch. Those are things that people don't plan for. And oftentimes you can feel like a failure with where your life took you and where you ended up. And for us, we try to have a lot of fun. We laugh a lot around here, but we also cry a lot. There's a lot of emotions we can feel in one day here at the mission, because you can be crying with someone when they're checking in because they fled a very serious situation. Or maybe there's a family that's being reunited and there's just some uncertainty. So there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of insecurity. And, for us, it's this is more than just a game of volleyball. You're wanting to walk in such a way that honors the people that come through here, where you show them dignity and respect as they're doing their reps of life. You know, you're like, okay, we're gonna take this step, and I'm gonna cheer you on, and there are things that we're not gonna do for people if they can do for themselves. That's not our role. But if there are things they can't do, then yeah, we're gonna come alongside of and walk alongside of, because we have an incredible community here. There's an incredible amount of staff that have great compassion. Our volunteers come alongside of us. We have over 500 active volunteers on an annual basis, and we're all here to help, and we're all here to walk alongside. And the way that I put it is, it's kind of our beautiful chaos. It's unlike anything that you will ever experience. Even after being in third world countries, in Kenya and in Thailand and all over Thailand, seeing deep poverty, even the dynamics of poverty and homelessness here in north central Montana, there are forces and things that we see people facing, that they're fleeing. You know, we get the question quite often of like, why someone's homeless, and like, well, they just need to get a job, or, you know, there's lots of opinions. You know, people will drive by the men's shelter and see people smoking. And my thought is, well, I'm glad they're not that I'm glad that someone's smoking, but I'm like, well, at least they're somewhere safe. At least they're not out there binging, or, you know, doing something that, yeah, it's a matter of perspective. But what a great opportunity, you know, for us to provide a safe place with these forces that are out there. Like, you know, we've seen an increase of fentanyl, and it's not just like drugs in powder form. It's stamped drugs that look like your normal everyday drug. We had, I believe it was the sheriff's department, come in and do some training with our staff on fentanyl. And so some of these things that people are facing, that kids are exposed to, are very real, very serious. And we have this opportunity, I guess, you know, to provide some sense of normalcy. But my idea of normalcy, I don't know if it's, you know, I don't know if we're quite normal here at the mission, but, you know, to provide a kind of, you know, we want children to be able to be a child. We want a teenager to be a teenager, to go do the thing, you know, to be able to go and participate. You know, I think there's going to be a homecoming parade here, and we love it when our teens get involved in those things, you know, the things that they enjoy. We've had teens that get involved in basketball and football in our local schools, and you know, to provide, not that we can protect people from all those threats, but we do the best that we can. We have secure facilities, but it's like, we just want people to not be afraid anymore, to not be able to walk in that fear, but to walk in the confidence that the Lord has for them, the purpose that the Lord has for them. And we want them to be able to laugh. We want them to be able to enjoy this life that the Lord has given them. And not to gloss over the things, the trauma that they've experienced, but to be able to work through those things and appropriately face the trauma that they've experienced of why they've come here. And so when people say, well, just go get a job, well, you know, we have quite a few people that stay with us that have a job, that work, and they are participating in all the classes and all the requirements of the programs and services that we offer here. And every situation's so different. You know, what we do with one resident is not the same as another. With our men, with our women, with our families, you have to kind of custom build like an approach for like how you're going to handle and how you're going to walk alongside of. It's like raising children. Every child's so different. How you discipline each of your children is different. And so how we come alongside of, you know, we have to be willing to see people for who they are, and also give the opportunity for them to be themselves, because when they first come, they might not be. most of the time they're not, because they're in crisis. And so I would say, coming to the mission and working here, you have to kind of get a different set of eyes. You have to get a different set of lenses to see beyond the outward appearance of a man, because more often than not, people will surprise you. We had a gentleman here, I'm trying to think, before we built our family center, and he was a professor. And he was getting a job, and he had a laptop set up in our admin office because he was doing his interviews across the country with different universities and their hiring committees by Zoom, because that's how he could do it. And so sometimes the sound wouldn't work, and I'd have to walk in and help him get that set up. But we've had people that have college degrees come and stay with us. And then we have people that are working, maybe they're an adult, never got their high school diploma, but we work closely with the College Career and Readiness Center, and they're able to work towards that. So everybody's so different with where they're at and their life experiences. And so you just kind of have to take a step back and just see people for where they're at, where they're going, and be able to walk with them as they're healing. And we try to work with a number of professionals in the community. We are qualified in certain areas, and then there's other areas that we will rely on the qualifications of professionals that partner with us. We have great partnerships with Alluvian. We have great partnerships with Many Rivers Whole Health. We have different counseling agencies that come in. There's PATH programs where they'll work on site with our residents. And really, at the heart of it, we want to be able to approach, I guess, the whole person. So it's not just the physical needs, because yes, people need to take a breath. They need to just settle down. But they need to be able to have an opportunity to address the reasons of what brought them here, because, people want to end homelessness. They want to solve this problem. And when you have someone sitting in front of you, it's really difficult to think of them as a problem. They are a person made in the image of God. And so I don't think that homelessness is the problem. I think that there are things that they have experienced in their life that brought them to this place of not having a home. And so that's where, I think most of us at the Great Falls Rescue Mission we would like to see the numbers of homelessness decrease. We've only watched the numbers of homelessness increase. There is a great need, and there's a lot of gaps in services to the homeless, but our community does an amazing job with what we have. We all have, every single one of us have limitations, and no one, I don't think anyone has the ultimate solution on that, but I think that everybody does the best that they can, even us. Like, we feel like if we can address people's physical needs, their spiritual needs, mental health needs, like all of it, you have to be able to look at the whole person and recognize that, some of our kids, they need to go try climbing at the gym to maybe and so sometimes we'll have some one-on-one time where we take them to the climbing gym and try something new so that they can see what they're capable of. And so that's what I mean about addressing the whole person, giving opportunities where maybe they wouldn't have otherwise. Some of our kids have never been camping, been to the mountains, and we're in Montana. We're in God's country, and there's mountains surrounding us everywhere. And we have a great opportunity to take them to a camp. And for the first time, some of them are out in the mountains going on a hike. My sister was able to go up with some of the staff and volunteers and take them on a hike to Memorial Falls, and they'd never experienced that before. And they're checking out the berries and eating the berries and what is this berry? And, just, we grew up in this. And it's really easy to take it for granted, but you go take someone who's never been and get to experience it through their eyes. It's a joy. So we just have lots of opportunities because we live in an amazing community that, we couldn't do what we do without our volunteers. I mean, it's incredible to be able to work with them to accomplish this mission that we believe that God has called us to do and to be. It's not just about doing, and it's about our character as well as we approach this. It takes a great deal of humility. I had an opportunity. There was a lady who sometimes people will come and we don't always know all the details of their situation, whether it's medical, like if we get someone discharged from benefits, and she had a catheter and the catheter had come unlatched or unhooked or something. And, the poor woman, I got on my knees and I'm like, nope, we're going to put this back to, obviously appropriate with gloves, but get it connected back together. And I'm going to help clean up the mess. And it's just what we do. Obviously, there are times where we have to make a determination where if it's beyond our scope, like if someone needs assistance in the shower, we are not trained CNAs. But there are times where it's a hard decision sometimes when someone comes through and it goes beyond our ability, because that's also a part of creating a safe environment, is not doing something that could cause harm to the individual or to the family. But the mission is an incredible place. It's hard. There are days that we cry because there's, a situation that there could be, a number of reasons that I'm not going to go into due to confidentiality. But it's hard. It's hard to be in those situations, but at the same time, it's probably one of the most rewarding jobs I've ever had. Like, I started as a frontline supervisor at the women's shelter, and back in 2013, I was promoted as the development director, and it was at the time where we were starting a capital campaign, multi-million-dollar capital campaign. That's how I started my development job, and to raise millions of dollars for a new building for families because the building that we had was not sufficient. We didn't have bathtubs for the kids. Moms were really nervous, especially with a brand new baby. So back in 2013, when we began our capital campaign for the Family Center, I was working for an adoption agency. And I remember talking to the current executive director, Jim Kaiser, and I was like, adoption's looking a little bit different these days. More birth moms are placing their babies with families that they know versus going through an agency. I'm like, do you have anything going on? I'll come clean toilets. I don't care. I just want to be a part of what's going on at the Rescue Mission. And that's when I got hired on to help with the capital campaign for the new Cameron Family Center. And what was interesting is it was a very ambitious capital campaign for Great Falls at the time. I'm really thankful now, especially with construction prices, that we did it when we did it. But we got to see a community come behind us to provide for the needs of our families. We were turning away about 50 families per month that year alone in 2013. And now being in this building, so 2017 is the year that we opened our new family center. And it was so amazing to watch God provide and to provide, very specific needs. Like, we had ideas of what we needed, but we didn't because we had never done brand new. We always had buildings that were old, and you just kind of make do with what you have. And even if it's not perfect, but we didn't have bathtubs in the women's shelter, and moms were really nervous. And so we made sure that every single bathroom had a bathtub. We made sure that every family had their own bathroom for privacy, because in our other facility it was all shared. And what's been incredible throughout just these last years, from 2017 when we opened to now, is how God continues to provide all those needs. Like, it's everything from, the size 13 shoes that a man needed at the men's shelter, and you put it out there on social media, and someone's like, "Hey, I got a pair of red ones. Do you think he'll care if they're red, but they're brand new?" And we're like, "Nope, we'll take them." And the guy loved them. He never could find shoes that fit him, and those are sizes that we never really got donated here. And to the pallets of milk, or the pallets of eggs, or from a lot of the ranchers that donate here at the Rescue Mission. These are things that people don't get to see on a day-to-day basis but we get to see God literally providing for very specific needs. One need that we had over the last couple years is tutors, having on-site tutors. And so last year we started a new tutor program, and a lot of the Turo students, a lot of the medical students, they have time to come in, and our youth staff got some curriculum donated from Hooked on Phonics, and we're going to hopefully build on that, provide some math curriculum, because math and reading are the two subjects that our kids tend to struggle in. But it's amazing. At every level we see God's provision. And that is how the mission continues on a day-to-day basis, is by faith and prayer and just hope, knowing that there's always something that we can hope for. There's always something that we can look forward to. And that's something that we talk a lot about with our residents, and we ask those questions of, okay, you may have been driving truck for decades, but and you're now injured and can no longer do that job. So, let's take some time and think about, what is something you're interested in? What is something that, and we get to see God provide even that new profession for our residents. It's just an incredible experience. You have to just be here to see it, to be honest. And we're a mission family. Even employees that once worked here that no longer work here are still a part of the mission family. Residents, we still keep in contact with our residents. One of our moms that I'll talk about that I just have a high level of respect, she came in here fleeing it was a not safe environment in their home. And she had 4 kids and young mom. And the first time that she came here, she was also attending college courses when they had the graphic design program up at the college. And while she stayed here, she completed that program and interned. She had to do internship hours, interned with my department, created graphics for we do a Thanksgiving outreach where we hand out 100 food boxes to people in the community that are in need, at-risk youth, at-risk families. And she designed our application that, we still kind of use to this day. At the time we had a thrift store. She designed our thrift store brochure and graphics for that. And she graduated. And then I think a couple years later, they ended that program, but she started her own graphics business, and then or graphic design business, and then she got into a place, and then they had to return, and so she joined we have a 16-month recovery program, and she joined that program the second time that she came around. And what I didn't know at the time is, before she checked in the first time at the mission, is she signed up with NeighborWorks to do a one of those homeowner built homes, or however they say that, and took the financial courses, learning how to get, your mortgage and all that kind of stuff. And so my husband and I were able to go over to her house this last year, and it was almost completed. I think they were just finishing up the smallest touches, and she had sod, and she was sharing just her hopes and dreams for her home with her kids. And it's amazing to think about, when she was here, and then now she's building her own home. And just just incredible. Like has a steady job, a great job, very talented, and we get to keep in touch. And so when I say that, people are part of the mission family, that's what that looks like. That's what that means. And it's just incredible that we get to be a part of that. So, and we get to see what God does in their life. And it's not because of anything that we do. We just get to come alongside of, ask questions, support, cheer them on, pray with them, cry with them, laugh with them, have fun. And it's just incredible. So if you would like to come and be a part of what we do here at the Great Falls Rescue Mission, I highly encourage you to come to our volunteer orientation. We have a couple of them every month. So we just had one last night, sorry. But in a couple weeks, we'll have another one. Just call down to our administration office at 406-761-2653. You can check out information on our volunteer page at it's volunteer.gfrm.org. And if you would like to donate and carry on this legacy and make an impact in the lives of the people that we serve here, give.gfrm.org. And thank you so much for listening and being a part of this Conversations on a Bench, and for supporting the Great Falls Rescue Mission. Greatly appreciated. Bye.
Believe it or not, folks, we are still here. It is getting crazy, but we are still here. So let's get you swapped over. Yep. Just ended. We need to get you a microphone, brother. Here you go. Have a microphone. Let's get Jim back here. There you go, sir. And we'll figure out which. There you go. It is 2 a.m., people, in about 15 minutes.
2
a.m.
What happened to 1?
Oh, that was an hour ago.
You slept it off.
I wasn't sleeping. I was in trying to get the zipper on this old coat to work, and it didn't work, so now I just have it buttoned.
Didn't hold that extra half of a sandwich.
I didn't eat the extra half of a sandwich. I looked at my blood sugar, and I couldn't eat anything. Then I had some bubbler, and I don't think that's sugar-free, so it probably went the wrong way. So, yeah.
We won't tell your wife.
She gave it to me. Well, no, she bought them. So, yeah, maybe there's an ulterior motive there. I don't know.
Finally got rid of him.
Yeah.
2 a.m. in the morning.
2 a.m. in the morning. So we saw Carrie Matter just a minute ago.
Yes, we did.
She is a development director here at the Great Falls Rescue Mission, one of our longer-term employees, although she's left for a short time and then came back when we started the project on building this building, and I took over as the operations director because I had the development job before that. And she's got a heart for the mission. I'm not saying she was born and raised here, but her family has been coming down
basically.
And sharing with the chapel services for many, many years. And she has pretty much been raised down here. So, yeah, she's done a wonderful job for us. And yeah, just I love the people I get to work with because we all have the same purpose, and that's to help these folks through the situations that they're in. So, so yeah. And it doesn't feel as cold right now. Maybe it's because I just came back out.
Lies. That's why. You just stepped outside. Buddy, I am cold, man.
I have a sleeping bag in my office if you need it.
Oh, I got one too.
Yeah. I thought about bringing my other coat out and putting it over my legs just to keep...
I'm full bodysuit right now. I'm Michelin tire man here now. We've
funny.
officially stepped into that one.
All right. All right, so what else can we talk about? Let's see, I've covered just about everything at least once. Sometimes, some things 2 or 3 times, some things a half a dozen times. Yeah. The main reason that we're here tonight is to bring awareness to the community of Great Falls on the issues of homelessness, what gets people to this point in their lives, and how the rescue mission tries to combat it. And when we have live interviews or recorded interviews, we get the opinion of the folks that we're recording from or those that are working in other organizations in the city. So it's been a wonderful time so far. Yes, I'm getting a little bit tired, but I'm doing fine. We'll see how 1 o'clock goes tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, no kidding.
Where we're at with that. But it's been a lot of fun. You guys are great to work with. I got a great crew out here that's providing security for everybody.
Yes.
I think we have more security people than we do workers here on this side of the
I
fence,
deeply
so
appreciate that, though. I really do.
I do too.
I really do.
I do too. Yeah.
I think they're more important than we are, Jim.
Yeah, well, you know, I do too. Yeah. It'd be nice if they were more talkative, and I did hear that one of them wanted to share more of how he got his job here.
I said, if you want me to, I will.
Do it.
You always put it back on me. Why do you try and do that? Come on now. You know you want to do it.
Yeah, you're responsible.
Hey, here's the good news. I have all my interviews set up by time frame, and we're done with page 1. We're working on page 2, but there's none in here until about 6:30 tomorrow morning. That means we're gonna have to do
We
a
got
lot
another
of talking.
3.5 hours.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a lot of talking to get through the rest of this night. But luckily, I have Steven here providing a service, and he's not shy to the camera, which is wonderful. And I'm going to let you do that while I go back in and figure out
Oh, come on.
what I'm doing. I think I'm going to bring my coat out and put over my legs. I don't want to get
Yeah.
in a sleeping bag because that might put me to sleep. So.
I know. I get that.
fair.
Yeah, that's
I
kind of
was
where
gonna
I'm at,
say, we
too.
can always scrounge us some blankets and stuff too. So,
Oh no, I don't need a blanket. I don't need no stinking blanket.
you know, I've heard that around here before.
I'm sure.
And it's usually from the people who really need a blanket. I'm just saying.
So earlier you shared, and then you shared. You know, I can come and tell you how I got hired here, and I don't remember all the details of how you got hired here. So I'm anxious to hear it again. So hit me with your best shot. That sounds like a song name too.
Yeah, it's Pat Benatar, but if I remember correctly.
I think you're pretty close. Yeah.
It's someone similar to that, but no. The story of how I got here is actually kind of a little bit interesting. But before I tell the story, there's an interesting detail in the story of Adam and Eve in creation, if you pay attention in chapter 2. And that's that Adam was formed outside of the garden. And then God goes and plants the garden and brings Adam, who he's already prepared, into the place he prepared for him and asked him to manage it.
Okay.
Right? And, you know, I've kind of thought about that over the years because the way I ended up here, it's not that I was resisting, I'll never work here the way you hear some people's story go. It's something I hadn't even considered, actually. During the pandemic, I was originally working at a call center. And when we shut our facility down, everyone went to work from home and all that. And working that way isolated, I just burned out.
I know that feeling.
And it was a place that God had put me for that season. But I remember praying, I was like, God, if this is where you want me to stay, I'll figure out how to get through it. But I just don't know. And one day he said, you know what, now's a good time. Just put in your 2 weeks. And I did. And then I asked him what next. And he said, just wait, relax, enjoy, and recover. But as I was doing that, I got into, you know, trading like cryptocurrencies and stocks and things like that, just amusing myself, something I kind of enjoy the technicalities of. Yeah, I'm one of those weird people. But as time progressed, I was getting to the point I was thinking, you know, maybe I should go do some real work again and things. And my sisters were working here with the kids' summer camp at the time. And they were a little short-staffed that season. And one of my sisters had a youth group event that was going to take place over the course of a week, one of those summer camp type things. And they were kind of panicking, not knowing what to do. And from their perspective, I was just hanging out and not doing anything whatsoever, right? And, you know,
even though you stayed busy.
I did stay busy. It's just not something that most people would think about as being productive. But so they called me while I was actually paying a rental for my dad. And they asked if I'd come in and volunteer for a week. And I actually remember telling Anna, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't have the authority to ask me that. So go talk to whoever does throw my name in the hat. And if they call me, I'll show up.
Okay.
So she went over and talked to the volunteer coordinator at the time. And he ended up calling me back within like an hour. Arranged for me to come down and interview and all that to volunteer here. But out of that, I ended up working here for about a week. Got to know some of the kids and things like that.
And
Some of them.
that was the summer camp?
That was the summer camp.
Where was that at?
Out of here. So our summer camp. Some of it's on site. Some of it we like.
Oh, it
we're
was
taking
during
the
the
kids
week. During the week here.
during the week.
Because
So
we take the kids to a camp for a week, or we used to take just the
Oh,
kids, and
yeah.
now we take the whole family.
hmm
My pillow's going crazy on me.
yeah.
So I just had to clarify.
yeah, that-
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No,
you.
that's a fair question because yeah, I've been to the overnight camp with the families and stuff to help coordinate that, but this is our bigger summer program.
Okay.
Summer camp.
Okay.
And I got to kind of know some of the kids, working with my sisters and things. And when that week was up, I ended up talking to Therese after the fact. And I just asked her, I was like, so you guys asked me to come help out for a week, but it doesn't look like you have a lot of people to manage this many kids. I was like, do you want me to stay around or what? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I can kind of remember a look of relief on her face. Just one of those like,
Finally.
we've got someone.
Yeah. Yep. Finally.
And some of it, they kind of needed a guy to begin with because we had 3 gals who were working the summer camp. And some of the activities that they get to go do is we'll take them to pools and things like that.
Mhm.
So having a guy who can go in with the boys into the locker room to make sure they're not being
Boys. Boys.
is always a very useful thing to have in those situations. So I just told Therese straight up, I was like, hey, I'm happy to stay around. Although I ended up having to stop doing a lot of my day trading and stuff like that. So I was
Income
like,
producing things.
income producing things. So I was
Mhm.
like, I don't need a lot, just enough to pay the bills, but some kind of check, and I'm happy to stay. And I ended up working through that summer, and then that summer ended. And Teresa and I ended up talking again, which got me working as a supervisor in the facility. So not just dealing with the kids in the summer camp,
Right.
but progressed on to helping some of the families, the parents and the children, which actually adds a very interesting dynamic when you look at it. Where most of the kids, they don't know anything different whatsoever, right? So they're just kids. Some of them might be a little extra hyper. Some of them might be a little more prone to tantrums than you might see in other groups, but they're just kids.
Yep.
And it's everything that they've ever known. But then you start dealing with the parents, and there's something about it that it almost breaks you a little bit on the inside because you can see that there's just something that's wrong that they're holding on to and hiding, where they know that there's something different, they know there's something better, and they know that they're the one that's supposed to provide it for their kids,
Right.
and they don't know how to wrestle with it in a lot of cases. Just it's one of those situations you don't know what you don't know.
That's true.
And when you get deep enough in a hole, it doesn't matter how strong you are, you can't climb out without someone's help.
Right. Right.
And as a single person, okay, you can probably get out of an even deeper hole, but when you have to bring the kids up with you and things like that, it's an entire different layer of complication. But you get to know them. You get to see their successes. You get to see their failures. You get to see the ones that succeed, the ones that give up part way, the ones that come back a couple of times as well, though, because they thought they were okay. They thought they were doing better because something that was too good to be true fell into their lap a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, this is my opportunity. It might be my only chance to ever get out of here. And then it falls through, falls apart, and they come back even more broken.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it just happens over and over again. And not because they're trying to do anything wrong. But the interesting thing out of all that is that this place is really a family, and it's really a place that God built.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that any person working in this organization is smart enough to identify the kinds of people you need to deal with who are coming in the door, because the variety is just so wide. It's all over the place. And I'd heard you saying it earlier, like everyone's probably got something in their past if they work here. And just talking to other staff, I know every last one of us does.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's actually the reason I brought up the story with Adam and the way it unfolded. My own story in the past, I didn't go through a rescue mission, but I'd made a bunch of poor decisions. I ended up living up homeless out of my car that I managed to not lose for,
That
solid.
Camaro?
No, not that Camaro.
Okay.
That's its own story and a gift from God.
Yep.
I think
Yep.
I've told you about that one.
I think I remember. that.
But no, little broken down Cavalier that would overheat if I stopped accelerating. It was bad. The water pump was shot. The heater cord didn't work, and I was in Florida at the time. I mean, the thing was a mess, but it got from A to B as
Yep.
long as I didn't have to sit in traffic.
From A to B with a lot of prayer, right?
Yeah.
A lot of gas money going out the door.
Yeah, probably.
Mhm.
But I ended up doing that, and I've had an interesting life, but because of that, I see, whether it was at the point in my life I would say I was saved or even before that, there's something that God walked me through that helps me to understand where it is people here are coming from and what they're actually dealing with.
Mhm.
What it's actually like on the personal level. It's not just some dream that someone told me about or something that they think that's kind of what it's like. I've actually lived it,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So when people are coming to us all the time, God prepared me for it. And like I said, I wasn't resisting coming here at all, but just the fact I literally got a phone call, right? It's just one of those things where in my mind I can't help but think, God literally called me here.
Mhm.
And he knew what kind of person I was because he built me.
Good.
Slowly over time. He equipped me in a lot of ways. And that's not to say I know everything that needs to happen, right?
Right.
But I learned a lot of things that help me interact with people, to know when it's time to push a little bit harder, when it's time to pull off or pull back from it. And to help them move along at a pace that's actually sustainable and healthy.
Mhm.
And it's not just even okay, they're here, they're down on their luck, let's get them an apartment, let's send them on so that they look stable to the world. The real thing that the mission really exists for, while that is a huge component of it, the real thing is to help people encounter God in a real way.
Amen.
Because one thing that I'm actually rather proud to be able to say to people is that God sustains this place in ways that a lot of people, they just don't really understand. Or if they don't see it themselves, they think that you're telling tall tales.
Right.
Right? But the food that comes in, it's not just run-of-the-mill, technically good enough to keep you alive stuff, right? God brings in things that our cooks know how to work with and prepare. People get healthy food. The clothing that comes in, we do have to do a little work sorting through it sometimes. But we can pull out enough high quality clothing that people can dress in a way that they can hold their head up high and they don't feel like they have to be judged because they look like another homeless guy on the corner.
Right.
And I don't deal with the finances myself, but my understanding is, even the staff's paychecks come in donations, benefit of God, sometimes emergency expenses we have. I've heard stories where something comes up.
Yeah.
And God inspires someone to stroke a check that covers it. I don't know if it's to the penny, but no, I've heard things. It's a place God built to reach people, to show them that He loves, to show them that He cares. And He has absolutely built every single person working here.
Amen to that, and amen again. I'll share a little bit. You said that sometimes God provides when we least expect it, so to speak. I shared earlier that we're going to start the week of compassion after we're done tomorrow, which is we ask somebody to skip a meal or skip a number of meals next week from tomorrow until the 18th, the next Saturday. We started that just before COVID struck, or while it was getting ready to strike, because we had to cancel our banquet that year. And lo and behold, but God, the money that we normally make at our annual banquet wasn't going to be there that spring. But we did this week of compassion, and wouldn't you know it, He provided almost to the dime how much we needed that we were going to miss out of the banquet that year. And that's God, that's our Lord and Savior that can bring it when we least expect it, or when we kind of sometimes think, okay, what are you going to do now, Lord? And there it is. It's amazing how it works. Another thing that came to mind when you were sharing was, you said sometimes people leave and then they realize that it was too soon. They come back. One of the things that I've seen, and I'm hoping that you can agree with this, is that people have been in a situation where they don't feel worthy to enjoy the fruits of their labor, so to speak, and they get out and they're doing really well, and then all of a sudden they self-destruct because they don't feel like they deserve it or earn it. And I've seen that time and again where they come back, I don't want to say tail between their legs, but that's almost the way they, and it's amazing to me that the impact that we had the first time when they had to get out of here because they wanted to do it on their own. And then they realized that they were probably a little too soon. So they come back and seek a second time to figure out how to keep moving forward. And they know that this place is safe, that we're not judgmental, that we will take them where they're at, we'll take them for who they are, and we'll start from where they left and try and start again. So it's just, I've said it so many times in the last however many hours I've been here, I've lost count, but we just meet them where they are and we try and provide what they need to get them on the right track again. And whether they've been here before, whether they've been here 3 times before, I know one person that was in and out of here like the revolving door in a hotel. They come, they think they're doing good, they leave, and then they catch that door on the way back in and start all over again. It just amazes me. And you folks on the front line are the ones that are getting it done every day of the week. And you don't get the accolades that you deserve. So here's some. God bless you for what you do. God bless Chris for what he does. God bless Larry for what he did when he was here. We can't do this by ourselves. They can't do it by themselves. They're smart enough to put their hand out and say, I need help. And we're the ones that are privileged enough to meet them where they're at and to keep them moving forward. So thank you for everything that you've done. How many years have you been here now? Not 112.
4, I think, 4.5.
Okay, I figured it was right around 4.5, somewhere around there. Yeah. So thank you. You guys are out there every day doing what you do, and once a week we get together for a meeting, and sometimes we get so caught up in what we're covering that we forget to say thank you. And I'm the one that needs to be saying that, because you're doing the job that everybody's giving me credit for. And praise God, because if it were me doing it, we'd probably screw it up somewhere along the line. So, and I know we've had our failures, but the good news is we've had more successes than the failures. And keep doing what you're doing, because that's what's getting us through. So each and every one of you, and if you get the opportunity to share with the guys at the men's shelter that I don't get to see every day because I'm too busy signing papers or, trying to figure out how I'm going to pay you at the end of the month or the end of the week. Yeah. Know that my heart is with you. And like I said earlier when I was talking to Tim, I think the best part of this is I get to go back to my roots, because I started similar. I was still leading the development team or fixing the boiler, which I knew nothing about. But this to me is enlightening for me, because I get to see that his work is still going on, and you guys are doing an awesome job. So thank you so very much for what you do.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
And just to kind of confirm what you're talking about with guys who leave and they have to come back because things fell apart. One of our guys that's staying with us right now was having a conversation with me. I ran into him at his job out in town. And he was telling me about how he actually has gotten hit in a cycle where he does good for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then he ends up self-sabotaging.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And ultimately, a lot of people here end up in that cycle because sometimes it's because they feel like they're not worthy, but sometimes it's not that they're not worthy. They don't even understand their own worth.
Right.
Right. And one of the big things, and I would say most, if not everyone on our staff agrees with this, every person who's ever walked this earth was made in God's image.
Amen.
Right?
Amen.
So everyone, regardless of who you are and what you've done, as long as you are still drawing breath, you are inherently valuable.
Mm-hmm.
That is what God built. That is what he designed.
He designed you for a purpose. One of the purposes, building relationships, whether it be with your family or the people that you get to work with. It's an amazing thing. And that's where we meet people, is start from the scratch many times, not knowing them from Adam. I got to meet a couple people today that I didn't know. Some of them are staying here. Some of them work in the community, and that was a blessing, because you get to see whether they call themselves a Christian or whether they work in a Christian organization, doesn't really matter. They've got the heart of a Christian because they want to serve, they want to do what's right for their fellow man and build that relationship and move them forward in their path to self-sufficiency again. And it can be a beautiful thing, but it can get a little messy from time to time. But messy is good too, because then they start realizing that they can't do it alone, and they need some help. They put their hand out and they get the help that they need. So
Anything worth building creates mess anyway, right?
That's true.
Like think about building a house, right? The
Look at
first
that
thing you
street
do,
over there.
I'm trying to ignore that street. It has infuriated me as it has deviated my traffic a few times. But
I've seen more alleys than I care to ever imagine. But just getting to work, it seems like I'm in the alley half the time. So it's pretty crazy. And I know with the car that you have, you really don't want to go down some of these alleys. So
honestly, it doesn't bother me that much. It's
then you
when
have
it gets
to wash it.
Well, yeah, but I can wash it easy. It's the ice that's scary.
Yeah.
And I've driven that the last couple of winters, right on these roads. So, what's an alley here and there?
That's true. And that's still rear-wheel drive, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're gonna do less intelligent man things, you might as well do them all the way.
Gosh. Hey, really quickly, guys, we got in a nice comment from Nancy Hampton, who's apparently still up at 2 o'clock in the morning. She says, Great Falls Rescue Mission, great job. And thankfully, she also shouted me out. Thank you so much for that, Nancy. Appreciate it. But yeah, she's rooting for us.
All right.
At 2 a.m. in the morning.
We're still awake. somewhat.
We got the. I'm
Hope-
losing
hopefully
my
I'm
edge
still
slightly.
making some sense, but who knows?
You might beat me to the punch, but I'm getting tired.
Are you?
A little bit, yeah.
What time did you wake up yesterday morning?
Yesterday morning,
Which was actually when we
it was like
started.
8 a.m. or something,
8.
somewhere
Oh,
around there.
Man. Oof. Yeah.
Well, no.
Got 3.5 more hours of sleep than I did.
I was gonna put up a fight, but no.
5:20. Mine was 4:30. Yeah, and then I thought I could take a nap because I wasn't here until I wasn't going to come in until noon, but I got here at like 11:15. You guys were setting up, and I thought, well, I better be here too.
Yeah, we got out here at 10 and started setting up. So
Yeah.
so far so good. Everything's playing nice with us.
I
Yeah.
was up on the roof a couple blocks away. But I
Yeah, he was
all the way until 1.
doing construction, and then he comes out and hangs out with us.
Yeah.
I'd be beat after doing what he did today.
I'm sure. So the construction in this town is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Blows all over.
Yeah. It's amazing. Yep. Just it floors me. But it's going to be great when it's done. You know, I remember a few years ago when they were working on First Avenue South down 6 or 7 blocks, and when they got done, they had redone the pavement, but it was like a roller coaster. Boom, 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 boom. And they finally came in and fixed that, and I thought that was wonderful. So hopefully they do a better job than the initial part down on that end of town. So, yeah, I can't believe we're sitting here talking about construction. So did you have more you wanted to talk about?
I don't know. Nothing specifically. It's just, you know.
You look pretty comfortable sitting there. You've done this before, I can take it.
I suppose maybe.
I
suppose
maybe.
Well, you know, like when I was a kid, I was like in the bands, the symphonic band over at Great Falls High, and we ended up like traveling and playing at fairly large audiences and things like that.
Well,
So
that's cool.
I'm kind of used to audiences.
And what did you play in the band?
Oh, I was a percussionist.
Ooh.
Yeah, the fancy term for a drummer.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. Fancy term.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yep. Makes
All
it
right.
sound like I know how to do all of the other things that are percussion and not just the drums you see.
Right. Right. Yeah, I tried to play the trumpet when I was younger, and I pridefully say I marched in 3 parades and never blew a note out of the thing. Made it look like I was playing the trumpet, but I wasn't good enough I didn't want to mess up what they were doing, so I just faked it. And
Well, they call it a performance after all. So.
that's true. That's true. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And then I gave up the trumpet, and after my first summer job that I had working at a Boy Scout camp, I bought a guitar, and that's been my thing ever since. Not that I claim to be a guitar player, but I can bang out some chords and make a joyful noise so that it drowns out my voice a little bit, I guess. So, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I tried guitar at one point. I didn't have the patience to figure out how to get my fingers to stretch the right way.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That can be a pain. And if you don't do it on a regular basis, your calluses on your fingertips start going away, and then you got to start all over again. Back in the day, I would play so much that my fingers would get cut and bleed. And that is not a good thing for a guitar player, because you can't do it with a smile on your face if you're in pain. So you got to pace yourself and get those calluses built up so that they keep you from cutting your fingertips off or whatever. I often looked at my fingertips and thought, I don't have any fingerprints on that area because there's hardly anything left there. I'm sure that the police could tell me differently if I needed to, but I tried to avoid that if I could. So.
Even the missing chunk in the middle of your fingerprint might be telling anyway.
Yeah,
So.
that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for coming and talking with me.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I think it's time for another video. I think, if whoever gets my job when I'm done does this next year, which they better, because I shouldn't be the only one that does it. We should have a TV out so that we can watch what you're seeing on the video.
We were going to do that, but we didn't have a long enough HDMI cable to get
you a monitor. We're
Uh,
literally going to take this monitor and set it up over there for you so you can see what was going on.
okay. Okay. Well, that's good. Do you want this one back, or should I just set it down here?
Hold on to it. And I'll go ahead and trigger up Rob Rippey here.
All
So a
right.
short 6-minute video.
He will be here in another roughly hour and 10 minutes. He's bringing coffee. I better text him and tell him to bring 3. Since, do you guys want coffee at 3:30? Yes? Is that still warm over there? Or is it? You want some new stuff?
Bring it all. Bring it all.
I won't say no. I never.
Having him bring 6 might be a little stretch for him. But I can text him and see. He gets up about 3:30, so if he's here right at 3:30, we know we got him out of bed early. So
Here you go. We got Rob for you.
okay.
Okay, hi, my name's Rob Rippey. I'm the facilities manager at the Great Falls Rescue Mission, and I tried everything I could do not to come here. I get my previous job, and Jim and I met, and I told him I didn't think it was a fit, and we kept talking and praying, and I kept giving him excuses why I couldn't be here, and ultimately 3 months later, I was at Great Falls Rescue Mission, and it's been a life-changing experience. As we worked here, as I had a crew, just begin to allow God to do things and change me and the way I looked at homelessness and the way I looked at the people, even at the mission. I think we have a preconceived notion of how people are, and when you're here, you learn that they're just real people, just like us, that don't always have the conveniences that we have. And so as I began to work here, just fixing and doing, and I never really paid attention to the things that God had done in my life. He always allowed me from a young age to be able to fix things and to work on things that sometimes were issues. And as I began to work here, I began to see how that throughout my life, God had prepared me for this job to work on a wide variety of things. And he would reveal to me how to fix things. And as people begin to voice their appreciation, I didn't really give it much thought because it's what I've always done. But one of my fellow employees stopped me one day and said, "You just really don't understand what this means to all of us." And I began to realize that God had prepared me my whole life for this job, and to be able to deal and minister to people and work at the same time. I had a fellow worker that when I first met, he was illegal here. And throughout time, he got his card and began to work with me, and seeing him change and his life change from being a part of the mission and living at the mission to getting his own apartment and enjoying having a job and being able to buy things and do things. He's since passed and went to be with the Lord, but that's one of the big success stories for me, is to see how he might have left this world, but he left knowing Christ. And that was big for me. And I've seen many people leave the mission and do get very successful. And that gives me hope. It allows me to be able to not only talk about Christ, but it allowed me to see him in action and how he can change people's lives. Those that are fortunate, they worry about all the things that they might have to give up to serve Christ. But when you're here at the mission, they're here to find a different way of life. And it's not always easy. Sometimes we see them over and over. But it's one of those things that if you really pay attention to what they're doing. They're trying, and every time they come, they're a step closer. Sometimes it takes 3 or 4 times before they're able to get on their own. But the important part is like we just keep trying. And I really enjoy working at the mission. I only committed to a year, and I'm now in my 3rd year. And it's more than a job. We come here every day trying to help people that are less fortunate. And we're very blessed in Great Falls to have a community that supports us. And I've brought many family members and people that come to visit and walked them through the mission, and they're always surprised when I tell them that we're 100% funded by the community. That's really special to me, that our community sees the need and steps up and takes care of the people that are less fortunate. I don't always know what to do or what to say, but the one thing that I do know is that the love of Christ changes the way that people look at this world. And if I can just be an example, even a little bit, my life is worth it. And so at the mission, I just really enjoy being a part of a group of people that love Christ. And we're from all different denominations and sects of Christianity, but we lay aside all the differences for one common goal, and that is to see our community done better through Great Falls Rescue Mission.
Wow. So I set these people up for the pre-recorded interviews, knowing that we would have plenty of time at night where we didn't want to ask somebody to come in the middle of the night. And I didn't sit in on these conversations. I just let them share what they wanted to share. Had no preconceived idea of what they would be saying, and so far what I've heard is awesome. And, they hit the nail on the head every time because they're just speaking from the heart. Like you were telling me about the one interview I did with you that, I didn't even realize the camera was on. Yeah.
Should we play that one? It's an hour long.
I don't know. It kind of scares me because kind of scares me. But if you think it's okay, then yeah,
I do.
I trust you.
I honestly do.
I trust you. I've trusted you with everything so far. Why would I stop now?
I don't know if I've let you down yet, but I honestly think it'd be worth it.
No, I don't think you have. Yeah.
I think it'd be worth it.
Yeah. I put my trust in you at the radio station years ago. Why can't I do it now? I can do it now.
All right.
If you want to do it, I can go take a nap, but I'm not going to.
We could all go take a nap right now. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, all right. Here's what we'll do. Let's do it. You got anything else you want to say before we have the past you talk for yourself?
I'm going to have a talk with myself. Trust me, I've done that plenty in my lifetime.
Too.
Yeah. No, I think I'm good for right now. And I will get up and move around so that I can get my circulation going a little bit.
Yeah.
The big thing that I noticed was, I had about 6,000 steps up until midnight, and then I went back to 0.
Oh no!
So I'm less than 1,000 steps now. I mean, come on now. How does that work? But,
it should be a cumulative when you don't sleep. That's what it should be.
Yeah, but yeah.
All right, so there are some repeat stories here, but it is very meaningful. This was a past conversation when we first set up the camera and the microphones, where Jim had just spent a good 45 minutes, an hour, making a bunch of individual clips that we uploaded to Facebook. And may I say, he was very serious in some of these clips. And he still tried to have fun, but he was very serious. It was a very serious mood. We were trying to make a very serious statement. And I was seeing that we needed to loosen up a little and needed to come up with something a little different. So I warned him I was just going to hit the record button, and I wanted it to hear my voice as I asked him random questions. So this is some of the conversations that you've already heard. Pickles. Being on rooftops. Things of that nature. Heart attacks. So you'll hear a lot of the same stories, but remember that at a certain point in time, he completely forgot that the recording was going on. And so it's still very personal and very, very well done, in my opinion. But I might be slightly
We were
biased.
just having a conversation.
Just having a good old time.
You were asking questions, and I forgot that you even told me that the thing was still running. So,
Yeah. So I think you guys will enjoy it, especially if you haven't tuned in for the earlier stories. So here you go. I know you'll enjoy it, though. I would not do this if I didn't think that folks wouldn't get a good kick out of it. So let's get this started here, and we'll jump over here in a half a second once I get this booted up. If it lets me play it. Come on, play. All right, here we go. Swap over. Now. Little pressure, I know, but
yeah.
It's in your blood now, you're saying.
Already I got verklempt with that question. If you ever watch some of the TV shows, they use the word verklempt when you get a little choked up. My wife uses it constantly. When I moved to Great Falls in 1992 with Sears, I thought I was a Christian man. I had an experience at the Nazarene church that we started going to with Jesus and gave my heart to Jesus. My kids often said that Dad found his feminine side when he found Jesus, because I learned to cry. I learned to have compassion. And it's not feminine, trust me. But yeah, I think he softened my heart and made me realize that I made a lot of dumb mistakes in my life. But I have stuff to give. I have things that I can give to people. So that's who I am. I just want to serve. And then when I let the job get a little too wild and crazy or something along those lines, about 9 years ago this Christmas, I had a heart attack. And that softened my heart even more. Actually, rebuilt it. So it's really soft now. But the compassion part of it, yeah, these folks could have made stupid mistakes. They could have made dumb mistakes. They could have had an addiction. Every one of us has had some of that in our lives. And it's how we learn to deal with it. And I did through my faith in Christ. I did through my love for my family. And that's what keeps me going now. I love to see somebody come in here that's just sad and without hope. And within a few weeks, they have a smile on their face and they look like they found hope. We had one gentleman show up one time over at the men's shelter, and when he got out of the car, the taxi guy was getting his walker out of the back of the car, and he face planted on the sidewalk. He was not ready to be with us. He wouldn't talk to anybody. He was malnourished. He was dehydrated. And we took him into the men's shelter. And the men that were staying on the program, on the recovery or on the discipleship program, took him under their wing. And they treated him like a little brother that needed help. And within a couple weeks, he was talking again, and he was getting healthy again. And he was an amazing success story to see. And he moved out. He's doing well. As far as I know, I think he moved away. So we lose track of some of them when they move back to the home area or whatever. But just to see the transformation of that person from where he was when he walked in the door to where he was when he was leaving, that's what is in my blood. That's the compassion that I see. I remember before I even worked here, I took a couple weeks off of Sears to put the floor in the men's shelter Jim Kaiser's been a friend of mine for a long time. He saw a lot of tile in my house and says, I need you at the mission. All that tile in my house, I didn't lay. And I told him so, but he's like Norma Ashby Smith. You don't tell Norma no. So I took 2 weeks off of Sears when I was a store manager, and I came down to put a floor in. My son-in-law was going to help me, but he had blow up in his organization, so he had to leave. But he came down and showed me how to do it. And I tell you, it changed my life, that 2 weeks of being on my knees in the men's shelter, listening to the stories that these guys had, seeing the hope that they had even in the depths of their trials and tribulations. It just touched me. And you can't make that stuff up. You can't learn that in a book. And that's what got me going. I was a board member at the time for the mission, but I had never volunteered here. I loved what the mission did since I moved to Great Falls, but I never really spent a lot of time here. And after that 2 weeks, I knew this is where Jesus wanted me to. It's real ministry. It's catching people at their best spot, but also their worst spot, because they are in sometimes a pit of despair. And then we see them slowly catching on, slowly working their way through it. And then we see the hope on the other side that we help to provide. I give all the credit to my man upstairs, but we're his voice at times. And we're the ones that are sharing where we've been and where we've got to. And it is possible for them to change. It is possible for them to correct where they've been and move forward to where they want to go. I mean, it's an amazing organization. And every time I think, why am I putting up with this when things get heavier, when I can't pay all the bills or whatever it is, because I get to do all those different things. I have people to pay the bills, but I get this. Yeah, I get to worry about whether or not there's enough to pay the bills. Right. But then I go back to the successes, to see the hope, to see the rescue from where they were to where they're going, the restoration and the recovery. And that's what keeps you going. 30 employees are here. They could be making money, better money in any other job in this city for the most part. But they're here because they felt called to be here to help those that are less fortunate than themselves. And that's what we do.
Why did you join the board in the first place?
When I started attending church on a regular basis, Eric Berger had come in, who was the director two before me. It was, right now it's me, then it was Jim Kaiser before me and Eric Berger before him. And Eric came and shared at the church a few times. And my wife and I had limited amount of, I don't want to call it disposable, donationable income.
Sure.
And we had been sending it all over the country, and we get 52 different requests every day in the mail. But something told me that why not help the folks right here in Great Falls? So we reined in on what we were donating and started donating at the mission because of the papers that they sent me in the mail, the newsletters and the requests. And it really made me realize, there's a national homeless situation going on, but there's one in Great Falls right here in River City, so to speak. And why not help the folks that are our neighbors, that could be our friends, that could be sitting in the pew next to me at church or next to me at the stock car races or the rodeo, or there's needs out there. And most of the people that come in here don't want to stay in that situation. There's a few that don't get it, but many of them have been at rock bottom and they're ready for a change. And that's what keeps me going, is being able to provide that.
Well, you mentioned that where you're saying they're at their worst place, but they're at their best place, because frankly, they're multiple now.
Yeah.
They're ready for any advice, where before...
That's what I meant by that.
Yeah, before they wouldn't take a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they get to rock bottom, and then just somebody saying thank you Here, let me help you. That will get them at their best place. When they come to the point that they realize, and I was there once in my life. I was at rock bottom. I moved to Montana to get away from the stupidity that I created in my hometown. And that was in 1979. So anybody that thinks I'm not a Montanan, I've lived twice as long, if not 2/3 as long here as I did back there. And that's hard to do when your sister's here visiting from Pennsylvania and you tell her how much you love this state and this city.
We're all transplants.
Yeah, yeah. But you get to that rock bottom point and you realize that you need help getting out. And that's where it's the greatest day, because you realize you can't do it by yourself. You need somebody to help you through it. That's what I mean by the worst day, but the greatest day at the same time, because they get to that realization that they need somebody to help them through this. And we try to be that person, that organization. My people are wonderful. They're great employees because they know what they need to do. They listen, they learn, and they have a heart of compassion that is trying to help each and every person through the situation that they're in. I don't know of anybody that's employed here that doesn't feel that way, including the people that work in the office area, which they don't get to see the folks that are going through all what they're going through very often. But when they do, they're just as compassionate and loving as anybody out on the front line every day of the week. So
We're all struggling to pay the bills. Everything's expensive right now. Everything is expensive right now. But from the people that you talk with on a daily basis, for all the families who are literally right above us and around and about us right now, what is rock bottom? Where?
It's like I've said for pretty much every person coming through, it's different for everyone. Rock bottom could be a drug addiction. It could be near-death experience with a drug addiction or alcoholism, or it could be financial loss. We had one gentleman that was in the IT business clear across this country and north of us in a different country that researched when he hit rock bottom from internet gambling and internet pornography, that he researched online and chose Great Falls, Montana, 2,600 miles away, and came. And it's different for everybody. There's not one experience that's worse than the other. It's where they end up. This gentleman, wife left him. He lost his job. He tried to commit suicide. Did twice while he was here when he was first got here, because it was hard. It was an addiction. And you hear about people with alcoholism that go through DTs or whatever it is, the shakes, or they see pink elephants or whatever it may be. But it was hard for him. But he slowly came through it. And the worst day and the greatest day, realizing that you have a problem and realizing you need some help to get it covered. And the last I heard, that gentleman was the vice president of a bank in Minneapolis. I don't know if that's accurate now or not, but that's where we knew he headed, and he had a lot of potential, but he had lost his way somewhere along the line. I know this is going to be taken poorly, but there's got to be engagement from the people coming in. Some of the people that don't succeed are the ones that think they're just going to come here and hang out and do whatever they want and not put any effort forward. They need to be engaged in it. They need to have buy-in. And I use this sparingly, but the Department of the Interior in the national parks puts up signs that says, "Please don't feed the animals. We find they become dependent on it." There's got to be buy-in from the people, and we don't do that. We try and keep them engaged while they're here, so that they're not entitled. They're empowered to do things for themselves. Yeah, it's amazing. And I probably shouldn't have told that story with that, but it's one of my favorites because the national parks realize that if you just give it to them with no expectation,
Right.
then they become entitled to it, or they become,
We see that on the street corners now.
you do.
We see
You do.
that everywhere now.
Yeah.
That is a given, and you can sweep it under a rug
Yeah.
because you don't want to offend people, or you can say, "Listen, this industry is here.
Yeah.
The situation is here because of what we have flippantly provided."
Mhm.
Flippantly, because it's just the easiest way to deal with it, so you don't feel guilty.
Yeah. Well, there's many examples on the West Coast
Yes.
of how that they had provided just everything without any expectation.
Right.
And I think our government is finally realizing that that's not the answer to solve homelessness or to even combat homelessness. It just makes matters worse in the most part. So, we have never taken that approach. We've always tried to engage the people and empower them to be able to move forward. Yeah, it's a tough situation, and there's some people that have felt that entitlement and succeeded, and I'm not bad mouthing it completely,
Right.
but many studies are out there that say that people need to figure this out from rock bottom to realizing that they have to have some buy-in into the situation. They have to be able to make some decisions and realize that this is going to be hard. It's like getting married. Everybody gets married because they're in love and everything's happy and everything's good. And the first time they disagree, the whole world wants to crash around them according to them. But marriage is not easy. It's wonderful. I wouldn't change my marriage for anything other than I wish I wouldn't have made as many mistakes as I did when I was younger. But it takes effort, and it takes two people working together as a team. We are built as human beings to be in relationship with people. And whether it's a single mom or a guy alone on the street, he needs somebody to help him make decisions and to help him through some of the trials and tribulations that life throws at you. We do it to ourselves, though. If you look at big cities, everybody's got a fence around their yard. Used to have front porches where you sat out on the front porch at night because the house was too hot and say hello to the neighbors next door or the ones walking up and down the street. More and more, we don't converse if we don't have to. We'll get on our phone, and I know my granddaughters have been walking down the hall in school, texting on their phone to each other, and they're standing next to each other.
Yeah.
It,
I hear the doorbell and I go into hiding now.
do you? Yeah. We are relational people.
Yeah.
Human beings need the relationship. And many times that's what gets them into the situation they're in, is they feel like they're all alone and don't go anywhere, don't do anything. But they need that relationship. And hopefully we provide that. And we do try and provide some aftercare for folks. If they move into an apartment and they text us and say, money's tight this month, I could really use some help, we'll get them a food box. We don't give money to them ever, but we try and provide for their basic needs if possible. And, we'll do whatever we can to help. So we have many donors that try and give us furniture and dishes and pots and pans. And it would be wonderful if we still had a thrift store where we could, either try and sell it or store it. But a thrift business, it was wonderful while it lasted, but it never paid for itself. And it was costing us money and time from our original mission.
goals.
Yeah, the original mission that we had to make a difficult decision. And trust me, nobody had more difficulty in that whole concept because I was the one that presented it to the board to put a thrift store in. My retail background, but thrifting is not retail. You know, some of the stupidest mistakes that we made with our thrift store was we about the time we were opening that, Sears was folding up here in town. And since I had an in with many of the people working at Sears, we went over there and bought a lot of the things that we could have used. We bought mannequins for a thrift store. Okay, so you put a dress on a mannequin. You only have one in the store. And the first person that comes in,
You got to take it off the mannequin.
you spend all day dressing that mannequin. So those went away very quickly. And that was one of the mistakes of the thing. But yeah, it's a whole different business. And while I know there's many missions out there that have 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 different thrift stores in these large cities, they also have a working capital that if it doesn't pay for itself in a certain amount of time, they can float it for a little while. And we floated ours for as long as we could.
How long was it open?
Probably 6, maybe 7 years total. Yeah. And it was a lot of fun. But I also told the board when I presented it that I didn't want to run it. And I spent way more time trying to keep it afloat and moving it forward than I wanted to. Because, you know, I did 30 years of retail. I thought, that's enough.
Yeah.
And I felt like the Lord called me to be in ministry, which,
Right.
and thrifting is a ministry opportunity. You know, you get all sorts of people in there. You get to share. Back to what I was talking about, we are relational individuals, and many times the folks that we've helped have lost that relationship somewhere along the line, whether it was drug addiction and they burned all the bridges with their families, that type of thing. But yeah.
Seems to be a constant.
Mm-hmm.
Personal question. Heart attack.
Yes.
I still remember the Robin Williams jokes of him having a heart attack and getting a bovine valve or whatever. You know, what kind of heart do you want or whatever.
Yeah. Well, when I was going through my physical therapy afterwards, I was going to the Benefice cardiac recovery people up there and doing the exercising and whatnot. And I laughed so hard because this guy that was there said, you know, he says, they put a cow valve in my heart. He says, and it's doing great, except I can't go out in the front yard without wanting to stop and graze. And I thought, oh, good grief. Well, mine was a little more. They called this the Widowmaker. And it didn't feel like it at the time. I mean, it was weird. It was the Sunday before church in 2006, or Sunday before Christmas. I was getting ready for church. It was 2016, and I remember the first thing that made me worried was, am I getting Alzheimer's, because I couldn't decide what to wear. Now, if my wife goes through that every day of her life, but that's not me.
That's not you.
And normally I get dressed and I go out and she says, you're not going to wear that, are you? So, yeah, I was having a difficulty with that. And then she was getting ready for church, and I sat down. It was the middle of the winter, December. It was cold. We had a big picture window in the living room at the home we were living in at the time. And I remember starting to sweat profusely. I had put on long underwear because I was going to be outside. I always go to the church a little early and shovel and that type of thing. I started sweating profusely. So I walked out to the kitchen to get my diabetes medications and did those and lost my breath walking back into the living room. Now that's only 15 or 20 feet. This was a small house. And I mean, sweat was pouring off of me. So right there in front of the picture window and God and everybody, I got rid of the long johns. And that didn't help. And then my left arm started doing weird things, and I took that as the sign. So I told my wife, who was almost ready by that time, that we needed to go to the hospital. I've been a chaplain, on-call chaplain at the hospital for, pretty much since I started at the mission. And I got to the emergency room when they heard heart issue. They got me right in, and the doctor that was on call or on duty that morning, her husband was one of our chaplains as well, so she knew who I was. Not that, it's not who you know. She gave me great service. We got things figured out. She did some tests and said, yeah, you definitely had an event. I said, an event? It was a heart attack. But they said they were going to admit me and put me into a room. I had a couple more instances of it that day, and it broke my heart because my grandkids were going to be in a church play that night. Well, my wife sat there with her phone recording it, and I'm sitting in a hospital bed watching my grandkids. But not once did I think that I wasn't going to come out of it. They did a heart cath the next morning. Gentleman came in and said, you definitely have some damage. We have a number of ways that we normally work with hearts, either medication, stents, or open heart surgery, and we recommend the last one. And after I lifted my jaw back up off the floor, the surgeon came in and said, well, we want to do a quadruple bypass.
Oh, gosh.
And he says, but I can't do it until Thursday. This was Monday morning. I won't go into the details of what he shared with me because it was funnier than all get out. But so I was in the hospital. I didn't have any more events after that Sunday. I did do a couple things of nitro that they give you if you have another thing going on. But I had my family coming to visit me. They were scared. My daughters were in the room when they told me it was a quadruple bypass. But not once did I feel like I wasn't going to come out of this okay. I remember walking around before the surgery and praying for people in rooms that I had no idea what they were in for or anything like that. I just felt like I've got this free time, I finished my last classes to become a pastor the day before my heart attack. So I figured I'm going to be praying for these folks. And then when I was in ICU, they had a belt around me so they could keep me from falling over if it took place. And the guy would walk around with me because, I was a bit heavier back then. Hard to believe. But yeah, so he was hanging onto the belt and we'd walk and I'd stop and pray at a room. And the one day he didn't show up, and I asked where he was, and they said that he had lost a patient earlier that day, and he was taking it kind of hard. So when I said, well, I need to go for a walk, tell him I need a walk, and we talked while we were walking, and I tried to provide some hope and some meaning to his life, and I prayed with him, and we had a good cry. And then the surgery went very well. I remember waking up and wanting something to drink, but they wouldn't give me any until they got all the tubes out of me and whatnot. But I tell you that, it was an open heart. And I was in church the following Sunday. I got out on a Monday and I was in church the following Sunday, but I looked like death warmed over. But my recovery was great. And I think part of it is that my wife wouldn't let me just sit down. If I coughed or sneezed, I had to pull this thing together to keep my chest from blowing apart. And after probably a month and a half, maybe 6 weeks, she had me painting the living room of the house.
Your job's not done.
Yeah.
Get to work.
Yeah. So, but it was an amazing experience. I look back on it and think, it was one of the highlights of my life. And I'll say that as a positive highlight because I felt so much better when I did recover. I had more energy. I had more compassion, more hope, more desire to do the right thing, even when nobody's looking. I used this in a sermon one time, and my wife would argue the point, but I wanted to be the person that my dog thought I was. You know what I mean?
What a great way to put that.
Because they look at you with love and just, and I still have issues when I resort back to the old Jim once in a while when the dog won't be quiet and that type of thing. But, yeah, and it's a great way to to talk about in a sermon. That's be who your dog's looking at you and he thinks you are. And I'm trying to do that. You know, I want to do the right thing. I want to leave a lasting legacy, not because of successful business ventures or anything like that, but
Right.
hopefully make a difference in people's lives, that, you know, that type of thing. So
I was gonna ask, and you answered it already, which is not at all what I expected you to answer. I was gonna ask, what's it like to look death in the face? And yet you say you had no fear.
I didn't look at it as death. And I'll tell you, one of the worst parts of the whole surgery was they took the vein out of my right leg
Right.
in like 7 or 9 different sections, about 3 or 4 inch sections.
Right.
So I had 115 metal staples in my leg. And that was the hardest part because they hurt when they come out. You know, this stuff kind of dissolved for the most part and took care of itself. But the staples was, yeah, that was wild. And then, you know, trying to put on long pants and not get them caught on a piece of string or something. Yeah, that was weird. That was weird. That was all there was to it. So,
Frankenstein a little bit?
well, they weren't in my neck
Yeah.
or in my head, but yeah, I'm sure my wife thought for a few times maybe they should have done something in there too. But yeah, it was an experience. I don't recommend it to other people. If you can keep yourself healthy, do so. Mine was my own stupidity over the years. I gained way too much weight when I was traveling for Sears as a district manager, and you know, I always made the joke that exercise and gym don't go together. So, and that's JIM, not GYM. But, and I did start exercising more. I'm not doing it as much. I stay busy. I stay walking. I keep my heart moving pretty good throughout my job here and at home. I love to mow grass. That's one of my exercise routines. But right now I have my grandsons doing that so they can make some money so they have gas in their cars. So, but it was trying, and I don't know how difficult it was on my daughters or my wife, but I remember one of the highlights was that I was at home in recovery, and I started with Sears in Missoula, and a friend of mine that was the shipping and receiving manager became the store manager about the same time I became the store manager here. And him and his wife drove up to Great Falls to say hello and to see how I was doing. And that was meaningful. You know, I had lots of people sending cards and letters and well wishes and that type of thing. But like I said, it was one of the highlights of my life. Not that I want to do it again.
Right.
You know, my first heart lasted 59 years. I'm hoping this one does too. I'll be 118. I'm okay after that. So.
What made you? Let me pose this question properly. What made you? Well, let me start with this. You mentioned that back when you worked at Sears in the past and everything, you considered yourself to be a Christian.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling there's an awful lot of people out there who are very curious on what that means in comparison to now.
In comparison to now?
Yeah. You considered yourself a Christian back then. You considered yourself all that. What, I mean, not details, but what were you doing wrong? What would prove the opposite?
So my family really wasn't big into going to church. We did when we were all little. And then as we got older, it was pretty much, yeah, if you want to go, go. And the others wouldn't. Luckily in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, there was a citywide church basketball league in the fall. Every church could put a team together, or a number of teams based on age. And I loved playing basketball, so I played for the church that I was baptized in the First Baptist Church there. But I went through the training that they wanted to do before baptism. I later found out like the Catholic Church, they call it a catechism, which is getting the history of Christianity. But I don't ever remember making a decision that I was going to change my life or anything like that. This is what they told me you do. So it was, and I did feel that I could pray pretty well, but it was all gimme, gimme, gimme. Not really, but Lord, I need this. Lord, I need that. I had an alcohol problem when I was younger. When I moved to Montana, I had more than that when I was in Pennsylvania, but I'd still had an alcohol problem. And my wife was raised with an alcoholic stepfather, and that didn't go well as a conducive team working together for the good of our children. And it took me a while to figure that one out. And I came to a low spot. I went to a Catholic church in Lolo, Montana, and felt the presence of the Lord, and realized that if I wanted to keep improving my life, I needed to give some things up. So alcohol it was. Shortly thereafter, I got my first management position in Moscow, Idaho. I was there for 11 months, and they were threatening to close down small Sears stores, and that was the smallest. My district manager said, I got a job opening in Lewiston, Idaho. So I moved to Lewiston. I was there for a year and a half and very successful in what I was doing because I like to work. I'm not scared of hard work. And then my old boss in Missoula called and said they're looking for somebody for the automotive department in Great Falls. So I came up here in a snowstorm in 1992 in August to apply for the job, and I came anyways. And I had been in Great Falls maybe twice before that in the 10 years I've lived in Montana or Idaho. And I always liked the town. The town I grew up in had the west branch of the Susquehanna going right through the town. It's a big river. It's the main tributary, the Susquehanna is the main tributary to the Chesapeake Bay, I believe. And this town felt closer to home than any I'd ever lived in. Not that I was trying to replace Montana, or Pennsylvania and Montana. So we moved here in the fall of 92, and our kids were getting of age that we thought they should have some religious upbringing. So we started looking around, and we tried a number of different churches in town. And one of our younger daughter's school teachers was in Lewiston, Idaho, had invited us to a thing at the Nazarene Church. It was called a Passion Play at Easter time. Never been a part of anything like that.
My mom made you sing in those.
I was thankful that it was a large church with a large auditorium, and we were way up in the nosebleeds, and it was dark, and the whole thing. I was up there sobbing, and I had been in Great Falls for 6 weeks without my family, and everything went swimmingly well. When Wendy and the girls got here, we thought we should start looking for a place. So we looked in the yellow pages one day, and there was a Nazarene church. And so we went. And everybody thinks we've been there ever since because the first day we were there, they had a potluck, and I got fed. But I'll tell you this. I got fed in more ways than food. Absolutely. And within 3 or 4 months, they had a revival service, and I'd never been a part of anything like that in my life. And I don't know how the young couple from Colorado that were sharing, every time he opened his mouth, he was speaking directly at me. And he was making sense. So he did an altar call, and I went to the altar. I don't even remember walking to the altar. It was like the Lord picked me up and put me there, and I was sobbing heavily from all my mistakes in life, asking for forgiveness. The pastor and a guy that I had met at the church came and put their hands on me and prayed for me, and that was the day I gave it up. So, yeah, it was an amazing experience. And then my older daughter, who was already in middle school, had a hard time because we went from not going to church hardly at all to 3 times a week.
Right.
Yeah. So, but it's been a wonderful ride, a wonderful experience. I rebaptized once I made that decision to follow Christ. And then when I felt called to go into ministry, I baptized again as my public proclamation to give my life.
When you were working at Sears, what was your fulfillment back then?
The success I was having. Whether I was a salesperson in automotive when I first started. Well, I started in tools part-time. I got a full-time position at Sears when they were predominantly part-time workers, but I was doing the job so well that they gave me the full-time with the benefits. I never expected Sears to be a 30-year career. It was something to do in the winter. I wanted to work construction. I wanted to build houses. I wasn't the greatest woodworker or carpenter that ever walked the face of the earth, but I was trainable, and I liked building stuff. But Sears was a way to get out of the weather, especially in Montana. And so I worked in automotive for 6 or 7 years and very successful in my sales abilities. I always just told the truth and tried to get the customer what they needed. I got promoted to the appliance department for a short time, and then I took a supervisory position in tools and paint. And I love that because I love working around the house, and I love tools. My father was a woodworker. Matter of fact, he worked for Sears for 20 years back in the late 40s, 50s, and early 60s.
Following our parents' footsteps.
Yeah,
aren't we?
and my sister had worked at the Missoula store for a few years when she first got there. And it's funny because we have 5 kids in the family, and the 3 youngest all migrated to Montana. One's in Missoula area or the Bitterroot Valley, and my brother's down by Bozeman, and then I'm up here. But I remember when I was a tool salesman, the boss, I won't go there, never mind. So I got my first supervisory position, and I found out that I could teach people how to sell things. And I love that aspect. I being in the Boy Scouts, we started at 12 years old, and we were the oldest people there because all the other guys quit. So we pretty much ran the troop from the time, and so I learned leadership skills and that type of thing early on. So then an opportunity came to move to Moscow, Idaho as the auto center manager, and that organization had been in the red for a number of months beforehand, and they were looking for somebody to change it. And we got it turned around very quickly. It was only 4 little bays, but we were promoting the automotive department in a store that was one of the few stores left in the mall that didn't make it, and the real mall was on the other side of town. And that was very successful. My district manager from when I was in tools and paint in Missoula was the one that got me the job in Lewiston and moved me down there. And that was very successful. So I came back up here. I was in automotive for a year. The store manager and I hit it off pretty well, and he saw how devoted I was to being successful. So he offered me the job of operations manager at the store, and that's doing all the behind the scenes stuff and doing more leadership than hands-on work, that type of thing. And when he got promoted, the district manager asked who would be the best person to take over as a store manager, and I said me. And after he got done laughing, he said, "No, we don't do that." But within a month or two, they offered me a position traveling, which never say never, because I told myself one time that I would never take a job where I had to travel. And lo and behold, the Lord provided it. And it was the best 10 years of my career, because I had 13 different stores in Montana, Idaho, Eastern Washington, Eastern Oregon. And many times it was drive, I had to drive to them. But I got to train, I got to teach, I got to help people figure out how to run a business. And it was a great job. And then I felt like there was some changes being made in the organization. I should probably look for a job at Holmes. They had a store manager opening here, so I applied for the third time. Once they told me no, the second time they told me yes, and I told them no, and the third time I said yes, and I came. So I got to sleep in my own bed every night again. And it was 5 years with, my intent is with Sears going through all this turmoil with the Kmart merger and, that type of thing. I wasn't sure if they were going to make it through. So I'd come back here and make some local contacts in case I needed a job. Yeah, here I am. I never would have thought the rescue mission would have been the place I would start and finish my second career. But I am so thankful that I did, because this has been even the first 5 years has been more rewarding than the 30 years of Sears before. And I enjoyed Sears. They raised my family. They provided income to raise my family. They taught me tons and tons of things. But this is where I got to put all those years of training and leadership skills and whatnot to use. So I don't know if he's bringing 6, but at least 2. And there's still some lukewarm coffee over there that I know of.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You don't like dead air.
We're doing what? Nobody heard me?
Microphone back on,
Oh, cool.
so you know.
Okay. So I'm live, not Memorex? I
I'm
know.
turning them down now.
Yeah. I was hearing an echo and I thought, how did I do that?
You're
It's amazing what
omnipresent.
happens at 3:15 in the morning.
Yeah. We're all hearing echoes.
How many hours left, though? That's the question.
Now you don't ask
Stop
me to do
asking
math.
that.
You didn't hire me for math.
Need to hire an accountant to get that kind of information? Yeah.
3 to
Numbers
1.
aren't our strong suit.
I'd say it's like 10 hours. Because at 1 to 1 would be 12. So
Yeah, sort of like
Oh, there you go. Hey, see, you did that the easy way. Here, I was doing the new math stuff.
I'm old enough that my first job was in a seafood market, and they had the cash register that you needed 13 fingers to be able to push all the different buttons because it wasn't electronic. It was the old version. Yeah, so I learned how to add very quickly because, you didn't want to sit there and hit 35 cents for a clam cake or a crab cake or whatever it was. You just added it up and pushed the total, and then you were gone. So yeah, pretty amazing. And math was always my worst subject, but I can add and subtract, which is good.
The lost art of counting out change. I mean, kids nowadays don't do that.
Oh,
They're
no,
like,
definitely
"Here."
not.
I'm like, no,
Yeah.
you need to count it out. They're like, I did. I'm like, no, you didn't.
Yeah. No, to me, you need to count it out.
Try
Yeah.
it with dyslexia. It's quite a ride.
Oh, I can imagine. I thought you were going for a nap.
I will.
He stood up for a minute. And he
Got an
Standing
energy
up
rush.
woke me up
Shaking
ever so
up.
slightly for like 10 or 15 seconds.
All right.
Just got to shake all the blood back up in my body a bit.
There you go. Get it circulating again. Because it does get cold when you just sit idle, which is pretty crazy. So we're getting through the night. We've got till 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and I have interviews scheduled with a number of different people starting about 6:30 this morning. KFBB is going to come down and do an interview with me, and I might be able to interview her. Then I have radio station KMON coming in a little after 7 for just a short time and they're not coming in. They're going to call me, and we will talk then. So I better take a break here pretty soon and get some juice in my cell phone. I did remember to take my hearing aids out and get them charged up so I can hear everybody when we go back to listening. Mayor Corey Reeves is coming sometime around 7:10, 7:15, somewhere in there. And then Star Radio, Jimmy Wise from the country station and at Star Radio will be here sometime around 7:20 to 7:30. So we're going to double up with the mayor, and he can go live on the radio as well. 7:30 to 8 is going to be whatever we come up with. And then Citygate Network is going to join us again or go live nationally from 8 to 8:30. Then I have a detective from the Great Falls Police Department that works as the coordinator for the SROs that are in the school district coming down. Her name is Katie Cunningham. At 9, somewhere around 9, Deb Cattell with St. Vincent de Paul will be joining me as soon as she gets done with class that she teaches, I believe. And we'll go live with Voices of Montana at a Billings radio station down there. So we'll see where we go with that in 10 or 15 minutes. And then about 9:30, we have Heather Hoyer, the school superintendent for Great Falls Public Schools, will join us again at 10 o'clock, Citygate Live. And then Denise, who is marketing representative with the Giaforte Family Foundation, our governor's foundation, will be joining me. At 11 to 11:30, I have one of our directors of the women's shelter, well, the only director of the women's shelter, but one of our people that not only works here now, but also lived here for a time, and she'll be sharing. And then Family Promise is coming at 11:30. So we've got a busy morning ahead of us, and I know that there's going to be some people coming in unannounced, and we'll get them worked in because we want to talk to everybody that's here that wants to be talked to. I did have a voicemail that I did not get until an hour ago, so I owe that person a phone call, and we'll try and get her in as well. This thing is over at 1 o'clock tomorrow, so you'll have to listen to me again for a half hour before it's over. I do have a, oh, yeah, I pity the fool. But at noon to 12:30, 12 to 12:30, I got a little space open, so I may try and get the young lady that gave me a message a couple days ago to get in here about that time, and she can share. And she's with the Green Apple organization here in Great Falls. So we've got a lot coming up. We've got a little bit more time. You heard from Rob Rippey earlier on a pre-recorded video that we did when, because we knew we would have time in the evening where we needed some people that could share, but they didn't have to stay up this late to do it. And he said that he was bringing coffee down at about 3:30. So I'm looking forward to that. These things are wonderful. Takes a while to get them working. You got to sit there and just, yeah, but they are nice. The sad thing is I only got one, so when I get a moment, I'm going to go in and get some more of these out of my office and put one in each glove, maybe a couple in my shoes, maybe some, yeah. So you just heard 50 minutes of me, and I apologize for that, but I was a bit nervous about that 50 minutes, but and you said it best when you prefaced the whole conversation that I recorded for you, that they've already heard these stories, and what was scary to me was how almost verbatim some of those stories came out today that we did last week. So apparently I need to change things up a little bit.
Not at all. Media practices their jokes.
That's
Have
true.
those studied.
Yeah.
That is your tell. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Well, you know, the lovely people that I get to work with often tell me about my jokes and how some of them aren't funny. Some of them they've heard 15 times before.
You gotta work on your jokes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
It's the delivery.
I've already been told that I don't work here anymore, so.
No, I said did. I didn't say anything. You took it the other way. But I did highlight the word did. So, and that was all in jest, brother. I still love you. And if I can't take it, I shouldn't be dishing it out. You know what I mean? So,
You're my people.
yeah. Yep. I agree.
We're among good people here.
Yep. So, yeah. So this is like if you're just tuning in for the first time, number one, where you been? Number two,
Why are you up at 3 a.m.?
yeah, I know. Yeah. This has been a total joy for me. I mean, yeah, I'm getting tired, but I'm going to make it through. And praise God, I got some guys here that work with me. I don't know. Hopefully they're not working tomorrow because they really need to get home and get some rest, because that's what I'm going to do when we're done. But it's been a blessing to have the folks around me that are here, with Dylan and with Tim and with Chris and with Steven, and Larry was here for a while. Did I see Red here a little while ago? I thought that was him, but I thought, what is he doing up at this hour? So, yeah, there you go. He said something about that. So, yeah, it's been a joy and a privilege. I have loved every minute of it. Tim asked me a hard question, what was my favorite part? I wasn't trying to be politically correct, but I really enjoyed the unscheduled visits that I had from people, because there was people that are staying here that I haven't gotten to meet yet. There was people that came in from Family Promise and had no clue who she was, but she had hung around. And I just heard my coffee come in, which is wonderful. And yeah, we'll get to going. And maybe we can put him on the microphone for a little while so I can take another break and get another hand warmer. Because right now I just have one hand warmer. Okay, it's getting rummy time. And so, yeah.
That's Oscar.
That was Oscar?
That's Oscar.
Holy moly. We going to have a party or what? It's pretty amazing. They can't believe I'm still awake, I think. You know. I am not an early morning person. Well, I am, but I normally go to bed about 8:30 or 9 o'clock, and I'm up at this hour, which is really scary. And here I am getting a cup of coffee. Well, good morning, sir. Are you coming to talk on the bench? Well, I'm going to leave you alone so that you can talk. And yeah. Well, it's about time for nature calls. So yeah, I think I need to. Okay. Well, somebody's got to be here, so you can come and just share. He's going to ask you questions because he's really good at that. You want a hand warmer?
Oh, I'm good. I got a couple. You need to go in and get yours updated, though.
I do. So thank you for the coffee.
You're welcome.
And just a little while ago, we played the video you did last week.
Oh.
So that was awesome. I didn't get to hear what you had said when you were in there.
I was looking online to see if it was on there. But
Give me your mic.
Gimme. It's all about you.
Give me the mic. I'm mic. Crank me up. We really don't need to hear you going to the bathroom with this thing on.
Praise God for that.
that would be good.
It would be funny, wouldn't it? Here you go, Rob. Put that guy on there. And have a seat on the lovely bench here. All right. Folks, do not judge my rather aged sounding voice here. Let me give. I'm gonna sit next to you here. Go ahead and take that and pop that in there.
Just keep it charging here.
Oh boy. Oh, as you will see, folks, I'm looking like the Michelin tire man. Okie dokie, that sounds good. Now, I'll be honest with you. I'm wearing a very special suit here. This is the same suit that my father-in-law wore when he was in the military, doing security, special operations, and all the other jazz. It's literally got his name on the collar on it. And when I married his daughter, he threw this at me, and it was one of the gifts he gave me. So I enjoy it very much. And Rob knows him very, very well. They're very close friends. Together at the local church in Victory Church. And so, Rob, we just got done playing your video a little bit ago, and that was the first time Jim heard it. And I got to tell you, it was really nice to watch him just be enamored by it a little bit. You could tell he definitely appreciated it. And your story is wonderful, and not the only story like it where it was of the scenario that you gave a million reasons not to be here. So, can you check to make sure Rob's mic is on for me? Okay, do me a favor. So talk really quick.
Yeah.
Okay, Yeah, I can hear him. All right, a little bit. I'm just too sleepy, apparently. Yeah, I'm doing all the talking. Yeah, I know, right? So, update us a little further on some of this stuff, man, because volunteering is kind of important. No one wants to do the volunteering. No one wants to put in the work on some of that stuff these days. Our culture has changed so much.
That's true.
So, share your story a little bit more. Let's inspire some folks.
Oh, I had 32 years in construction, and then from construction went to doing cow work. I worked on a cattle ranch. I managed a ranch for 14 years, and then I got done with that. And Steve Hierig, he was on the board, a close friend. I always tell him me working here is his fault, because he told Jim that he should talk to me about coming here and working maintenance. And so we met at one of the local coffee shops, and we sat there, and I told him all the trips I had planned, and I just didn't think this was going to work. And I give him, let's talk in a couple of months, and I
You
said,
shouldn't have opened the door.
yeah, let's pray about it, because I feel like anything in my life, I ask, God, if that's the direction I'm supposed to go.
Yeah.
And a couple months went by. We met again, and I told him, I'm getting ready to go to Florida, and I'm going different trips again. And he's like, yeah, no, it's fine. I don't mind waiting. And I walked out and said, geez, what's a guy got to do to get him to say this probably isn't going to work? And the next time we met, when I walked out, I pretty well knew that this is where I was going to be working for a while. And when I did, I told him, it'd be for a year, and just to help him get things fixed and everything. And March will be the beginning of my 4th year. So, we don't, God puts us where he wants us until he's done with us. And then, he dropped the wad of keys on the table and said, here, and I had to figure out
which one goes to which door.
Yeah, exactly. And but it's been good. We've got things fixed, and we still have hurdles to jump, but it's a job that every day you're doing something different, and you have the typical job frustrations.
Yeah.
But the reward of seeing these little kids that when they come in, they don't want to talk to anybody, especially men. Women that won't look you in the eye, and time goes by and they realize you're safe, and so it's been really, this job allows you to stop and play with the kids and talk to people. So it's been good. Yeah.
Give us the warning. The warning, for instance, be careful when you walk in here, because
I think if you pay attention when you walk in to what's around, it can't help but move a person's heart to see. We all have preconceived notions of what causes homelessness, and I hear people all the time talk about that people are homeless, they're just too lazy or whatever. And yes, there's certainly that, some. But you find out there's a lot of circumstances that are beyond their control that's brought them to this place, and the compassion you see them, especially the little kids. My heart goes out to these kids and some of the experiences they've had, they've had no choice about it, but here they are.
Yeah.
And to see how that when you love on them, they respond.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, when you come in, if you pay attention, you can't help them. The love of Christ compels you.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Let me see your microphone here.
Okay.
Looks like he's doing some pretty good work keeping you on air here. I'm hearing you pretty well. This little guy, though, seems about dead too, doesn't it? Yeah, this one's blinking on us. So do me a favor, bud. See, you got that Boya set right there. We just need to swap over to that. There should be a barrel plug here somewhere. You'll be able to plug it into the system, and you'll be good to rock and roll on that. That's it. Yep. So you just unplug our receiver from up there. Yep. And then you can plug in the new Boya set, and we'll take the new microphone for him, and we'll be able to rock and roll on that. We knew they were dying. So they have definitely died pretty well, actually, they've done pretty good. We said 6 hours, and they've done just fine on that. And you'll have to adjust the levels a little bit. The gains are a little different between the units. So, yep. And make sure it's set on stereo as well. On there, there's a switch, and you can put it on S for stereo. It probably is. Bear with us just a moment longer, brother. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. I've been trying to charge them up, and I don't think they charge. Here you go. Take that one for me. And pass me one of the Boyas. And hopefully we'll be able to click into that fairly easily. It should automatically turn on for us. I'm not sure what input that is, but go ahead and pop that sucker on. Perfect. Yeah. I feel like it okay, cool. Nothing yet. I doubt it, since it's a different receiver. Let me know if you want me to look at it. Yeah, that's fair. So, did you actually get some sleep tonight so far?
Yeah, a little bit.
Lucky
Woke up at
punk.
2:45.
2:45. Yeah. Now do you still work on ranching time? Yeah. Is 2:45 normal for you? Yeah. You and Ed. Way too early. Yeah. Let me go help Dylan get this working here really quick.
Okay.
And we'll be back. We'll be back here in just a half a second. So I do need you to keep talking for me real quick, just a little bit.
Yep.
We're gonna figure out which one of these.
Ed's one of the few people that I can call early in the
Here it
morning
is.
because I know he's awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, his military.
There you go. We're working.
Yeah.
Yeah, you two, and especially him being military. Well, but yeah, I tell you what. So my father-in-law is a knife maker here in Great Falls. Really awesome guy, Ed Caffrey. And the thing is, the man, if he could work on his knives at 5 o'clock in the morning, he'd be doing it.
Yes, he would.
But he doesn't want to annoy his neighbors, so he waits till 8 o'clock before he starts working in the shop. But yeah, you guys are pretty awesome.
He's usually making coffee by 5.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
His very frou-frou
5:30.
coffee with as much sugar or whatever you can get in there.
I don't know about that. I never could drink it with that in there, but yeah.
He can. He likes the creamers and all that sort of stuff. I don't know if it's coffee after he touches it.
Yeah, well, that'll give me something to give him a bad time about.
If you want to join a really cool men's group, though, guys, you got to take a look at what Ed and Rob do. You guys got a lot of guys showing up at your men's group, don't you?
Yeah, we're running usually between 16 25 per every Wednesday night.
Insane.
And we meet in his in his forging shop.
Yeah.
Which is good.
The
you know,
ultimate man
guys
shop.
love tools. Yeah. Yeah. So no, it's been great. Yeah, we meet, and it's guys are getting something out of it because when it was 85, 90 degrees, they still showed up, and there's no air conditioning. So no, it's been good. It's been really good. That's other than being here working at the mission. That's the ministry that I work in is the men's group, and
I think it's important for guys to remember that we don't need to be doing all this on our own.
well, that the biggest trick of the enemy is to get us to think that we have to.
Right.
And there's a lot of pressures for men now that when I was younger wasn't here.
Like what?
Society has tried to feminize men.
Yeah.
And the longer it goes, the worse it gets. And teaching men that it's all right to have the feelings they have and that God created them that way. And it's amazing how well they respond to when men are just talking amongst themselves and sharing life experiences, how that it just makes them realize that they're not alone.
Right.
Because that's, all of us feel like we're the only one going through what we go through.
Right.
And my first wife, we dealt with anorexia and bulimia for 17 years, and
wow.
And all the ups and downs of that, and the things that you go through, and the mental part of it. I've talked to several guys that going through it, and they think it's their fault, and they think that if the wife loved them enough that they could stop, but it's not that.
No.
It's a mental
No.
thing
Yes.
and a spiritual thing.
Yes.
So it's we go through things in life down the line. We're able to share and help other guys
Yeah.
be able to understand that it's not their fault. It's just something they have to walk through.
Well, and think of the sincere moment when you got a guy coming up to you and being honest about that sort of thing.
Yeah.
He's going, "What am I doing wrong?"
Right.
And you look at him and you say, "It's not you."
Right.
And the peace that would give him in that moment.
It's funny. The first initial response is they have a hard time believing that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think we all do. Because as men, especially because of the God-given thing to take care of your family, to make sure everybody's taken care of, and then when things don't go exactly the way you planned, life happens. The Bible says it rains on the just and the unjust.
Right.
So it doesn't matter. We always ask the question, why does bad thing happen to good people?
Right.
It happens to everybody.
Yep.
And so
Evenly.
yeah, it's not that you're being picked on. It just happens.
Yeah.
And it's dynamic to see men change and open up, but it's a safe place. Part of our, I actually threatened the guys early on that confidentiality. What we
Yes.
talk about in this group stays in this group. And
Yes.
I've actually had wives come up to me and say, "Hey, I want to know what's going on in that men's group." My husband said, "What happens there stays there." And I
Yes.
said, "Well, that's what we talk.
That's
That's
right.
the way it is. It's safe."
Yes.
Because unfortunately, we've all had the repercussions of confiding in somebody and then it come
Yes.
back,
Yes.
and that's never good.
Right.
And it takes them a few times to realize it's safe.
Yes.
And then once they do, they really open up.
Yes. Dylan and I are in a group like that, and the people that we surround ourselves with are incredible human beings, one-of-a-kind human beings, where you can have that man cry-out moment where you have released every bit of your energy into your own tears, not realizing you needed to.
Right.
And the guy is only there to hug you, love on you, and literally, I had that in our little group a few weeks back, and this guy just wraps me in a bear hug and goes, "You are loved, man.
Yep.
You are loved. You are not alone."
Right.
And oh my gosh, it's that stupid little thing that just makes you sit there and go, "Holy smokes, that's all I needed to hear."
Right.
That's
Right.
all I needed.
Yeah. And I always caution the guys to, never go into talking with other guys with, I know exactly how you feel.
Right.
Because we don't. We all process
Right.
things differently.
Right.
But you have life experiences that you can share that says, hey, I don't know where you are right now, but
Right.
when this happened to me,
Yes.
God did this and this is how it worked out. And most guys, we have guys from about 4 different churches at our group, and guys that from Sober Life, and that different types of addictions they've been delivered from, and it's just dynamic to see God work in their life. And I do a lot of storytelling. So when I take a Bible passage, I tell it in story form, and
Parable.
and then we talk about it, and it's amazing how these little children's stories that we
Right.
classify children's stories
Right.
have so much in there that us guys can really relate to.
Yeah.
So it's an amazing thing. There are other groups here in Great Falls, men's groups that I found out about, and
Each one is having their own form of impact.
right. And we all work within where God put us.
Yes.
So it's one of those things that you're faithful in where God places you.
Yes.
And I'm really, every week when there's new guys almost every week, and I'm really always not surprised, but just amazed that when guys in the group share with other guys, I want that.
Right.
And because in society we hear that men don't want to do what they're supposed to do, take care of their families. They really do.
They do.
They're just in places
Yes.
that sometimes they just don't know what to do.
Yes.
And
We've become very scared as men.
we do.
In the way that we communicate with women these days, it's not how we used to. It's and now we fear. When back in the old days, if you were in the dance floor, it was your job to walk up to the girl and ask the girl to dance.
Right. Yep.
Now, man's too scared to walk up. Now the girl has to walk up to you and ask to dance. I mean, now we have to pigeon toe our way around, and we've lost our strength.
Yeah, we lost our confidence. For
Yes,
sure.
very much so. Very much so.
It's the that God-given portion of a couple.
Yeah,
There's a man has his portion,
Yes.
woman, and I know people say that's sexist. It's just the way that we're designed.
Absolutely.
And we, because of the way we're designed, we all have a part to play.
The confidence of being able to be that proper help to your wife is an amazing feeling.
Mm-hmm.
The feeling of leaning into your wife and awaiting her final decisions, or the uncertainty of how she would accept your thoughts or whatever, is demeaning and challenges you in the way that God did not build us to be.
Right.
And as I look at our world today, women have had to step up and take on the manly role because the men have not stepped up to take on their role.
Right.
And for many, many different reasons.
Right.
Many, many different reasons.
Yep.
And then because the women have stepped up in that role, now the men question if they're allowed to, and then here's where we sit.
Right. Yeah, and it's that's a good assessment because we were never designed to one to lord over the other.
Absolutely, no. So equal.
And that's the way that we kind of
Yes.
think that marriage is
Yes.
that either one or the other has to run the show.
Man, hoo-ha.
Yeah, instead of it being a joint,
Right.
That we work together as a team,
Yes.
and that we have equal, yes, the Bible directs us that the final say is the man's. And I know, people don't like to hear that, but any wise man
Yeah, thank you. That's where we're going.
will
Take it all away.
will say, you know what are we going to do?
Yes.
And make the decisions according to a team effort.
Yes.
And sometimes the decision that's made isn't always 100% what the
Right.
companion or wife
Right.
would like to hear, but
Right.
taking and looking at all of it together and then making that decision as a team. And you know, people are like, well, you don't know my wife, you don't know my husband, you don't. Yeah, I don't have to. I know people in general, and I have a strong-willed wife. But
So do I.
But when it comes to it appears that when a man takes his place in the home, they are very much okay with
Right.
being the companion that the Bible calls a helpmate.
Yes.
It doesn't call a slave. It doesn't call it's a helpmate.
Yes.
Work together. You're to help each other.
Yes.
And any marriage that my wife and I were just talking about just a couple days ago, because we counsel with a lot of young couples.
Yeah.
And the number one thing is the man's got to care about his wife more than he does his own, and she has to care about his
Yes.
more than her own. And
Yes.
if that's, and I believe that's the way God designed it.
Absolutely.
So,
Well, opposites do attract,
yes,
which means that a woman is built the opposite of the man. The man's going to fall one way, the woman's going to fall another. And if you have found a compatible partner for you, that was God's original plan for you, you will find it's not going to be perfect, but a connection where you two can probably work together as a team. And let's be real, if you are not working together as a team, you can't force that other person into the role. You must emulate God,
right?
Emulate what He is expecting of this relationship. Move forward slowly, patiently, proactively,
right?
And wait for God to work with the other person to then fall in step.
Right.
May your testimony lead the other person into the role that they need to serve. When that happens, balance is found. And that's where we come back to the idea of the triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Two people going up towards God end up coming closer together as they do that.
Right.
And I'm not saying that either of our relationships are there in the slightest, but the reality is a man's role is to remember that his wife is incredibly important, the most important passion and property that he owns. Yep. And my wife loves when I tell her that, which is very interesting to say that. You are my favorite property, and she loves that.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't that sound demeaning?
Yeah, but it goes both ways.
It goes both ways. And so the mindset is, if you can show the person that you love, that you respect them enough to trust the man with the decisions so that he knows she trusts me, but I would love her opinion on this matter.
Right.
And if the man can look at the woman and see that she will obey and respect the direction that he goes, how empowering is it that he goes, I could make this decision and I know she will have my back, but I would rather talk with her about it.
Right.
That's a good companionship.
Right.
It sounds perfect, which is why it's very difficult to find.
Yeah, well, and it's in order for that to happen, you both have to be willing to flex.
Yes.
And you know, I hear young guys all the time, and I did it when I was younger, you know, about they throw the scripture out there about submission and stuff. But I started telling them recently, like, submission is not submission happens when you disagree.
Yeah.
Submission is not submission if you agree on everything.
Yep.
That's just being agreeable.
Yes.
Submission is when you really don't agree with the other person, but because of your love for them,
yes,
you're willing to say, you know, I don't agree with this, but I will.
Yes.
I'll go along with it.
Yes.
Because I love you. And so, you know, I think we get a lot of these verses that we use for marriage and
Mhm.
stuff. We get them a little backwards.
We get them out of context.
Yeah, we get them out of context, and we nobody wants to be forced to do anywhere. That's
Right.
why the love of Christ compels us to do these
Right.
things. You know, because none of us want to be told or forced, or but because of our love for each other,
Right.
We're willing to work through hard things
Right.
and make hard decisions
For better or for worse.
Right. And there's a lot of worse sometimes.
Yes, there is. There
So,
is.
I mean, you know, we'd like to think, you know, you found your soulmate, but there's only one soulmate, and that's God. And
Yep.
The other, you know, your companion is not perfect.
Right.
And God knows I'm not perfect, but she puts up with my nonsense, you know, because we have that common love first for God and then
Yes.
for each other.
Yes.
And we tell young couples all the time, you should never marry somebody that doesn't love God more than you.
Right.
You know, they have to have that relationship established, because if you going into it thinking that you're going to change them or make them the way you want,
Right.
it never works.
No, we pull each other down. We don't.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to put yourself in a scenario where you're lifting someone else up,
Right.
because it is so easy to be cohabitable. You either lift each other up or you push each other down. It's one
Right.
or the other, and it's very easy just to fall.
Right. Well, and you know, the fact is nobody's perfect.
Yes.
And your companion, no matter male or female, is going to disappoint you.
Right.
There's going to be things that they do that hurts, and but when you love them for who they are,
Yeah.
you know they didn't do it on purpose.
Right.
It's just something that happens, and we do it both ways. As we, you know, walk this life, it's much easier to walk this life together with somebody.
Yeah.
You know, than it is to just go at it alone. You know, and yeah, it's. We always tease, you know, we got the perfect marriage. You know, it's perfect. It's perfect because God walks with us, and
Yes.
we walk together, and not because everything goes right.
Yeah.
And I think we have that thing that, you know, we're never going to have disagreements. We're never, you know, and
Right.
and I think people have to realize you're an individual. There's going to
Yes.
be times that you don't
Yes.
agree. But yeah, and it's. I think part of working here at the mission, that's probably the part that you see, the part that of man that has failed, and that's hard.
Yes.
You see that.
Yes.
You know, there's men out there that don't regard women with any kind of regard at
Right.
all.
Right.
And to see these little children and these mothers that it takes them a long time
Yeah.
to start believing that they do have value,
Yes.
you know, and they can be loved. And
They've been hurt and dragged through the mud.
Yep.
And you have to show them, no. You are respected.
Right.
You are a human. You are loved. You deserve to be loved.
Right.
And the experience that you've had is not the correct experience.
Yeah.
Now, it's brought you children. It's brought you a different life than you were expecting.
Right.
Doesn't make that life bad.
Right.
But a redirection might lead you a direction that might be better for you.
Well, and sometimes you just have to decide that, yeah, I have been dealt something I don't like.
Yes.
Now, what are we going to do?
Yes.
And there's people here to help me. You know, they get clothing, they get food, they get shelter. Now they can start working on themselves, and to get out there and realize that nobody owes you anything.
Right.
And that if something's going to change, it's going to be because you made a choice. And
Right.
here they have the decision. It's never forced on them, but they have the decision that they can give their heart to Jesus. And but it's really neat to see.
Yeah.
How see them in transition.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So here's a fun question for you.
Okay.
In your marriage, how long have you been married now?
20. We're going into our 25th year.
Okay. So there is something, for those of you who aren't married yet, you're considering marriage, there is something that does happen in marriage that is quite fun. and I'm curious which side of this you're on. Did you turn more into your wife, or did your wife turn more into you?
Wow, that's it. We married when I was 40, and I would say it would be equal, really.
Really?
Yeah, we had we both had luggage, as we all do.
Oh,
We always
absolutely.
have baggage,
Of course.
and I think that I think it was pretty equal. We were both pretty ready to, and of course she had to retrain me.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, of course, of course, of course.
You know, because when you're 40, you already have established habits.
Yes.
And sometimes those established habits don't line up with
No.
what they.
Nope, definitely not.
But yeah, no, I think it was a mutual. We were ready, and you know, we laugh at each other a lot. And I think that needs to be a part. You know, keep enjoying your marriage and enjoy one another, and even when things aren't as good, there's things we laugh at each other and laugh at ourselves. And I think in this world, everybody's taking themselves way too serious.
Oh, yes.
Think their opinions are way more valuable than they are. You know, my wife and I both, we say this to each other and to people all the time. It's like, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And so that's been a really valuable, because things that you might want to say,
Though it's permissible, it might not be beneficial.
it might not be safe.
Don't go running with scissors.
Yeah,
It might not be safe.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think we lean into each other, and I think it has to be that way.
Yeah.
I think there's times where she'll lean in more, and then there's times where I do.
Yeah.
I think that's marriage, that whole give and take of, you know, there's times that I'm going to be strong and you're going to stammer a little bit, and then there's times where it's the other way around, where you know, we all get shaky sometimes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
you know,
absolutely.
we all get to the place where we just don't know what to do or say, and that's the beauty of a companion that you know, that you have, that you trust, and they value you, you value them, their opinion, all about them. There's nobody in this world I'd rather, you know, be around as my wife.
Right.
So
Agreed. And I got to tell you, it's really, really amazing. And by the way, excuse all my nose rubbing here. It is cold out here, and we are definitely getting some snot out of us here from all this cold. But I find it very interesting that in our marriage, when my spirit is low, not even because I've had a bad day, but your body, your spirit, your energy is just low. My wife is like zing, and she's like all up there in the world. And then when her energy's low, mine's all up there at peak performance, and we're literally trading blows, helping each other, lifting each other up, because that's literally how God has built us to work.
Right. Yeah, it's not just in marriage; it's the way the body of Christ works.
Yes, exactly.
You know, He designed us to do this together.
Yes.
And so when we're low, we have people to walk up and encourage us, or do it. And you know, our companion. There's nobody that knows us as well as our companion.
True story.
You know, you'll be in a crowded room, and they'll be able to read your feelings. And you know, they know if something's not right, or you know, and I think it's a blessing that, you know somebody well enough,
that you
intimate
can read them
enough,
to that extent.
You can just look at them and they know what you're, you know, and their look back in turn can encourage it just by a look, you know, because you know what they're thinking, and not that we're reading minds, but when you're
that in tune with the other person. It is a beautiful gift.
Yeah.
And I find that, a jumping topic, but on topic, I find that people with ADHD, people with that hyperactivity, they read people more so. I can watch someone on the other side of the room change my entire day because their day has gone bad.
Yeah.
And I don't even know them.
Right.
But because you can read them, that is a thing. And the most important person to read and understand is your spouse.
Right.
And what a beautiful thing to be able to team up for each other, not even meaning to. It just happens naturally.
Right.
When you go up to someone that you love, when you go up to your best friend or whoever's in your life that close, and you go, Rob, I'm feeling an energy out of you today that tells me that today didn't go according to plan.
Right.
What's up, man?
Right. Exactly. And being willing to take the time to ask.
Yeah.
The way things happen now is, you pat a guy on the shoulder and say, "How's it going?" and you just walk on by before he gets a chance to
I'm
answer.
good, dude. How are you? I'm good.
Or
Bye.
you don't even give him
Yeah.
a chance to say, "I'm good." You just walk on by. And it's something to say. And I think we have to slow down, take our time, and a little bit more. This world is so fast paced.
Yeah.
And, and you have to be. We were built to care about others,
Mm-hmm.
and the world right now is very selfish, and we fall into it, and because we don't take the time to listen to people's story,
Mm-hmm. I come back to a lack of respect. Respect brings people together and brings in conversation. If you don't have respect for someone, you won't give them the light of day.
Yeah, and just a care that they even exist.
Yeah,
and that goes back to slowing down. I mean, we feel like we have to go,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it's hard to care about people when all you care about is you.
Yeah,
and so. If you care about people, you'll take the time to stop and talk to them, and you'll take the time to listen.
Yes,
that's the biggest thing. Is people don't feel like they're heard, and most people they don't care if they're heard. And, but take the time and listen, and remember, this is not all about you.
No,
and that's hard for people.
Well, let's just look at Jesus. Let's look at Jesus, the author and perfecter of our faith.
Yep.
And if we look at his life, this guy is not hanging out at home doing nothing.
Right.
Not going anywhere. This is a man who is purposefully, actively traveling the world, collecting a group of people around him that he can lift up and that can lift him up.
Yep.
He is going and he's gathering people all around him. He's feeding the thousands. He is doing miracles. He is walking into places of sin and saying, "Hey, get out of my house, you den of thieves."
Yep.
He's bringing people around a mountain and he's giving them the chance to listen, and he's teaching them, and he's working with them, and he's investing time in them.
Yep.
That's selfless.
Right.
And that is sacrifice.
Yeah.
And if those two pieces were to play a role in your marriage or in your friendships, the entire world would be different.
Life as we know it would be different.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And when just before he ascended, he said in Matthew that, he said, "All authority was given unto me."
Mm-hmm.
But then he said, "Go and make disciples."
Yes.
And we've kind of got it messed up. We're not teaching anybody anything.
Right.
And he told us to do that.
Yeah.
Teach. And the Bible says in other places, all they did was taught what they had seen and heard.
Yes.
We've made it really difficult to go and make disciples.
Thank you, social media. You're wonderful.
You have and it's not even that, but some of our mentality is that you have to have a college degree to do it. And that's in Christ used common people.
Humility.
And when he sent them out, I know they didn't feel like they were ready.
True story.
And just because, we're afraid they might say the wrong thing. And I think that comes because we're worried about how what they say is going to reflect on us.
Right.
Instead of, we can say, "Hey, I got that messed up."
Yeah.
Being willing to say, "Hey, I wasn't right." And that's hard for people to say, "I was wrong."
Especially in this day and age.
Yes.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter. Christ is the head. We're the body. None of us are any more important than the other.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to remember that.
Yeah.
That that and that goes to marriage or anyone. Like Christ is the head.
Yeah.
The husband's not the boss.
Right.
Christ is the head, and both of us, because of our love for Christ, work together to make this thing work.
Yeah.
And we have to remember that in our churches or men's group or whatever your
Yeah.
ministry you're working
Yes.
in is you're not the boss.
Right.
He is, and it's important for us to remember that.
And if your marriage is unbalanced, where you are not in a scenario where you're both looking to God, just point yourself in His direction.
That's right.
And just go that way. And just watch what's going to happen behind you. You focus your attention on God. Allow whatever happens back here to happen.
Yeah.
And if it's part of God's will, things are going to change.
Right. Well, the roles of men and women, we have taken those as the roles of that. If the wife does her part, then I'll do my part. That's not the way they were brought down. We have commands for the husband to do.
Yeah.
And that means no matter if she does it or not.
Yeah.
That's hard for us.
Yes.
Because we want everybody to.
We want everyone to be happy, frankly.
Yeah, everybody to be happy, but we want what we want.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. So,
yeah.
and if we talk to people all the time, it's like you keep doing what God commanded you to do,
right,
and let Him deal with the other,
right.
And but we want to fix.
Yeah.
We want to do it,
immediately.
Yeah, and the way we want.
Yes.
I want you to change, but I want you to change the way I want.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work.
And especially if the way that you want them to change is not what God's original intent for them was.
Right.
And so understanding that you are the human, God is the ultimate creation of the planet. Right. And so 100%, He is the one who is going to choose what she was to become in His eyes.
Yeah.
And you have the joy of receiving the gift that He had prepared for you through her. Which means you got to accept whatever He already had in mind, even if it wasn't according to what you would desire.
Yeah, and you got to trust God in them.
Yes.
The wife has to trust God in her husband.
Yes.
And God, the man has to trust in his wife, what God is doing in the wife.
Yes.
And sometimes it's hard to watch.
Yes.
Sometimes
it can be painful.
You see and we all, God has starts changing things, and it's not exactly what we plan, because we want God to do what we want God to do, but we want Him to do it the way we in our mind. And the Bible says that the things He does is far beyond what we can imagine. So
that's very true. I think you and I could easily look at our life and see the areas where God has worked, and sit there and go,
right.
I never would have come up with that.
Right.
That is so far past my vision
Yeah.
of what I expected of myself or what I expected in my marriage or in my life.
Yep.
To own the things that I own, to have the respect of the people that I have respect. How is this even my life?
Right. How did I end up here? Yeah.
Then you can look over here and you go, now this still sucks, but
Yep.
there's some processes we got to go through.
Yeah, this last year I spoke at the prayer breakfast in the Highwoods, and when I got at John Swanson asked me to speak there, and when I walked up there, I remember thinking, it's like, God, how did I end up here? This is not my comfort zone.
Oh no, it's definitely your comfort zone.
Yeah, well,
whether you like it or not.
Well, that's or you see it or not.
Yes.
But
yes, that's
but
fair.
Anyway, you get up there and it's like, how did I end up here?
Yeah.
But it's God does what He does, and I'm thankful for it, and I'm thankful for where He's put us, and and I keep.
I don't think He's done with you yet, though.
Oh yeah, I don't think so.
I think He's going to push you further.
Yeah, He's pushing every day, and and He has to, because I'm not one that gets stuff real quick, so He has to make it pretty plain. And He does, and the most important thing is I want to be obedient, want to hear Him, and if you're listening, there's our wives say we have selective hearing, and sometimes we're that way with God.
Yes.
He whispers to us what He wants us to do, and because it's not what we thought is part of our plan, we ignore it.
But remember, God does have muscle.
Oh man, yeah, and He doesn't mind flexing it.
If you don't listen and if you don't hear Him, He will make it loud and clear.
Yeah.
And it might hurt.
Yeah, and you know, we don't like going through hard things, but hard things draw us closer to God, and really tune our ear to be able to hear Him more.
Yeah.
And so, I don't like hard things. The older I get, change is harder.
Yes.
But it's inevitable.
Yeah.
So it's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our fearless leaders warmer.
He's
around
walking
there.
around with energy things. I think we all need a little bit of that. Yeah. What's the latest hookup, Jim?
I see the guy that worked all day and now is here all night looking like he needs a nap.
Oh yeah.
I thought I'd bring you something.
Yeah. No, we definitely got to appreciate Dylan. He's doing some good work for us. So you need to have a seat here, man. I'm doing your job.
I was waiting for a break in the conversation.
Well, it was a really good conversation.
You can have my seat.
I'm ready to hop up. You should take over. Even though I've already talked his ear off for an hour, but you know, you can get in on this and you can talk him off for another hour and we're good. Oh, we'll get you hooked up. Where's our other microphone? Here you go.
Thanks for coming.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
I'm awake. I might as well be down here harassing somebody.
Attaboy.
Well, one of the things that I learned through all this, is this thing on?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the things that has really spoken to me since darkness came and people should be sleeping is how many people at work at the mission that get up too early in the morning.
True story.
I went in to get my hearing aids back on because I had to give them a recharge so I can get through the rest of this time. And I had text messages from somebody that works in the office that's up at 1:48 at night. One of the ladies that we see Wednesday mornings when we come in for breakfast early, that's always there getting things ready for the day, at 2:30 texted me and said, "Hey, it looks like you're doing good. Keep it up," you know. And they're giving me an encouraging word, and I'm trying to be encouraging back to them. It's amazing to me the fun that I've had doing this. You know, it doesn't feel like work. It doesn't feel like it's a stretch for me. Ask me again in a couple hours.
Wait about 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, I told one of the guys that's coming in about 11 o'clock, I said, I hope you're ready to talk because I'm going to be ready to stop by that time. So we'll see where that goes. But we've had a great time. We've had people come in that we didn't plan.
I think that's the best.
Yeah, and that. He asked me what the highlight was, and he said I was being politically correct. And no. That was the fun thing. There was a lady that stood out here for over an hour this afternoon just listening and watching what was going on. And when I finally got a break, I went to her and introduced myself. And she introduced herself to me, and she works for another nonprofit here in town. And she said, "Yeah, I'll go on. I didn't plan any of this. Don't know what I'm going to say, but I'll go on." And it was a great conversation. One of the guys staying here just got on and shared his heart. And that's what this is about, is seeing where people are at and how we can help and moving forward. That's what our frontline folks do every day. You do it when you're repairing stuff or whatever it is. You know, it amazes me that we have the privilege of doing what we're doing because, we're helping these folks through a very tumultuous time for them. But 9 times out of 10, they feel like they've been heard. They feel like they've been listened to, and they feel better because somebody's taken the time to talk to them. But in essence, we're getting as much out of this as they are. And that amazes me. I just am floored that we've had such a good conversation. These guys behind us in the tech department have done a marvelous job. We even hooked up to what's it called down in Kansas City?
Oh, yeah.
Shelter KC. Shelter KC. And the guy that's running that used to be in Great Falls before Jim Kaiser came on board. So it was amazing to talk to him. And I got some great ideas. I need to call him back because by the time I wake up tomorrow morning, and I'm talking Saturday morning, not Friday morning, I won't remember much
Right.
of what's going on.
You'll need
So,
a video.
yeah. So it's been an amazing time. I've had a great time. I count it a privilege to be able to work with each and every person that I get to work with, and for some reason they look at me as the boss, and I'm only the guy that was dumb enough to say yes. And I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm making good time, and I'm giving the glory to the Lord and seeking Him for many of the decisions that I make, and it's just been a marvelous 15 years that I've been doing this. And if I was younger, I'd keep doing it.
Yeah.
But it's harder and harder because
Age is only a number, Jim.
age is only a number. But I had a number of years ago where I didn't almost come through that situation, and I went some time with my wife to go travel and to have fun with the grandkids and to just be available to them. And
Excuses.
that's not an excuse. That's a desire. It's not an excuse. So, it's been I couldn't imagine what I would go away with after 24 hours. I haven't been here 24 hours yet, but I'm close because I got here early. It's just been a lot of fun. And thank you for your video you gave to us last week. Like I said, I didn't listen to what you were saying at that time, but I knew it would be good. And I listened today, and I was blessed by what you were sharing. And that's the heart of most of the people that work here. Nobody's here because they think they're going to get rich. Nobody's here because, they think they have all the answers. They're here to serve. They're here to listen to the Lord and to try and help the folks that are seeking the help. So when we had the one city commissioner earlier today, he talked about people need to get to a point where they reach out and they ask for help.
Right.
And I love that analogy, that concept, because that's truly what happens is they get to a point where they realize they can't do it by themselves, and they need help doing it. And praise the Lord, they give us the opportunity, and we're doing what we can to make it happen. So did you get any sleep last night at all?
Yeah, I went to the grandson's football game, and
How'd they do?
They got beat, but they did well,
Okay.
and they played well, and they got beat at the last minute.
And which school?
They're over at East Middle School.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But got some rest, spent some time with my wife. She's been gone to Florida, and so it was nice, to feel like a couple again.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were batching it for a couple weeks there.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, she was gone seeing grandkids. So, that's as you know, you got grandkids. That's pretty much the focus of a lot of your life. We got some in Florida, some in California, and quite a few of them here.
Mhm.
So, and then, but yeah, we had a good evening, quiet, and but I've been waking up early the last 2 weeks at 3:45, and this morning I woke up at 2:45.
Uh-oh, you're on Pacific time.
Yeah, I don't know, but here, and I told her, I said, I'm going to go down there and hang out for a little while, and I'll be back. I'm at, then I'll get after my daily work after this.
Get a nap if you can.
Oh, I've got a front door to put in for his father-in-law. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Cindy came and said, hey, when can I get my front door in? I said, I'll do it Friday morning. So I'm going to go over and put in a new front door.
All right, be careful when you're tired.
Yeah.
You sometimes forget little intricacies. And, even putting a door in can backfire on you sometimes. It's not like plumbing. I was talking to somebody earlier, and they were talking about plumbing, and I said, yeah, it always takes me about 6 trips to the store to get it done properly.
Yeah, that's the way it is with me with plumbing also.
Well, I worked for a company in Pennsylvania when I was a young kid that built gas stations and remodeled gas stations, and I was part of the piping crew. We'd go in and put galvanized pipe in for the gas to flow through to the pumps and that type of thing. And this guy that I worked with was a multi-year veteran, probably 20-some years working in that industry. he had a half-ton pickup that had about 1.5 tons of pipe fittings on
Yeah.
the back of it, and inevitably we didn't have what we needed.
Right.
And that is exactly the way plumbing seems to go for me. I spent my youth underneath the summer home that we were raised at in the spring
Yeah.
with the spiders and the snakes and who knows what else, trying to look for the leaks that, we didn't get
Yeah.
quite right with the copper pipe back in those days.
Right.
And I have hated plumbing to this day because of that.
Yeah.
Being on your back in the cobwebs and whatnot, it's just no fun. So,
Yeah, people ask me how I climb under houses, and I said, you just go where you're going and don't look around.
yeah, that's
Because
it.
you don't want to know what
Keep
all's
your-
around there.
Yeah, keep your eyes focused. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So, we've had a lot of help here tonight. We've had 3 different security guys watching out for
Yeah.
us, and 3 guys here. So, we've
Yeah,
made a lot of progress.
it's typical Mission fashion, pretty motley crew around here.
Yeah, it is. Like a rock
Me
band.
included.
He just said that you guys kind of remind him of the 2 old men in the balcony of the Muppets.
That's a good assessment. That's good.
The scary thing is, I've always aspired to be one of those guys.
Well, there you go. I had to take the picture just for that.
Yep, that's awesome. That's funny because I've used that analogy before. So yeah.
What other job can you be opposite table of your boss
Yeah.
and make a joke like that and be like, cool, I still have a job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as far as you know.
Yeah. It's early yet.
I'll figure it out the next paycheck.
Yeah.
I may still have a job, I just may not have a paycheck.
Yeah.
It is time for us to reset the live stream again, unfortunately, because we have 2 minutes until we hit 8 hours before they cut us off.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and do that reset.
And it'll take what, 2 hours and 45 minutes, or?
It'll take about 30 seconds.
Oh, bummer.
Sorry, no rest for the weary, brother.
Yeah. I'll say. Yeah. Remember what all was said.
We don't remember either.
Well, I like to keep my audience riveted, So.
I got on last night and it said, we'll be back soon. And I was like, he's taking a break already?
Already? I've had 16 of them. Come on now. Nature calls from now and again. So, yeah.
No, the live stream there for last night I was having problems. It kept saying something was wrong, and but then the later the evening it seemed like it worked on my phone. It's probably my phone, but
It could be our internet too, if we have a lot of people in there using the internet, working away, the more people that are on it, the slower it gets, and sometimes the live stream can't.
Yeah, we had 0 drop frames the entire night so far.
Yeah.
So that means no one being in there on the internet.
Has
we
been-
had clear signal only.
Yeah.
that's probably what cleared. Because I noticed last night the later it got, I kept jumping on and seeing how it was going, and this morning at 2:45, well, you guys were clear as a bell. It was good.
Well, the picture was
That-
clear as a bell.
Wow.
I gave him an epiphany.
Yeah, on that
All right.
note, I actually work tomorrow.
So now that you said that, I think McDonald's is opening here pretty soon. I could use an Egg McMuffin. No.
You said you're trying to wind down and stuff. That'll spike your blood sugar. You need to
Yeah,
get to the
and what I brought my meds for this morning, and I don't normally take them until 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. But what I failed is I do an insulin shot at night. That's a long-lasting shot, and I did not bring that. So the little bitty piece of cinnamon roll that I got that was made by a Southerner that had butter in every nook and cranny and icing really shot my sugar to pieces for a while. So I'm finally getting back to where I need to be. But when that starts happening, then it starts dropping quickly. And I need to be careful of that because, who knows what comes out of my mouth when I get into that mode. So, and I have to be accountable to myself and to everybody that might be listening. And the funny thing is, there's been people listening all night.
I know. I was amazed by how many
Yeah.
people are responding throughout the night.
Yeah.
It's like, do people ever sleep? Or
Yeah.
I think some of them are like this guy. He's a night owl, and he likes nights better than days. So
Yeah.
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 I got a
Speaking
brother
of-
that way.
Speaking of people that have been here, did Oscar head home or
He did. He did. He
needs a
did
nap
say bye.
before?
You guys were. He didn't want to interrupt you guys.
Okay.
So, yeah, we just.
Well, he's been a blessing showing up when he did. And like I just said earlier, there's so many people that are employed at this place that really need to learn how to get a good night's sleep because they've been up texting me and yeah, it just amazes me.
When I was younger, is part of the job
Well, I always said when I was younger, I'm like, I'll sleep when I'm dead. I didn't realize it meant that I was going to be working all that time.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
exactly.
You're going to
Yeah.
party.
Yeah.
Well, I come to realize I party like an old rock star now.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. You even got the haircut now, so. So, I'm not going to say anything.
I tried convincing him to do it when I did, and to get Oscar to shave his beard when I cut my arm. Like, we can mess so many people up by doing this.
I don't know if I'd recognize Oscar if he shaved
I don't
his
think any of
beard.
us would.
Yeah.
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 It's kind of like those videos you see where the dad shaves and the kid comes out and just stops. My dad did
Starts
that too.
crying.
Yes, exactly.
My dad, when I was younger,
Who
all
are
I
you?
knew him was with a beard.
Yeah.
I woke up one morning and he had decided to shave it.
Yep.
I'm half asleep. I come to the bathroom and I start screaming for my dad because there's a stranger in my bathroom.
Yep.
And my dad's laughing and he's like, "This is the show." Like if my dad ever wondered why I was so, what happened to me, he's to blame, and my mom, because my mom, well, no, because my mom had a glass eye. One time I remember coming to yes,
There's a
you know
bad-
where this is going.
There's a bad joke right there, man. And I've got a million of them right now.
And she's got her eye stuck around the corner going, "I'm watching you." They wonder why I needed therapy when I got older.
There it is, rolling down the floor.
No, glass eyes aren't round.
Oh, I know.
They're actually, they like have a shape to the back of it. It's got to fit the muscle in the eye. A 5-year-old shouldn't know this, but I did. Yeah. 3 o'clock was bad. It's now 4:30. Forget it.
It's getting worse. All right.
I knew it would.
Yeah.
We all knew it.
Yeah.
So when she said she was keeping her eye on you, she really meant it. Huh?
Yeah. Yep. Around the corner.
And when she died, guess what she left me? Her Bible. She left her Bible, guys. I mean, where was come on, man.
Honestly, I thought you were going to say she's still watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the craziness that's happening here. I think we have a lot of people that need some sleep, and I may send a couple of them home very
Oh, my
quickly for
goodness.
that. So, yeah,
Oh,
that was good.
I have a dark sense of humor.
That's a
Yeah.
great one, man. I love it. That was
Well, and the good news is it's waking us up and it's getting us ready to go for the last. How long do we have to be here yet? 20 minutes?
forever.
Oh no, it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
Is
so you
it?
want to leave now and just not worry about it till 1?
Well, no, we've got videos. Can you make them auto roll so that they think we're here? And no, I'm kidding.
No,
I'm
not
kidding.
quite.
Yeah.
Well, you could replay the whole first part of it.
Yeah, that was 8 hours, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
Yeah.
8 hours of footage. would be
That's
great.
about what we got left out there.
Memorize. Yeah, exactly.
One of the
It's like, I feel like we've already watched it. Why is there sunlight at 5 in the morning?
Yeah.
It looks like it's as bright as it was at 1
These,
o'clock.
these are really good lights.
Well, everyone thinks we're literally in a studio right now.
I know, they did. Yeah.
this
Yep.
morning when I logged in, when I first clicked on, you were saying the same thing over and over. It kept repeating.
Oh, so it was like a staff meeting.
Yeah, exactly. I thought I recognized it. Yeah. And
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
to chuckling because it's like something on a cartoon.
Yep.
He was just going to, he's got his key and fob out.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's been a hoot. We've almost made it through the darkness.
Yeah.
It's
In
going to be
another
light in
couple
another
hours.
hour and a half. So
I think sunrise is at 7:30, 32.
Oh,
That's what I was thinking.
let's hope it's early today. Let's hope
Yeah.
it's early today.
Well, we are on the other side of that.
Yeah, I know.
You know, our days are getting longer.
Well, it was dark, getting dark at 7.
Yeah.
know, and
Yeah. So it's only
Oddly
right.
enough, I was here for that too. Whoops, no, you. Oh my.
yeah.
Yeah. Imagine that.
It's funny when I was talking to Tim. You know, I was telling him before I left earlier when I first met him. He says, "Oh, you know, you've got a dry sense of humor." I said, "Yeah." I said, "I have a dry sense of humor combined with a dark sense of humor." I said, "It comes out really weird." I said, when the week after my brother had passed away, my daughter says, "Hey, Dad," she wanted to do something nice for me. She was setting me up to get a shave, straight razor shave. I like getting straight razor shaves. And so she was trying to set this up. So she goes, "Dad, what are you doing on Friday?" And the initial thing that ran through my mind was, well, I was thinking about going to the river and taking a swim, because that's how my brother passed away.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, don't tell her that joke.
No,
Yeah.
that's
No.
I told my wife, and she looks at me, she goes, "Don't you even joke about that
Right.
joke with your mom.
Yeah.
She will lose it." I'm like, "Mom,
Yeah.
that's a sweetheart. I wouldn't go down that road."
No.
Yeah.
No.
I can't
Yeah.
believe you did. I'm like, "You've been married to me long enough. You know that that's my brain. That's how
Yeah.
I deal with this stuff."
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Sometimes our humor is misconstrued because we see it as something extremely funny, and others. Well, you experience it at staff meetings all the time with me.
Oh, I thought you meant when I.
No. When I think I'm right on, and yeah.
Kitty laughter.
Yeah.
That's what is it? Athena says, "I'm going to sit over near him because it makes the staff meetings entertaining." And I was like, "You're going to get me in trouble. Stop it."
Yeah. Yep.
That's why I sat on the other side of the room by
No, we
myself.
Coward.
Because I'm gonna get in trouble. I know.
Yeah. I was nervous for you when Josh and Carrie were sitting there with you this past one, because you know.
And Carrie says, "I'm gonna sit over here where we don't get in trouble." I said, "Really? Like we get in trouble when you're sitting across the room,
Yeah. Yep.
and you're gonna sit right next to me?
Mhm.
Like this is gonna be bad."
Yeah. Well, I thought it went really well.
Yeah.
You know? Of course, I left for about half of it.
Yeah. Carrie looks at me and I said, "You're up."
Well, the best part about that was she oh, my brain just shut down. Everybody moves. That's
Yep.
Yeah.
Terry.
She goes, "Terry, don't let me forget. I always forget." And then she goes into it, and she almost forgot.
Right.
Well,
It's like, there we go.
When I said you're up, she goes, "Can I use your copy of the staff meeting itinerary?" Yep, here.
Oh, the weekly memo.
Yep,
Yeah.
the memo. Yep.
Yep. Give her something. Yeah. And normally I try not to do that, but Josh came in and said, "Your 1:30 appointment's here," and I went, "My what?"
What?
I forgot all about it. And it was a great conversation that I had with the guy from Church Ambassadors, which is, you know, the organization that's trying to get all of our legislators a Bible, and more importantly, that they open it once they get it. And so it was a great conversation, but I forgot he was even coming. And whew, I tried not to have that deer in the headlight look when I went over and saw who it was, you know, but I think I let on that. And he says, "I'm sorry." I said, no problem. I said, "Come at this time," and that was fine. So,
Yeah.
and I know that if I'm not there, people will get the job done.
Yeah.
And share what they need to share. And many times it's better than what I would have done if I was there. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing. So we have a great crew to work with, and
Yeah.
and that's what kept me around this long is you know, we get to work with some great folks that have the same heart that we need to have in the organization or the ministry that God's provided for us. And yeah, it's pretty amazing. So, yeah.
I think I mentioned to you, and I've said it so many times before, is, you know, if you're not called to serve here, you won't last long. You'll find a way. Well,
Yeah.
it's just the nature of what we go through. This is a calling. This isn't. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a calling that happens to compensate us.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Man, 20 to 5. Huh?
I'm here until
Yeah.
God tells me otherwise.
All
Yeah.
right.
Oh, I should have charged my phone. I'll be dead before we get going. The phone will be, excuse me.
Well,
Thanks for clarifying.
Now I got Siri talking to me. That's not a good thing.
If you have a charger, you could just plug it in right over there.
I do, but it's in my office, so I'm going to put you back on for another hour so I can walk back again.
I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go in and charge my phone.
Yeah.
Charging something.
Yeah, Jared said he'd be right back when I told him he could get on the air last night. He left it, and what's that? No, it's an iPhone. It's a fire plug or whatever it is.
Was it the flash one? So it's one of the older iPhone ones?
Yeah. But Jared said he'd be right back. He was going to go get a coat. Well, when he came to work yesterday, I didn't see him have a coat on.
Yeah.
So he was looking for a coat, and then he realized that the dishes were full, so he stopped and did all the dishes. 45 minutes later, I went in and found him, and I said, I thought you were coming back.
I saw part of his talk when he was talking about a coat. So
Yeah. He found a coat that was downstairs, and he says, this is one of the coats we give away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was pretty
And when
amazing.
he the best part was then, so he's getting ready to leave. He stood out here for another hour
Yeah.
without the coat.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so you had the coat for the interview, which is great. I mean, you're talking.
Yeah.
That was a good lead into it. But
Yep.
now you're standing here. It's gotten colder,
Yes.
and you don't have a jacket on.
Yep.
Well, I'm telling you, we should be thankful that you're not doing this over the weekend
I know.
because it's supposed to be snowy and
Yeah.
wet. And,
Well, that was our prayer last week when Tim and I started looking at the weather like last week. It looked like rain and snow and, colder weather than what we got. And praise the Lord, he moved it back a little bit
Yeah.
so that we didn't have to deal with that. And
Yeah.
I will tell you that I have a pair of insulated coveralls or bib overalls that I normally wear when I'm out hunting in the wintertime. And I didn't think I'd need them. I've got insulated pants, but I wish I would have brought them because 40 degrees when you're sitting is cold.
Yeah.
And
The
it's
equivalent of about 30 degrees, yes.
yeah. And the funny thing is I'm good, most of my torso is nice and warm, but my legs get cold for some reason. And
Well, it's different when you're sitting in it for long periods of time.
yeah.
You're in and out of a building, you don't notice it.
Yeah.
But when you're sitting out in it and
Yeah.
the cold starts absorbing through the clothes you have on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once cold gets in, it's hard to
Get it
takes
out.
A long time.
Yeah.
The
Well, it's
older I get, the longer it seems to
Yeah.
take.
Yeah.
But I can remember riding. So I'd ride from San Diego up to LA, which at 3 in the morning is which is when I do that ride. It's about an hour and a half. But you got to run along the coast.
Yep.
And on a Harley, when you're doing that, all that moisture gets in.
Yeah.
And you're cold.
Yep.
So I would get to work and they're like, "We're gonna PT." I'm like, "Great, I can't move right now." Like,
Mhm.
stop being a wuss. I'm like, "How about you try that ride?" Like, trust me, I'm ready to be standing up right now.
Yeah. I understand that. There's only so many times I can say I need to go get my hearing aids
Yeah.
or a cup of coffee or something along those lines. Now I got to go charge my phone so that I can get things done later in the morning
By
when
the
the
way,
time
you
comes.
could charge your phone off our charger right back here. That ginormous thing with a bunch of cables coming out of it, that's a charger. You can plug into any one of those.
But now I got to go get the cable.
Just gotta get the cord.
What do you got?
iPhone.
I bet you we could plug it in there.
How about a B phone?
A what?
A B phone.
A B C D E F N G.
Okay.
Let me see. Where's your phone? Hand it over.
He's like, "Dang it, I was looking for an excuse
That's
to
right.
go inside."
No excuses with me, brother.
Was it that obvious?
Yeah, I was reading between the lines.
Yeah, you were. Yep.
Look at that, a lightning cable, like it was meant to be. All right.
Very good.
The yeah.
Oh man,
That's my job.
This guy is prepared. You'd swear he was a Boy Scout.
Yeah, I was almost gonna.
I should have
had
had
a
a Boy
key to your
Scout.
office so I could get the cable.
But that
I
is an
kept my
Eagle
mouth
Scout
shut
right there,
so
by
you
the
couldn't
way.
get
So
You keep wanting me to delegate. Well, that doesn't get me up and moving around so I can get the circulation going again.
Delegate means you go to McDonald's and you go to get the heater and
Yeah. Yep. Yep. But by the time we get the heater put together and fired up with propane and all that, the sun's gonna be up and we're gonna start feeling better about it.
well, it's amazing to me. Like I don't think we realize what homeless people go through.
Oh, I know.
You know,
Yeah.
when they're out in it all the time,
Yeah.
and you know, and you sit here for a while, and you start feeling the cool creep in, and
Mm-hmm.
you know,
And how
it's-
they can think that a cardboard box will keep them a little warmer than just being under the bridge or wherever they're staying for the night.
Yeah.
But I guess it does, you know, any insulation is, and to keep the wind off of you, that's the
Right.
big thing.
Yep.
And I don't know where it comes from, but somebody told me we have a lot of wind in Great Falls. So,
yeah, man, I don't.
yeah.
I think they're exaggerating.
Yeah. If it's not 50-mile-an-hour gales, then,
Right.
you know, it can't be that bad. But
I've only seen every tree on the boulevard toppled over
Yeah.
3 times in my life.
Right.
It can't be that much.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
The other morning I came out and one of our the pumpkin decorations is just a foam pumpkin. I come walking out and I'm like, I didn't put that there. Oh yeah, that's right. We had wind last night.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, but
Exactly.
I had it tucked away where it wouldn't be moved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was shown otherwise.
Yeah.
I was just glad that it was at the bottom of the stairs to my patio, to my front porch, and not down the street somewhere or in
Right.
you
North
know, in
Dakota.
Belt.
Yeah. North Dakota, that's where it
So I
could.
get a free patio umbrella in my backyard that way.
Yeah.
All right.
My wife has reminded me multiple times, hey, make sure you bring that patio umbrella in because I don't think the neighbors want it.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty crazy.
At Ace, we used to sell these big yard decorations, and they were this as the wind blows, like this eagle would flap its wings. I'm like, oh, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah.
I'm like, who's going to buy that? Because at some point you're going to go to your backyard and be like,
Where'd it
I
go?
had something out there. Where'd it go?
Yep.
Yeah.
You're
And
going
then,
to go down the street and find it embedded in somebody's car.
the windshield or
Yeah.
or worse. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't know those were there because I'm the kind of idiot that would have bought them.
You are.
It's one of the joys of living in the high desert prairie, whatever you want to call it. The
Yeah. Prairie. Yep.
prairie land that we're living in. So, yeah, every day is a new day, and every situation is a new situation. It's almost like working here.
That's exactly right. Every hour is a different situation.
What do you mean the dryer's broke? He just fixed it. Yeah, it's not heating up again. Oh,
Yeah.
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 Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah.
There's water spraying out the ceiling?
In the same place that I've already patched.
Yeah.
Now, you're not going to let me live that one down, are you?
Oh no! I was just shocked when I walked in there. It was like, that's not to drain.
Yeah.
And climb up in the ceiling and there's water, and I could hear it. And
Yeah.
It's like, what in the world is that?
Yeah.
I didn't even know we had that system.
Yeah. Well, it's a system that we really don't need.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So what are we going to talk about now?
That this energy bar thing is disgusting.
Be careful now. Oscar brought me those. So
Oscar, this is disgusting. What am I eating? Tropical ration. Never bring this here ever again.
You don't want to know what it is.
Father's I'm a little more awake now.
good. So
Was I nodding off a little bit?
I saw your eyes getting really heavy. It almost was like you had on fake eyelashes there for a minute. So, yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So back when I was a kid, there was a guy that would go around talking about eating tree bark and pine nuts and all these weird things. And his name was Yul Gibbons.
Yep.
Did he
And-
make those bars? Maybe that's.
That's what I was going to say. Maybe he did.
Sorry.
And if he did, he's been gone for a long time.
man,
so they
he
could
has
be,
been, yeah.
yeah.
I
Thank you,
remember.
Oscar. I'm only making fun of them because they taste terrible, but your heart is awesome.
Yep. And there's gum over there, and there's something else over there.
Apparently the gum doesn't really have it's got like the B12s, so it's got the natural energy, is what he was telling me.
Okay.
So
Maybe
this,
I
on
should
the
get.
other hand, I think has more sugar than
Well, it said caffeine on the front of the box, so you know.
Oh, yeah.
There
I've
you
never
go.
had an energy bar that tasted good.
Well, yeah,
Well, don't try these because
it's nothing new.
It does taste like a dog treat.
I never have. Every time it's like, whoa, that's terrible.
Yeah, but it serves its purpose if you're out hunting or you're working
I think it tastes
outside.
like what I imagine a wet dog tastes like, mixed with a little bit of fruit trying to cover it up.
See, I thought it was because I'm not the biggest fan of pineapple. I'm like, oh, maybe that's it. But then he tried it, and he's just like, that tastes horrible.
That is dirt and sand mixed with pineapple.
Yeah. Anything that's good for you tastes bad.
I feel like
Yeah.
I've had a dog treat that tasted better.
See, it's like MRE mashed potatoes. That was one of the nastiest things I've had.
So
And I can recall.
when I was in the Navy food was so bad that we
going
would
south.
schedule our boarding so that we had to have MREs. You know the food is bad when you look at MREs and say that's a step up.
You can tell everybody's
All
tired.
right, we're losing control here,
You can
folks.
tell everybody's
We need
tired.
to-
It's going
yeah,
south.
We need to get back on track. So we're here.
No
to-
one's even watching right now. It's warmer south, right?
Are we on a blank out?
Can you blame them? Yeah, yeah.
Really? Hey Rob, you want one? It tastes
No,
great.
no thanks, man.
No, really, it
Yeah.
tastes great.
Yeah,
I'm sticking
exactly.
with my attempt to fruit cover it up hot dog assessment.
Oh, I didn't realize it had pineapple in it until you said something. I was like, oh yeah, I guess that does say pineapple.
That is what that weird taste is. Huh?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
like pineapple, and that didn't taste
I
like
love
pineapple.
pineapple.
When's
That
your
is not pineapple.
when's your first
It has like
person
dragon
this
food or
morning?
something on the box.
6:30, I think, something like that. 6:45. Yeah, KFBB News is coming down
So
somewhere.
you're pretty well booked after 6:30, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I've had
Yeah, I think I have
it never was like that.
12 to 12:30 open, and then I'm closing up at 12:30 and calling it good. I think Citygate's coming on sometime around the time I'm going to talk
I
to.
was
So,
gonna say Citygate. How many times have they jumped in?
you know, we were supposed to jump in twice last night. We missed the first one altogether. And then it took us a little bit to get the second one going, but we did finally get it live. And then we had a Zoom call with the director at the Shelter KC down in Kansas City, who used to be the director here before my predecessor, Jim, Eric Berger. And it took us a while to get that one through, but we finally did, and it was a great conversation. Like I said earlier, I'm going to have to call him next week to see exactly what he was sharing with me that I thought I should listen to, because it was some good ideas. But he told me that down there they don't have a misdemeanor jail time anymore. It's a felony court and a felony jail, and that's all it is
Interesting.
for. Misdemeanor, they get a ticket and move on. So
Interesting.
yeah, yeah.
I didn't see any sugar in it, and Jim was like, I know what this is going to taste like. Here you go.
There's 11 grams of sugar in it, according to the box. Yeah, yeah.
As soon as
Robertson says, Jim, you could play your guitar. We're asking for ideas.
Sherry, I'm beyond that now. I'm not even going to attempt that, because it might sound like a dog howling at the moon at this point in time. So, yeah. But you should get some sleep, because I know that you've been going without sleep trying to get your mother situated, and get some rest, especially if you're coming in today, get some rest. I'm looking forward to it in 5 or 6 hours or 7 or whatever it is. And you should get it while you can, because you never know when you get another chance to take a nap. And naps are good for you.
My reading eyes were not in my head.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but it'll be good to have you back after a couple days of trying to get your mother situated in her situation. So we have been blessed with a lot of different people from the rescue mission that work here or that do their ministry here, that have been up at different times of the night, giving me words of encouragement to guys that have been here. One of the things Citygate recommended was to have some folks here for security, to keep an eye on things, make sure things don't get weird. Too late for that. We did get weird. And hopefully we're done with that now, and we can move forward with the rest of our morning. We've got Joey from KFBB coming in at 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Jimmy Weiss just sent a hello, by the way.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, he's working by now, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
said
great.
good morning.
Yeah, that's great.
Cheryl says love y'all. Or Sherry says love
Sherry. Yep. Yeah, we've got a great crew here. It's why I come to work every day, because I know I don't have to do it alone. We got a great team working together to get the job done.
Yep.
One of the ladies over at the women's shelter brought me a Country Time lemonade early yesterday, but I don't dare drink it because it's
frozen now.
Sugar.
well, no, it's got too much sugar in it for me, and when I get too much sugar in me, I'll go to sleep. So I'm trying not to be that. So I don't want to go to sleep until the time's over and I get home in one piece. So the folks that were giving us wisdom from last year's plan said, have somebody come and take you home at the end of this because you don't want to trust yourself driving.
Yeah.
I don't live more than a mile and a half from here, but my wife said, call me, I'll come get you. The only problem is then I got to come back here on my day off and get my car. And when you come here, you always go in, and then before you know it, you've been here 4 hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm going to do my best to load everything in the car and go home and go to sleep. So, yeah. I never thought I wanted to say the word sleep so much.
Oh, I'm with you, buddy.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah. And I don't feel bad. It's just, you know you haven't had any. And,
Exactly.
yeah.
You got that little itchy feeling in the back of your head and in your chest that's making you go, I missed something really important.
Yeah.
You know what it is with me is my recliner.
That's fair.
That's what you should have had instead of on the bench. You should have said
Well, this thing rocks.
on the recliner.
Yeah. Well, yeah. At least then you get your feet off the ground and you might not get as cold. But my recliner, after I had my heart issues, they said I couldn't sleep flat in a bed for quite a while. So I had to sleep somewhat sitting up. And that recliner was new at the time. And boy, that recliner and I have bonded. So when I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, wondering what I'm doing awake at this hour,
Is that Carrie?
I go to my recliner and I get a nap before I come to work. So
Yeah.
what a great day that is when you
Right.
get to take a nap right when you wake up in the morning. I wouldn't think so, but
I wouldn't either.
it's hard to say. Could be.
It's hard to tell exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So
But for the record, in 2 minutes, it'll be 5 o'clock, and you've done a masterful job.
well, thank you. So have you.
Well, I'm barely hanging on. but
No,
we got
no, no.
this.
I saw you talking to Rob a little bit ago, and you said you were going to go sleep in your car, and
I know.
you never got to your car, which is amazing. And you've done, yeah.
Yeah.
I fell into a deep prayer.
My father,
Yeah. Yeah.
my father-in-law used to say, "I'm not sleeping. I'm just checking my eyelids for leaks."
That is a military response, by the way. Because I've had times where somebody would be like, Whitaker, and I'm like, amen.
That's where I take it from.
Here we go again.
It doesn't take long.
We can. There's.
Jimmy Wise says he's going to call at 7:25-ish.
Yeah.
Sorry I didn't stop by this morning, but I'll be calling around 7:25-ish, and we'll put you on.
Okay. Okay.
We clear on that?
It's going to be tight. The mayor's coming a little after 7, and he's got to be to work before 8. So
Yeah.
we may do that with
This is somebody with
the
a
mayor.
tripod, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
So this, I think, is Joey from KFBB coming a little bit early. She was,
Well, I'll let him sit here.
yeah.
Just give me your microphone. for
She
us.
may not want to. She may just want to record me and talk from the other side of the camera. Who knows? But thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you do around here. It's a blessing to get to work with each and every one of the people. So,
I gotta take off, Jim.
good morning.
Thank you for everything.
You got to go?
Yeah, I'll be back though. I gotta see my dog.
Okay. What are they having? Maybe I want some.
I know, right? Give me some
One of them bars.
Never mind. Never mind.
Morning kibble.
Morning kibble.
The gum doesn't taste bad. So if the bar is still got remnants, the gum will help.
Oh, you didn't have a bar.
Hey, Jim, do you want us to run a video while you handle that?
Have a little bit of a break. We have some like 10-minute videos.
Yeah, that'd be good. You have a little
short
bit of
stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good.
Have a microphone.
Oh, thank you.
I say we just go ahead and move forward on that. We were going to run a video, but
Do you need to set up a camera?
Yeah.
All that good stuff?
So
keep the live stream going.
we have 4 different shows between 5 to 7.
All right, my friends, things are about to get very interesting. We're kind of excited about this. Whoa. We are getting a feed of some sort coming in here. What's going on here? Hang on just a second. Oh, our live stream. There we go. There we go. Okay, there we are. Sorry for the live feed if you guys were listening into that and hearing an echo. Jimmy, I will check with the other Jim. He is hopping on here in just a few seconds with our folks here. Let me pop on here really quick. So here's what's going to happen here in a second. We have TV reporters here. They're going to sit down with Jim, do a live feed to their network while they're having their interview here. So it's going to be pretty fun. But we're going to work with that. So they have to make their stuff set up here to get that going. So we're just going to be able to kind of chill out here a little bit as that's happening. And probably just play some music or something just to kind of fill this empty silence for a little bit. Because we're not all awake these days. So I could take a nap right here. This feels really comfortable for the moment. So let's go ahead and put on a little bit of music, Dylan. And when they get all set up here, then we'll be back when they go live on TV as well. All right? Cool.
You going home? I am. And I still work this afternoon. I'm ready to get started. Thank you for your help and for your time on the bench. Appreciate it. Thank you, Steve. Get some rest. It's the plan. There's another shift this time. Yep. Another one of those days that didn't lie. I'm still live. You're still live. Yeah, well, that's good.
I turned you off and then I couldn't hear talking.
And we're telling Jimmy that you're good for 7 picks. Okay, very good.
Tell everyone what's going on. What are we doing here?
So right now we have KRTV. Brianna has come down to spend a little time with us and ask a couple questions. We'll be live on TV this morning, which I'm hoping I look okay.
Buddy,
For however long
we've been up, you look great.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, and I've interviewed with Brianna before, and
We already talked about the heart attack. We can't go that route again.
Got here yesterday. They were working on the street over there. A little bobcat went by. Tracks on it instead of had one big hunk of piece of pipe on it. And within 5 minutes, the same bobcat went by, and it looked like the same piece of pipe. But praise the Lord, we're going to have better seats, better drain sewer system than what we've had before. Yeah. We've had a ball.
We have had a ball.
I'm glad we've done this. Doing my best to stay awake longer than I have in a long time. Forward to the last 4 or 5. How many hours do we have left?
We are. That's a very good question. I'm not sure how many hours we have left.
7.
Let's see. What time are we at right now, Dylan? We're
Oh,
5:07, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. So 8 hours to go.
Oh my gosh, a whole shift.
A whole shift. Yeah, it doesn't end, does it, Jim?
So my crew that's been here all night says you can delegate. So if you need help, you say the word. And I got people that can help you.
We can waddle
I haven't
around.
been able to use them because I don't think that way. But
It makes it sound like we're not there to help you.
you're here.
It's not like they haven't played security all night.
That's right. They did a good job. They did a good job.
There you go.
I don't know that I want to do that because if my sugar gets up too high in the state of mind, I'll be sleepy, and I don't want to do that, especially with live TV coming online here any minute. So
We're gonna get started now. Jim, do you have anything to say?
and that could happen. You
Oh,
know?
yeah.
Yeah, that could happen.
We'll have to devour one of those Baptist bars that you gave me.
I think I'm good. I gave them to you because they said they had sugar in them, and I knew that probably wouldn't be good for me at this point. So
I deeply appreciate Oscar for hooking us up with some stuff.
Yeah.
So deeply appreciate him for that.
I do too.
That was a very interesting flavor. A very interesting flavor.
Yeah. Would
I'm
you
glad
like
you are out here by yourself.
Would you like some coffee or anything?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
I almost brought you some coffee, but I wasn't sure.
Well, there's still time.
Yes. There's cookies. We got some other stuff.
We got tons of cookies over there, but I know some place that'll eat them if we
Yep.
don't. So
Is it okay if I stay with you now?
yes, that's wonderful. Are you okay with me sitting with you, or you want me over there?
Oh no, yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Okay.
I guess we could turn this way.
Oh. If that's what I look like, turn it back the way it was.
Yeah, go for it.
Right.
Yeah,
Especially
right.
for being up for what, 60 hours?
No, we started at 1 o'clock yesterday, officially on air, and
What time did you wake up yesterday, though?
4:30. Yeah.
In the morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've been away for 24
Almost 24. Well, a little over 24 hours actually. Yeah. So, yeah, it's
All
pretty
right.
crazy.
Our director just called.
Okay.
Hi, Samantha. Check, check. Check. Yay.
Do I have to do the normal thing, say my name and spell it?
No, I'm gonna introduce you. What? Okay. Thank you. It's okay. Yeah, just mute yourself and then come back on when you're ready. Okay, so we have a couple minutes. So I'm going to talk to Shiksha, and I'm going to do the awkward nod thing.
Okay.
And then you are the executive director, right?
That's correct.
All right. And so I'm just going to introduce you.
Okay.
Jim McCormick, executive director of Rescue Mission. Been out here since 1 p.m.
Yes.
Thursday.
Yes. Yeah.
And then I'll ask you how
It is a new
interview's
day,
going.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. No wonder
Dawn
I'm
is
tired.
almost on the horizon for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
You picked a good night to do this because it's not too freezing or cold.
You know, we've been blessed. When we started looking at this last week, when we were doing some pre-recording of people that couldn't be here that wanted to be a part of it, we were looking at the weather report, and it was calling for rain and snow and colder weather. And I said, well, he was saying, what do you think of that? And I said, well, it's Montana. Wait 15 minutes. It could change, you know. And we were blessed that it did, because I thought 40 degrees wasn't going to be that bad. But 40's cold when you're sitting on a bench, you know, trying to fill 6 hours of time in the middle of the night when not a whole lot of people want to come down here and talk to you. So,
Yeah. And have you had a lot of conversations?
yes, yeah. I had from 1 o'clock to about 11:30 last night, I was pretty busy every minute. I had a few open areas, but, you know, we had people that are staying at the shelter come out and say they wanted to share. I had another organization that heard we were doing this and that Great Falls Rescue Mission was part of it, and she came over and listened for an hour. And lo and behold, she said, yeah, I'd like to go on. So we sat and talked, and I thought that was one of the blessings, because I knew what I was going to get from some of the folks that were coming here with some of the questions that I asked. But when it's, you know, fresh and new and somebody that you hadn't met before, I count that as a win, because now they know more about us and I know more about them. So,
Right.
yeah, it's a
I think
great
you've
thing.
interviewed about 12 to 14 people.
Yeah.
12 to 14.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. I got to talk to my director. So, Samantha, I don't know if you can zoom in on only me first, like for the boxes.
I look that good, huh? Sorry.
He's sleep deprived. Don't listen to him. Yeah. If you could only zoom in on me for the boxes part, and then just take full screen, and then Does that make sense? Can you do that? Okay.
Saving that for the bloopers.
You don't have anything in your ear. How are you hearing? Oh, one on that side. Okay.
Okay. Okay, we have like a minute and a half. It's
All
like
right.
2 minutes maybe. I think I'm gonna ask you one question, and I'm just gonna,
Let me roll with it for a
yeah,
minute. Okay.
for about a minute, and then I don't know. I'll tap my leg or something.
Okay.
If you need to wrap it up.
Yep.
I'm just gonna ask you, what have you taken away so far
Okay.
from this?
Okay.
Yeah. This is my first time doing a live reporting.
Sweet.
So,
Awesome.
Wait a
very
minute. I
excited.
was alive the last time we talked. Okay, never mind.
Wait.
Never mind. I am sleep deprived, apparently. Yeah, so,
No, your humor hasn't changed at all, Jim.
thanks. Appreciate you. Yeah. So are you at work every day this early in the morning?
Usually not.
Okay. Well, you might be sleep deprived then too. So
A little bit. They're setting up.
okay.
It's the commercial break right now.
Okay.
Okay. Yay. Yeah, I can't fix that.
Or the big light behind us.
Oh no, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, can you zoom in? Well, not for the boxes, but for full screen, since that's in there. Okay, well, they're just gonna see a standby. It'll look cool. Should I press record and then it'll look like, you know, we're recording? Okay, I'm not moving right now, but maybe for the next one. Okay, just give me a like standby before boxes and like a 3, 2, 1 so I know like. Okay, so it'll be about a minute
Okay.
and then it'll be zoomed in on me and me and Chicksha are gonna talk and then it'll be full screen and I'll turn to you. I'll introduce you, ask the question, and then I'll give you the mic.
Okay. All right. Now I'm supposed to talk, right?
Yep.
No, I'm kidding.
Hey, Shiksha, it is not as cold as you'd think out here. I think we're a little bit blessed, but some great conversations are being had today. All right, so I am sat here with Executive Director Jim McCormick. He has been out here since 1 p.m. on Thursday. He's had a pretty long night, but you know, Jim, tell me about all of these conversations that you've had. You've had 12 to 14 people out here. What have you taken away so far?
Well, there's been roughly 3 things that I'd like to mention. Number one, I have a great team of people that work at this place. All night long when we're running videos of pre-recorded interviews, they have been texting me when they should be sleeping because they're going to work tomorrow and I'm not, or today I guess it is. Number 2, I think some of the best conversations are with people that I didn't schedule that just came and said, I want to share. And I mean, I was in tears with one of the folks. I met somebody new from another organization, so that was awesome. I mean, it's just an amazing time. And number 3, I haven't stayed up this long for many, many years. Number 4, 40 degrees is colder than what you think when you're sitting on a bench for a long period of time. So it makes me realize what some of these folks that are homeless actually go through if they don't come to a shelter or someplace that can help them. So it's been an exciting time for me and an awesome time to get things accomplished.
That's awesome. Now, Jim is going to be out here through 1 p.m. today, this Friday. So if you'd like to talk to him, have a conversation with him, you can do that. Now, Shiksha, I'm going to send it right back to you. Thank you. All right. I think that went awesome. Thanks,
Good.
Samantha.
Good. I tried not to be too talkative, but keep it in the time frame you said. So
No, that was perfect.
good,
I think that was great.
good.
Interview her now for our stuff, Jim.
Interview her for our stuff. So you have been in the news business for a number of years. We've talked before. Never live like we just did, but we're always alive, and we always talk to each other when we get the time. So you've been around Great Falls for a number of years,
Yep.
and you grew up close by here, if I remember right. What can you tell me that you've seen about the homeless situation in Great Falls, and ideas that you might have of how organizations such as ours or any of the other nonprofits in town that are working with homeless people, what can we do different to try and bring more people out of the cold and into the shelters, so to speak?
Well, yeah, I have lived in Great Falls my whole life.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've seen this build. Wait, 1 second. What's it? Okay, so just give me a call when we're ready for the next one. Yeah. Okay, bye. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. You've got a job to do.
So I've lived here my whole life, and I remember this wasn't here when I was younger, this
Right.
specific building,
Mhm.
and even the women's shelter, I believe, or it wasn't updated.
Right. Right.
And I've actually had friends who've had to utilize the women's shelter.
Okay.
And so it always has been there. I've known about it. Luckily, I never had to use it, but I think I've always been concerned about people who have to be out here because it gets cold.
It does. It
It
does.
used to be really cold when I was younger. I remember
Mhm.
negative 40-degree winters and nights
Yeah.
and things like that. And it hasn't gone that cold, I feel, since then, but it still is cold. And we've had many conversations about how people can come in and you have cots and
Mhm.
things like that.
And we try not to turn people away at that point in time because it's a life or death situation.
Mhm.
You know, we can't be that selective at that point in time. We don't want to be that selective. We want to be able to provide a safe haven for them for the night, at least so they can get some sleep. I need that for my people. A lot of them have been up all night. So, so yeah, yeah. I appreciate what you do. I appreciate your organization for being there when we have something to announce or something to talk about. And you're always very professional and very courteous to us, and we appreciate that. So
Hey, that's good to hear.
don't stop what you're doing because
Right.
you're helping us make a difference in people's lives. And without folks like you, we have to work harder. So you get masses understanding, and that's what this is all about. The 24 hours on a bench is to create conversations and to inform our community, to give them a better understanding of what folks go through when they find themselves in a homeless situation. I don't claim that we do everything right here, but we strive to do the right thing every time. Maybe it's not always right, but we try to do the right thing, and that's a big part of it. So yeah, thank you folks for what you do, because you help us get the word out a whole lot better than what we could do by ourselves.
Oh, for sure, that's awesome.
yeah.
I'm glad we could be of help.
Mhm.
And I mean, I think, if you can help one family, then that's enough, right? At
Well,
least one.
yeah, just one more, just one more. And yeah, I've been doing it for close to 15 years, and every day is a new day. Our favorite saying is, you can't make this stuff up, because when you think you've heard it all, somebody comes in with a whole different story. And it keeps us focused. It keeps us looking for ways to improve. And that's the big part of it, is to try and do a better job. So, and thank you again for what you do for us. So,
Yeah, and from my understanding, you also have ways to help people with job interviews.
We do,
And things
yeah.
like that. I think that's really awesome.
Yeah, we have tutors that come in and help the kids that are staying here that might not have had a good response to schools at the first part of it. So when we see that need, when they need help with learning to read or mathematical skills and that type of thing, we have tutors, volunteer people that come in and help them through that. And I'm extremely excited about our youth program because we've made changes so that it's not just come in and have fun and, playtime. It's helping them do a better job learning what they need to learn and moving them forward in the school system. So, yeah, it's an amazing place to work. It's constantly changing, and we just keep moving and keep moving and keep moving, and that's exactly what we do. So,
That's all you can do.
Whoa. That's Troy Mellinger from Star Radio.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Yeah.
Awake, thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
I wish I could say that.
Well, the difference is he's awake and not sleepy.
Yeah. Yep. Rub it in.
Yeah. Shower, what's that?
Yeah. So what time do you go back on, or we go back on?
I think around 5:45 to 5:50.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think Troy's here to talk to me too, so we can give you a break and
All right, so we'll do
handle
that.
something with him real quick.
A bit of a break.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got.
You want to come sit on the bench with me?
Yes, I would love to.
All right.
And if you can give him your microphone, my dear, we appreciate it.
Are you sure about that? I have to use a used microphone?
Yes. Don't spit
Thank
on
you.
it.
Perfectly clean.
Jeez. Isn't that funny?
It's
You'd
extra
think-
sweet from her using it.
Yep. That's it.
Gosh, how's this thing work?
You train me.
Uh,
Put it on wherever you see fit, Jim.
Jim, Tim,
I've been dealing
Troy.
with Jim all night.
Jim, Tim, Troy.
Hey.
You see I'm trying to look like you?
Yeah, you are, man.
Yeah. I figured if I was going to be out here, I probably needed some insulation. Yeah.
It's a good idea. Now, you did not take a break and
I've taken breaks. I did not take a nap or anything like that.
You haven't like that?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
got here at about 10:45 yesterday morning. They were already setting all this stuff up, and I don't know if I knew that and felt guilty, or I just felt like I needed to get here and do some things before.
Yeah.
Because I haven't been around much this week, knowing that I'm putting in 3 days worth of work in one overnight
Sure.
shift. So
Mhm.
I've had a great week. My sister was here visiting from Pennsylvania, and I took her to Havre on Tuesday to catch the train back east. We did the Havre Beneath the Streets tour, which I hadn't
Sure.
done in like 30 years. So it was good to get an update there, and it's expanded from what I remember it. So yeah, it was a great day. So, but it's been a wild week. I've been in and out and
right
behind on all my paperwork and everything that I need to do. But it'll be there on Monday when I come back.
Well, it's not like you've never done this before, right? Been up for 24 hours?
Well,
You've told me stories in the studio.
Yeah.
I think you were a little younger at the time, though.
A lot younger. And I've mentioned here, I haven't seen New Year's midnight for many, many years, because I'm an early to bed, early to rise type of guy nowadays. So I like to get to work at 6 o'clock in the morning. It gives you time to plan out your day a little bit, have some quiet time before things get crazy when everybody's up and moving and that type of thing. I learned that back in the retail days. You could get more done in your office if you came to work early. So
right,
been doing that ever since. So yeah. So how you been?
Well, I've been okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a ball game last night,
Where at?
Right here in town, Great Falls High in Belgrade.
Oh, very
football,
good.
yeah.
Who won?
Great Falls High did. It was
Well,
packed the
good.
place in pink.
Wow.
Yeah, 27-6. Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, it was
good.
senior night as well, so there's a lot of celebration going on.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
It was pleasant. I was thinking of you the entire time when I had the heater on in the broadcast booth.
Oh,
I
you
was
poor
thinking,
thing. I have a
think-
heater too, but I left it in the car because I didn't think 40 was going to be this cold. But I went in and changed clothes and wished I would have brought more.
Yeah. So you're not
that-
an ice fisherman. You're not an ice fisherman. to where
I
you
did-
don't have this with the warm clothes.
I did that a few times here and there, and the one time I was out on the ice all night and I didn't catch a thing. When the sun came up, I caught 5 fish and I got to go back to the truck.
Yeah.
So I never went all night again. I just figured I'd go about sunrise, catch my fish, and get back in the truck and go. So yeah. So and ice fishing is I like to stream fish where I can walk the stream.
Yeah, it's a little warmer, yeah.
Yeah, well, a lot warmer.
Yeah.
And it's good exercise.
Mhm.
And yeah, but I'm not one to stand around on the ice. So
Sure.
yeah.
So what's it been like here as far as the people you've had a chance to have a conversation with? Expectations met or a little bit
Beyond
slower?
expectations.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's been amazing. My whole purpose for this, which was part of the Citygate Network's purpose for this, is to make our community more aware of what goes on with homelessness. And I think we've got that point across to this point very well. I scheduled a lot of interviews with different people. I pre-recorded some of the interviews with people that couldn't be here because of meetings or whatnot. But I had people I didn't expect come. And
For instance, moi. You were not expecting.
no, I wasn't. And then there was a lady that was here for over an hour waiting to talk to me.
Well, she waited here for over an hour.
Yeah, I was busy talking to Norma Ashby Smith and
Sure.
Dwight Smith and different people. And she had a friend of hers that worked at a mission in North Carolina that told her about this. She put it on her calendar and looked on the website for conversations on a bench and saw that Great Falls was one of them. She thought she'd come down and see what was going on. And then I introduced myself and brought her on, live on the air. And she works for another nonprofit, Family Promise, here in town, and on the board of directors. She doesn't work for him. She's on the board of directors. And we had a great conversation. So to me, having somebody that I hadn't met before, now I have an ally, another ally at Family Promise,
Yeah.
somebody that I can call and talk to if I need to. I had a couple people from inside this building that are staying with us that felt the need to share, and both times I got verklempt, if you know what that means.
Well, yeah. It felt a little emotional, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was very good because they were sharing from their heart, and that you know, what better way to get the word out of what folks go through than to have them tell us right there.
Right.
on
There's
the
so
air.
many various
There is.
stories. I
Yeah.
imagine you've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've heard some on this bench too, right?
I have.
Is that
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I've shared a lot of stories. As a matter of fact, Tim and I did a pre-recording that I didn't know was even recording last week, and we talked for 50 minutes. Or
Just like that.
I talked for 50 minutes. He asked a couple questions here and there.
I can't imagine Tim not saying much.
Well, I was scared to hear what I said because I didn't think we were being recorded. He
Oh,
told me we were, but I
sure.
don't remember that. And you know, even listening to the stories that I've told time and again, it's amazing. It's brought tears to my eyes because this is where my heart is. This is where my soul is at this point in my life. And it has had a profound impact on my life. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, and I wouldn't want to, but I wouldn't change a thing. You know,
Sure.
for the last 15 years, this has been where God's called me to be, and I'm giving it all I can. I love what I do. It's not a job. It's a calling. It's an adventure. That sounds like an Army ad, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds like a nice promo.
Yeah, there you go.
What do you hope to get out of this at 1 p.m. this afternoon? What do you hope to walk away and say, yes, that's exactly what I was hoping would happen?
Well, it's already happened, and it will happen for the rest of the morning. I've got lots of people lined up, and I know there's some people coming. One of your coworkers is going to call me at 7:50 this morning.
Okay.
And do a.
That would be the Wise guy,
Yeah.
Jimmy Wise. Okay,
Yeah.
just in case.
Yeah, and that other station in
curious.
town is going to call me a little bit earlier and talk to them. And then I've had the news people here, and there's another organization coming in shortly. I've got the mayor coming this morning. He was supposed to be on yesterday, but had a track meet.
Mayor Reeves.
In Helena. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, and I've got lots of people scheduled this morning and through the time. I think I have, after 7 o'clock, I have one time open, and that's like noon to 12:30, and then at 12:30 they have to listen to me again, say goodbye, and
Yeah.
I'm going to go home and take a nap.
Wow, it's scheduled. So
Yeah.
you shouldn't be bothered all weekend? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's be bothered. I did have to remind my wife that I'm staying up for, a day and a half, and she kept trying to, get us to do something Friday evening and that type of thing.
Living room again, please.
Yeah.
So-
What have you kept in touch? What's she doing right now?
My wife?
Yeah.
Well,
have you
hopefully
kept in
she's
touch?
sleeping.
Did she stop in? Or?
She stopped in. She brought me dinner last night, which I still haven't eaten all of. But you know, my daughter brought me dinner down, along with two of the grandkids, and her husband stopped by and said hello. And my other daughter sent me a text saying, "You're doing great, Dad. Thanks. Keep going. Keep going." So, you know, it's not about me. It's about getting the word out to the community of what these folks go through when they become homeless. And I'm not trying to impersonate them by being out here. I'm trying to make it more aware for the folks that, you know, may not know what these folks go through. One of the things I just shared with the news station that was just here is I'm surprised at what 40 degrees feels like when you've been out here for 20 hours.
Right, right.
I can't imagine being out here for 40 below for any time of more than a couple minutes. So I'm thankful that we have, you know, cold weather services available for anybody that wants them. I'm hoping that the folks that think they need to stay away from the rescue mission realize that we're not the enemy. We're here to help them. We're here to get them off the street and give them a warm place to stay for the night if they don't want to stay for longer. Get them a hot meal so that they can, you know, go about their day the next day. So it's been an amazing time. I've had a ball.
You have. And I kicked someone out from the TV station, and I know she wants to come back in, right?
Yes.
Is that right? She does.
She's about ready.
She's about
So
ready.
you better hit it.
Yeah, that's right. I got a shift that starts at 6.
Okay.
Yes, I will eliminate that. But as always, it's great to sit and visit with you,
It's
regardless
wonderful.
of the location,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Remember, it's all geography.
And we've been friends for a long time, so thank you for that as well. It's been a pleasure to get to know you and to get to spend time with you sometimes over at your station and go from there. So
God bless this guy, okay? God bless this guy.
he has abundantly.
All right.
All right.
Jim, Tim, and the rest of the crew, have a great day. Rest of the day, okay?
Okay.
Warm
Thank you,
up. We'll
sir.
talk later. Right this way.
Tune
Okay.
in for Troy Mellinger, star 1017, the man, the myth, the legend. We deeply
Oh, you're
appreciate
welcome.
having him here. You can check him out once again, star 1017.
Thanks, buddy. Sorry. Hopefully
That's
we didn't
fine.
go long.
Oh no, you're great.
Okay. Do
Look
we
at
need-
this spot people have been kicking up.
Oh, I know. I've been doing it all day. I'm digging into the dirt now, and I keep pushing it back over. So we're going to go live again here pretty soon?
Yes.
Okay. You think we need the microphone?
Probably. I'll grab it.
Sorry.
He's finally learning about microphones. No, you
Yeah.
did great. You
What did you say? I'm sleep deprived. Yeah, sorry.
really good. We're trying to keep up with you now.
Did you have people coming at like 1 a.m.? And
Not a whole lot. What's really floored me, and I think I shared that on the last time we went live, was the amount of employees that have been trying to encourage me via text or that type of thing. Rob, my facilities director, texted me late last night and said, "I'm coming down at 3:30 this morning. Do you want coffee?" Yes, I'll take coffee. And he was here by 3:30. I had a text from one of the people that worked in my financial office at 1:48 saying, "I'm up. You're doing a great job. Keep going." Another one at about 2:30, and I'm thinking, why aren't these people sleeping? I would be, and I'm not one to sleep all night, but I would be. So I just have a great team that has the heart for what we do. Yeah, I give all the glory to them and to my Lord and Savior, because they're the ones that get this job done every day of the week. I get the hard part of figuring out where we're going to get the money to pay the rent, or pay, well, we don't have rent, but to pay the payroll and to keep the lights on and the heat on and that type of thing. And then I get to be the one that goes and talks to you or to the radio stations, and that's the fun part of it. It's sitting down and doing the adulting part, or the hard part. Yeah, I could live without that, but I love what I do, and this has been a blessing for me because I don't get to be in the front lines with people every day of the week. I try to be, but like I said on our earlier interview, the people that I didn't plan on coming here and sharing were the blessing to me because I didn't expect it. And I pray that I have time this morning, it's going to feel like this afternoon, that more people do that. And I know of a couple that are doing it. The gentleman that runs the building next door that just opened, the Bats block, Charles, said he was going to stop by, and I'll give him the time because, you know, we're neighbors now. We need to know what each other are doing. He shared some stuff with me. He's already got 3 of the people from the family shelter and the women's shelter moving into his building next door, and more on the way, which is a blessing because, you know, a year and a half ago, we wouldn't have had that option. Even 6 months ago, even 3 months ago, we wouldn't have had that option, but they got the building done, and here they are. And that's supportive housing. So the folks that need that little extra help have the support that they need so that they can maintain and keep moving forward. So that's what it's about. So just informing our community, hopefully raising a little money while we're doing it, because I can always use the help with that. But yeah, it's been a blessing. I couldn't have imagined it being better.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of that apartment building, I've been watching it since I think you told me about it a couple of years ago when they started. So it's cool to see it
Oh my
up
gosh.
and running.
Yeah.
Looks nice.
They did a wonderful job on it. I hate to say this, but when it was, we used to manage that building when we first started this project, and the people that owned it were in Canada, and they wanted somebody local. So we filled the building up with folks from the rescue missions, and it went very well, but it was drab and dingy, and, you know, an old hotel from the 1920s where they had one bathroom at the end of the hall for everybody on that floor. I wouldn't have wanted to live in it. It was a little bit scary to me going in there, and they have turned it into a beautiful world-class facility for those folks that get to live there. And I had Sheila Rice, who used to run Neighbor Works here in town and still very involved with that organization. She came in and she said it is permanent supportive housing, so they don't have to move out. If they
Oh,
don't
that's
want to.
awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I'll shut up.
Okay. All right. She was just letting us know that we're in full weather right now.
Okay.
Derek Johnson. And he's yapping about it. And then we'll be on in about 2-ish, 3-ish minutes again.
Okay.
You excited?
This is what I live for.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
24-hour live streams.
yeah.
Where are you live streaming at?
Facebook and YouTube.
Facebook
And then
and
our
YouTube.
website is going to have most of the interviews that I've done, the ones that I pre-recorded with Tim, or the ones that we did yesterday or this morning are all going to be available on our website. If folks from other organizations that are here want a copy of it, we'll provide that to them so that they can see what we've done. I've had good positive feedback on what we're doing. One of the earliest female newscasters from Great Falls was with me at 2:00 yesterday afternoon, Norma Ashby Smith.
Norma Ashby Smith,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So, and her husband's on my board of directors. We're actually doing her birthday party here next week. Her birthday's not until December 27th, which I learned. But we're doing it in between hunting seasons so that, you know, the hunters can come and honor her. And it's a big birthday for her. She's going to be 90 years old.
That's awesome.
Isn't it
There you
crazy?
go.
Yeah, and we did Dwight's here 3 years ago, and he turned 80. So,
By the way, over 2,700 views for all the live streams so far.
all right,
2,700 views.
all right.
A lot
That's
of people.
awesome. Yeah, it is.
I imagine 2,700 people in an arena coming to see you.
Hopefully they're not coming to see me because I know I don't look that good with this hat on and being up for 30 hours or whatever it's been. But I'm doing my best. And Tim asked my folks that were being interviewed earlier yesterday afternoon, how long do you think Jim will make it? One of them said 2:35. And then he said, no, 2:37 to be exact. And I'm not going to sleep. So, and I'm not until I get home.
Until you get home. What did you say, Samantha? Okay. Okay, we're almost there. Commercial break.
Okay.
Only gonna make it till 2 to 5 a.m. But look at you now. How do you feel? You tired?
No, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And, you know, a couple people brought me those energy drinks. I've had heart issues. I'm a diabetic. You know, I got to be careful with what I do. I forgot to bring my evening shot with me yesterday when I came to work. So my sugar got a little high in the middle of the night, but it's back down. Probably need to go eat something just to make sure, but I have more meds that I normally take in the morning. I won't do that until I absolutely feel like I have to. But it's been a wonderful time. And, you know, the only thing that really is cold on me is my legs, and it's because I'm not moving around.
Right.
So that's the tough part. I wish I would have brought my hunting gear so that I had, you know, more gear on. But I thought, hey, 40 degrees, that's not going to be bad. Yeah, I was wrong.
Oh, really?
40 degrees when
Okay.
you're not doing much, it's cold. So, yeah. Other folks have been complaining their hands are cold. Mine got a little bit, but not too bad. You know, it is what it is. We're on the downhill slope now. This is good. We're going to be done before we know it.
Right.
I remember 7 o'clock-ish, 6:30 last night. I thought, man, this is going to be a long night. Before I knew it, it was 11, and all my live interviews were done. So then we had to figure out what we had to talk about. I did much more talking than I'd like to, but we had those pre-recorded. We haven't even gone through all of them yet. So
There you go.
yeah.
All right, we're almost ready.
Okay.
We have Shiksha talking first.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Shiksha, it's not that cold. We're at 40 degrees. Everybody here seems to be a bit bundled up, but there are some great conversations being had. I think it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are out here bright and early this morning, but Executive Director for the Rescue Mission, Jim McCormick, is sat with me. He has been out here since 1 p.m. on Thursday. It's been a long night, but some great conversations are being had. Now, Jim, talk to me about the conversations that you have had, 12 to 14 so far. What are you taking away from these conversations that you've had?
Well, number one, I couldn't have expected things to go as well as they did. We did a Zoom call with a former director of the Great Falls Rescue Mission, who's now at Shelter KC in Kansas City, about 11 o'clock last night. We had a little difficulty getting live with him on a Zoom call, but we got that worked through. I had the former director that was my boss when I got hired on earlier in the evening. But the big thing for me is meeting people that I didn't plan on coming down, and that's really what it is. That's why they call it conversations. You don't have to have every moment scheduled with somebody that you know is coming, that you might think you know what they're going to talk about or what they want to talk about. Young lady from the board of directors over at Family Promise came down. She said a friend of hers from North Carolina had told her about this, so she put it on her calendar. She looked at the website and saw that we were doing it, so she came to see what it was about. And she couldn't leave until she stopped and said hello and told me what she was doing. And it's a new friend, you know? It's somebody different, new to talk to at that organization. I had people that stay at the shelter that I hadn't met yet that came out and shared from their heart. One gentleman had me in tears because he was just putting out the joy that he was going to have because he was getting his child back on.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Take it. Yeah. He's getting his child back on Tuesday, and it's a long time coming. And I couldn't have planned for that.
Right.
That's the blessing, is hearing from their heart what this place has done.
So as you can see, some of these conversations are very impactful for the community. If you would like to have a conversation with Jim, you can do so through 1 p.m. this evening on Friday. I'll send it back to you, Shiksha. Some great conversations being had. Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, that was awesome. That was awesome.
Apparently I need some sleep. No, that would have happened if I was just awoken. It was a wonderful conversation.
Yeah.
You can't plan for that.
And yeah, those are the conversations.
And that's why
the
I do what
reason.
I do, and that's why my people do what they do, because they get to be a part of that and see the transformation of someone's life from where they were. This gentleman just got out of prison. His child's in a foster care situation, but he's getting them back on Tuesday. And to see him share about that, how can you not get emotional? I mean, that's why we're here. So it's an amazing thing. I love what I do. This is not a job. This is an adventure and a calling. And yeah. I'm going to miss it when I retire.
Oh gosh.
But I'm still going to be here volunteering, so I won't miss it too bad. Because I'll be here if they'll have me.
Are you planning on retiring soon? Is that
April.
something you could say?
Yeah,
April?
end of April.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Yeah, I wanted to retire last May. Had a conversation with my wife and my boss upstairs, and they both said, no, you got to work through the year. And something said end of April is a good time. So that's what I told the board, and they're in a process of, finding candidates and getting interviews started. And I've been approved to stay around if that person needs some training or that type of thing. But I'm looking forward to some downtime where my wife and I can do things without having to worry about getting back for the job or that type of thing.
Right.
We're both going to work after we retire, but it's going to be on our terms and not a full-time job. And I want a job where I can say, I'm going to take the month of April
Right. There you go.
and go do something fun, So I've been working since I got out of high school, and that's 50 years this past May. And that's when I wanted to retire. I think 50 years is long enough for any crazy person to work as hard as we've done. But I'm giving it till April, and then we'll see where it goes. And, I've been a chaplain at the hospital on call for about 14 years. And I plan on keeping that position because that's a blessing. I only have to do it 1 week a month, which is kind of nice. It keeps getting longer on that week. We used to do Monday night to Saturday morning, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Now we do all day Saturday and Sunday, and then we give the phone to the next guy at 6 p.m. Sunday night. So it's gotten a little more work, but it's still a blessing. I get to share with people up there, and it's good. God will have something else for me to do.
For sure.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
And so is that kind of the push to have these conversations too, to be able to hear from the community and see what has changed in the last couple of years?
Well, not only what's changed, but what we can do differently to try and do a better job. Because homelessness in 1960 is different than homelessness in 2025. Even homelessness in 2020 is different than homelessness in 2025. So we have to be ready and willing and able to roll with the punches, so to speak, or meet the needs of those that have a different situation than what it was 3 or 4 years ago. I came on right at the beginning of COVID, and that was totally different than what I saw my boss doing 5 years earlier. So, it's always changing. There's addictions that they get a hold of that weren't there 10 years ago. Fentanyl is the scariest one I've ever seen. And I just pray that we can keep it out of this city. I know it's already here, but, we got to keep it out of here because it's life or death. It's like being out in the cold on a 40 below zero night. You don't want to risk that. You don't want to chance that. And I just pray that people wise up and realize that that's out there, and it could be the only time they try it. That's the end of them. And I've had that happen with a friend of mine that went through our programs, that he backslid a little bit and felt that he was going to do this, and boom, he was done. And that's not that's not the right way to do it. So yeah, it's just a never-ending change of things. People think that everybody's either a drug addict or an alcoholic that come here, but many of the families, they made bad choices. They didn't pay their bills on time, or they got evicted for silly things, and it takes a while for them to get back to be able to get back into the housing situation, because they have to pay the debt off that they had when they made the bad choices. So we think we know what we're doing, but every time somebody comes in, it could be a different situation than what we've heard of. So, but our people are wonderful folks. I know every one of them could be making more money and working someplace else, but they feel this is where the Lord's called them to work, or the Lord's called them to serve. It's not really work. Like I said, this isn't a job. This is a ministry opportunity of serving those that need help. So that's what we do.
Yeah, and it must feel so good to see, even if it's not really a success story, but just somebody getting better, or having that ability to, the information and the knowledge to work towards,
Well, and the success stories are there. I mean, I can share time and time and time again of people that came that were in the pit of their despair, or they thought there was no hope left, and they came, and that's what I heard today that got me teared up. It's amazing to see them where they're at, and then to see them move out into permanent housing, or get their kids back, or the guys or the ladies over at the women's shelter. 3 of them already moved in next door to this new supportive housing, and the guy running it says, I've got a few more on the list that are coming from your area. So that's a blessing, and that's what we strive for, is to see the transformation and just watch them excel from there. And it's amazing. I shared earlier, there was a lady that was here with her children 2 or 3 different times, even before I got here. She graduated our discipleship program and got an apartment and moved out and got a job, and she's gotten some promotions in her job. And then she started working with NeighborWorks for building her own home. She got to move in 2 weeks ago.
Oh my goodness.
And we got to be a part of that just by loaning her a trailer and praising her and celebrating with her, because she's got a smile bigger than I ever thought possible on anybody. And she sees what changing their life patterns, changing their situation can do, and she's living the dream, and we get to be a little bit a part of that. That's what keeps us going. I'm pretty sure that every employee here has experienced that, and they would say that that's worth more than the paycheck we could ever give them. So yeah, it's amazing.
Do you ever get stories from people who have utilized your services, and then a couple years down the line they come back to update you on how it's going?
We do. We also get those that do really well, and then a couple years later they're back seeking help again. Because sometimes, folks get to the situation, or they're so lost in their addiction that they get to feeling so good about how they're doing that they don't feel worthy to have that, or they feel like, well, it's all going to crash pretty soon, and then they take that drink of alcohol or that drug or whatever it is, and it crashes them, and they praise the Lord, they're smart enough to come back and try it again. I've told the story a number of times of a friend of mine. I met him here. He became like a brother to me. He graduated, he moved out, he was doing very well, and then he started drinking, thinking he could handle it. And he called me while I was on vacation at home in Pennsylvania, that's where I'm from, and it was midnight back there, and he's drunker than a skunk. Said, I don't know what to do. I told him to come back and do the discipleship program again. That was 7 years ago, and he's been out, and he's been, working, doing great. We keep in touch. He's like a little brother.
There you go.
Yeah, it's amazing to me, and I get to be a part of that. And there was a time where I should have been one of them. You know, I made a lot of stupid choices when I was younger, and we all have things that have made us who we are or taken us down the wrong road or made us successful. And for many, it's down the wrong road, and they're a human being like you and me, and they deserve respect and dignity and given a chance for the hope that we have. And that's what we try to do. So it's like I said before, it's not a job, it's an adventure. Sounds like an Army commercial, doesn't it? Yeah, but that's the way I feel. It's been the best 15 years of my life, but it's also been the hardest. And not that I feel like I'm working hard, it's just a very emotional job at times, because you see the successes and you feel the joy, and it brings tears to your eyes like just now. But then you also see some of the failures, and you pray that they come back and that they try again, because sometimes it takes more than once. They didn't get into the situation the first time they did it, but you know, and it might take more than one time to get where they're going. So yeah, it's a hoop.
How long have you been the executive director here?
I started 2019 when Jim Kaiser retired. I was the interim person, and when I took the job at the rescue mission was when Eric Berger, the prior director in 2009 or earlier, announced that he was leaving, and I felt like I was called to come down here and be the executive director. And you know, they already had Jim Kaiser in place, so I took that as, well, if he can find me a job, I'll come and I'll learn as much as I can, and I'll be ready when it's my turn. And that's exactly what happened. So about 5.5, 6 years. I've been at the mission almost 15. By the time I'm done, it'll be 15 plus a couple months. And like I said, it's been the best 15 years that I've ever had. I worked at Sears, Roebuck and Company for 30 years, and this is much more rewarding, even though Sears, you know, helped me raise my family, and it was a great job, and I had a lot of fun doing it. This one will be the ultimate job for me. And not just this job, but being able to work at the rescue mission and help people. We're a relational, human beings are relational. And I had a lot of relationships with the people at Sears and with the customers that I dealt with, but here it's life-transforming relationships. And that is worth more than 30 years at another organization to me. So it's been a wonderful thing.
That's so exciting.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's been a hoot. Yeah. I look back on it and just think, I've had the privilege to be here and to see transforming lives happen, and to be a little part of it. You know, I'm the guy that's writing the paychecks or signing the paychecks and helping pay the bills when we have the money to pay the bills. And doing all the adulting stuff, or the executive director stuff. And sometimes I don't spend enough time getting to know the people that are here. That's what's been a blessing here, is I get to see the people that we are trying to help, and to hear them sing praises for the people that are working the front lines. You couldn't ask for more than that in a leadership position. It's to hear how your folks are doing the right thing even when it's difficult. It's amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Are we doing another one?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, are you up for might do two, but I do know that you said that KFBB and
they should be here.
Might be here.
The mayor's coming a little after 7. We still have an hour before he gets here. And KFBB said somewhere around 6:30, so we've got a half hour before she comes. If she don't, she said something about possibly coming last night, but she's got a youngin', and she said he's got a.
1049 Wolf is at 7:45.
1049 Wolf is at 7:45. Okay. So
okay, well, I think probably one more then.
Okay.
If you're okay with that.
I'm good.
All right.
Yeah.
That'll be around 6:20-ish.
Okay.
So we have some time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now the morning will start for some people. I'm surprised we haven't seen more traffic, to be honest.
Some of the traffic that's gone by in the 24 hours I've been out here hasn't been something that I would write home about. There's trucks that need mufflers. There's one of my employees that's got a Camaro that sounds like it needs a muffler. We had the construction over here on the street. A guy went by in a little Bobcat yesterday with a big piece of pipe on it, and within 5 minutes he went by again, and it looked like the same piece of pipe.
Oh my goodness.
But it was a different piece. But yeah, and they're noisy. They're
Yeah, I was
banging
gonna
and
say, what
clanging.
about the construction
Yeah.
next
Yeah.
door?
I was joking, asking people that were coming to talk to me, how many alleys did you have to go through to get here today? Because the streets are all shut down. So
I know.
yeah, but yeah, it is what it is, and it's good it's happening before the snow's flying. So yeah,
I know, and for the most part, yeah, it's cold, but not a lot of wind.
that's been a blessing.
Fingers
Being
crossed.
back here a little bit, I think, helped too. Getting out on the sidewalk where the wind's whipping down the street was difficult. And the only reason we did it this way was because we failed to get a permit from the city to be out on the sidewalk, which is
Oh.
public property. So
Mhm.
this is our personal space.
Oh yeah, that's why you're in
theirs.
the.
Well,
garden
that and this
thing.
part of the sidewalk, because if you look down the way, we have a ramp for handicap accessibility in that end of it. And we thought, well, if we stay within that, they can't yell at us. So
Right.
yeah, but yeah, it's been a long night, but it's been a worthwhile night. I think we've had a great time, and I've learned a lot, and hopefully the people of Great Falls have too. Some of it got a little crazy in the middle of the night when these guys was joking and carrying on, but you know,
You need the jokes though.
we did. You know, one of them woke me up pretty well, and I wasn't asleep, but it brought me out of the cold and the doldrums that I was getting into. So it's been a great time. And I did get to take a few minutes in my office and catch up on email and have something to eat. Like my daughter brought me down some food earlier, and my wife brought me a sandwich much earlier. So both of which are still in my office. I've eaten parts of them, but not all of them, because if I eat too much with my diabetes, I get sleepy, and I didn't want to be nodding off while I'm talking to you.
Well, good. Yay.
Yeah, yay. Yeah, it's
He's
been
more awake than any of us right now.
Seems like
that's
it.
been the case all through this whole thing. Yeah. So yeah.
Oh yeah, you're well fed.
Yeah.
You're caffeinated. It's the way to be.
Oh, you can tell
At
that?
6 in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot, and I've had a lot of fun getting to know people. Troy and I have been friends. I've been doing radio over there since when I was with Sears Roebuck, and you know, we just keep going. Troy and the other DJ that's calling in this morning, Jimmy Wise, were part of our golf tournament last summer up in Fort Benton, and
There you go.
they had a ball, and we didn't require them to, you know, go live, do a remote or anything like that. They were just there having a good time. And they had 2 different teams from Star Radio up there that helped us do our golf tournament, which is our largest fundraiser of the summer. We don't take any government money, so everything that we get done is by the grace of God and by the folks in Great Falls and Central Montana. So you can't ask for a better shot than that. So yeah, we've been blessed with a great community to be a part of, and a very giving community. That just amazes me. Yeah.
That's so exciting. I love that.
Yeah. Well, you're a part of that community. And
Yeah.
what you do helps get the word out to everybody what goes on in this community. So thank you. Yeah. You're a blessing, and you probably don't hear it enough. So thank
Well,
you.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And tell Shishka the same
Shiksha,
thing.
yeah.
Shiksha, excuse me. And Jennifer, I don't know her, but I'm sure she does a great job. And it seems like we're doing a good thing. So yeah.
I think so. I think it's been smooth
Yeah.
so far.
Good.
Hopefully, I don't jinx that. But
Hopefully I don't do that. Like, just give you a deer in the headlight look like. You want me to say what? Yeah. I'm getting close to that, but we'll make it to 1 o'clock, and then I'll get a nap.
nap, yep.
Yep. A long nap. Yeah.
Really quickly, let me say hi to everyone on here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our live stream. We see a couple people popping in here. Don't forget, we are still looking for those donations. You can do it give.gfrm.org, give.gfrm.org. Yesterday was a wonderful day of donations. We deeply want to say thank you to all the churches that were involved, a lot of amazing people. Northwestern Energy came and donated $500. There were a lot of wonderful donations, but we still haven't reached that $30,000 goal that we're shooting for. So if you're hopping on here, you got a couple dollars to spare, then please, by all means, hop on give.gfrm.org. We don't care if it's $5, $10, $100, or $1,000. Any donation will mean a lot to us. We deeply appreciate it. Hit that like button as well, and make sure that you share this. This is that major thing that you can do for us. Share this live stream out. That way everyone can see it when they wake up and be a part of this experience. 24 hours, people. We've been working hard at this. Jim is kicking some pretty serious butt this morning. Good energy, keep going strong. He's beating me, honestly. And super proud of him. And let me tell you something. It's been really great just to see him thriving in this, sharing his heart, and just showing the strength of what they're doing here at the Great Falls Rescue Mission. So please be involved. And then don't forget, next week is Week of Compassion. Another opportunity where, you know what, maybe you've got a cup of coffee that you usually get every day, or a certain food that you like to eat once a week or whatever. Consider skipping it and instead collecting that money and donating it to the good cause here at Great Falls Rescue Mission. Consider all of that, and thank you so much for being a part of our live stream. Get it shared out so we can continue to get that out. 2,700 plus views over the 24 hours that we've been doing this. This is absolutely incredible. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Jimmy Wise is right now promoting from his radio station. He'll be calling us a little later at 7:45. You stay tuned in for that. And we deeply appreciate getting on the TV. So we're going to let them get back to that here. And thank you so much. We will be seeing you here until 1 p.m.
Thank you, Tim. Couldn't have said it better myself. Glad I didn't have to. You did it for me.
I got to do something around here.
Need to keep you awake because I don't know how to do what you do back there. So
It's called hype.
yeah.
And adrenaline.
Yep.
Hype and adrenaline.
How we doing?
All right, so we're in the weather block again,
Okay.
and then same thing, commercial break, and then we'll be ready to go.
All right. Thank you for all the time you've donated here this morning. That's wonderful. This is beyond my expectations. So, yeah.
I think it's been fun. I think
Yeah,
we've had
good.
some good conversation, and I think it might get some people excited.
Yep.
At the bottom of the show, when we're doing it, that's when the most people tune in.
Okay.
So we get
Okay.
a lot of opportunity to share this with some people.
$30,000 goal.
30,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been fun.
There's a Nickelodeon show that was called iCarly. Did you ever hear about it?
I actually watched it a few times. I have grandchildren, and
Oh, that's your excuse. Okay.
my eldest grandchildren are now living in Tempe, Arizona, and I think it was with them that I saw the show a few times. I have a 10-year-old granddaughter, and I think she's watched it too. So, yeah, it's a good thing.
There's an episode that they're trying to break the Guinness World Record for the longest live stream, and I think they had to either stay for 24 hours or two days or something like that. They didn't quite make it. They fell asleep. So you're doing better than them.
I can understand that. We did, the first experience I had here was we went on the roof of the women's shelter, had the fire department lift us up with their big boom truck, had a porta potty lifted up there by a crane,
Oh my goodness.
so that we didn't have to leave the women's shelter roof from Friday morning until Sunday afternoon. We had a tent with sleeping bags for the executive director, myself, and then the DJ that used to work at Star Radio, so that we could get a nap or some sleep whenever we needed to. I had a table and chairs up there. I was going to school to be a pastor at the time and had to keep my homework up or I'd get behind. And we had a ball. We wanted to go for the cold weather feeling so people would feel sorry for us being up there and donate money. The first day we were up there, I got sunburned.
Oh my goodness.
It was September 30th. Who would have thought? So, yeah. I could use some sun right now. I know that.
Yeah, me too. We all could.
Yep.
Some warming, yeah.
Yeah.
The sun's back there. What are you gonna do? You're not even gonna feel it.
Right. That's true. Well, no, it comes from that way.
Oh yeah, but it slides this way,
Yeah.
behind the building.
Yeah. Yeah, I might go out and stand in the middle of the street, but I'd probably get hit by a car. As some of them go by here pretty quick. So, and I don't think I'm fast enough after however many hours I've been awake.
All right, we're almost ready. Samantha, I have a question. So after Shiksha and I have our crosstalk, do you want me to just start talking, or do you want me to wait like I've been? Work better? Okay, I'll do that.
Is that who you've been talking to all this time? Did I call her Jennifer and I shouldn't have? I'm sorry.
What was that, Samantha? Yeah. Is this good? Okay.
You've got to be getting cold. You don't look
See,
like you're
I
dressed
see what
anymore.
you mean. Now
Yeah.
at first I was fine, but now I'm starting to get chilly.
Yep. Yep.
I know. I should have brought a scarf.
I should have brought a camper.
Should have put up the heater.
Well, hindsight's 20/20, and nobody ever said I had good vision.
I
So,
should have brought a sauna.
Back, it's all a bit fuzzy.
yeah,
So the lights are on a little bit of heat.
not a bit. No.
Not a bit.
Yeah.
They're all LEDs so that they don't put out any.
Right.
This is when you look back and go, you know, there was something to have in the lights that were incandescent and they put off you.
Yep. Yep.
Now we've gone efficient and froze ourselves with no.
Yep. Okay, we're going live here in a minute, guys. I think, anyways.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Shiksha, it's not that bad. You know, I started it off, wasn't that cold being out here in this 40-degree weather. It's definitely getting chilly, but you know what? It's worth it. Some good conversations are being had. Now I'm sitting here with Executive Director Jim McCormick. You've been out here since 1 p.m. on Thursday, but you've talked to quite a bit of people, a lot of conversations, a lot of things have been said. What are you taking away so far?
You know, there's been multiple things. Number one, 40 degrees is colder than what I remember it to be, especially when you're sitting on a bench instead of moving around like going hunting or something along those lines, skiing. Number two, I schedule a lot of interviews with people, but the ones that I've enjoyed the most are the ones that I didn't know were going to be here. And number three, I have a great team of people that I get to work with. I've had people with me the entire night that are here on their own time. I've had fellow workers, employees that are texting me at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning saying, "You're doing a great job, keep up the good work." And I'm thinking, I've got to be awake. Why are you not sleeping? So it's just been a wonderful time. We've had some people from inside the shelter that shared, that actually brought tears to my eyes hearing their stories. I just love what I do, and I have the privilege of being a part of it, and that's the blessing for me. So, plus, you know, Great Falls might know a little bit more about homelessness because of the time that we spent out here shivering a little bit. So, yeah, it's been a wonderful day, a wonderful night, and I'm looking forward to the morning. But I'm also looking forward to 2 o'clock when I get to go home and get some sleep. So, yeah.
Well, you definitely will earn that sleep. Now, Jim will be out here through 1 p.m. today on Friday. You can have some conversations. The importance of this is to grab some understanding of the community here in Great Falls so you can share your thoughts. Now, Shiksha, I'll bring it right back to you. Thank you.
All right, kiddo, now you get to go get warm.
I know. I think I'm going to go park out here, and we got one more live.
Oh, you're going to do
show.
one more?
One more, yep.
But I don't need to be a part of it?
You can if you want to be, but I understand if you have some people that will start showing up.
Yeah.
So I don't want to take too much of your time.
Well, you're fine. I can still move. How about that?
Do some jumping jacks.
I know you don't want to see that. Yeah.
Check.
Charles, can you give me just a minute?
Yes,
So I can make
Kill 'em both.
and maybe get it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing really good this morning. By the way, thank you so much, Larry, for sending your message in. Hats off to you, Cold and Hearts. So true, crew. Thank you so very much, Larry. And Larry has been awesome. He's been running around tonight, getting a whole bunch of great video of us. Deeply appreciate that, Larry. And we're just so thankful for everyone who's been involved in this. Hit that like button for us, and especially share out our live stream. For some of us, we're already going on our 24 hours of being awake. Dylan, you said you passed your 24 hours a while ago, didn't you? You're on your 25th hour so far. He's got his coffee here now. He's ready to rock and roll. Good thing. By the time we're done here and our live stream is over, I've done the math, and it will be about 30 hours for me when we get this all said and done. And I am certainly not the only one who is in that. A lot of us are going to be in that exact same boat. This is a pretty serious time investment right now, and a lot of people have really invested their hearts in this. And it's really, really beautiful to see everyone who's donated, for everyone who's watched, over 2,700 views. I mean, we've seen in one of our live streams over 100 comments. That is really, really beautiful to see all the conversation we've gotten to have with everybody. And then on top of that, the donations have been absolutely fantastic. We've seen $1,000 come in from several different churches from all over Great Falls. Not only that, we've also seen donations come in from some pretty cool organizations. And how about Northwestern Energy? Thank you so much, Dylan, for moving the camera around for us a little bit. There's just been so much action that has been happening on this live stream. And frankly, you guys have really shown your love and appreciation for what the Great Falls Rescue Mission has been doing. And we deeply, deeply appreciate that. So as we are chilling out just a little bit, yes, 40-ish degrees. We've been seeing like 44, such like that. 35? Your car's saying 35? It feels cold, dude. It feels cold. We're very thankful that we're starting to see. We're waiting for that sun to start to peak back up here around 6:30ish or so, 6:45. Once we start to see that start to pop up, that will be quite nice, and maybe start to experience a little bit more warmth. What do we got?
This says 37. So
37 right now, according to Dylan's phone, and yeah. And the thing that's kind of interesting is we actually just had a conversation with Rob. He sat down with me here for a while. Apparently, inside our awning area that we're in right now, the humidity is less. And then as soon as you walk outside, you can literally look at our tables over there, and there is humidity all over the cars. Yeah, nothing on our table right here. But as soon as you go right over there, there's tons of humidity all over the place there. So let's just say someone has a lot of hot air right now. Oh boy. Now I did just notice that that looks like Jim's wife is calling him right now, so we need to get him. Yeah, he did. Okay. Yeah. So folks, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for your patience with us. There is a lot more coming this morning. Let's see. I'm not sure if we're going to get back in with Citygate today because we have a lot of people coming in. We got Katie Cunningham coming in today. She's pretty awesome. We'll enjoy seeing her. Tom Schultz is going to be broadcasting in. He's out of Billings as well. Heather Hoyer is going to be on with us. We also have Denise from the Gianforte Family Foundation. Greg Grosnick is going to be on from Family Promise. And then, of course, Mayor Corey Reeves is going to be on with us after a little bit. Jimmy Wise from 1049 The Wolf will be calling in here at around 7:45. Just a lot of people involved in this. And let me tell you something, 12 to 14 interviews that we did yesterday as well. A very, very busy live stream. Not to mention a beautiful weather. We've been very, very thankful for the weather that we've been experiencing. Very thankful that we got to skip a little bit of that snow and rain that we've been seeing coming in for this weekend. Makes our day a little bit easier, huh? Yeah, for sure. All right, folks, a little music for you just to kill a little bit of time. But we do have a lot more coming your way here on the live stream. It would mean a lot to us if you'd hit that like button. Share. If you cannot donate, hit that share button. It will make a major difference because we can give to the Great Falls Rescue Mission. Give.gfrm.org. If you can't give your money, maybe also consider giving your time. You know what? We'll even give you the link to do that right here at volunteer.gfrm.org. Volunteer.gfrm.org. Make those donations if you can, or volunteer your time. And we'll look forward to seeing you here for even more of our live stream very, very soon. Well, my friends, we're in a bit of a pause time right now, which is actually perfectly fine. Jim's been doing an amazing job today, and thankfully he's getting caught up with his wife right now, and everything is going very, very well. Hey, Jim, did you get your Uber figured out for 1 o'clock? Let's get these guys their microphones. Your wife's a better looking Uber driver than most, huh? There you go. This is very true. I get it. Once they get all wired up with their microphones, and we'll have our guest. Dylan, would you do me a favor and go move the camera for these gentlemen? Thank you very much, sir. All right, we're getting adjusted for our next interview, folks. Thank you so much for sticking it out with us. If you were watching from last night, we deeply appreciate you guys all being here.
I woke up. I get up at 5:30,
Mhm.
so I saw the interview and I thought this is a good time just to get on over there.
You
and say
bet.
hello.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I talked with Sheila Rice earlier.
Oh, did you?
Last night, and lo and behold, I told her that we had talked earlier
Yeah.
and that you were going to come by, and she was happy for that.
Good,
so
good, good.
She's
So-
been a blessing for
Oh,
many,
my
many
gosh.
people in this
Sure.
in this city. So.
And still is.
Yep.
So-
Yep.
Yep.
She's like me, you know. She might have retired, but she's working as hard as
Well,
she
that's
did
what I
when she
heard.
was
So
working.
I know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
retirement is just retirement from full-time employment. It's not retirement from life.
That's
is it?
exactly the way I'm looking at it.
When are you?
I,
So have you?
next April.
Okay. All right.
Well, this coming April.
Okay, this coming April,
Yeah,
next-
not next April.
not-
Yeah, no. I wanted to retire in May, but I had a conversation with my guy upstairs and my wonderful bride, and they said, well, stay at least until the end of the year.
Okay.
So I settled on the end of April. So,
There you go.
Yeah.
So
And if they hire somebody to replace me and they want me to leave early, I'm fine with that.
Or you can transition.
And if they
Yeah.
want me to stay on part-time, I'm fine with that. But I want to have more control of my life
Oh,
for
no.
the next
So-
few years. So, yeah. Yeah, we're up. So you've heard everything we were talking
Oh my
about?
gosh. Okay.
Oh
Fantastic.
my goodness.
Well,
We've been live for 20 hours.
so, well, so
It's a good thing you're reminding me of
Yeah,
that
thanks
because
for
I
the-
keep
thanks for the
forgetting
memo.
that. You got
the
me to
memo.
talk 50 minutes last week when I thought we were just having a conversation, and I just got to listen to it, and I got tears in my eyes listening. It actually sounded like I knew what I was talking about, which is scary.
We're
for
having
me.
a Richard Nixon moment for those of us who are of age to remember that. So-
Yeah.
so talking to the lamp, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all
yeah,
right.
but I remember that didn't turn out well.
That did not turn out well. Oh my gosh. So, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that did not turn
so-
out well for him.
well, you're retiring, so maybe that's your cue.
Yeah, yeah, and you're just getting started.
I'm just getting started. Absolutely.
So tell me who you are. I know who you are, but I want the people to hear from you who you are and what you're doing.
Very good. So my name is Charles Goodman. I'm an employee with NeighborWorks Great Falls. My primary work is that I am the on-site property manager for the Bats Block Apartments. Bats Block just opened a week ago. It provides 24 permanent supportive housing it's 24 apartments and it's permanent supportive housing.
Right.
So I moved here. October 1st was a year ago, thinking that we would open in March.
I remember they said February at first.
February,
so,
March,
yeah.
and then it was August, then it was October. So here we are.
Yeah.
At this very moment, I'm happy to report that 10 of the 24 units are occupied.
Amen.
So
Amen.
the remaining 14 will move in next week. We'll be fully occupied by the end of the month.
Very
So,
good.
yeah, so that's
Very
part of
good.
our compliance is we have to be fully occupied by the end of October.
All right.
And
well,
we will meet that.
Well, that's wonderful. And let me just say that I'm happy that at least 3 of the folks that have been
Yes.
staying with us are over there, and there's more on their way from what it sounds like.
It does.
But the big thing that really got me was we managed that building when the people from Canada owned it.
Really?
We
I did not know that.
We filled it. We filled it with folks from the mission when they were transitioning out.
Uh-huh.
And I remember going in that building and being scared.
Yes.
You know, it was dreary. It was the old hotels from the 1910s or 1920s one bathroom at the end of the hall, small rooms where they stayed, and it wasn't properly lit. It was in disrepair, but we gave the people that were moving out of us the opportunity to move in with little to no cost. They painted the rooms, made them a little bit more livable, but I remember the hallways were kind of scary to me. But you guys have transformed that building into a work of art.
It is. So there are the original wood floors.
Yep.
On the second and third floor are still there.
Yep.
When they first started sanding those floors, it looked like a dust storm from a Sahara. I mean, they had to patch it, but they're down to the floors.
Yep.
The original prism glass that was in that building, it was restored. They had to take out their little blocks like that. They took out, put in about 10 industrial sized boxes, shipped to Austin, Texas. They reframed those and shipped them back.
Awesome.
So we preserved that. We now have central air and heat in the building. Prior to that, there was just those old radiators. A local artist came and cut those radiators into individuals, and they are now on the front desk. I don't know if you've been over there to see that. So those radiators now are on the front desk.
I missed when you did your open house a few weeks ago, but I was in during the construction. I got to see the second and third floor, and I'll tell you, it's a blessing.
It is.
It is a blessing.
And you talk about God's will. So that building was originally under contract with another buyer, and then they backed out and sold to us based upon what the purpose, whether we were going to use that building for.
That's awesome.
So it's a great opportunity, and we are thankful that the work that we have done with you and being able to have some of your residents move in there. Again, this is permanent supportive housing, so they can stay as long as they wish.
Yeah,
so as
I
long as
heard
they're in
that
good
earlier
standing.
with Sheila, and that was a blessing to me.
That's right.
I have to share this. When it was in its disrepair, after we managed it for a number of years, we used to walk around that building and pray that it would fall down. And I am so thankful that it didn't, because you guys have turned it into a work of art. I've always loved the brickwork on the front of that building and the side of that building. The windows, if they're properly done, and you did that. The downstairs, I mean, it's so wonderful to walk by there and not see all the plywood board covering up what was left.
Oh my gosh! And even the construction fence that was there for well over a year.
Yeah,
right?
that's great that that's gone.
Oh yes.
I do apologize that some of the people in this building park in your parking spaces.
We got that solved. Where did she go? She's she's waving over there. So we've got that worked out. So it's been a
your
great
signs
blessing.
are on order, and they'll be here shortly.
Yes,
and,
they
and
will
we'll
be.
go from there.
They will
so,
be. But it's great having you guys neighbors. I also want to thank Morgan over at the Women's Shelter, who has been a blessing to me, because when I have an issue and I'm unsure how to approach it, I give her a call, and she's been able to talk me through various scenarios.
Good.
How should I feel about this? And how should I approach this?
Right.
She's been a great resource, and I think that's what's important here, is that we all are working together to resolve this issue of homelessness or unhoused individuals.
That's the blessing of Great Falls. When I came on board 15 years ago, it was like we had our niche, and Neighbor Works had theirs, and Family Promise was just getting started. And very quickly we learned that we can get more accomplished if we work together.
Absolutely.
And we don't always have to see eye to eye, but we get more accomplished if we put our things that we do, and we just collaborate and keep moving forward. And you've been a blessing ever since you got hired on, giving us the ability to see the progress over there and to get to know you a little bit better. Morgan is a wonderful asset to this mission, and I got to share with her what you told me earlier. Yesterday.
Okay, good.
I keep wanting to say today, but that was yesterday. So. Yeah, it's been a hoot to watch this come together. Yes, you've had some delays, but you got her done.
But the other part of it is the delays, believe it or not, are a blessing.
Yeah,
because it allowed us to do a slow roll in terms of getting individuals in. Because when the individuals come in, just to give you a little bit, so we give them welcome baskets. The Great Falls community financially contributed so that we could provide these welcome baskets. It's pots, it's pans, it's glasses, it's dishes. We don't assume the individuals who are coming to see us have anything other than the clothes or maybe some personal mementos. So being able to give them this opportunity, the the reaction those individuals, I get emotional, that they have when we give them that is just astounding. You know,
Yeah.
you can see we've had folks who just absolutely giddy when we're going through the lease process. It's 40 pages of documents. I've never seen anybody get excited about signing documents, but they're so excited that this is their home. And that's my last thing that I say to them when I walk out the door. Welcome home.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and it's been truly a blessing to see how things have transpired. We're thankful that you're there.
Thank
and,
you.
And we look forward to working with you. I'll say it on the air so that you have proof that I said this. If you ever get to a situation where somebody needs something, think about talking to one of us over here, because we have a basement that's got some dishes in it, some pots and pans, and mainly clothing if they're in need. I know Stacy moved out and is part of your organization now, and she's had a smile on her face.
She has been
nonstop.
She has been
So,
a joy
yeah.
to have.
Yeah.
I also want to say too, every time that the Great Falls community, and we asked something of this Great Falls community, they have responded. I've lived in Dallas. I've lived in Tampa, Florida. I've lived in Houston, Texas. I grew up in South Houston. I've never seen a community that responds when we would make a request.
Yeah.
Yesterday, just give you a story, two ladies came in and called me a week ago. They brought over 18 handmade quilts and are going to go back and do 6 more, so that every resident that's living there, or every household, is going to have a homemade
And
quilt.
they've been doing that to us for
Oh my
years.
gosh.
Everybody that comes in gets a quilt. If they have children, they get a stuffed animal that they get to take with them. And it's Great Falls. I have said for the years that I've worked in this organization, I couldn't imagine doing this job anywhere in the world. It's not a job, it's a calling, and it's a privilege to be able to help the folks that we get to help. And you're in the thick of it now,
I
so
know.
you get to see
So,
the same thing we do.
This
So,
is not a vocation, it's an avocation.
Yes.
It's about a love,
Yep.
and it's about it's appreciating
Yep.
this moment. This
And-
is my calling. I'm where I am, doing what I'm supposed to do with the people I'm supposed to do it in a
Amen
community
to
that
that.
I love and appreciate. So
yeah,
thank
that's
you for
awesome.
having me be a part
You
of it.
bet. Thank you for
Take care of
coming
you.
this morning.
Good luck to
Go
you.
get a nap. I'm
So-
going to
Oh, no,
when
no,
I'm
I'm
done.
going to the office. We have a 7:30 meeting, so.
Okay.
We'll
Well,
see
God
you
bless
again.
you. Keep
Bless you
doing what
too.
you're doing.
Thank
And
you
if you
so
need
much.
anything, you know
I
you
know
can.
where you're at.
Yep.
So appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you, Jim.
I need your microphone back.
Oh, so yeah. So I'll give you that.
Otherwise, that could get embarrassing.
Thank you so much for all
You bet. Yep. Take care, man. Cody. I'm really glad you came down. You came over the other day with members of your church and brought a beautiful check for us. And it made me realize that you are part of a group that has been doing God's will for many years in this community. And I wanted you to be able to share a little bit about what you do. So first thing, you got to look at the camera, tell us who you are and what you do.
Cody Paulington. We go to First Baptist Church, but I lead the Fishers of Men group.
Mm-hmm.
It's a group of men that actually has worked over the years. I started it back in about 1981. And Fishers of Men actually came about in about 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
Turned into Fishers of Men.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a group from, it varies 20 guys,
Mm-hmm.
or less, from probably 5, 6 different churches.
Yep. Yep.
And built a pretty good relationship. Been able to do quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
And interestingly enough, about 9 years ago, and I was going to say by accident, but stuff don't work by accident.
No.
It's God's calling.
You're right. You're right.
we actually were invited to come to Whittier.
Whittier Elementary School,
Yes.
which is not too far from here.
It's about 3 blocks from where we meet.
Yes, yes, yeah.
And,
And so, what do you do at Whittier?
Initially, we started praying on the sidewalk 3 days a week
Mm-hmm.
at 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
And when we first did it, we had kind of mixed feelings on how that would go.
Right.
You know?
Right.
But over the 9 or 10 years that we've done that, it's worked remarkably well.
Yep.
No, and the parents are good. The kids look for us.
Mm-hmm.
We've actually been able to pray with some of the parents.
Yep.
And the staff, teachers,
Mm-hmm.
and things happen in that school that we don't know, but we find out about secondhand
Yeah.
because we don't see it,
Right.
the results.
Yeah.
But I was told that here, I think a year or two ago, that when we're not there, the kids ask where we are.
Now, what a blessing that is,
Yeah.
huh? It's,
And-
you're having an impact.
Yeah.
You're having a positive impact on people's lives. I think I've heard that you have done some food ministry over
Yes.
there as well, like an ice cream social or something along.
We-
Is that what I remember? Or?
It not so much that way, but but the food is right. We have done family dinners there, and we've
Okay.
fed upwards of 250 people.
Can't beat
And
that.
we support when they do a bingo night,
Mhm.
we're there for that. When they do a sock hop, we're there for that.
All right.
And we'll do a teacher appreciation barbecue.
Mm-hmm. That's what I remember here.
Yep.
I don't know where I guess I love ice cream, so I thought that was part of it.
And we do have that. And
Yeah.
we'll do
Yeah.
a back to school barbecue.
I remember that too.
And
yeah.
And yeah, we've been able to do. It's kind of interesting because the last principal kind of was known as Corey Smith and our praying men
Oh,
in the district,
okay.
and it's been good.
Good.
We've had good results and been able to do quite a bit of stuff.
Good.
And
And you're building relationships with not only the children, but with the parents, with
Right.
the teachers, with the administration over there. And, you know, they give you what they foresee could be your
Yeah.
calling over there.
And we-
And you're answering the call every time they have something. And that's an awesome thing. I know we've known each other for a number of years, getting more so since, you know, we started our relationship with the First Baptist Church and you've been over there. But through the Interfaith Association, I remember
Yeah.
you at meetings there, and I've always admired what
Family
you're.
Promise was another one.
Yeah, you're finding that you're finding ways to serve and to fill a need that in certain schools that's what's lacking is building those relationships. So more power to you. Don't give up. Keep doing what you're doing
It's
because
some of these schools, the PTA is kind of lacking in a sense. So
Yeah.
we've been able to participate in the PTA,
yeah,
and that's really how we find out how we can work with the school.
yep.
You know,
Yeah, and that's a great start. It's a parent-teacher association,
Right,
you know, and what better way to start
Yeah.
serving than to see what it is that they're hoping for, or that they're praying for, or that they just know they have the need. And I know when I first came on at the mission, there was a talk about, you know, kids that didn't get a good lunch.
Yeah.
And from all the conversation that has taken place, every school in this city, in the Great Falls public school systems, has a pantry in
Right,
the
yep.
school, so that the kids
Yep.
that might not see a meal at night when they get up or when they get home from school, or even a meal in the morning if they're not going for the breakfast at the school, they have the ability to get something. My church did a basketball camp for a number of years, you know, and we first started out saying that we would feed them breakfast when they got there because we were starting pretty early. And early on, we learned that breakfast was the last
Yeah.
meal they had when they came back the next day. So we started doing lunch for them as well. And it's just a blessing to be able to help schools and to keep people moving and showing them that they're worth
You know,
every.
one thing we do too is, you know, for 6th grade graduation, we take sixth grade bowling.
I remember you telling me that. Yeah.
No.
You guys have done wonders
Some,
over
some,
there.
of these kids, some of these kids have never seen a bowling ball. But one year we had one kid bring his own bowling ball.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Was he pretty good?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, that means he's utilized it.
Yeah.
And each thing that you do builds on that relationship. And that's really what my whole 24 hours on this bench has been about, was building relationships within the people that are, could be homeless or could be in need of extra help. And it's yeah, we've raised some money for the rescue mission, but my number one goal is to make our community more aware of what goes on, some of the needs that they have, and get people, you know, materialized to start helping. We've had a lot of great conversations with people. We've had a lot of great comments come in, a lot of good questions. And we still got 4 or 5, 6, I don't want to say how many hours because I'm getting tired.
You know, what we did with the kids when we first started over there to see how we could help them was we met with their 5th and 6th grade leadership team.
Good.
And when we're there, there was quite a few kids there, and I looked at the kids and I told them, I said, you know, as adults, we can come with preconceived ideas of what we can do for you. But what I want to know is what you want us to do for you.
You're right, right.
And they come up with some pretty remarkable ideas.
Oh, yeah.
Some were kind of
Yeah.
wild, but some were actually workable.
We do pretty much the same thing here.
Yeah.
You know, we got to meet them where they're at
Yeah.
and try and help them with the needs that they feel are the most important to them. And every situation is different. Every person is different.
Yep.
And, you know, sometimes we start at basic necessities and then we move from there. But sometimes we get to take them where they're at and move them forward from there. So what you're doing is essential for this community, and don't stop. It is a blessing.
Ministry to men is an interesting ministry.
It is. It is. But it's needed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And,
Oh, yeah.
and my prayer is that more and more people will catch that vision that
Yeah.
you had and help the other schools in the area that might need some
Yeah.
extra help. Because together we can
Oh,
put
yeah.
a good
Oh,
damper
yeah.
on all
Oh,
of
yeah.
the needs of this community and become known for being the
Right.
community
Yes.
that we really are. There is so many giving people in this community. It is amazing. We don't take government money, and we've been operating for
Yeah.
62 years on the love and support of Great Falls and
Right.
Central Montana. So
Speaking on extra help and accepting money not from government resources, there's a lovely young lady over
I
here
thought
with a
there
nice
was somebody
envelope
over
with
there.
you.
Woohoo!
Come on.
So you meet people where they're at.
Yes.
You want people to catch the vision. This is just our concrete way of saying thank you for the vision you bring our community.
Bless you.
So Dennis and I just wanted you to know that. Okay?
Thank you. I want to give you a hug.
You're a gift.
I don't
Jim.
think I had met you before.
Oh, yeah, you come to our house.
Well, I know that, but you're always busy doing
I'm
something.
always working,
But
so.
I got the privilege of being with your husband at
He's a
banquet.
blessing and he's a gift.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
is.
he came and I was on call.
Awesome.
So this is just a concrete way of saying thank you for things that are beyond cost and beyond anything that we could do.
Okay.
This is just our way of doing that. So
Thank you so
thank
much.
you so much.
Yep. Thank you.
How are you doing, Ron?
No,
That's
no
fine.
worries.
That's fine. No.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
No. That nice gentleman was very polite and helped me. I was happy to listen to you.
Amen.
So thank you.
Thank you. So
Well,
what more do you want to share?
I think that's kind of the gist of it, I believe, because
Okay.
I think what a lot of people don't realize is the importance of men's ministry.
Amen.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you a statistic that I think a lot of people probably are not aware of.
Yeah, please do.
You know, we look at getting children to church in Sunday school, which we should do. Really, we should. But if the children are the first to come to the Lord or come to the church, the rest of the family will follow 2% of the time.
Amen. Amen.
If the mother is the first, the rest of the family will follow somewheres in the 7 to 15% of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if the father is the first to come, the rest of the family will follow 98% of the time.
I believe that. I believe that wholeheartedly. So that's why I say keep doing what you're doing, because it shows men of this world
Yes.
that it's okay. You know, we need guidance. We need support. We need spiritual guidance, and you're not going to get it unless you break down those walls,
Right,
break
yep.
down that pride, and just go. I spent many years of my life not going to church, and I couldn't imagine where I'd be if I didn't start going.
Yeah.
And it's a blessing. I
Yeah.
mean,
Wow.
yeah. You can't get enough. It's a wonderful
Over
thing.
the last
So
40-some years, I've had some interesting times,
I'm sure you have.
but it's been good.
Yeah. Well,
Been
good. Well, thank you for coming
bet.
this
Thank
morning.
you.
God bless you for what you do. Keep doing what you're doing. And you know, if you ever need me, I'm around. I'll be happy to help wherever I can.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you. I need my microphone back.
Oh, that would be good.
You did. Okay. Very good. Thank you, brother. All right. I got another man in the wings. What's going on? Okay. Go get some rest. We got lots of people around. Oh my. I got two people waiting now. Oh, who else is? My pastor's waiting. Oh, you're
No problem. No problem. Here, let's do this. While they're chatting, you and I can chat. Here, go ahead and
sure.
head
Yeah,
over there.
absolutely.
And that way we can get you started here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I will make sure he swaps out with me here so he can properly do the interview with you. Ah!
Good on you guys for doing this all night. I don't know if I'm man enough to would have done this, if I'm being honest.
I don't. You got it, Dylan. I didn't know if I was man enough to do it either, but I got to tell you, it's been really, really exciting.
Awesome.
It really has. We have seen so many donations. We've seen over 2,700 views
Wow.
across the live stream so far. Everyone's been absolutely awesome.
Cool.
You stayed up late yourself.
I did. I wanted to watch as much as I could. I went way past my bedtime, but I thought, this is for the right reason. You know what I mean? And so I wanted to hear what some of the other guest speakers had been talking about. And so it was all. You're right. It has been awesome to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so.
It's been a real blessing to hear everyone's input. I mean, Jim has tried to ask questions of people like, what can we do better? How do we do things? What do you think we could change to make things better in the homeless situation? And everyone just turned it back on him and went, this place is so great, and just continued to offer their kind support of him. And I mean, I'm a little biased. He does deserve it, but
absolutely,
he is constantly tried to bring it to what would you like to see that's different? What would you like to see that would change things and whatnot? So while he's having a good time over there, and I'm sure he might ask you the same question, but what would you see? What would you like to see in change?
So I wholeheartedly believe in the mission's vision and what they're doing, their mission, the mission's mission.
Yeah.
But where I think we could do much better is places like right next door, the Bats Apartments.
Yeah.
I think until we start establishing that type of temporary housing and or permanent housing to help people transition, nothing's going to change.
Right.
And at the end of the day, what it comes down to is dollars.
Yeah.
We're only allocated so many funds, the city, the county, the state. But, and everyone wants a piece of the pie. Everyone does. Every group, every entity. But the unhoused is obviously, even from 20 years ago, as we all know, has become a significant, more an issue more than what it was 20 years ago.
Right.
So I would like to see us try and invest. I don't know how we do those investments with the lack of dollars we have, but we need to start investing more in places like the Bats Apartments.
Yeah. Come on.
Good morning, sir. How are you, buddy? Good to see you. I stayed up as long as I could with you guys last night.
Yes,
And then
you really did.
I finally said, I've got to go to bed. Because I'm like you. I go to bed early. Yep. I go to bed early, but I'm up yeah, go to bed early, but I'm up early. But yeah, come 8:30ish, man, I'm ready for bed.
All right. So here's the burning question that I have.
Okay.
How'd the track meet go?
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, Zayden, my twin boy. So I have one twin that's out. The other one did good. He didn't do his best run, but he finished the race, and that's what I always want of them. Do you know what I mean?
Give
So-
your best shot.
Yep.
And know that you did what you could.
Exactly.
And that's enough.
That's exactly
Good.
right. Yep.
Good.
You a little tired?
No, actually,
Oh,
I'm not.
good.
And I really haven't been,
He's making us look bad, Corey.
over
He's-
caffeine.
Oh, yeah, right.
Every person that I talk to gives me a renewed energy
Awesome.
to keep going. I don't know if that's going to be the case at noon.
Sure.
I got a gentleman coming at 11:30 from Family Promise,
Okay.
Greg over there, and I told him, you better be ready to talk because by that time I might be
You're
rumming."
done. Yep, you're
So,
done.
No, it's been wonderful. That was my pastor.
Awesome.
Just had some sad news there, but
Sorry to hear
also
that.
had some good news that, our church is supporting our efforts here, and they
Yeah.
have for many, many years. You know Jim Kaiser from
Oh, yes.
when your time in
I watched
in-
him yesterday. Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
and him and I have been friends for many years. I worked for him for 8 years, 9 years here. We've been going to church together, and it's just been a blessing to be able to sit down and talk to folks that I don't normally get time to sit down
Absolutely.
with.
Yep.
And I've been looking forward to you coming when you texted me the other night and said I got to change or I got to cancel.
I appreciate you accommodating me for this morning.
I don't take no for an answer.
Yeah, that's right.
I've worked with Norma Ashby Smith a number of
I
years.
saw them
and-
yesterday,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah. And
Yep.
and I gave her the accolades. She corrected me on how I present it, but getting a no is just one step closer to a yes.
Yep, that's right.
And that's what I took it when you texted me and I said, "Hey, you're the mayor of this city. I want you to be here and tell me what you've seen in your years on the police force and what you're doing with the school district.
Absolutely.
And what you've done as the mayor. So you got as much time as you can in the next 3 minutes. No, I'm kidding.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm a politician. We don't talk less than 30 minutes.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No.
Well, when you go into state legislature, that goes to 45. And when you go to national, then that goes to 2 hours.
It's so true.
Yeah.
So I can tell you my first experience. Good morning.
Yeah, she brought me a coffee.
Oh, very nice.
And
Yeah, you better
I'm
get
due.
that.
I'm due. Thank you. Not that I need more caffeine, just that I need something warm. So it's amazing how cold 40 degrees is.
Oh, you
when
ain't kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was in the shower and I'm like, asked my wife because she gets in before me. Then we swap, if you will. And and I'm like, honey, can you tell me what the temperature is outside so I know how to dress? And I think she told me, she goes, I think it says it's 38 degrees. And I'm like, oh boy, all right, I need my hat, my gloves, because I don't do cold well.
I didn't need to hear 38. I was thinking 40 was cold. Now I'm even colder.
And maybe we're up to 40 now. I don't
Yeah.
even know. But
Well,
yeah. So my first experience that I can recall, obviously, I grew up in Great Falls, went to elementary school, high school, college here, but I never dealt or probably even understood what the mission was, what
Right.
unhoused meant. It just
Right.
wasn't in my purview, if you will, or my wheelhouse. So I became a police officer in 1998, and I can recall school bus picking up the kiddos.
Yep.
I can recall when I came on board, and I'm going through my FTO stage, my field training officer stage,
Right.
that we had a gentleman by the name of Larry, and
Oh.
Larry the cart guy, right?
Yep.
And they explained to me that we take care of Larry. He's protected by us. We take him Coca-Cola. We take him movie theater popcorn. He's someone we protect. And I was like, you got it, guys. You know,
Okay.
I don't even know who this Larry guy is.
Yeah.
So fast forward, as the years go on, we would occasionally, Larry built these carts. If the older folks have been around for a while in this
Hey,
community,
who you calling old?
Well, me too. Yes, right. Everyone remembers the size and just.
Oh my goodness!
They were
How could he could even push
it.
those? Yeah.
Well, and that's what happened. So they would get so big, and Larry would be pushing them around town. But because they were so big, so heavy, he'd get stuck in the middle of 10th Avenue South and just couldn't. So seemed like every 2 to 3 years, we would have to get a warrant. We'd have to go seize Larry's cart. We'd give him his personal belongings, but then we'd have to dismantle the cart. But then he would start all over again building his carts.
Yep.
So I want to say it was, Jim, it was around 2005, right around there, 2006 maybe. I had caught wind that our local county attorney's office back in the day was going to file a petition with the court and have Larry committed, as they were done dealing with Larry on the streets.
Right.
And I don't know what happened, but it struck me so deeply, because I'm thinking, here's a man, and at this time I had had many conversations with Larry, been around him. I had established a relationship with him. He'd come to my house for dinner with my family. We'd go to movies. We took him to hockey games. He loved going to the hockey games. That I knew deep down we could not let the government tell Larry where he had money. He could have lived. He could have lived in an apartment, a decent apartment and stuff, but he wanted to be on the streets. That's what it was all about.
Yep.
And so when the county attorney's office, I heard about this petition and stuff, and then verified that they were going to try and send him to Warm Springs for the remainder of his life, I met with my wife and said, honey, we've got to do something about this. So we got involved legally, had attorneys on Larry's behalf that we took care of, and through negotiations, I guess, like everything's a negotiation in the court process, they came to an understanding that they would back off, leave Larry alone. My job was to ensure that Larry got to his medical appointments, he was taking his medication. In the winter months, that he would stay in a hotel.
Good.
Good. And I thought that was all fair and reasonable. So Larry got to finish out his years in life the way he wanted, which was being free to do what Larry wanted to do.
Yep.
And in the winter months, he was great about it. He would we got an apartment or a hotel room at, it's the place, I don't remember the name of it, 13th Street and 10th South, I think it's the Plaza Inn there, right on the corner of, in front of the mall.
Okay. Yep.
That's where he would stay.
Yep. Okay.
I'd have to go in about once a month and tidy things up, because he would, these carts would somehow start building inside of his room.
Yeah,
But,
there you go. And how do you get him out of there once they build him? Because he was good at
Exactly.
building those cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was my first time dealing with somebody that was unhoused. Granted, like I said, it was a little different circumstance because he chose to be unhoused. But people should get to live the way they want to live, and I truly believe that.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't impact, others in a negative way and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So obviously, as a police officer, we would deal with people, especially in the winter months. And oftentimes, my first specific experience with a rescue mission was, as long as they were sober and just needed a place to go, we would pick up people and we'd bring them to the front doors. Your staff back then would check them in, make sure they were sober and stuff, and they'd get a place to stay. If we didn't have the rescue mission, I'm telling you, there's no doubt in my mind we'd have so many more fatalities.
Yeah.
These people would die on the streets. They would.
Yeah. And so I don't know, it was 1998 when you started. For the years that I've been here, we had a policy that if it was going to be 32 degrees or colder, it didn't matter if they were sober or not.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember that. Yep.
We would allow them in just mainly to get them off the street and out of the situation that could happen. And then COVID struck and everything shut down downtown. And so we had to modify that, and we allow them to stay during the day if it's going to stay 15 degrees or colder, as long as they're being a decent citizen. Yep. They don't have to be clean and sober, but they need to understand that this is communal living, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And that we have to maintain the peace in the building and the safety to those that are there. We have to watch what goes on to make sure that, if they're doing some controlled substance, that they don't get a hold of the people that are trying to get rid of that in their lives. So it's added a workload to the people that work here, but it's been well worth it, because I know there's people that wouldn't have made it through some of these winter months if we wouldn't have changed things. So, and that's what this is all about, is learning. Homelessness is evolving, it's changing. What took place 10 years ago might not be the norm now, because there's something totally different going on. Who would have thought that there'd be a drug on the street that could kill you instantly?
Fentanyl,
Yeah, it just amazes me, and that's what we have to do, is roll with the punches and look for ways that we can serve in today's homeless society instead of the ones from years ago. I remember when we were getting ready to build this building, we had a very prominent citizen of the town do a video for us. And he said that when he was a kid, the hobos would jump off the train. And I went, "Ooh, we don't use that term." It's not a good term. But that's what he remembered. And so everything is changing, and it's our favorite saying around here is we can't make this stuff up because we think we've heard it all, and the next person that comes through the door.
So true.
Yeah. So when you were in the police force, you were the downtown officer for a while. I remember that.
Absolutely. And so we were assigned areas back in the day.
Right.
I'm not quite sure how they do it now. I've been out of the game for about 5 years, retired. But and yeah, you. This sounds. But as a younger, rookier officers, we always wanted the busy areas.
Right.
We didn't want to be on the east end of town or the west side because those are the boring areas. Not a lot happened.
Right.
So we always like to, ask, hey, can we be the downtown area or the lower south, lower north, where unfortunately there's just higher crime rates and stuff. But and so it was back in the day. You're absolutely right, Jim. What was 20, 25 years ago is not the same as today.
No.
And things have drastically changed, especially when it comes to fentanyl and the things we just talked about. One of the things I see that's really, I know we focus on drugs a lot as a society, as a community, but I think sometimes alcohol is the number one problem, if I'm being frank with you.
It is. And my name's Jim, not Frank. I'm sorry. I've been out here a while.
Yes, for a minute, yes.
Been out here a while.
I think it's, I've arrested hundreds of people over my 25 years, and very few of them were high on marijuana or under them. They were almost 99% of the time drunk, intoxicated. But we seem like that's kind of a rite of passage that, it's Montana, everyone drinks. But I think until we start looking at the totality of alcohol is a drug. We all know that. Yes, it's legal, just like marijuana is legal now and things like that. But we've got to do something to say, let's dial this stuff in, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's really harming our society.
I happen to be one that had an issue with alcohol and some of the things that you mentioned. That's why I moved to Montana, was to get away from the stupidity that I created in my hometown. And who would have thought that by moving to Missoula, Montana, you could get away from drugs or alcohol? But it was a personal choice. And when I fell in love with my wife and we started having a family, I knew that was something that had to go away. So it takes a lot to do that. And many people have a built-in addiction almost because they've been doing it so long, and it's an accepted drug. Which it shouldn't be. Mine left me when I had an experience with Jesus, and it's different for everybody. But I really think that you're right you hit the nail on the head. We have to figure out a way to make it less acceptable and have the ability to help those that are looking for that. One of the commissioners was here yesterday, Joe McKinney, and he says people come to a point where they realize they can't do this alone, and they stretch out their hand and say, I need help. And we're one of the places that'll grab that hand and try and help them. There's many other places in this community that do it. I've been preaching to everyone since I started here that this community is more giving and more loving than any community I could ever imagine. I wouldn't want to do the job that I have, and I don't consider it a job. It's a mission. It's a ministry. But every time we get to a point where we need to pay the bills or we need food on the table, it shows up.
I agree.
And it's because of the people in Great Falls. They have a giving, caring heart, and they want to help the situation. So what this is all about is trying to get all of us working together so that we can curb it. I don't know if we'll ever solve it completely because humans are stubborn mules, and I'm one of them. And
myself too.
But we can keep working on it. And each time we see successes, that's one less that we have to worry about.
Absolutely.
And we can focus on the next person. So thank you for coming here today. I know you got to get to work.
Off with my kids. And speaking of what you just said, it's about being a very giving and caring community. I work with Great Falls Public Schools for a program called Restart. And
Thank you, brother.
See you, Pastor. And a couple weeks ago, my students were housed out of the Alliance for Youth building.
Right.
And we were getting really low on foods and stuff because a lot of the kids that come to my program and Alliance for Youth, their only meal is at Alliance for Youth.
Yep.
And so I shared a Facebook post that, hey, Alliance for Youth is looking for some food, can anyone help us out? You would not believe the amount of food that showed up over the next
Isn't
week.
it amazing?
It's like,
it
brings tears to my eyes, man.
Yep.
It's so cool. That
I remember when I was still with Sears, I was the general manager up there in my last 5 years with the company, and we had an option certain times a year to do something locally, and I always chose the rescue mission. I wasn't on the board at the time, but I believed in what they were doing, and so we do a hot dog feed outside the store or something along those lines. The lady that I was working with at one of the radio stations, when I moved from there to here, it was like she was a sister. And I'd put the word out that we needed diapers or we needed milk. And all of a sudden, she pretty much turned everybody upside down at the radio station and shook all the change out of their pockets. She was bringing over 20 gallons of milk at a time. And there's only 6 or 8 people working in that organization. So you know that every one of them was giving. And it just amazes me that there's so many people out there. You know, the relationships that I've gotten to build through this organization have been phenomenal. And I don't know how big cities that don't seem to have the relationship building capabilities that we do here, because we're a smaller city, but we're also a big city because we have a big heart.
Yep.
And that's what keeps this place going, and it's what keeps many of the organizations. Alliance for Youth is a great ministry that they might not say they're a ministry, but they really are. And many of the nonprofits are, whether they call themselves or not. So it's about building relationships with those that are seeking help and trying to do the right thing at all times. And that's what you've been doing. So God bless you for that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And,
for that.
and same to you, Jim.
Yeah.
I really appreciate everything you've done for our community, for the rescue mission. I truly hope people give up that McDonald's combo meal or a cup of coffee and throw, even if they can throw $20 a month your way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not your way, toward the mission.
Yeah.
I wish people could see firsthand, like I've seen over the years, many others have seen, but it's tough when you're just out there living your day-to-day life. You don't see the behind the curtain, what really goes on to help people. And not everyone is in the mission because they want to. You know what I mean? It's it may be drugs or alcohol related, but it may be something, just a life circumstance too that got them there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they made a bad choice when they were in
Exactly.
when they were in an apartment, and now they're not in an apartment.
Exactly.
And there's no cookie cutter approach to help these folks. You have to meet them where they're at, give them the respect and the dignity that they're a human being and they deserve as much respect and dignity as you or I do.
Absolutely.
And that's what we have always tried to do. Yeah, we've made mistakes along the way. We're not perfect, but we're really striving to help the folks in the ways that they need it. So, you know, what we started with 15 years ago when I came on board is totally different today than what it was then. And we have to be ready to do that. And every organization in town is making a viable difference. Tomorrow we start the Week of Compassion through Fasting, which you helped me with last year. And normally it was in the spring, and we moved it to the fall because we got our banquets back in the spring where they belong. And it's just asking people to not go out to dinner or coffee or the pub, whatever it may be, and whatever money they save. When we first started, it was, please donate it to the mission. But there's so many great organizations out there that very early on I was led by my Lord and Savior to say, you know, if we're not the place that you feel like you want to do, okay, I understand that. Give it to somebody, other organization in town, a nonprofit, the Alliance for Youth, Family Promise. There's so many of them, and we're all in the same boat. We all need funds to keep afloat and to keep doing what we're doing. So that starts tomorrow on Saturday, folks, and it goes till the following Saturday, the 18th. We would ask that you, if you can abstain from going to dinner every night of the week, if you eat out every night, more power to you. But, you know, think about a couple nights where you don't go out. you cook what you have in the refrigerator, and the money that you save, you send to us or one of the other organizations. So that's my plug. And thank you
I
for
love it.
letting me get it.
And all that would add up because we all know we're a family of 6. Well, I have 5 now in the house. One's
Right.
gone. But, for us to go out for a quick meal or whatever, it's $70, $80 anymore. I mean, nothing. So if every single person
And
in the
that's
community.
McDonald's.
Yeah, exactly. It is. Seriously. So
Yeah.
you're right. What an
So-
awesome way if every single family even could just throw $60, $70 your way.
Yeah.
Think of the resources
Yeah.
and the things you can do with that. It's pretty powerful.
So do I remember talking to you and you had one go to college?
Yep. Sadie,
Grandkid?
Sadie's my oldest. She
Okay.
has finished her master's degree. She's a therapist in Missoula, and she has a daughter named Aurora, my first granddaughter. Which,
All
being a
right.
grandparent, as you know, it's the coolest thing ever. I can't even.
I have 7. I've been blessed
So
with
yeah,
7 grandkids.
it is so cool.
Yeah,
and then Hannah is my next oldest. Hannah just turned 25. She's special needs, so we'll always try for independent living, but she lives at home with us still. And then my twin boys are seniors in high school this year at Great Falls High.
All right.
So
I'm going to let you get to work,
Okay,
brother.
sounds
Thank
good.
you so much.
Thank you, Jim.
Love you. Keep doing
All
what
right.
you're doing.
Take care, buddy.
I need the microphone.
Oh,
back.
yes, that's right.
I don't want you to go to work with that.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, boy.
In the wings?
What we're going to have here is a phone call here in about 15 minutes.
Are they calling my phone or your phone?
They're going to call my phone, and you're going to have the headphones on and talk through your microphone. And we'll have a nice conversation with the folks over at Star Radio and Mr. Jimmy Wise.
All right.
The wise guy. Wolf and the Wolf, baby. And we are making sure everyone's falling on time. Oh, here we go. Jimmy White is ready to call now. So let's go ahead and see if we can call into him and see if we can get you on. So,
Do you want me on these?
Yes, please. Now let's see.
This one's built backwards. No, I mean.
Yes, you're going to turn up the Bluetooth feed. And we're also going to turn up headphones number 2 for him. And let's see if we can get.
I hear you real well.
Let me see if we can get into Wise Guy here.
Do one of you need a coffee?
I might take that.
So you've reached Jimmy. Leave me a message. Call you back soon.
We got his message machine.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
I think he has us on hold to go live here in a few moments.
Okay.
I would assume that's what's going on. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the word got out that we needed some caffeine because I've had 2 or 3 cups given just in the last 20 minutes. So I'm doing surprisingly well. It's amazing to me because,
Hello, Wise Guy.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
we can. Yeah. Can you hear us? Apparently not. Can you hear me now? I think he might have heard
All right,
me.
cool.
Okay. So Jimmy, how are you doing?
Can you?
I don't know that he's getting us yet.
Keep talking. I think he can hear you fine. Keep talking.
I can hear Jim, but can he hear me?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So how's your morning
40
going?
seconds out. Going good.
Good. Good.
Good. 30 seconds out.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, one of these. Oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go live right now on 104.9 The Wolf, so sit tight with us, and we're going to be going live here in just a few minutes with the awesome Jimmy Wise.
There you have it, Eric Church this morning and Heart on Fire, 104.9 The Wolf, wrapping up that in the country. Good morning, it's 7:27 right now, 38 in the Great Falls area. We'll talk more about Kindra Plumbing and Heating 24-hour weather coming your way. Stay tuned for details on that. As promised, yes, I have Mr. McCormick on the phone.
Mr. McCormick.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing well, surprisingly well, as a matter of fact. I don't know how many hours we've been out here, but it seems like a couple days. I'm really surprised at how cold 40 degrees or 38 degrees can get when you're sitting on a bench. I go hunting, or used to go hunting quite often, and I don't remember being this cold. So yeah, it's been a wonderful time though. We've had a lot of great conversations. I just got done with a conversation with our mayor. I had Cody Pollington here a few minutes before that. He's one of the founders of the Fishers of Men here in Great Falls that has been working diligently over at Whittier School, trying to build relationships and give those kids hope and lots of good things going on. You know, it's just amazing to me. I've had such a great time. I don't know if I want to quit at 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Well, you said earlier you weren't sure how long you've been out there. 18 and a half hours so far.
Is that what it is? All right.
Yeah.
Well, I probably could have lived my life without hearing that. Yeah. Now I know.
That's okay. And you're doing an amazing thing. I mean, I've been watching since I got up this morning.
All
and,
right.
You've had a lot of great on there. You know, you had the TV station down there, which was amazing.
Mhm.
And was that a surprise for you? Troy came by and said good morning to you?
It was a bit of a surprise, yeah. And it was wonderful to see. You guys have been part of the mission ministry since I came on board 14 or 15 years ago. You're awesome. I love you like brothers, and thank you for everything that you do for us. It's just an amazing thing. So, yeah. It was good.
Let's talk a little bit why you're on that bench, and you've been there for, well, your plan is for 24 hours. What is your mission?
Well, the number one mission is to make Great Falls community more aware of homelessness and how people end up in that situation. And hopefully they have a better understanding and they can help any of the organizations that work with homeless people in this town. We made it a fundraiser as well because there's never enough money to go around for all the different things that we need at the mission. But don't let that be a deterrent for you listening. I would much rather you walk away and say, okay, I've got 4 hours a week I can donate to Great Falls Rescue Mission or one of the other wonderful organizations that's in this community, to give some time so that we can help people through the situations that they're in. So that's really the main mission, the monetary part of it. You know, I pray that people can contribute and catch the vision that I did so many years ago. I started really by being a donor to the mission and then was asked to serve on the board of directors. Did some volunteering down here, and it really changed my life to the point that I knew that my 30-year career was about over where I was working, and lo and behold, I felt called to come here and put in my time and be a part of this wonderful organization. Something that really came out of this is the employees that I get to work with need to get more sleep, because I've had people talking to me all night long. I had some guys that work here that were on their own time being my security people or our security people, making sure that things didn't get crazy in the middle of the night. And then I was getting text messages from some of the employees at all hours of the night saying, "You're doing good, keep up the good work, don't worry, you're gonna make it just fine." That kind of encouragement, how can you not want to do everything possible to help the people that work here be more successful by getting more volunteers or getting a few more finances in line so that we can get things fixed that are broken that we've been waiting on, that type of thing. So it's been a marvelous 20 hours or whatever we've been doing. It feels like 3 days, but yeah, it's been a wonderful 3 days. So.
Absolutely. I know a couple of people that you've had on there this morning who talked about the homeless situation in our community. And I think one of them, excuse me, that touches my heart the most is Larry. Larry was a big part of our community. And
Amen.
Corey Reeves said something about Larry that was just amazing this morning, and a lot of people don't know about him. But yeah, it's one of those things that we haven't seen Larry for a long time because he's not on. But still, it's one of those things that we don't think about until you actually bring awareness to it, like you have for the last 18 and a half hours. And so the other thing I want to touch on here real quick too, Jim, while I have you, is you mentioned the day of Compassion coming up.
Yes.
And that is starting tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And let's do something for him today. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're on your way to work, right?
Yes.
You're going to up and get that cup of coffee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Drive by the rest, pop off that.
I kind of lost you, brother.
Oh, well, that's Tim's fault.
Oh. Funny, it didn't happen any other time in the 18 and a half hours. You bet.
But no, what I was saying is, if you're going to swing through and get that coffee today, why don't you just swing by the rescue mission instead and drop off that extra donation this morning?
Amen.
Wouldn't that be
That would be a blessing. I'm telling you, it's been wonderful. We've had donations coming in on and off up until about midnight last night. A few after that until now, and I was just presented 2 different checks from one from my church, which is wonderful to have that, and then a couple that has had a heart for the mission for many years dropped off another one that, yeah. It's amazing.
what and, you know, and the mayor said it perfectly. He says that Great Falls is a great giving community.
Yes,
and,
it is.
They are for sure.
Yep.
For sure. So are you doing okay? You need anything? I mean,
No, I think I'm going to do just fine finishing this up. I'm glad we didn't commit to 48 hours. I'm going to make it to the 24, but boy, I'm looking forward to a good long nap so that I can wake up and go to bed at night. So, yeah. But it's been a joy and a privilege to be a part of this. It's been eye-opening for me, and for many of the people that came here, they're excited that we took the time to do something like this. And I'm blessed that the association we're a part of put this out, that they wanted to get more people involved in World Homeless Day, and they came up with this plan of Conversations on a Bench about 3 or 4 years ago. A couple of years ago, they had 4 missions across the country that did this. Last year, I think they had 10 missions that did it, and this year they gave a goal to the participating missions that are part of the organization that they wanted to try and get 100 missions in the United States and abroad to take the time to do something for world homelessness. I'm surprised that I said yes. So, but it's been a blessing, and I'm glad that I did. You know, I could have had a good night's sleep sitting at home and doing what I do, but this has been a blessing that I never thought possible. Almost like the first time we did something when I came on board, and that was being on the roof of the women's shelter with one of your former colleagues, TJ Lee. It was an eye-opening experience for me, and this one has been just as good and just as impactful as it could be. So, and getting folks like you up in the early morning, I know you're up every early morning, but getting to talk to you and being able to share on the air is a wonderful thing. We just did the news thing a few minutes ago, and we may have another news agency and even another radio station checking in on us. So it's wonderful that we all work together for the good of the cause. And the cause is to try and curb, stamp out, whatever you want to call it, the homeless population in Great Falls and the surrounding community. I will tell you that we are blessed that we are not as big as any of the cities on the West Coast because they have a much deeper problem than we do. But that doesn't mean that we don't have the problems that we need to work on, and that's what we're here to do. So that's why I've been out here for 20 hours or whatever it's been. So, yeah. 18 and a half, excuse me. Now I remember what you told me earlier.
That is so awesome, you know, and you mentioned something earlier on your stream this morning that, you know, the homeless situation, and not only in Great Falls, but in Montana and around the country is pretty bad. But you've been sitting on that bench since 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and it got kind of chilly last night.
It
and
did.
You were saying, you know, I imagine what it would be like if, you know, it was 20 below.
Yeah,
Like
I
that.
could.
And I know you got other services and whatnot, and you help out where you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I was totally surprised at what 38 or 40 degrees feels like after you've been out here for, as you said, 18 and a half hours. I'm not trying to imitate a homeless person or anything like that. That's not our intent. But we wanted to do it outdoors so that people would understand what it's like. And even the people, like the young lady that was here from KRTV, she got here at 5:30 in the morning and left at roughly 6:30 in the morning. And she was cold. She went over to her car to warm up until she got to do her last live broadcast, which didn't include me, and that's fine. But she was in her car trying to warm up because I could tell she was feeling the chill that's been here. And Tim and Dylan have bundled up as much as they can, and I thought I was dressing very well for this, and I'm doing good. My toes aren't frozen. My legs are cold, but the rest of me is doing good, and my mind's still working. I hope that I'm making sense to people, because I still have a few more hours to do this, and I'm jacked. Yesterday, Tim brought to a couple of my employees, let's place a bet of how long Jim's going to make it before he needs a nap, and somebody said 2:36 in the morning. Well, I'm beyond that, and I told him I wasn't going to sleep, so. I'm here for the duration because I committed to that, and I'm looking forward to a nap when I'm done at 1 o'clock. So.
5 hours and 20.
5 hours and 20 what? 20 minutes?
Odd minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
I can do
5 hours,
that.
20.
Yeah, I can do that. And it's being
After
able
what
to.
you've been through already,
You what?
but after what you've been through already, I mean, you're on the downhill slide.
Oh yeah, and 5 hours is nothing when you start out with 20 some hours in front of you. So I'm going to make the duration. I've committed to that, and I probably won't get to go to sleep right at 2 o'clock because there's enough caffeine flowing through these veins that it'll keep me awake a little longer. But I do look forward to some shut eye when I get home. So yeah.
Real quick, let's touch on that Day of Compassion coming up. What's going on with that?
Well, the Week of Compassion started just before COVID, and it was such a blessing at the time that it came because when COVID was striking early in March, April of, I think it was 19, we had to cancel our spring banquet, which is one of our larger fundraising opportunities throughout the year. A church group here in town, the LDS Church, had been doing something similar down in the Butte Mission, and I got wind of it and talked to the folks up here, and they were on board with us, and we are forever grateful for letting us steal something that they've been doing. But we ask people that if they can not go out to dinner or coffee break like you said, or anything for the week coming up, that if they would abstain or forgo going to dinner, so to speak. Mayor Reeves said that for him and his family, it's at least an $80 bill, and I piped in that that's at McDonald's. So if you're going to go to Dante's or one of the other plush restaurants in town, it could be a couple $100. And we just ask them to prayerfully consider not going out to dinner or lunch or breakfast or coffee or whatever it may be, and any money they save, send to the rescue mission. That was my first year, and then I realized there's other organizations in town that need the help as well. So I opened it up to everybody. If the rescue mission's not your cup of tea, so to speak, pick a nonprofit and help them out, because we're all in the same boat. Many of us are struggling to make ends meet on a monthly basis. We're struggling to make payroll. We don't take government money, some of the others do, but that doesn't mean that they're not having the same issues we are. Cost of living's going up, our costs are going up, and in order to keep afloat, we need funding coming in. One of the things I've always loved about coming over and talking to you, Jimmy, is you always talk about Lake Keepers, which is a monthly giving program where you decide how much you can afford to give on a monthly basis, set it up through the internet or calling into the mission and setting it up that way. And that's another way that you can give on a regular basis. So thank you for all you've done for us over the years that I've been around. You are a blessing, and your organization is a blessing, because they've always had the time to stop and talk to me and to talk to folks from the mission. So you guys are awesome, and I appreciate you greatly.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you. You know, you nailed it on the head earlier when we talked about our community coming together and helping each other out. You know, you had the TV station out there, KRTV. They came together. Other radio stations here in town, and I'll mention it. You know, Town Square Media, they're great.
Yep.
Great people. Our radio here, and we all come together to help out what Great Falls needs. And that's what this is all about. Get out there, donate. You can get on their Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Great Falls Rescue Mission. You'll find the live on there right now. There's a QR code on there that you can donate to. There's also a website there called volunteer.gfrm.org. If you'd like to volunteer, you can get hooked up with that. Better yet, stop by and poke Jim and keep him awake and hi to him today. Sure, he would love that.
Yeah, right now I think I could take a nap, but I'm not going to allow it. I said I'd be here for the duration. I'm going to make it, and then we'll go from there. Jimmy, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for your support over the years, and I look forward to many years of getting to golf with you at our golf marathon and working wherever you show up and wherever I end up. So keep doing what you're doing. You're making a difference in the lives of people in Great Falls and Central Montana. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. And don't forget, you got to be here on Monday in studio with me.
Oh, is that when it is?
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
good.
scheduled to be here.
I haven't looked at my calendar for next week, so I'm glad you reminded me. That means I should probably look at my calendar and see what else I got planned next week. So, but yeah.
All right, Jim.
I'll be there with bells on, my
we'll-
friends.
Oh, and I look forward to seeing you, my friend.
All right.
We'll let you go. Yeah, I know. I can see. I'm watching you guys on Facebook right now, and I can see a ton of people in the window, the reflection of the window behind you.
Oh,
One will
wow.
probably come in and talk.
Okay.
And I also see some of your fans on the other side of the window that keep peeking through, so that's kind of fun to see.
Yeah. Well, good. It was good to talk to you, my friend. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll try and keep doing what we're doing, at least until 1 o'clock today, and then we'll take a break.
No, there you go. Jim, thank you so much for what you and our community. We love you guys, and God bless.
All right. Thank you. And back at you. You've been a blessing to me. I know that, and to many people in this community. So keep doing what you're doing as well. And God bless you always. And tell Troy I said hello and thank you for coming by early this morning.
Well, I will let him know.
Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Have yourself a wonderful day. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
You do the same.
All right. Bye-bye.
Talk to you Monday.
Does that mean I get to poke you now?
Yeah, we're gonna start poking
Once.
you here.
Just once.
Just once.
Well, I'll have to reserve it.
Can I take these things off now?
Yeah, you may.
Oh, praise the Lord.
Just got to keep talking though. We got 5.5 hours to go.
I have a letter I need to read, but I'm scared it's going to make me cry like a baby. I saw what was enclosed and I just about lost it.
We have lots of good morning messages as well.
Yes, a lot of people are getting chimed in here. We actually have a good amount of people on the live stream at this moment. Here, let me get that microphone from you there.
Me?
No. I'm gonna fill the airwaves while you do your thing. We got to keep these airwaves busy while he tries not to. Oh nope, too late. Sorry.
Wonderful. Good news?
We just hit our goal.
No way.
Yeah.
$30,000. We just hit our goal.
Yeah. Well, this one gets us to where we need to be.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. Fantastic. Praise the Lord. That's awesome. That's incredible.
Oh. What a blessing.
Wow.
What a blessing. Yeah. Yeah. Does that mean we can go home? No. I'm joking, folks. I said I'd be here till 1. I'm going to be here till 1. They may need to poke me in a little while, but right now I'm still doing okay. So.
When someone thought they were doing you a favor by giving you a check that gets you all the way to the end goal, and you're like, nope, I'm still here.
That doesn't mean that we stop. That doesn't mean that people don't have to help out, because this is a blessing, and these folks have been a blessing so many times in my life that working at the mission, that I am just I'm awestruck. They have been great friends and great advocates for the mission and many other organizations in town, and I am just blessed to know them and call them friends. So, yeah. You can't make this stuff up, and you can't outgive this community.
What kind of 2 days has this been? This is crazy.
Yeah, it's been wonderful.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is crazy. I'm awake now.
Good.
I'm awake now. To hit our goal and get to that point, that's awesome. And folks, you got to understand. You got to understand, when Jim and I sat down and had our little meeting on how the next 2 weeks were going to play out, to then sit down at this moment and have a 24-hour live stream, and that the entire fundraiser was not around an event.
No.
It was around us hanging out for 24 hours on live stream. You know how unsuccessful that usually is on social media for a live stream? And then, for Pete's sake, we were up at 2 a.m. We were up at 1 a.m. Not many people were watching. We had like 3 people watching at that time. And yet, here we sit at the goal. Totally at this moment. This is amazing.
Lots of congratulations.
Lots of congratulations.
Pretty amazing.
Hey, we hit our goal. Thank you.
God bless you,
Rock
sir.
on, Shane. Shane Hetzweiler just drove by from Northwestern Energy. They donated $500 to the cause yesterday.
And because we hit the goal doesn't mean we stop.
Oh, no, please
continue. if you were being prompted to donate, please do, because my goal was very conservative, and I've raised more than that at a golf marathon.
It needs to keep going.
It just amazes me that this community is who they are and how they support. And
here's the thing: we have put a limit on this.
No, there's no limit.
No.
There's a goal.
My point is, us as humans had a theory, a notion of how far we could get.
Right.
The ace is in the hole. Now keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Prove us wrong. We believe in you to take it the next mile.
Yeah, and bless us even further.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is a wonderful, wonderful spot to be in. I couldn't have asked for well, I can ask for more, but I didn't want to make it all about money. I wanted to give myself or our organization a realistic goal.
Yes.
Yeah, and because of the hearts in this community,
yes,
we're at that. But that doesn't mean you need to
keep
stop.
Going, please.
Yeah, keep going.
Give.gfrm.org. And don't forget, please donate your time. Volunteer. Volunteer.gfrm.org.
Yes. It's been a great time. Even the few people that I've interviewed this morning has been a blessing.
Yes.
I will say that my pastor stopped by and we lost a very good friend last night.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Very good friend. So, and I knew that this would happen.
Yeah.
But he's in a better place because he knew his Lord and Savior, and he's out of pain and the suffering.
Wonderful.
So.
There is more to be done. There is more people to take care of. There are more people on this planet right now
that need that help.
Amen.
So
Amen.
we utilize this time wisely. Look who it is over here.
Oh my goodness.
I see we have a
I
guest.
did invite her over, and I never
Yes.
heard back from her because she was busy with the.
Billings with my mom.
Oh, okay. Good to see you.
You too.
So come sit down. We'll get you a microphone. We'll say hello. It's good that you came by. That's wonderful. Yeah.
How's it been?
It's been amazing. I have been awake for more hours than I thought possible at my age.
Yeah.
I still got a few more hours to do, but I'm confident that it's going to happen. So
Well, it's important, and it's such a
it is, and
great way to get the word out.
and it's not just about the rescue mission. It's about
wherever you want.
every one of us that work with people that are in need
Right.
and that type of thing. I just got done sharing the Week of Compassion, which is starting tomorrow, or you can start it today if you want. But last few years, we've asked for people to skip a dinner going out or a lunch going out or a coffee or that type of thing, and any money that they save. The first year, I said donate to the rescue mission.
Right.
But the prior years, I realized we all need the help that are in nonprofit situations. So I've opened it up to if the rescue mission isn't your place to donate, then pick another place. Go to the YWCA or Family Promise or one of those
Right.
places. And
Oh,
I
I
don't know
love
if you've
that.
seen an influx during when we do this. Normally it has been in the spring, but we moved it to the fall this year because when we first started it, we weren't allowed to do our yearly. Woohoo!
Wow, thank you.
These guys look hungry. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
You've been busy this morning.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Thank
We'll
you.
make sure to put these to good use.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, very early on, I realized that we all have the
Yeah.
need that are nonprofits, and it's not just about us. So, I don't know if you've seen an influx of funds. Used to be in the spring, now we're going to be in the fall. But it's about realizing that
Yeah.
we all have our own little niche that we work with, and we all
Exactly.
have the same issues. There's times when we don't have money to make payroll or pay the power bill or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
If we get everybody working together, which is what this is all about, trying to collaborate with not only the other nonprofits in town, but getting the people better informed of what gets people into the situation that they're in when they come to the rescue mission or to the
Exactly.
YWCA.
We just
or
received
to
another
family.
$25 donation. $25
Nice.
donation. Thank you. I know that would have been a little overkill. $25 we're very thankful for.
Yes,
Thank you
we
so
are.
much.
Yep.
Oh, and
Thank
another
you, thank you,
$100
thank you.
donation. Good heavens.
Oh,
awesome.
nice. I'm in the middle of an interview. Just past the rescue mission on the one way.
All right, so wonderful. That's $125 donated here in just the past couple minutes.
Yep.
Thank you so
Oh,
much, guys. That's
wonderful.
awesome.
So one of the questions I've been asking my people that come to visit, and it's kind of an off-the-wall question, how many alleys did you have to go through to get here this morning? Because of the road construction.
I know.
Whew, it's crazy around here, isn't it?
It is.
But it's wonderful. I mean,
It is,
we might
'cause
have
they're-
new streets to drive down instead of
Right.
some of the bumpy ones that have been around. So it's a blessing, but a
Yeah.
boon at the same time. So
Exactly.
yeah, coming in yesterday, I came from the other way that I normally do, so I didn't have to do alleys. But most of the time, I'm a creature of habit, and I usually come down Fifth, but I can't do that.
No.
So then I end up a couple blocks that way, and I could go to the next street over. But me, I'm going to take the shortest route.
Of course.
I'm in alleys at 6
Well, and we
o'clock
get
or
into a
5:30.
habit
Yeah,
of
we
going
do.
the same way every day.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So what's happening over at the
Oh,
at the
we have-
YWCA?
We have a lot happening, actually. We have a bathroom remodel going on right now.
Oh, that's got to be fun. We've done that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's so important.
Yeah, it is.
You know,
It
we
is.
haven't had those remodeled since 1954.
What?
Yeah, that's when the building was built.
Oh, wow.
And there's a real need.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And we're close enough to the river that the building shifts just enough that the stalls never close completely. I
Wow.
know, TMI. Is that?
No, I've heard it all tonight.
Yeah,
Trust me.
I bet.
Or yesterday, whatever day it is. So yeah, I've heard it all. So
So
yeah,
we're excited. It's actually COVID funding that the city had.
Good.
And they had to use it
Good.
in a certain time period.
Right.
And so we're doing everything touchless.
Oh, good.
So to cut down on infection.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Here's my beautiful sister. She said she was going to bring some nice snacks and drinks for
Oh
us.
my goodness.
She has been a
I remember
long-
meeting her. I thought it was
She's-
you at one point.
I know. She has been a long time.
You brought what?
Eggs.
Oh yeah, she
She's
brings
been a
us.
long time supporter of
I
the
know.
mission.
Yep, I know.
How many years have I been making my coffee cake?
I don't know. You do it without
I
me.
messed it up.
How many times did we do all the pies for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
No. Come on in.
yeah. We have another mic.
Yep, we'll dig one right up.
Yeah, just
You
sit
can have
down.
my chair. I'll move my
Do you
coffee.
have a minute?
Oh, I have all day.
Great.
I don't. I'm going to get some
No,
sleep.
he's going to be done at 1.
I'm gonna clip this on you here real quick.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jim, I slept good. How'd you sleep?
Ask me tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two
Yeah.
of my brothers in Christ.
Amen.
Seriously? You know them?
I haven't seen them since Sunday.
She's my sister.
Appentown?
Yes.
All right. Were you working it?
No.
You went through?
I went through for the second time.
Give me 5. Awesome.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
it. I love it.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful organization. Matter of fact, Kelly and Rocky were here yesterday, and I got to chat with him briefly. He didn't want to come on. Rocky wouldn't come on, but Kelly did, and we spent a few minutes talking about it. And I thanked him. What was the number this time? 186.
187.
7.
Yep. 187.
When I went through, it was number 91.
Wow.
And my wife went through, it was like 86 or something even earlier than that. My daughter went through, and I've had the blessing of going back a number of times just to be a small part of it. And it's just a wonderful thing. We have to be careful because, you know, we don't tell anybody about what takes place. If you want to know, you got to go.
I'm going. I'm
Good.
so curious.
Sandy's going to go.
Yeah.
I am.
Good. Yeah.
I was in Billings and
Yes.
oh, I had a funeral last weekend.
Yeah.
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 But yeah, I want to
Okay.
go.
Good.
She comes back different,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I want to be that way.
It is a life-changing experience.
It is.
And-
I
and
want that.
Yeah. You got to go with an open mind because
Yeah,
you're
well-
going to have an encounter, and that's what Appentow means. I
Yeah.
think it's Greek. It means encounter.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I've never experienced anything like it, and you know, we've been a Christian since we can remember. You know,
Yep.
you learn in Sunday school. I'm a believer in teaching children right out of the gate.
Yep. Yep.
They don't know, they don't remember where their belief came from, but they know what it is, who he is,
Yep.
and how strong it is.
Amen.
Yep.
I agree.
And when they made the choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was 8 when I made the choice.
Yeah. I remember getting baptized at 13 because that's what they told me I should do, but I don't remember making a choice.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I moved to Great Falls in 19 that I started going to church and I made a choice. I didn't have a
Really?
choice to make a choice. We were having a revival service at our church, and every time the man that was there to share his message with us, it was like he was talking directly at me.
Yeah.
And he said, let's do an altar call. And I don't even remember walking to the front of the church. It was like the Lord picked me up and sat me
Yeah.
down. And my life changed right then and there.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it happens.
It does.
We moved far, far away and had a church lady in town that had a van and literally picked up kids.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all started in England years and years ago.
Wow.
It was the bus ministry. Many of the parents were working 7 days a week.
Yeah.
And they couldn't
Mm-hmm.
get to church back in the 1800s. And somebody started going around in a horse and buggy and picking up the kids so that they had something to do. And then it turned into buses and vans, whatever it may be. It's just amazing. I had the privilege of going to school to become a pastor, and I learned so many things that were part of the Christian heritage, and I didn't even know it at the time.
Yeah, that history of Christianity.
It's amazing. I remember the thing that struck me the most was most of the missionaries that went overseas in the 1800s were told to pack their stuff in a casket. because that's probably how they were coming home. And that freaked me out.
Yeah.
You know, it just, that's commitment.
Yeah.
And there are places in the world today where you may
They-
not pack a casket, but you might be coming home.
Still come
in
home
one-
the
yeah,
same way.
Yeah.
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 There's a lot of brave Christians out there, and I think we should all become more brave.
Yeah, I
I do.
agree. I agree. The other thing that really got me in my schooling was, for many, many years, the United States was one of the main suppliers of missionaries to other countries. Now other countries are sending missionaries to us. And that is a sad reality.
Isn't it?
Yeah, that we are where we're at.
Yeah.
You know, we're the most fruitful
Nation.
nation in the world. We have a higher living standard than 97% of other countries, maybe even 100%. But yet we're losing things along the way. And our value system, our Christianity is one of them. And I'm thankful that I get to be a missionary right here in Great Falls at a
Yeah.
rescue mission.
Yeah.
And it's been, you know, it's been the joy of my life. It's not a job, it's a mission, and it's a ministry, and it's a calling. That's what makes this so fun, being out here in the cold weather. I love that the sun's out, because it
I
was cold
know.
last night. 40 degrees, you wouldn't think that you would get so cold, but man, it was
Yeah.
frigid for me.
I
So,
don't know how you did it. I hope you had good company. I'll bet you did.
These guys, I don't know.
Yes.
No, they've done a wonderful job, and they've been with me for 2 weeks now, and we appreciate their professionalism. If this were left up to me to spearhead the streaming and all the other things,
Oh, I'd have a
Well,
phone on the
here's
table.
my.
yeah, I wouldn't even have that, because I
I
have a
have
hard
a-
time working my telephone.
I have a
lot of
question
times.
for you, Jim.
Yeah.
You know, you've probably been talking to a lot of professionals. What would you suggest to somebody like me just off the street? What can I do to be part of your mission?
Volunteer. Get yourself, figure out what you have time to do, and then come see Lynn. She's our volunteer coordinator, and she will listen to you, ask you questions, figure out where you can serve, and then plug you in so that you can be a part of it. Yeah.
It's time.
It's that simple.
It's
time is the
time,
big
too.
one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's a
I know
greater
that the YWCA is always looking for volunteers as well. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if
We
you want to
are.
work that close to your sister. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
She
yeah.
already has.
Yeah, I'm sure she
Yeah.
has. Yeah. Yeah. I just put my
Yeah.
I put my sister from Pennsylvania on a train a couple days ago. and
Oh.
It was a blessing to have her out here. She
Yeah.
spent 5 weeks visiting her kids. Her daughter lives here. Her grandkids live out in Vancouver. My other sister lives over in the Bitterroot Valley, and my brother's down by Bozeman. So
Nice.
she made the loop that my
Wow.
parents used to make, and then some, because my parents
Yeah.
didn't have kids in Vancouver. So yeah, it was a great visit. I had a wonderful time. We went and did Have Her Beneath the Streets the day before they got on the train to go back, and that was an eye-opening experience. I did it 30 some years ago with my parents, and they've been gone for 25, 27 years.
We've been talking about that.
Yeah, it's
Our
a wonderful
mom has been
experience.
talking about
know.
it. Yeah.
We have an 82-year-old mother that loves
Went through
to,
Appentow 185.
yeah.
Two ago?
2 ago. I
Oh
went
my
Yeah.
goodness, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
and
awesome.
She's just spry as can be.
Well, good.
So she's always game to go travel.
There you go. It's a day trip.
I know, that
they,
would be
they have
fun.
winter hours. I think they do tours at 1 o'clock, 2:30, and maybe 4. I would say 1 or 2:30 if you're going to come back that night, so you don't have
Yeah.
to drive in the dark. And yeah, it's a blessing. It's a wonderful experience.
Wow.
So I'm a little nervous. I don't know where my phone went.
Oh,
I have scones.
You have scone?
Is that yours?
Yep. All right. Just so I know where it's at. I put it on the charger and
What
forgot
kind?
about it.
I don't know.
I don't know if I want to eat right now, but
Yeah, I know I can't because I have a sugar issue and I don't want to get myself high on my sugar
But I
so that
know-
I'm ready for a nap. you know?
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But I know they'll get eaten.
Oh yeah. Yep. And I will eat it before I go to sleep. which is-
Blueberry.
blueberry's a
Blueberry
wonderful one.
or
Ooh.
blueberry, or there's one nuts about fall.
I'll go with blueberry.
All right.
And I like your choice.
Yeah,
these
thank
are
you.
awesome.
I said throw
awesome.
something in.
Yep,
Thank
that's
you.
awesome. I'll eat this shortly after I'm done at 1 o'clock. So
And I have coffee and hot chocolate.
I saw that.
Oh,
I saw that.
Yum.
but I've never sat and done something like this, so I'm at a loss for words for once in my life.
So you have donated here for many years with eggs and things,
Sometimes cash, sometimes coffee.
right?
Yeah,
All right.
more coffee now because I don't have any chickens.
Oh, you
Yep.
got them gone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Intentionally, or
Yeah.
somebody got into
Well,
the chicken coop
I
and took
saved
care of them?
40 and the raccoons got all but 15, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
My niece lives over in Black Eagle, and she is attempting chickens, and she's got 2 really large dogs, and one of them just loves chasing those chickens back into the coop. She's never done this before, and she's insulated the chicken coop, and she's winterizing it and getting it ready to go. So we decided it wasn't a chicken coop, it was a chicken
Condo?
chalet.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
chalet. I like that.
I forget what a poultry palace is what somebody said, and yeah, I believe it. The scary thing is that she showed me a video because she has some trail cameras out around her property, and a very large mountain lion went down her alley the other night, and it's not too far from that chicken coop. So she was, and not too far from where she lives, so she was very nervous, but. I had
She's
one.
going to be thankful for the dogs to keep the predators
Yeah,
away, I
yeah.
think.
Yeah, and those dogs, you know, they're her family at this point. Her 2 kids live over in Vancouver, and this
Yeah.
she lives for those 2 animals plus the chickens now. So, yeah,
We buried our fence 3 feet deep.
and they still got in.
We put a netting over the top of it and then electricity around it, and a tree fell on the electricity.
Oh no.
So that's
and they
how
climbed over the
they
tree.
climbed right over.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
But we have to worry about foxes.
Yep.
We have to worry about raccoons,
Owls.
skunks, and owls.
And what?
Owls.
Owls. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
But we don't have to worry about anything right now unless we get chickens again.
Yeah. Well, we miss your eggs. So,
I
you know,
know.
not
I
that, not
love
that you
breeding
get
them.
chickens just so you can provide us with eggs, but we have been blessed, you know, that I was floored before COVID struck. I was calling out to the egg plant saying, you know, we really need some eggs. And they'd say, all right, come out and get some. And I'd come back with 60 boxes of 15 dozen in a box.
They are so generous.
Yeah, they are. And then COVID struck and they had to get rid of everything because they were shutting the plant down. And they said, we have smalls and mediums. I said, we'll take
We'll
whatever
take
you
any.
got.
Yeah.
And it was a blessing. And then after COVID kind of went away, we were short of eggs again all of a sudden. And
Yep.
I'm not blaming them. They've
No.
got a
No.
business to run. From what I remember, Wilcox Farms is the main supplier of all the Costco's on this side of the Mississippi River. So most of the eggs out here, I think they told me at one time they do 9 million eggs a week.
Oh, I believe it. We have
Yeah.
a cousin that
eggs.
drives.
You think that chicken's tired?
Yeah.
Our cousin drives and transports eggs, and he was doing even Trader Joe's
Oh,
in
really?
Washington. Yeah,
Okay.
it's all,
Yeah.
most of it's to the west of here, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love Trader Joe's. I wish we had some closer
I
than what they
know.
are, but
Winco's nice.
it is, and it'd be nice when they open here and go,
Yeah.
oh, I hear they're coming, but you know, not soon enough. So,
Yeah.
So we have. I'm a Costco shopper. I like Sam's Club, but if I have my druthers, I'll go to Helena. You know. And,
Yeah, me too.
and,
Well, it's
yeah.
a nice drive. It gets
It
you out
is.
of town. You have to eat out, so you get.
Imagine that.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
The last time I was there, we went to the Mediterranean Grill in downtown, and it was
Oh.
amazing.
I haven't been there.
Oh, yeah, it's a little on the upscale, so to speak, but my brother and sister from Pennsylvania, my brother lives in Bozeman, and we kind of met there to have lunch. And they had mini pizzas that they made, and I had a gyro. And I'm telling you, it was one of the best that I've had. The best I've had lately is that food truck that comes around town
Really?
with the Greek food.
Nice.
So, yeah, but theirs was awesome, and it was a great experience. And it took a little longer than most people would want to sit because they were so busy. And there was only 2 ladies waiting on tables and getting things organized. But they kept us informed, and they made us feel important. And, you know, that was enough.
Boy.
It's when you don't see anybody and
Right.
you think, did they forget me? And would they, you know?
I work in a call center at a credit union, and if I'm going somewhere else or signing into something to help them, I'm talking them through it the whole time.
Good.
I don't want anyone to ever say, Are
you
you
there?"
still there?
Yeah.
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 That's great.
It's important.
Yep.
It is.
It is. I keep
Well-
getting phone calls. I wonder who's calling me.
Well, you could unhook me if you want, and I'll deliver some hot drinks.
You want me to unhook you?
Yeah.
I will assist you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, and thank you for being so generous.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for the scones and thank you for the hot drinks.
Yes.
A fall one and a blueberry one left.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
And I'll have the hot coffee. They can have the hot chocolate because they can handle the sugar. My body won't let me.
Or hot coffee plain.
Plain. Yep.
Americano. And I'll just.
That is awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Excellent.
I knew you would want that one.
I need something with some sugar behind it.
This doesn't have any sugar.
Oh, wait, no. Latte is perfectly fine. Trust me.
Because I do have 2 hot chocolates, but Sandy gets one.
This one, wonderful.
You like hot chocolate?
I do.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I do.
It's wonderful.
I'm
It's
not
wonderful.
a coffee drinker.
Imagine that.
I'm usually
I
not
know.
either, but we're in
Yeah.
last minute mode.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, honey.
What's funny is I go to church and the person that makes the coffee is not a coffee drinker. And it's not bad coffee, so I
Well,
don't know how they
that's
come
kind
up
of
with
surprising
Yeah.
because I say I don't want to make the coffee because I really don't know how.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah.
know what you like.
Well, that's a cop out. You know you're just trying to get out of.
I do like making iced tea though.
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
I do other things.
Yeah. Good. All right. So, what can you tell me more about what's happening over your way?
You know, the biggest news that I can tell you is that I have a co-director,
Oh, good.
Victoria Doe,
Okay.
and that I am retiring in January.
No, that's not fair. I gave my notice and it's April.
Is it? Yeah, there's quite
Yeah.
a few of us.
I know. Gary Owen from United Way's done at the end of the year.
McIntyre. She's just
Yes.
moving though.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Where's she going?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's younger than us.
Yeah.
She's not ready to retire.
Well, I agree with that. I was ready to retire.
Sherry's retiring.
Don't say that. I don't know.
Well,
No.
it's a wonderful feeling knowing that, there's 4 or
Yeah.
5 months left for me.
Same with me.
And I'm ready. It's not that I'm going to quit working. It's that I want to be more in control of my time.
That's
you
how
know?
I feel.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've put 10 years in at the Y,
Yep.
and that's a record for the Y.
Oh, wow. Good.
How many years have you been here?
I've been at the mission 15 by the time I'm done,
Yeah.
but only 6 as a director. So,
Right.
And I think 10 is about the going rate over here
Yeah,
too. So,
yeah.
Other than Harold Ross, who was the founder of the organization, he
Oh,
was around
really?
for about 15, maybe even closer to 20.
Wow.
I know he was here in the 70s. Thank you very much. God bless you. Glad you had a great time at Appentow.
Are you guys hungry?
We just got a scone. I'm not eating right now
Thank
because
you.
I forgot one of my meds for my diabetes, and I'm
I
gonna.
was gonna make some. Jerry's making some eggs and bacon. That'd be good.
That's why he called me. I was scared he was calling in sick. I had some much better news.
If
So
any of y'all is hungry, are you hungry, brother?
I'm okay, thank you though. Appreciate it, Tony.
Hey, sister, how you doing?
okay, Tony's one of our volunteers.
Nice.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Yep. And he actually went through our discipleship program. So.
Nice.
Yep.
Thank
Yep.
you.
You brought me that?
Yes, I did.
Well, thank you. I've got to wait until I get my sugar under control to drink it. So I can, yeah. I'll give it to my lady. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I was just checking.
Yep. If we're hungry, I'll send them in and they can get what they need. And thank you for being here. I have to be careful because if I eat too much right now, I'll be sleepy, and I can't be sleepy until
Not yet.
1 o'clock.
Yep.
So
1 cup of coffee, and then an egg, and then another cup of coffee, and another egg.
the bacon is the part that I'm gonna miss.
Right? The bacon.
There's never enough bacon in this world. So,
No.
Yeah. All right. So you're gonna retire.
I am.
What are you gonna do?
I don't know yet, but I'm part-time right now.
Oh, good for you.
Since Tori and I are co-directors,
Okay.
I went to part-time. So I'm kind of easing out.
Okay.
And I'm staying really busy.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm
Yeah.
reconnecting with family.
Mm-hmm.
I have a cousin with a broken leg. I have a mom that needs a lot more time. I don't think she needs it, but I want to give it.
Yep.
I miss her
Yeah.
when I don't spend time with her.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing.
Good for you.
Yeah.
So,
But the why?
I believe you're related to someone that just retired out on the east end of town, or sold the business to another organization.
Yes.
Is he retiring? Or what's going on?
No, he stays working.
Oh, good for
Yeah.
him. Okay.
He's-
That's an answer to prayer for me because he's been such a blessing to the rescue mission and many other
Great.
organizations in this town. I
Yep.
was beginning to worry about
Yep.
what's going to go on during these holidays. He always takes good care of all of
Yeah.
us. What a blessing. Yeah.
Yeah, he's still working. Now it's under Pacific Steel and Recycling.
Right. Yeah, I
So,
heard that was the case.
no.
But I haven't called him because I didn't
Yeah,
know if he
you-
was retiring or if he was going to stay on or what. So
You can.
good. I will. Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to having a little more control of my time. I'm looking forward to
Yeah.
being able to spend some time with my wife, doing some traveling.
Yeah.
Originally from central Pennsylvania, and I've been back many times living out here. I've been here since 1979, in Great Falls since 92.
Yeah.
But, you know, we're getting older, and
Yep.
our time traveling across country in a car or even by train is, you know, slowly
Yeah.
dwindling away, and I want to
It
be able to
is.
do that. My
Yeah.
wife has, I've often said she should be sainted because
I
when we
know.
first got married, I was not easy to live with, and I had a lot of issues, and she put up with me through all that. And what a wonderful, you know, we
Yeah.
just celebrated 45 years of marriage
Oh,
last
that's
month.
wonderful.
So, yeah, that's,
Well, I haven't been easy on my husband either. I don't know.
yeah. I'm
He's
I'm
such a
sure your
good man.
husband's probably saying that he hasn't been easy on
Yeah,
you either.
exactly.
So,
Marriage isn't easy.
no, I
It's,
said
you
that.
have to work at it.
You do.
And
It is hard work.
it is.
Especially since, you know, we have such a good training program somewhere
Yeah.
in school.
Right. Not.
Yeah, but
Or even in life, in my case.
yeah, well,
You know, but it's worth it.
Yeah,
It's
it
so
is.
worth it.
it is.
When
Yeah.
we find that a lot of times we're not sick at the same time. We take care of each other.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty balanced on
Yep.
how much we give to each other, and
Yeah.
it just feels good.
Yeah, and I like helping. She works 3 days a week in one job, and then in the spring she loves to play in the dirt at the flower farm. And
Yes.
so she's working 5 days a week. And last year when she was doing that, I actually started stepping up and helping with the dishes. And I'm not allowed to do the laundry.
That's
I
okay.
understand that.
Yep.
Even though I was raised in a laundromat, my parents owned a laundromat
Oh,
when I was
really?
a kid. I was fixing washing machines at 8 years old.
But
I don't
that's
do it to suit
different.
her.
Yeah, there's a difference between knowing how to run the machine and how to sort.
That's true.
And that's my
yeah,
issue. My
yeah.
husband can't do mine.
No, and the first
don't
time I
allow him.
turned her white sweater into a pink
Yeah.
sweater for the dog was probably the wrong way to
Yeah.
look at that. I jokingly say I did that intentionally so she'd kick me out of the laundry room.
Oh,
But-
I've accused my husband of
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So you just never know. But
You
know,
don't.
yesterday I was getting ready for this. I got up at 4:30 in the morning, and I'm thinking I really should take a nap. But winter's coming, And we had visitors in the house for the last couple of weeks, even part-time, because, you know, they stayed with us in the evening and spent the day with their daughter. So the house needed a little bit of TLC in certain places, and I spent some time doing that. And I didn't do it for accolades. I did it because she works as hard as I do.
Exactly.
And
That's-
together we can get the job done
Yep.
better, and it shouldn't be just you know, one person.
I think
So-
you finally get into that after about 20 years. You realize that.
I'm a late bloomer.
Are you? I think I am too. It
Yeah.
took me about 30.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
Yeah.
what can you do? I can do the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love mowing the lawn, but my grandsons are of age that they're trying to raise money. So
Oh,
I gave up
nice.
the mowing the lawn, and the good news is I didn't gain weight by not doing my lawn mowing
Yeah.
every week. So
That is good.
Yeah. And hopefully they call me and say that they want to come and use the snow blower when it's time, because
Yeah.
I'd much rather sit inside and watch that happen than,
Me too.
than be out there. But I also set a precedence when I owned a four-wheeler that I did most of the neighborhood. And so now I take care of the two ladies on each side of us, because,
Yep.
you know, they're, but it's a blessing. I
It
like doing
is.
things for people, and that's why I do it. And I'm
Yep.
hopefully going to teach the boys
Yes.
to do the same thing, because it's
Yes.
what we've talked about the whole time I've been out here is building relationships with people and
Yeah.
and meeting them where they're at and helping them
Exactly.
through the thick and thin. And you know, everybody is on this earth to have a relationship, and each of us deserve respect and dignity and sincerity.
Exactly.
Learning who the people are that we're trying to help, treating them with that respect and dignity.
Exactly.
And I know you do that over there as well. So
We
thank you.
do. And I know the work that we do with the Mercy Home Shelter
Yeah.
makes me realize how important it is to listen
Mm-hmm.
and learn exactly where they're coming from,
Yeah.
because you cannot assume anything.
No.
They
No.
all have different stories. They
Mhm.
all have different experiences.
Yeah.
And until you can understand